it matters. They needed pressure.
I mean, they're just such a great group of guys. Like, I think the easy game yesterday is just still like just vintage TI. And you can see the comments. Yotaro shaved his head, right? Toronto Tokyo, he has an off match, like first day of upper bracket, comes back, he's just beasting it. And like, I remember Any Major, their flight got grounded in Minsk. So a bus had to be sent for them. They're picked up 3 a.m. at the border, go 6 hours back to Ukraine. They go up into breakfast, they've got smiles. I think that they have this attitude and this camaraderie. Like, if you can say positive for that, it's easy
for
that,
anything.
Right?
After Team Spirit, I think I'm buying a microwave, putting it in my room, because maybe I can make it as a player then.
That's true. It gives you a little competitive advantage there. But I think the cool thing about TI that happens almost every year, there's always at least one surprise underdog story, and absolutely they're the one for this year. And it just warms my heart because you get a little bit of variety. I know there's a lot of OG fans out there, but I'm happy we don't see the repeat storyline-wise. It's exciting to see somebody else get that possible title.
Yeah, that's a good point. CDEC at TI5, DC, TI6, kind of same setup here, right? Where they always had potential, but now they seem to come to form and peak when it counts.
Well, we were going to take a look at some of the most popular heroes now from the main stage of this event. To be honest, you can probably guess these. Play along in Twitch chat. Who do you think we're talking about first? Purge. This guy. We're not talking about you. We're talking about Magnus. Was this a surprise to you, Purge, to see him being so popular?
I think the interesting thing about Magnus is that he was played a little bit in the group stage, but everyone was talking about like ET, Earthshaker, Snapfire. But all of a sudden, like, Magnus gets that upset win against OG in Spirit's hands, and now it's like all eyeballs on Magnus. It's like he just comes back in and he's the hero to talk about now.
Is he rather overpowered to the extent that he might get a little nerf after this event? Kyle, the expression on your face was of pure horror.
TI always has these heroes like ET, like Magnus, that are going to be meta because they provide damage amplification, right? So any hero I pair with a mag becomes stronger, right? I think it's also just way too good in the hands of somebody like Collapse, because it's not even the RP or the Empower that's being played for. It's like this crazy skewer.
It's the horn toss, right?
Yeah,
it's the shard. Like, it's just ridiculous. In the right hands, like Kyle said, you can eliminate a teammate. No-Tail got caught so many times, and he didn't even expect it, because the skewer is very long range at that time, and he gets him so far away from his teammates.
Well, our second hero that we're taking a look at was so popular during the group stage as well. And as you can see, contested in every main event match. So he's either being banned or the teams are fighting over who gets to pick him. Do you think this is partly to do with recent changes to Tiny in terms of the tree buff? Yeah. The axe buff?
It's a little bit of the buffs, but also the items, right, Purge, that he's buying.
That's true. Yeah, you got Echo Saber, you got Shadowblade just got buffed for Silver Edge at least, so those upgrades are excellent. Yep. And like you said, there's amplifiers as well that make him really strong.
Yeah, like in the game we saw yesterday with the Venge line, you're just boosting this base damage so high. You know, you effectively just get Aghanim Shard, Aegis, and you just go hit buildings. It's like Lone Druid, but worse in terms of the amount of destruction it can deal to a base.
And he's unkillable. Like, you saw Sumail 1 versus 5ing in one of the games. They can't kill him. They kill his whole team, all of the teammates, but he's left alone on an island and they can't take him down.
Actually, I think what's so impactful as well about it is that, like, he got that new talent, the plus 15% tree damage. That means all the items you buy are 15% more effective than literally any other hero that can buy them. It's just like inherently kind of broken. So that attack speed does the same thing as well. Yeah. It's like every buff you give him is just an extra like 25% better due to that talent and his base buff there.
Well, finally, we're going to also be looking at Monkey King. Now, Monkey King, again, very similar to the Tiny, slightly less contest rate, but that's kind of insane. But he's one of the most flexible characters that you can play at the moment.
I think the main point is the flexibility when it comes to the Monkey King, and perhaps the contest rate is slightly lower because of yesterday's matches from the 2 Eastern European teams that don't play him as much. This guy went and got picked last in one of the games.
Yeah, it'll be contested every match, I think, today, because we saw it. The only game Magnus lost was against Monkey King. And I think Monkey, specifically in the right hands, because of how it plays into the meta, is a must-pick or ban in the first phase, especially for teams that can play it incredibly well at both 4 or 1, even 2 or 3, like we saw a couple times from OG.
I have to remind you guys that we've only got 2 days left of TI10. It has gone ridiculously quickly, but you know what? You can have a lasting legacy of TI10 in your own homes and wardrobes. If you head to the secret shop, theinternational.com, We Are Nations. Oh no, that is absolutely wrong. That is theinternational.wearenations.com. Honestly, one day, I started off so strong, boys. I started off so strong. I'm basically thinking about what I want to buy because there's some special Arcane designed items on there. I just need to get home and get my credit card out.
It's always tough, especially when you like find this like amazing shirt that you buy, but then like 4 years later, it's just looking a little ragged. Buy two, guys. It's really important. I have regrets now. I
have a stash.
I have some favorite T-shirts. I just wish I could get another one.
Do you have like an affiliate code or something, Pudge?
No, I don't. But no, genuinely, like there's a couple shirts every year that you're like, oh, that's awesome. I'm gonna keep that one forever. And then it gets a little bit too. It becomes a bedtime shirt. You can't wear it out anymore. That kind of thing, you know.
But if you would like to thank him, do make sure to buy his voice line.
I won't say it, but he will.
I was about to say, what's your voice line? You haven't done your voice line on the desk yet, Kyle. This is your first time with us.
What is my voice line? Oh, it's you. You talking to me? That's one of the biggest reasons I'm sad to see my boy Sumail out of the tournament. Not just because we're good friends, but because he said, I got you. So the longer he was in the tournament,
he was spamming it for real. He was.
Thanks, bro.
No one's used my voice line. I don't think it's fine. Is it too trolly? Yay me. Okay, fine. And yay these guys, because we are going to find out more about two of the longest serving observers in the Dota 2 pro scene. They are, of course, Griff and Weppus. So let's head to Sweden and find out more about their lives.
When you think about a hockey game, you have multiple cameras following one puck, anticipating its every movement. Now think of a Dota 2 game, where we have one camera, but we have to follow 10 pucks, and a goal can be scored at any time.
It's a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, how many Dota games have we done?
I'd say we would average 1,000 to 1,200 games a year.
Yeah, something like that
Each.
sounds reasonable.
So times 7.
Yeah, quite a few games at this point.
I think the first time we did it was with the Dream League Invitational. Weppus had done some casting back then. I wasn't that much on camera for casting, so I wanted to help out some way and not just sit in production.
Himself a free lane. Of course, Alliance have a lot of vision, even more.
James was giving me shit. And he was just like, yeah, stop clicking things you don't need to click, stop showing things like you are a caster, just like follow the flow of the casters more than trying to be a part of it. If we're not being recognized while we do our job, we're doing it well. The most important aspect, I'd say, is to complement the whole viewing experience.
It's really nice to hear the crowd react.
It feeds you energy.
It definitely feeds you energy, and I think it's a combination of you being able to show the crowd something they like, and then the commentators being able to commentate off that in the best way they can.
Or tries for it, but he's not going to get it in. Oh, straight in! They get the 2 and then the slam! Oh, LGD!
First game main event, first game grand finals and such, those have always been my most nervous moments when I've worked, because I feel like you set the tone where it's like, okay, started off, I caught this, everything's going to flow now.
It's not just work for us. I mean, it's like a hobby, it's a passion as well. And we've done it for so long now. You're so invested in teams, in players, they're your friends. So it's just like when you go on an event, you get to see your second family again.
Those guys are absolute legends, along with our observer, JJ. So please do share all the love with them on social media. Go seek them out. And you know what? If you'd like to express your thoughts about the wider TI event, it's hashtag TI10 on social media. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We would absolutely love to hear from you. And I know someone in particular would really, really love to hear from you as well. And her name is Casey.
Hi. How's it going, guys? Hey, Frankie. Hey, everybody. So, okay, listen, I've been watching this with bated breath, and we all know that the good Dota is like the best part of TI, but the second best thing, in my opinion, is all of you guys, all of the fans, and getting to enjoy this amazing Dota together. So I thought it would be fun to kind of show you and share some of the tweets that I'm seeing from fans over the last couple days, 24 hours. The days get a little confusing as you go through world time. And then also show you some of the things that the teams have been saying. let's get right to it. We were just talking a few minutes ago about OG, so I thought I would pull up a couple of the things that No Tail said and Seb said and what some of the fans said in response. So let's get to that first one. This is what No Tail tweeted after that heartbreaking loss. He said, "We win together, we lose together. It's been a long couple of years, but worth every sacrifice. Didn't show our potential this TI, and it hurts. But I will never forget the time we spent and work we put in. The real win are the friends we make along the way. Good luck to the rest of the teams." And then take a look at what a fan said and posted this picture, which I thought was super cool. "As long as you play Dota, I'll be watching you. Much love from the other side of the world. You're an inspiration for a lot of people who wish they could live their lives doing what they love." Now let's get to Seb. So this is what Seb's tweet was. Seb said, "Losing's tough. I'm proud of everyone for what they gave this year. Team, staff, fans, you stood strong. Wished a different outcome for my last tournament, but I'm grateful for everything nonetheless." A lot of people are calling out the fact that he is calling it his last tournament and talking retirement. Now, I know when it comes to Twitter and social media, it can be hard to tell what's real and what's not. I don't care if this fan is real or fake because I like this tweet. This fan said, "I'm still your fan. I'm going to have a baby soon, and his name is Johann Sebastian. Like what you said, Seb, we lose together, and I'm with you through this defeat. I'm a fan. Will always have the OG spirit with me until we slay together again. Next TI." Boy, no pressure on that baby. Johann Sebastian, you get your butt down here, clean your room, and go win a TI, damn it. Okay, let's get to the next video. Obviously, OG, not the only team in the tournament. Let's start giving some love where love and credit is due. Team Spirit had a good day, of course, taking out OG to start and then VP. And I thought it was cool to see Smells Like Team Spirit, top 4 secured, a good game, well played at Virtus Pro. So I thought it was cool that Team Spirit is kind of, sending some love, even though they faced each other and it wasn't the outcome that VP wanted, obviously, but they were kind of tweeting at each other, which I thought was kind of cool. Also, extra credit for anybody who gets what the reference to Smells Like Team Spirit is, because I think maybe I'm the old one who's like, "Oh, good, they're sourcing Nirvana. I love me some Nirvana." All right, let's look ahead. Let's look ahead to the game today. So Secret is facing PSG LGD today. They also tweeted congratulations, which we just talked about, and Team Spirit tweeted back a very long thanks. And here's what fans are saying about the day ahead. You guys, this is hype. I know Frankie mentioned it at the top, but can you believe we're already down to the last 2 days of TI? These have been some of the best matches we have ever seen in 10 years of the International. And I asked people, what do you think is going to be happening today? What do you think is going to be the story of the day? And how close will these matches be? Angry German Squid, thanks for making me say that name on the air. Angry German Squid says IG versus VG will be the closer game, but Secret versus LGD will be more entertaining. And then Max said Secret versus PSG LGD is a clash of the titans. Very well put. So keep those tweets coming using the hashtag TI10. That's what makes it easier for everybody to interact with each other. And that is what the spirit of Dota is all about, is sharing these stories and sharing the love of this awesome game across all different countries and regions of the world. And just honestly, this is some of the best Dota we've ever seen. And I can't wait to see what happens today. I did ask people to share GIFs. I know some people say GIFs, but I refuse. GIFs of how they would describe the way the tournament's gone so far. I saw some really great ones, but I also wanted to point out this. Unrelated, but this is artwork from my toddler, and I feel like this represents the emotion. Don't you? Don't you just picture somebody sitting down going, "I don't know what's happening, please." TI10, a work of art, soon to be in the Met.
I love it. It's basically a visual representation of my desk hosting style. Thank you ever so much, Casey. And you know what? If I'm stuck for baby names, all I need to do now is just go through the TI roster. Any suggestions?
You got to do whoever wins TI. That's up the ante a little bit. Do you want a child named after you? That kind of thing.
Baby puppy.
Yeah, that might be weird.
Baby why?
The Cleminator.
Oh, God. Anyway, we're going to head to someone who is basically a beacon of calm for all of us here at TI. But I have a feeling he's going to be a bit of a taskmaster today. Tsunami, what have you got for us?
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth, Frankie. I know you, I want to help you feel in your element. I know the Brits love themselves some panel shows, some quiz shows. So I've got a quiz planned, not just for you at home, you can play along, but for you guys as well. I got 4 heroes behind me. I want you to tell me, left to right. Frankie, we'll start with you. Which one of these heroes do you think has gotten the most kills at all TIs combined? Is it A, Mirana? Is it B, Queen of Pain? Is it C, Storm Spirit? Or is it D, Gyrocopter?
The thing is, I need to know when the heroes were introduced. Can I say Storm Spirit? I'm just going
Okay,
off this
we'll
year, though.
see
That's
that.
terrible.
Lizard, how about you? What you got? I'm rapid fire, boy. No need to
Gyro.
think. Gyro.
Sign me up on the
Okay,
Gyro Cup.
okay.
Gyro for me, please.
Gyro for you.
I'll
Kyle?
just take Quap.
You are all wrong. It is actually Mirana.
Wow.
She has the most kills at TI. 2,000. Over 2,000 for her. Everyone else under 1.9. It's crazy. I don't know how Mirana got so many kills.
She's a flex pick.
She's a flex pick.
She's been there since the start, TI1.
Yeah,
And there's
introduced
start.
earlier, right?
She's an old lady.
She's got the legacy. She's got the most kills, third most picks. All right, that's fine. One question down. Second question. How much gold has been earned at the International? Do you think it's 2.5 million, 25 million, 250 million, or 2.5 billion? Kyle, we'll start with you.
Definitely not the billion. I'll go with 250 million.
Okay. Purge?
I wasn't listening. I was really distracted by something. C.
B.
Hey, 2.5 million.
It's 250 million. Kyle got it. It's a lot of gold. It's been a lot of last hits. 120,000 denies, 833,000 neutral kills.
It's a lot of gold.
That's
I
a lot
can't
of gold.
count that high.
It's a
Numbers
lot
that
of
high don't
gold.
exist.
You got one more though, and it's also a big number, Frankie. How many creeps have been killed at TI? Do you think it's around the realm of 400,000, around the realm of, I need to make sure I'm not hiding, around the realm of 900,000, 1.6 million, or 2.7 million creeps killed?
2.7 million.
Okay. Lizard?
2.7.
B. Whatever that was.
C.
You got it. It was 2.7 million creeps killed at the Internationals combined. And that's it for me. I hope you enjoyed this segment. I know you guys like your Suns fan and Cinderin cast podcasts and trivia. That's it for me.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. That's what it was. I got my dead bodies and my money messed up.
I do that all the time too. So
Yeah.
where did I put them? Can't remember.
That's what I do all day. I just count my creeps. I count my cash. Carl, it must be exactly the same. I can see this. Look at this suit.
What do you mean? I mean,
I'm not saying you're a creep in a suit. I'm saying you look nice.
oh, thank you.
You clearly know where to spend your money.
Okay, I was expecting sass. It's kind of like the MO most of the time for people on the panel, but I appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, you're slightly disappointed. I'm not I'm not being more harsh with you.
Oh, it's just it's a nice change of pace.
It's all right. You've got Purge next year.
There's a
You
lot
can
of
be
panel
side
left.
eyes.
She can
That's
she can
true.
bring it back. It's
We
not
have
safe
time.
yet.
We have time.
We've got a lot of time because we have got an incredible match coming up for you guys in the lower bracket. This is one for a top 4 placement. It is going to be Vici Gaming versus Invictus Gaming. And after that, we're going to have LGG versus Secret. This is the upper bracket final. Whoever wins it is going to be guaranteed a spot in the grand final. And you know what? We could have a rematch. We don't know yet because we're going to see who is going to be facing the loser of that second game in the consolidation final tomorrow morning. At the end of the day, is it going to be Team Spirit or is it going to be either the winner of Vici versus Invictus Gaming? Purge. What are you expecting to see at the end of the day?
It's more heartbreak, of course, because at this point, all the teams that we're looking at are all TI contenders. That seems very clear. I don't really know which way it's going to go. There still could be upsets. My bracket is like 50% completely wrong at this point. I don't believe anything anymore.
Yeah, and I was contractually obligated to not fill out a bracket, and I was also told not to tweet anything or else.
Don't make any predictions.
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
That was from Puppy though, not from anybody else.
You gotta enforce that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Would he not want you to put Secret as top, or is he worried about jinxing? Are you a big jinx?
He breaks monitors when he's upset sometimes, so you know.
You are a big jinx.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Hang
yeah.
on. This man has form. This man has form. If he tweets about you winning or you closing a game out, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's how it works so far.
It's not even intentional.
true.
If I try to do it to help my friends, it doesn't work.
Oh,
It just
God.
happens this way. I don't know.
Well, so you're a jinx and you're showing massive bias towards Puppy and Co.
No, I'm showing no bias. I have no opinion one way or another about the outcome of any of these series today. However, I am excited to watch the Dota.
Oh, good. Very diplomatic. Lizard, how's your bracket looking?
It's in shambles. It's been a shambles for a while now, so I'm with Purge. I can't predict anything, especially when it comes to Vici Gaming versus IG. These two teams are way too close. Same goes for PSG, LGD, and Secret, really.
I feel really bad, but I had to be impartial. So, and also I was doing my homework, and so I did not do my bracket.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You gotta watch those timers. They slip up on you sometimes.
I know. I need Xiaoba to be behind me and just telling me to get it done, or maybe a march. I need like T1's coach march to just be like, "It's okay, Frankie. You can give yourself 5 minutes to do your bracket, just a little massage." But it is too late in the day now, and you know everyone knows I know nothing. But I do actually feel kind of confident that we're going to see an LGD secret final, no matter what happens today in that second matchup of the day. But the next match, I really can't call because Invictus Gaming, they came in as the top seed in the group stage. But Vici Gaming, I think they're the most resilient team here.
They probably have a little bit of momentum going for them, right? If you're Vici Gaming right now coming into the lower bracket, you already won a series and you might be feeling a bit better. We saw what momentum can do to Team Spirit as well.
All right. Well, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because the penultimate day of TI10 is underway. Vici are one of the most consistent teams at TI10, able to flex to their opponents' game plans while under constant pressure. While they'll fight hard for first blood, this team is never afraid to wait out until the moment to land the killer blow is found. Are they your top dog going into this one, Lizard?
It's hard to say. The momentum is definitely with them. On the other hand, IG, you can never count them out. You can remember the question mark. It was very difficult for them back then. Didn't matter.
Well, let's meet their opponents, IG. They only dropped 2 games in the entirety of the group stage and came into the main event as our top seed, dominating until Team Secret crashed the IG party. Today, Invictus will be out to set the pace with panache and dominate the race to the top 4. But can they crush their regional rivals and get their confidence back after being sent into the lower bracket and the last chance saloon? Or maybe we should say booth, boys. It's a tradition here at TI10. Now let's talk about these teams in more details, because yesterday, Vici kind of shocked us a little bit, because I said just a few moments ago that Vici are known for this kind of consistency. There was kind of criticism about their drafts, particularly in the group stage, about not being varied enough. And then they came straight out the gate with a Rubik pick and the first Omni night of the tournament against T1. Kyle, did that surprise you, or was it something you expected?
The picks didn't, because they're traditionally just answers to first pick mag. So that was they had an idea, right? And these two teams, specifically Vici, they're very technical. You know, they game plan their lineup and their execution. You know, if you think about like Casey's painting, right? That's a representation of like OG's play style, and to an extent Spirits. Whereas this team, it's always regimented. Like this is tons of experience. And when you think like Rubik Omni, I think that was the first Omni of the tournament. Like that's still like the classic Magnus counter. It's just not good enough. You shouldn't do that again. I don't think they will. Mag's too good, but that was the idea.
And that's the thing with Omni Knight is he was nerfed recently in the recent patch, and he was only a little bit nerfed, people say. However, he just obviously hasn't been trusted through the group stage. So I suppose it's the fact that they trusted it to work during the main stage and as a counter, as opposed to something that they potentially wanted to do themselves. I think that was why maybe it was surprising potentially to them as well.
Yeah, when when it comes down to like these later stages of TI, the meta's mostly figured out. So, and there's only so many bans in the first phase, so you have to choose what you're going to play against. So if they think like, oh, we got this throwback counter to the Mag playstyle, we'll let them get Mag. We'll try this counter, and yeah, it got nerfed and nobody's playing it right now, but it could be like that little tool that you pull out of nowhere that's perfect for the situation that can win you a fight and win you a game.
So what are we expecting from them today then, Lizard?
We'll see if they decide to go with the same, with the answers, with the Rubik and Omni Knight, because I completely agree with my fellow panelists, but I'm in a different camp. I'm in the camp, if it's too broken, just ban it out. Get over with it and pick your own lineup that's actually still strong in the meta. You don't have to make answers for something that's too strong.
It goes both ways, though, because upper bracket, like the reason IG is down here, they went with their bread and butter, right? Wisp Mars and Puppey in his vintage style. He gives them what they want. Everyone knows JT wants to play Mars, so they pick a safe lane TA, right? I go back like Liquid versus Secret, previous TI. Secret gets knocked out by Kuro. First game, first pick Alchemist. They just didn't realize how strong this hero was. Second game, last pick Tinker. So like both concepts won, where sometimes a hero is just too good, and sometimes there's a hero that provides such an answer, it makes what looked like a broken hero fall off.
And it's even interesting that it's for the same captain, for Puppey, that it happened in multiple tournaments, that he lets something go through and he manages to adapt to it, to a broken hero, he wins against it. Then a couple of series after, he lets it go through again and he loses.
But that's what VG Gaming tried to do in a way with their Omni Knight pick. They want to get those counter solutions. So if you think you have the tool that's going to do it, you let it through and you play the counter and maybe you get your win.
And you got to figure that they have confidence, right? Because like T1 took a game off of LGD in the upper bracket, and I think IG, it's easier to play as you come through the lower bracket. I think it's often why we see that one team make a run, because you have momentum. You're playing every day, you've got confidence. Whereas if you have those days off and you're like, you're almost watching too much, because there's this balance of, okay, what do we do well? What do we like to do?
It gets to your head, right?
What's working? And you're out of your comfort zone.
And that comfort zone is a better place for Vici. I counted them out 1 or 2 series ago when they faltered. And IG, they just faltered and they haven't had that recovery period just yet.
Right, well, it is really nearly time for the draft. So let's hear the voice of God and make this thing official.
VG Gaming versus Invictus Gaming. Game 1.
I'm in the middle.
Welcome to the first game between Vici and IG. As we get ready for this first draft, what an exciting encounter. We get a double Chinese versus Chinese game, where probably the best regions to be competing here. Who is going to be able to make it through? Expectations here, BSJ.
Well, there's some heroes that are equally contested amongst these two teams, and one of those is Lion. Both these teams love that hero, and I'm expecting to see that on either side in the first round of the draft.
You love the Kaka Lion, I believe, right?
Yeah.
You're a big fan of that. Effie?
I'm just curious to see if we're going to have a Magnus come out, because while historically they haven't played that much of it, it just feels too good right now. And if you look at these first phase rounds already, it's in the pool.
Oh, Old 11 did play the Magnus once and almost, I think he carried the game with that Magnus, so I wouldn't be surprised if VG Gaming decided to run it.
They did prioritize the Tiny more and they give it away to IG. That's very interesting.
We'll see. EG made the same mistake against Vici. I thought at least it was a mistake, prioritizing the Tiny. Actually, sorry, it was OG against... Against Spirit, sorry. OG made this mistake.
No, the mistake EG made actually was leaving it in the pool to the very end, and Vici last picked it, which was even more surprising.
Yeah, Magnus is the most broken hero I've seen conceptually throughout this main event. He wasn't as highly prioritized during the group stage, but the skewer horn toss combo, it's almost impossible to go high ground, and then you're a hero that accelerates the farm of your teammates, making late game powerful.
And the way you look at it, it can be like a longer range, easier, lower cooldown Batrider lasso, right? Because typically that's what Batrider was so broken for just in the past. His ability to just grab someone and bring him back to his team. But you had to build a Blink Dagger, you had to build a Force Staff, you had to do all of these things, and your cooldown was much higher. And while yes, Magnus does need items to do it, he does have a built-in farming ability. So it just seems really good. And this Magnus pick has really gone up in value with picking Phoenix, because RP is one of the best things you can do for defending Egg, right? I mean, picking Melina countered this Phoenix in that regard, but I would say he's still a very good hero in defending that. On top of that, Phoenix is very good versus Tiny because of Sunray, which is percentage-based damage.
So what are the counters now to the Magnus? Because obviously Kyle mentioned the Omnibus used to be a counter, which is true. With the current Horn Toss playstyle, not the case anymore. So what do you do?
I like Lina conceptually. It's not just the fact that she's ranged damage dealer, so it's difficult to RP her alongside any of her teammates, but also she represents a lot of pickoff. She plays off map. Any hero that utilizes Empower has to put themselves on the creep wave in danger in order to farm. So any hero that can represent that solo kill threat or like a +1, 2 hero kill threat, Tiny and Lina do that really well.
Yeah, and I would say it's more so about just being conscious of the potential of a skewer, right? Because we've seen a lot of these teams get cocky in the enemy base and just making a little bit of mistakes in macro in that regard, just because we haven't seen that much Magnus during the groups. So as teams have been watching and respecting this hero, they will probably play around the threat better. The problem is, it's just, Horn Toss is too good. It's instant. You blink and you do it. Your setup for skewer is there, so hopefully I guess conceptually, something like a Lion with an Hex, like you see him blink and you instantly disable, or maybe any kind of Yule's builder like a Void Spirit.
We talked about Disruptor in one draft. I remember you mentioned them as well.
Yeah.
This is the Static Storm.
For sure, but if you get Horn Tossed, you can't do it, right? So if you're just far away, any kind of instant disable or silence should be good. But more so than anything, it's just consciousness and respecting the hero's ability to turn the game for his team.
That's tough, because changing your playstyle is much harder than adapting your draft, right?
Yeah, but these are players at the highest level, right? So it shouldn't be.
All right, I'm sorry.
We'll see. I mean, yesterday nobody thought that OG would give it away twice, but they did. So.
I'm curious if IG will go for something like a Faceless Void, just another way to protect the egg, but also we saw it being used against Tiny yesterday, and it worked really well.
That's a very good point. I think Faceless Void is an interesting hero versus Tiny, just because well, once Tiny has BKB, he's a threat, right? Because he just walks in and starts hitting your entire team. But just Chronosphere is typically a counter for BKB. You drop it on him, and even if you can't kill him, you can at least buy time for your teammates to kill him. And not only does it combo with Supernova, it just will protect the egg on top of the Magnus, right? So typically when you look at a Void in this kind of game, you'd assume he's going to go on Lina, and Magnus will just RP the melee heroes, because it's too hard to catch a well-positioned Lina. But that's just a potential here.
It also suits Fly's playstyle, where he wants to carry the game, but with more of a teamfight-oriented hero like Spectre or Morphling, Void also within his pool, right? So it does suit the IG playstyle to tend to go for. In fact, that's been one of the criticisms of IG. They haven't really changed their style up. Is this a very IG draft right now we're seeing, BSJ?
Yeah, if you have two options when you have the Magnus. You have a hero like Faceless Void, another hero that's willing to do the AoE disable, or a hero that's going to draw a lot of attention to themselves by being the first one that goes in the fight, and they elect to go for the Spirit type hero, the Ember Spirit, and I think it's the best matchup against Lina mid. None of the matchups feel great. We saw Vici pick Lesh against Lina yesterday and just get absolutely wrecked, even though the Lina was picked before it. The thing about Ember compared to all the other melee heroes is at least he can Sleight of Fist dodge the Light Strike array in the lane, making it so it's not as reliable for Lina to pressure him out.
That's a very good point. And while Lina can bully the Ember, if he does play well and just use that Sleight to dodge the stun, that's really the way to go about it. But in response to that, I've seen a lot of Linas just go Dragon Slave level 1 to deal with Ember.
And how does the matchup change then?
It's you will hit him with your Dragon Slave, right? It's something you're not expecting. You can use it to secure range. It's not as scary as a potential stun, but it's something that people do in case he gets Flame Guard as well. Yeah. Even though I don't think level 1 Dragon Slave cancels Flame Guard anymore.
No, Flame Guard's 110 now. There's virtually no spells in the mid lane that do cancel it, and that's why Ember Spirit's been seeing a lot more play in this tournament. You can reliably push out the first creep wave with your Flame Guard, and that's usually your weakest point before you get your bottle. But notice how their bans in Vici, second round, were TA, Ursa, and Monkey King, 3 heroes that really get up in the face of the Lina, and that's the type of hero she doesn't want to deal with, and Ember Spirit's probably the best candidate left.
And there's the line that BSJ was talking about in the beginning of the draft, how he expects it to be a contested hero, and how we brought it up theoretically as a response to the Magnus, right? So if this line is on his game and this Magnus blinks in, if he's in range, he should be able to stop the skewer back with the Hex.
Yeah, if he has vision of the mag before he blinks, you can cue the Hex outside of range of the mag, and the second the mag blinks in, it will Hex him before the Horn Toss goes off.
And typically, I think now that Magnus has become such a threat in this TI meta, these heroes that can inherently provide vision for the team, like Monkey King and Beastmaster, should go up in value, because the way that you play in something like Magnus now would be to just take the fight on your vision so that no one gets caught off guard in your team.
I was going to say this Doom pick's pretty sick because a lot of the carries that are good against Tiny are the ones like Faceless Void that like to take long, sustained fights, can somehow satanic or wear off your initial burst. And the long fight, being the counter to Tiny, is the exact way for Doom when he flourishes, right?
It's also Old 11's Doom, often called Old 11, often called the core of this team, and Old 11 also one of the most farming offlaners. You get a hero with inherent gold acquisition. What else would you ask? I mean, we have seen very little Old 11 Doom because it usually actually gets banned.
Yeah, he will be number one net worth 15 minutes.
Yeah, he will be. He's the true carry right now.
And we've seen that in groups. When teams play against Vici, they actually target ban most of Old 11's heroes. So the way that Vici approached drafting was that they just tried to first phase his heroes, but they actually changed that up during main stage. And maybe it's just like Old 11's confident. Target ban my heroes. I can play whatever you need me to play. So that's pretty cool to see. But another thing that I wanted to point out about Doom is just that if you look at the 3 heroes on IG right now, none of them really like to build 4-staff. I guess the utility Magnus can, but that's not the build you go for these days. So typically when a core on your team gets doomed, you want your supports to kite him away. So he just needs to be pushed back away, right? And Phoenix, not a 4-staff fire. So that's something cool that they have going for them.
We're going to see now the Wraith King. A couple of teams have decided on the Wraith King as a pretty valuable Doom counter. We've seen some success with it for, I think, with LGD that run in the group stages a couple of times against Doom. What do you think of this hero right now, BSJ?
Most notably, I look at his skeletons as his way of farming, so I look at it also as his way to like win the lane and take control of possibly pressuring the map in regards to the tower, the T1 that's in his lane, and they don't have any way to deal with that in the offlane duel. You have the Lion plus the Doom. So I think his start will be really good on top of the fact that he is conceptually good against Doombringer as the game goes on. I think this is the only hero in the pool that would have taken long fights and still doesn't mind getting doomed. So I like the pick a lot now that I'm thinking it out loud.
But the concern for this is, well, yes, Wraith King is a Doom counter. Now Ember Spirit's just going to be the Doom magnet, right? So you're kind of worried about that because you don't really want to Doom this Wraith King. And if you look at Vici's draft, outside of the Doom, Lena and Tiny are always going to be ready to fight, right? They're low cooldown heroes, so it might not be the best game in theory for the Wraith King, but it definitely has merits here for all the reasons that Ryan mentioned.
Yeah, Ember can never go in first, and I think they realized that the second they saw the Lion Doom. He can't possibly react to Hex into Doom, so now they needed a hero that does go in first, and the Wraith King, the entire momentum of IG will be lost if he dies once or twice in the mid game with his ultimate on cooldown. As Mira said, they will be able to punish that with their low cooldown lineup. So we saw yesterday 23 Savage overextend a little bit on the Wraith King against Vici, and so we have to be careful of that happening again.
One of my questions, though, to Mira as well, is yesterday you spoke about why you were not the biggest fan of the Magnus Wraith King. Could you explain that again to the audience?
Yeah, so just, it's not that it's bad in any way, it's just that typically when you want a core hero to take advantage of Empower, it's something with inherently high attack speed, so typically an Agi hero, or something with some kind of mechanism to make them go from camp to camp faster, right? So it's like a Faceless Void or an Anti-Mage or a PA, but Wraith King does benefit greatly from the Empower. It's just that when I think about the kind of carries you want hitting someone in RP, Wraith King doesn't come to mind as the best one, but it's still pretty good, you know? It's just those two heroes together, it's fine.
There are better options.
Yeah, there are better options, but in this game, they do need a hero that goes in first, and you want your carry to be the one doing that in this patch, so he actually was just the best pick here, I would say.
You were raving about this hero behind the scenes.
I love this hero. Well, I'm the host, but I'm going to answer this because Brewmaster is the hero that just gets rid of one person in the fight, right? So he's great against heroes like Tide. He's great against heroes like Wraithing, for example. Heroes that you can't kill immediately or that have 2 lives for whatever reason. He's fantastic at eliminating them. And we have seen, I actually think this might be a PYW Brewmaster. We have seen it a couple of times, but it's a very interesting pickup here as a 5.
You have the AoE Dispel for the Ember Shield as well as the Empower. Both those can be removed by the Brewmaster's ult. And this Clockwork, he's going to have a large weight on his shoulders because none of these melee bruisers, the cores on the side of Vici, can deal with the clogs.
Like, just about this brew really quick, this has been a very popular support pick in China, and they just played it on the Vessel, right? And then it kind of fell out of favor because people figured out you just dispel it. But they don't really have any dispels for this build here. And outside of the 8-second Cyclone, which is absurd in winning fights, it seems like a really creative hero, and I can see it fitting this draft very well.
originally North American, by the way. It was 4 Zoomers who first innovated this 5
Let's go.
as well. Yeah, a little
Red
bit of
Panda.
Here in spirit, baby.
Red Panda.
yeah. Red Panda was doing it a little bit
Shout out to
after.
Red Panda, RNG. We never forgot you, man.
Well, as the draft ends, I just like to hear the game plan, BSJ. I don't get a last word, so what are we looking out for here?
I'd say the game plan for IG is to have map momentum coming out of the lanes. It will be led by the Wraith King, with it being like the lanes being pushed with the connection of the Clockwork as well as the Ember. They're probably going to leave the Phoenix to kind of do his own thing on the map, while on the other hand, Vici will be looking to shut down this momentum just once and then sit back and farm until their doom is basically 5 or 6 slotted. Because once he has the refresher, Shiva's BKB, I have a hard time believing IG can take it.
Agreed. It seems like IG have to play the tempo game here.
Oh, no, actually, we're ready. We're ready now to start the game. As we're going in, we're first going to get a quick tidbit of information. Sir Action Slacks is going to be interviewing IG's coach, Super.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we'll make this quick. The game has started. Brewmaster, surprising last pick. Are you ready for it?
熊猫九仙很出其意外的一个最后一手，你准备好了吗？
我觉得他们的阵容很贪，我觉得我们很好打。
I think their lineup is extremely greedy. I think it's really easy for us.
All right, well, we'll see if it is. Let's get into that game with our beautiful casters.
Oh, thank you so much, Slacks. And yes, indeed, Trent, we are here. We are ready for this matchup as the game has already gotten underway. That last pick, Brewmaster, he feels like it's greedy. They're ready for it. What do you think?
I don't know. It sounds like he's saying easy game. That's what I just heard. So it's been very popular on the main stage the past couple days, but I love the confidence coming up there from Super. Just saying, too greedy, right? You guys see this all the time in your games. Ladies and gents at home, you've played some Dota. You've felt this pain before. Why is everyone picking stuff that needs so much gold on my team? But DY, he's prepared to make the sacrifices here on this Brewmaster.
True enough. And it's interesting too, right? We were looking at the drafts and the last 4 bans all felt like they were targeted at these like save type heroes, and then also dispels, which is what they're going to be getting out of that Brewmaster hopefully. But there are a lot of other heroes in this draft. What do you think about the rest of them? The Wraith King, obviously great against the Doom, but also kind of a hero that's been like, man, never feeling great about it.
Yeah, no.
And speaking of which, oh my God, already right off the bat, in some trouble. Fly trying to get out of there, but won't happen. Ov 11, drawn for his blood.
Well said. I mean, clearly a hero that's having some problems here in the main event for sure. And well, of course, you know, you can hear some dancing there. That's PYW on that Lion. The hero that was definitely talked about a lot coming into this. Like, oh yeah, let it go there, PYW. Who was going to get it, right? That was the question. And so what I think is interesting is, like, Kaka, of course, renowned for his line. He's going to be playing that Clockwork, which is a hero that I would say has been looking fantastic. Probably mostly from DJ, probably one of the most standout performances so far in the tournament with that earlier on here in the main event. And so you would think that Kaka has an extremely good idea of how he can deal with this line in the game, right? And I see Vision from the Clockwork trying to spot this line before the fights. And as well as if you just stick on that line, you really ruin his game.
Right, it's going to be up to definitely the line, keep himself out of that vision, make sure that he dodges away from the fights whenever things go on that way. And, you know, of course, PYW, well known for his solid support place. We'll see how that one goes. Is DY going to try and make this move over to connect the waves, and does manage to get it. So no free pull-off there by Kaka.
JT still able to at least play over here. And DY, you have to be a little careful, right? Versus the Clockwork. Might hope to get that movement speed sooner rather than later on the Brewmaster. But already has the Drunken Brawler, so that's his tool right now to deal with this.
It is still a lot of pressure. Super annoying to just get battery assaulted and ran down a little bit there. And Poyo gonna move in, try and get himself a little bit of extra farm. They connected it up and actually brings down Ollie down bottom. Quick and easy on the rundown kill.
Wow, they've really been putting on the pressure there with the stuns too, just like slowly burning him piece by piece down on that Phoenix. And I mean, it's not the first blood kill, but still a bit painful. Of course, you do get to play Courier whenever you die early, so it'll be coming back with the Chainmail. And so that same harass can be much weaker versus Fly now with the early armor there.
It'll be good to watch. You know, it's interesting. We haven't really talked about it all that much yet, but this mid lane matchup, we're going to see Emo versus Ori. Going into this tournament, I would have said Emo 100%, but like the last couple of days, Ori has really stepped up his game. I've been super impressed with his play.
Yeah, there's no doubt he was the big question mark, not so much Emo, in this lineup right now. Trying to figure out, like, okay, where's Ori been? Like, they're winning some games and stuff, but it felt like he was sort of struggling, and then coming to the main event, you really need that clutch factor coming in your mid lane, and he has stepped it up, and I feel like he's at the point now where
I need more out of his teammates too. Like he's done his part. I really feel like his gameplay's improved so much that if the allies, the Hez, can do that similarly, VG can go very far.
Well, and so far this bottom lane doing a lot. Both 11 and PYW already putting some of that pressure onto FlyFly on this Wraith King. You can see they're not letting him down. Even with that chainmail, they're keeping the right clicks in and also killing off the courier.
Very
bottom
nice
going
stuff
great.
here. Top lane though.
Going a little bit now, trying to take down Kaka, get a couple more of those punches in, but the battery assault turnaround, not able to catch him in the cogs. Tree in there, got some separation.
Man, so much action all over this map here. And yeah, of course, the mid lane, we haven't really discussed this that much in terms of the matchup, but Lina renowned for doesn't really lose many lanes, of course. And so Ori, you're expecting to start stepping up here pretty soon as you hit the level 4. And probably going to see Emo just playing a little bit less, actually in the lane itself.
Right.
I doubt we're going to see any rotations for the kills. If there is, though, Kaka, maybe he finds that lucky angle where he comes in with the cogs, pushes Ori back into the river. But they have a ward to help protect against that will be expiring pretty soon from Vici.
You can see Root comes out there from Emo and trading hits again to make sure he gets that.
You really wanted that range creep.
I mean, Emo's going in on this now with a lot of HP. The Fairy Fire comes out, needs to break the Flame Guard. Is it going to be enough? Living on nothing, Ori. About 10 HP right there.
Oh, PYW.
Oh, moves over to the side. Gonna get a couple right clicks. Real hard. This could be pretty good, but Phoenix moves into position, and that's going to stop the pressure. Still, good aggro from Emo.
Yeah, I mean, creeps are strong, but they're not that strong, unfortunately, to help out PYW there. But rotating in, and unfortunately, though, we also had the rotation coming from Kaka. He guarded that water in up top, so Emo's going to be very happy with the current situation, forcing the full walk back there from Ori. We'll have to TP back in. And, you saw earlier in that top lane, though, where DY is actually, trying to fight back with some harass. It's not one of these combos that you would expect with the Brewmaster, right? You don't have the Cinder Brew into, a cheap spell that's really easy to toss out. You don't have this big mana pool. We used to see, Venge Brew, so you can just, Wave of Terror, activate and everything.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Polio comes over to help out, but that's costly.
This is still going to be a good kill if they can get it. Can they finish him off? Oh, the slowdown comes from the Shockwave. And then the salve up afterwards, able to get out like Kaka.
And Polio still holding the wave through all that at the very least, so we'll just go right back to farming while dishing out some damage, but nice salve there from Kaka. And also just going to get in there and make sure he has the block off there too. So no stacks for you, Vici.
Yeah, nothing given for free, that's for sure. As down bottom, you can see the pressure is going to be mounted yet again. They got this side pull off by Vici and now going to connect the wave to it. And it's really hard for FlyFly to walk in there. Every single time they keep on getting that pull off, it's just a couple of creeps that he ends up losing. Right now, level 4 on the Wraith King. As TP back home, should be able to come back out with the Remnant afterwards. As QAW has to back away. Ollie doing some good damage. Trying to secure the 6-minute rune, but with Emo coming over, this might just be a freebie. As they move on in, LSA won't keep PYW alive. Emo ready to keep that pressure on, and up top they also find the kill onto JT.
Oh, that one was a long time coming too. Polio really putting the pressure on JT as much as he could, and sort of just waiting for that moment where, and when you throw out so much harass, at a point the mag is just gonna keep playing in the lane, right? And just be yeah, you keep lowering me, but you're never going for the actual kill. And so that's all basically a bunch of conditioning there for Polio before they actually bring over the help from DY for the secure. So very well done there. Also gets a D ward inside his own jungle there. It looks like Kaka placed down, so solid start here for the 5 Brew. I say that, and now he's being ganked by Emo, so
yeah,
maybe not so solid.
I mean, it's hard to take him down. He's got a lot of HP on this Brewmaster, one of the reasons people like him. And in fact, with the rotation over from the Lion, they're able to get TY out. So and not bad.
Yeah, the lack of boots there on Kaka as well, right? Couldn't keep up with the battery assault, and despite being just a win late, it's already at 330 for the Panda.
Currently the lowest net worth on him, but getting some levels here and there as Polio already up to level 6, has those treads done. Looks like they're trying to get into that Echo Saber, and also we're seeing JT get into that Helm of the Dominator that's become so popular. God, this hero just feels so insane every time we watch it.
I love the players that really utilize that Helm of the Dominator to the full extent too, and with this idea of IG wanting to play pretty fast this game, it can be an amazing tool. Down bottom.
Going on to Old 11, looking for the rundown. Do they have enough for the kill though? Don't think so. 1100 HP and a Soul Ring. This guy's strong.
Yeah, phase boots too, working towards that Midas, and as the panel mentioned, Old11 looking to be the richest, already there.
Yeah.
Up by a significant margin compared to his own teammate on the Tiny.
That is not easy to slow Doom down, particularly when he gets a good start like he saw there, right into the first blood. PYW looking for the stun to open this one up on Akaka, but there isn't clean opening, so we'll just hang out there as Emo farming very low in the jungle and it's going to TP back home to regen. But yeah, those early rotations, and it looks like now Vici feeling comfortable just sitting back in their lanes and not really doing that much to mix things up at least. They're getting farmed on all their heroes.
They've read the forecast, you know. They know the storm is coming from IG. That is most certainly the plan, right? But there's a few things they want to check off first. They want to get Kaka, the level 6. They want to get that helm fully finished up there on JT, and then probably smoke with the creep, go for some kills, and then start threatening some towers. Fly wants to be activated early in this game too, going for that armlet build, so expect the pressure to come here soon as PYW smoking in here. Probably just a warding mission as you want to try and scout out where they want to set up this smoke, right? And so wards deep in your enemy territory early on, even if you don't want to get aggressive, they're so good at spotting. Of course, we always talk about the courier rotations, but just for people who kind of want to like back up, group up, and smoke. And they're actually just going to transfer the smoke right to the mid lane. But Kaka goes left, but he hoped he would go right.
Well, Emo might be the bigger one to go for. Walks in, gets the Earth Spike to open. Follow up, no, there's TPs coming in. Now they have to be careful on Vici, and in fact, PYW might just end up falling here as Emo and Ollie move into position and can't get that denied by the neutral camp.
Not the play they were looking for there on side of Vici. They finally get some aggression going, gets turned around on them. So excellent stuff there for IG considering where this game wants to go. And yeah, that's a bold play.
And then pretty deep, able to trade over aggro to the creeps, but still caught in these cogs at Old11. He's just gonna fall. Most net worth in the game gets dropped by Kaka.
Yo, Fly was bluffing there too. He'd been holding the point for so long, but he'd actually spent it. He did not have one left for the ulti.
Oh. I mean, yeah, that would have been a huge kill if they could have made it. I mean, at the same time, though, you see all these cores from Vici still incredibly farmed. So giving up kills like that, it's got to hurt. 3-3, 10 minutes in. And Emo looking for a rune, wants to get active here with this one if he can make it happen, but DY gonna cover the angle. It's an arcane, and looks like they're able to get it onto Ori. No deny coming out from that Helm of the Dominator creep.
Yeah, Seder tried its best there, but not gonna find it. But there it is, the lovely Tome gonna be coming out here. So this is where your Brewmaster is gonna have the level 6, can utilize that Primal Spit. And it can be tough. It's a 2-minute cooldown, so you really don't want to waste it on a bad fight because it feels like that's sort of your entire toolkit when you play the 5 Brewmaster.
That's pretty much everything that he's going to be picked for in this game. Granted, there's been some times where he's like survived a gank that others might not have, but you know, it needs to be more than a glorified creep at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think there's some serious issues for him in this game too. So benefits, he has the AoE Dispel. That's pretty sweet versus like the Ember versus the Empower. Definitely a helpful tool. The Tornado to just like toss up maybe the Phoenix or the Mag, one of these big playmakers, even just a Clockwork. Just remove someone from the engagement, right? Let you focus on other heroes. But I see like Slight Empower later on. When you're support Brew, you're not getting a lot of levels.
Yeah.
Which means your Brewmaster Panthers, they're not getting very tanky.
No, he's going to get torn up.
Yeah, Slight Empower, they could just die.
We'll see if he can get in towards some of those levels later on. But right now, at the very least, JT is having a wonderful time trying to catch up a little bit on this mag, playing with the Helm of the Dominator creep. No real pressure being expended onto him, so it feels like he's kind of got a free path towards that Blink Dagger. As Old11 and DY down bottom. Don't really want to go, but there's multiple heroes from IG that are showing up here as well. And the smoke up from the Phoenix and the Clockwork.
This is really tough to deal with because it is a Wraith King, right? You don't want to use Doom. You don't want to use Brew Split since he has the ulti and the Reincarnation, right? You always have to be considering that. I don't want to trade either of those spells for Reincarnation. So even just being in this part of the map feels really bad, I would say, for DY. But he also has to be there defensively, too, because he doesn't want his big pinata of a Doom to go down and give away some of that big gold bounty that you're able to gain on the hero.
They just got this D ward here up on this high ground. IG put a ward over there, and it was taken away by Vici, and then they also miss on the sentry. So IG a little bit working blind, and well, Kaka moves into position, hookshot afterwards. He's gonna maybe be able to get that ulti off. Needs to get it, but the battery assault interrupting too much. Eventually finds it. Supernova down, LSA afterwards. Vici bring down that egg, and now the lift up on the mag. He wasn't able to get the RP off. The turnaround, Vici Gaming takedown 3.
All right, that was nice. That's like the dream fight for a Brewmaster player, right?
So good.
You absorb so much damage, so much attention from the team, and then you still get the ulti off, and then catching that throw up on the Magnus with the mid skewer. Woo. DY. Showing some chops here on the 5 Brew.
Well, the draft maybe not looking so greedy anymore. It's looking pretty good here.
Greed is good.
That's true. I think that's a voice line. 4K gold up right now on Vici. Looking easy as pie, and IG, they're just gonna need to make some moves eventually. It's just the hero's a little bit static at the moment, and Vici ready to go. Old 11 moves into position. Fly turns on him though. LSA as they rotate in from Ori. Now trying to get the right clicks in for the kill. The Hex is out. Figure of death done.
Emo
Fly. I mean, he's hitting pretty hard. They take down 2 and now looking for more. Ori did fight off more, and you can chew root now. The walk back in from Fly with this armlet, hoping to kill off DY, but he misses once. Tries to get the secondary one. The turn now, Fly goes down, but they brought in the back. JT, he still has RP, connects on the boat. Bring him on down.
The instant hit back from IG in the top lane. A little bit bold there to start out, but they drag that fight out, those longer engagements, right? Trying to make a play out of that with the Wraith King, and then Emo coming through on that Ember. Excellent stuff there, and the final stamp there from JT as well. Easy tower take into the enemy jungle, and much needed with how this game was getting there, right? Like 11, of course, that was even his blink reveal. For it to look like that, not a great sign.
It's just, I mean, it's one of those moments where on the big stage you feel so strong, you're looking like things are going to go great. They got also the Fool Assassin mixed in there, taking away the regen from the Doom, and then in the end, come in and clean up on IG, and now a hook shot back behind enemy lines, finding PYW dead.
That's my hero.
Unreal.
You give that back.
That's my line. Kaka definitely knows how to make lions suffer.
Yeah. That will be the game for them. Now, 11, despite revealing the blink, obviously didn't actually use the Doom, so there could be some hesitation here for IG moving forward, but they say, like, go ahead. Like, eventually we need to force out these big ultis. We don't have the RP right now. You guys want to, like, come and try and defend? Let's see what you got.
And they're not going to do it. At the moment, at least, Vici a little bit hesitant about that move potential, and this tier 2 tower being pressured, no response yet, but as they move out with DY, Poyo, it's going to be the back out.
The flare is just so good versus both the Lion and the Brewmaster, particularly this Brewmaster who probably not going to get a blink. If he does, it is a very long ways away. So if you can just spot him like in a tree line like that, his only initiation is like preemptive ulting, you know? And it's just so easy to back away in those situations.
Man, this Fly build is pretty cool too. Going after the armlet into Deso. Now the only problem is this actually is a little bit scary if he gets doomed with that armlet on. He's gonna start losing a ton of HP super quick.
Just keep swinging. That's all.
That's all you can do.
It'll be fine.
Well,
I think the best thing to me is that they just get objectives, right? Like whenever you have an Ember on your team, you know, that's a mid that doesn't really help in that situation.
Right.
Meg, he's got some hits too, sure, but with a Deso on a Wraith King, I mean, you're getting Roche, you're getting towers, and that's what they're trying to do right now. They want to punish and find as many objectives as they can at these times when VG just don't want to engage.
Well, that does feel to be right now. Shadowblade coming out on Poyo. And for IG, the map is looking very clear. Obviously, that like movement in towards the top tier 2 tower could be good with a lot of vision that they have around that area.
Yeah.
But you also sort of have a window here before PYW gets Blink Dagger, where you can maybe make some more stuff happen.
I mean, VG have a very clear game plan. Like they've just put some wards like near their entrances to their jungle. They're just camping on these high grounds. They're hanging out near these wards. They're watching for smoke pops. They know that IG are coming.
Yeah.
Oh, and now Ollie gets a D ward there too. Very nicely done.
Yeah, this is a scary time now. They get that deny in the tower. That gives Lion enough gold for the Blink Dagger. He's flying it out right now on PYW. And you're also getting closer to these BKBs.
Yeah, but that Roche, I mean, it's too fast for the Deso. It's just gone. Oh, DY, really?
He's going in. There's a lot of heroes here. Supernova down.
Did you see that? That was a Bruling.
Yeah, he did not last that long.
It was gone.
Just instantly. This split is not going to be able to stop this Roche from happening. So Aegis on the ground.
Oh no.
Hello?
Team?
What?
Team?
This is an important match.
Team!
There's an Aegis on the ground. It's just sitting in there. Nobody got it.
All right, now the cheese I can
Oh
understand.
my God, IG! Somebody
Wait,
go pick up the Aegis.
Kaka's
Kaka. He's walking back in, I think. Do
Oh my
they
God,
not know?
They actually don't know.
They don't know.
I mean, who?
Oh my God, they don't know. The Aegis is still on the ground.
Oh,
the Levin walks in
knows.
against the Aegis. What? Are you kidding me? Oh no! Just like that, it happened.
Haha, says Ori.
Oh my God!
All right, well.
Never in my life, Trent.
Listen, it's fine. It's fine. They have a Wraith King. He has an Aegis. It's fine. It's one of the abilities. He has reincarnation. You know what? This is just a move saying we don't need it, you know? So what if I swagger, says Wraith King?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's fine. Look, they're going to win. They don't need it, all right?
Okay.
They're just still going to march to your buildings. They're giving them a chance.
Poyo gonna get stunned now, and IG, LSA comes out. They back away, finds a kill here, possibly bringing him down low, not quite dead. They brought down Poyo, but everybody from IG is still surviving. Now, afterwards, they managed to find the stun. Good amount of damage there on Akaka. He falls down.
Oh, there
Did IG stick around a bit too long? They lost the Aegis and now potentially going to lose this fight. RP on the Tuba. Where's the follow-up damage? They don't have it. JT, nowhere left to go.
You know what?
Oh my
that
God.
That would a lot better with an Aegis.
You're not wrong, Trent. You are not wrong. As Old 11 tries to run down Emo, it's going to be the chase on the Phoenix. Ollie caught, gets the dive away. How do you mentally recover from that?
Game 2.
Oh, man.
You know, that's a very tough one to reset. That's going to take a lot of discussions in the booth and just, it's fine, it's in the past, it's done. You know, write a little note, take Aegis next time. That's pretty much all you can do. That really hurts. It hurts in every Dota game to, you know, have your Aegis snatched or accidentally deny it. But in this one in particular, when you're trying to play at such a fast tempo, and really trying to get as much as you can out of the first 30 minutes of the game, that one's really painful to watch.
Well, we're going to have to move on as well, as this game is continuing to be played out, and it's a 3,000 gold lead now for Vici. DY going to be wrapped around on by Kaka. There's the hook shot in, and it looks like they'll be able to, oh no, just split out. The turnaround, Emo shows up as well. Needs to get out with at least one of these Panda. Invis, one away. And with that, DY dodges the game.
Interesting tactic. I mean, utilizing the split for essentially a free lane push, right? Like, it's pretty difficult to get all the Pandas or to just like chase down the Earth Panda, if that's going to be your strategy. Maybe get into some earlier farm on some other items here. Hoping for a potential Force Staff to help out risk the Clockwork as well.
DD now on Ori. And they're going to pressure this bottom tier 2 tower, but there is a glyph out. And IG, we'll see if they come to defend this or not, but with it fully surrounded, it feels unlikely.
And Doom has an Aegis, so you know.
That's true. Still another 2 minutes left on that one.
Top lane.
They find Ollie. Old 11 and Ori combined together for the kill.
Do you have to go
shot
for a
afterwards,
deny? Oh,
back towards mid lane. DY caught again, no split this time. And they will be able to kill off the Panda. So IG trying to pull things back together a little bit.
Kaka's rallying the troops, and this is a great hero to be on to do it because it can be very difficult from the support role 5 or 4 to get these great initiations, but that's one thing that's so important about how Kaka plays the Lion. I feel like he goes for those initial jumps more than other Lion players. A lot of Lions, like, sure, you go for the Hex on like the Storm or the Ember or something, but he's willing to jump on anyone when he plays that hero, and so putting him onto a Clockwork, it gives him even more power in that same role without the need for as many items.
True. It's so much of that tempo that can just be set by support position. It's incredibly useful in these games, and not a huge loss if it ends up dying when there's an overextension. The Lincoln Sphere done for Ember now, but the smoke up comes. Everybody with the exception of Phoenix. Emo, who does he find? Old 11's there.
He has an Aegis.
That's true. Oh my god, are they going to kill him with the Aegis? Hoof stomp afterwards. Fly jumps the back line, finds Ori. That's not a bad one. But he gets the BKB in the walkaway. Emo, slow down, killing him, dead. He's coming back though. Round 2, and Vici, they're all in the area. The Supernova's down. Do they want to fight this? Well, BKB in the runaway. Old 11 stun, chase, then eventually RP'd and killed. IG, they're back.
They need that, right? Again, just mentality-wise, finding that kill. Maybe not the best part of the map, but and Sokol's getting Ori too. That would have been huge. They actually missed the hook shot, unfortunately, there from Kaka for the follow-up. So not able to get the full kill done. But into the tower they go, right? This is still a Wraith King with Deso. He has the Blink. He also has the Brigand's Blade too, which, you know, a couple swings on some of these heroes, you're just going to get melted.
Polio gonna pressure out these side lanes, and again, everything to try and slow down this timing that's coming from IG.
Kaka's on him again here.
Yeah, got him in vision. DY caught. Does he use the split this time or giving up his life as, oh wait, got pushed out to the other side. He's dead.
The best part is that was even without the hook shot.
Yeah.
He just flared and then force-staffs his way in there too. Did leave a pretty sneaky ward behind there from DY though. See if that'll help them later on some potential ganks. And you know who we haven't seen much of this game is Poyo.
That's true.
1, 1, and 2. Just kind of hanging out this game. Still has the max BKB. I feel like he might be ready to party.
Well, Vici, they're smoked up now as 4 without DY, and they want to make a fight happen. Who do they get? Fly's there. Ooh, blinks away. Instead, they run to Ollie. Everybody piling on, and PYW found the Wraith King afterwards. LSA connects. Or Staff trying to keep him alive. Kaka in there as well. But one more hit comes in, and they manage to find the kill. Can they do round 2 of this one? JT trying to buy a little bit of space for his team, but afterwards the Avalanche toss comes out, finger dead. IG losing hero after hero. They keep Fly alive for now, but DY moves into position.
He just respawned.
Gets the cogs, push back for the moment. DY still looking for the chase, and ooh, thought about going for more. But called it off.
Yeah, very interesting there from Vici, right? Smoking out there while the Brewmaster was still dead, so perhaps catching him a little bit off guard, and also finding a fight before the RP was ready. The Horn Toss was there, but JT couldn't quite figure out the right play for it in that moment. And that will send Vici back, but the main goal that they got, I suppose, would have been the reincarnation. Unfortunately for them, it is level 18 on the Wraith King, so back to just that minute cooldown. Much harder to punish at this point in the game.
They are at least able to stay pretty far out there on the map. They took back over the outpost. It's going to be reclaimed by IG before that 25-minute mark. But still you can see this lead growing for Vici as the game goes on. This is just what Doom does. Though there is still a very farmed Wraith King. How do you feel each team is kind of feeling about the state of the game right now?
I think for IG, it's, I would guess hollow would be the word, where like you're still playing, but it's got to be itching in the back of your head, just like, oh, we should be so much further up right now. Like, it's so hard to put that away and just like pack it up and move on. But all they can do is try and keep going for these plays and try and keep this tempo moving forward for them. The next big items probably they're just hoping for, like they have the Lincolns, the Maelstrom on this Ember, so should be more confident jumping into these fights, watching out for that Doom.
Oh, gets the split off there. A couple other heroes in the area, but you'd have to assume that DY is just going to try and get out of here with these pandas. Earth One running. They got eyes on him though. A slow, steady run down. Lift up afterwards from the Storm Panda, and I think that DY's teammates are going to leave him for dead.
Yeah. So if you're new to Brewmaster, you always respawn on the Earth Panda if it's still alive before the Agnums comes out. We won't get into that. But so they can basically just hunt that one down and guarantee they'll catch him. Sometimes you'll see them kind of leave it alive for a bit because they don't want to kill the Earth Panda and thus transfer the ownership to the next Panda, and then miss out on the kill when the Brewmaster leaves the ulti form.
Well, try 2 here. I have a feeling IG are going to pick it up this time.
I think so. I think they should just leave it just for a second, you know?
There you go. Oh, he's got it. Emo's ready. Aegis, Shard, good to go.
Mentally, they could recover if they had have just left it, though.
That's true.
That would really show something. But no, they're back in the game. All right, everything's fine this time. Emo heads down the bottom lane. They're going to grab a gem onto Ollie, something that's becoming more and more common in the international as we move forward, is these earlier gems, just to get rid of this vision that your opponent's going to have on your side of the map.
Lincolns is ready, and that's going to be enough to stop Vici from going for the big jump, and instead Fly. Going to become visible right away. Avalanche toss from Poyo, backs out for Staff. And a little bit of separation there. DY is behind him. Going to pop that BKB and run away. Shadow Blades out.
They need JT here for this play to work. He's trying to catch up.
DY doesn't have ulti for another 20. So they'll find themselves another kill on
JT,
the support Brew.
He's following the creeps.
Tries to get him. Old 11 could blink away. And they won't quite be able to catch him there. Nicely done.
Yeah, pretty much a 50-50 at that point. They could have gotten him. And then look what Ori does. TPs to the top lane and pushes in the tower. Nice play there. Oh, that egg. That could have actually turned into something, but unfortunately for them, the one hero they need, right? Like, when that egg forces the entire enemy team to just run away, you're hoping JT's there in time, right? Because he can get the pierce to the BKB. He can get whatever target they want, draw it back towards the egg, and guarantee the pick off for the team. Only getting DY, not what they wanted.
Kaka, again, doing a great job of trying to catch this Lina. Gonna TP away afterwards. That's enough. Oh, no! Wasn't long enough on that BKB. TP too late, and Ori caught and killed Kaka. Pulling his team back.
And that is why you stay. Every time, right, as the support. You double check, you click on there just to make sure. Yeah, surprising you get caught there, though. Rare misplay on the main stage when it comes to the BKB TPs. Finally get the punish.
I guess he just thought that there was a chance that JT was nearby or something and wanted to get that little separation first, but ends up getting punished for it. This is now a smoke up again from IG as they're going to run down that mid lane. Aegis in hand for another 3 minutes. They want to get active. Looking for an opening with that horn toss. Fly, eaten away, ward down, jump right at the start. Old 11's there, they're going to go for the split. And going to get that lift up. Emo afterwards, DD could use a dispel.
Look at JT though.
Done. Ava toss, dead. Kaka gone. Fly there afterwards. They miss on the horn toss. BKB is out. Jump forward. Old 11 looking for a target. Wants to get him. Got him. Done. Double kill for Poyo. DY afterwards. They get a great earth spike as the respawn happens for Fly. Emo still alive here. What else do they have left in the tank? They don't have Doom available, but IG gonna respect the high ground defense.
Oh, they're trying so hard here from IG just to get that one mistake from Vici and get the punish for the Magnus, but unable to find it. Strong high ground defense here, and sure, you still have Aegis for another 2 minutes. Maybe you can go once again, but every time that misses, the game just gets harder and harder for IG, and Vici just gained more and more confidence.
And Ori, in the meantime, looking to find somebody on the bottom side that steps just a bit too far out.
Needs the help there from PYW, running in the smoke too, just to get through this Lincolns.
And
all right, freehand LSA.
There it is, starts it off, and there's the pop. Can they get the kill? Yes, indeed. Aegis down, do they have a round 2 now? It's coming back out, Fire Remnant about to expire. Oh, he gets away at the last second. It was about to expire there.
Very close, but all good. All right, so now main issue though, of course, don't have the Aegis for continuing to push the high ground. They, I guess, do have reincarnation though, right?
That's true.
So can keep pressuring that tower just with the Wraith King here, but they're actually going to try and find their opponents in the river.
Counterplay coming.
There, he's Blink and Force Staff though. This is a hard grab. They're Blink first.
A little bit separated. Who do they find? Vici supports, backing away. PYW walks back into the flare vision. And DY, just barely outside of it.
How many times in this game, you know? Old 11 getting away, now DY there too. IG been chasing ghosts for a lot of this one, and then you just have heroes staying on their side of the map and pushing out waves like Poyo in the bottom right now.
He's keeping that one pressured, yeah. Every single time one of these does not connect by IG when they make the big 5-man smoke rotations, something else falls apart there.
I mean, we can talk about the game, like, looking hard and stuff going late for IG, which it definitely does, but they also have some heroes that can still make the turning plays, right?
That's
in particular, that Magnus. So,
yeah, that's the biggest one.
yes, you'd rather win early and everything, but they're not completely doomed here.
Good blink away. Doom. BKB out. Do they have enough to bring him down? The rest of the heroes wrapping around. Old 11 tries to back out, but it won't happen. IG now looking for a bit more, but they won't be able to find it. In fact, it's just going to be a lift up for the moment, but 60 seconds, no Doom. This is a huge window for IG here. Yep. Buyback, how much is he away? 400 gold.
And they still have some creeps with them here too, so they have to go for the glyph. They're going to counter glyph as well, trying to keep this creep up as long as they can.
Oh, no bruise split available. Poyo trying to protect DY. But with Ori out on the other side of the map, he has the potential to cut those waves. And Vici will, at least for the moment, hold that high ground.
Yeah, it's, they moved into the slow game now from IG.
BKB TP out. Any hook shots? No.
Was getting pretty close though, that's for sure.
Fly TP's on back home to boot.
So we got hook shots, we have an Abyssal being worked on for Fly, we have RP. If they want to keep going for these plays in the side lanes, there is a punish, right? For these BKB TPs, it's not just going to be this free guarantee for them. This PYW also trying to find some safety here with a potential Aeon disc, much like DY. So both supports looking to try and get out of the chain stun that is available from IG, because they certainly have a lot of it, right? Pretty much everyone's got some way to control you if you count the Phoenix Egg.
Well, and for now at least, Vici back to what they've been doing before, pushing out these lanes and dodging fights whenever possible. But with Roche capable of respawning again, that's going to be about a minute and a half. We'll see how this one works out, but it's a move with 4, Poyo bottom. Ready TP in a moment's notice.
All right, they have a sentry down here for Ori pops on the smoke.
Just be careful. There's the jump in, the Hex to open. Fly afterwards, stuns up the Lion. But down low, Kaka almost dead, ends up getting the hook shot away, but not soon enough. They got the Doom on the Phoenix, and the Manta afterwards. Oh, brilliant play right now from Ori. He was able to dodge the stun, and now Turn gets all that damage out. Can he live long enough? Emo has to back away, and meanwhile, Fly just getting decimated. Up on the high ground, JT also going down. Ori just did so much in that fight, and Kaka back again. Do they have enough to kill him off afterwards? Ali also in this, trying to make something happen. Poyo and Old 11 combo together to bring down the bird again. These buybacks not enough for IG, as they're gonna lose 4.
VG, they know. And they can feel this game and how it's going, and what a fantastic fight there, especially from Old 11 jumping in there with the stun and the Doom.
God, so much damage out from that. The freaking Tiny and the Lina that whole time.
It's always the bottled DD, right?
Right.
The bottled illusion at 33 minutes making the big play. Very nice stuff there from Vici, and here it is again.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, I thought that it was looking pretty good for a moment, but when they just couldn't bring her down. Look at this, how low freaking Ori gets in that illusion.
And he bashes the illusion. Like,
yes.
That can change so much there in that engagement if he gets the right one there on that first swing. But certainly the star of the fight's got to be Old 11 with that initial stun there too. And they're just wondering there what to do on IG.
What could have been and what's to come.
JT's got to find the big plays, right? I mean, he's there, you see him. He's checking out, what do I got to do here? But this is not the frightening Magnus we've seen, right? But to be fair, he hasn't got to play near his own base. You know, you think about all those mag highlights, that's kind of where most of them are. But he's had the horn toss for a long time, and I feel like I haven't really seen the massive horn toss breaking plays that we're used to. Just playing very tight on the side of EG.
If he can pull it back here as we get towards the later stages. This one 35 minutes in, and Vici taking control of this map. It's going to be a minute until Aegis is up. Most likely the vision from this clockwork will be the big turning point if they're able to make a good fight happen for IG, and of course JT's plays.
Yeah, and that is a hard thing to even figure out right now for IG. What is a good fight for them at this point, right? It feels like it just has to be straight up a love on the Ori. Like that's the most likely scenario to me. You know, he's got Satanic, he's got BKB, but they certainly have the heroes where you could chain stun and kill him very quickly if there's not a fast response from Vici.
Well, this game, you can see the differences between them. Both mid laners doing so much damage, getting involved in the kills. A couple more deaths for Ori, but they need to be absolutely perfect here from IG to finish this one off.
And they've recognized what IG need to do on the side of Vici. So you've got Old 11 with the locked up Aeon disc, right? He's ready. Yeah. DY gonna buy it next. You have PYW working just about towards that as well too. So they know it's one big fight that IG really needs to get back in this game, like one big buyback crazy Roche fight, and they don't want to give that one burst of a hero away. And you know, as Doom, you don't really care if you're dooming people with your Aeon going, right? You just want to doom them. You just want to remove them from the engagement.
Exactly. So, will they be able to make that work? We've got the standoff across the river from each other. And Kaka and the Skeletons hanging out. Roche is up. Fly. Does he decide to go in?
We actually just got a late tome delivered to Emo here, too.
Okay.
So that's going to put him to 25, I believe.
DY face checks the Roche pit. Sees that it's up now.
This 25, what a timing. So 2 more Slate of Fist charges.
This is big. Fly. Trying to take this down. Smoke's going to break. We'll throw out the Cinder Brew. Moves on in here. Ori coming to join his team as they get ready for this fight around the pit. Jump forward. There's the catch from Old 11. Shiva's guard afterwards. Out. DY walking for the backline. Gets the lift up onto the Phoenix. So Brew Split has been committed at this point.
Yeah, he's pushing them back, but they're not jumping into this fight right now.
Oh, good discipline by IG to hold off for the moment. DY looks for another lift up. Has it there on the bird. And Emo gonna push out mid. As Vici smoke up, look to find an opening here. This could be huge for them. But that double slight and then the remnant away is going to keep Emo surviving.
Oh, jeez, Kaka just staying in front, trying to pop smokes. Trying to be the sacrifice here. Does not have buyback on that Clockwork, and gotta expect he's the one to make that big turnaround play.
Only a couple of them there. Yeah, he's got one opening right now. Only the Ember and the Mag have buyback on the Radiant. Jump in, Horn Toss, finds TY. He has buyback if they kill him here. He's caught up on that little cliff, and they will bring him down.
That's a cheap kill, right? You know, just Horn Toss. That's exactly what you're looking for right now. See if you can force that buyback.
Yo. They're waiting. They have that buyback ready. Looking for it. The toss back potential there. Or just have a toss up in the air. LSA afterwards. Bringing him down low. Do they have enough from Ori? Yes, they do. Now the Horn Toss catching onto Ori. See if they can do it. They have the egg in the pit, but the big jump comes out afterwards. Old 11 hoping to keep the control onto Mac. He's dead. Ori ends up falling afterwards. No buyback for that Lina. Is this the fight that IG have been waiting for? They've got Mag coming back in a few minutes here. The big RP connects there. The double kill, but do they have enough afterwards? Horn Toss, TY in trouble, but Poyo walks back in now onto Fly. Old 11 hoping to get right on top of that Wraith King, but instead they turn their sights on Emo and take him down. Triple kill for Old 11. The man, the myth, the legend, doing it all for Vici on the big stage, but they buy back on the 2 cores. Now Poyo, he's in trouble. JT gets the skewer back and away. They have vision on top of that Tiny. Old 11 looking for another jump up. Gets the hook stop, but it's not enough in the end. IG win the fight. There's still 2 buybacks left on Vici, but they might have to give up this Roche.
They had so much vision in that fight there too from IG. Even when the play was coming back at the end with Old 11, they saw him coming back trying to make a save on Poyo, but they were fully confident they were going to get the kill in time here. So IG waiting for the moment they find it. What an absolutely fantastic egg in this fight. Ollie has carried them through the majors on this Phoenix before, and just finding that perfect spot where there's just no way, right? He's abusing the cogs that were laid out there from Kaka to ensure that he was going to be safe. That Sunray's doing so much work for your team in this fight.
Unbelievably impressive showing. And of course, you talked about that 25 being done for Emo right before the start. I mean, in that fight, he did 9 sleight of fists throughout the whole course of it. And IG, they're not done yet.
Well, JT finding those plays, right? This is what you need in the late game. Doesn't matter what happens early, as long as you get the win in the end. Doesn't matter if you leave an Aegis or 2.
Well, they're up now onto the high ground, taking down these tier 3 towers and hoping to get some buybacks or maybe more out of this. Smoke up from 3. They have buyback on the Doom and the Tiny.
It's not often you see this with an 11K lead, that someone's just in your base taking these buildings.
Jump in, Hex, trying to get some separation. PYW in trouble, Aeon Disc afterwards. Lift up now onto the Doom. He didn't get that BKB off. They take down the Lion, dead for 70. Do they have that much left now? Emo turned upon. They also have the control onto Kaka. He falls. No buyback. 6 seconds. Fly. He walked into the sentry though, but Old 11 getting a little bit of separation and dead. He's coming back in a moment. They get the egg, but it's not on the high ground. They weren't able to do it. RP afterwards onto 3, but Ori is there on the outside, wanting to chase and find themselves a couple more kills. In some trouble. Fly, nowhere left to go. He too will die. 2 minutes, no buyback. Emo trying to salvage this for his team as JT also heads away. Vici Gaming respond emphatically with that one.
That was at a high cost, though, for sure, right? That was a lot in terms of losing your base. You have a buyback there on 11, which can turn to, well, a dieback in the end. Can turn into something in the next fight there, too. That'll still be there. Maybe you get Poyoyo as well. He did buy back during that mess, too. So, some dangers here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this game on a knife's edge at this point.
The scary thing is I don't want to go anywhere near their base right now with the potential for just like dead heroes for 2 minutes, you know, on the side of Vici.
Yeah.
You do not want to be the one who gets horn tossed back to the tier 4s and dies.
And we've seen that happen time and again throughout this TI. 4,000 gold lead is all that separates, but really, like you're talking about, it's those buybacks that really determine how this is going to end up going. You can see the big swing back afterwards. And the buyback only being on the Phoenix and the Clockwork for the moment. Everybody else except for Ori pretty much on the timer. He does have that aim.
This game.
Yeah.
And they could wait the 4 minutes here too, and of course they'd have a 2-minute window with it. They would actually have the buybacks on all 3 of their cores for IG, and you'll still have that 2 minutes or so where you won't have it on the Doom and the Tiny. So that's sort of the ideal scenario here for IG.
Tiny trying to get into that AC himself. Poyoyo. You can see IG playing very defensively, staying inside their base. A Daedalus done for the Ember. So he's going to be dealing out some serious damage in these fights. So he swaps that one out for the bottle.
They have so much right-click damage there too. I mean, several times you're seeing this this Wraith King empowered, has the 25% cleave talent. Mortal Strike now has the -2 second cooldown, so the swings are most certainly big. You just need a little bit of control there. And imagine that Kaka would love to have found that Aghanims this game, but just needing too many defensive items, unfortunately, because keeping the chain stun going is a bit rough for them right now. A lot of that pressure onto JT, delivering in the late game for sure. But 1 fight, 2 fights, still not enough.
He needs a lot. They need to keep it going here on IG to continue to build that momentum. And for now, at least, Vici waiting for, of course, the next Roche, but also that next big set of items with the AC done on Poyoyo. It does help to mitigate that physical damage quite significantly.
And this is the stage of the game where Dota gets a little bit weird because you have to run around as a unit a lot of the time. It's very difficult to actually separate unless you have like very good escape mechanics and like TP boots and everything. So this is where the vision really starts to suffer when you don't have dedicated vision heroes as a support player, because you can't just like flare all the way around. You can only really ward where you're following your team. So they are going for some pretty defensive wards on the side of EG, staying up on their own side, but they're going to have a very hard time figuring out what angle IG is coming from.
Right. You can see playing with not a ton of vision right now. Emo thinking about going in to start this fight onto DY. The root is there. Aeon Disc going to proc. So increasing that cooldown, definitely valuable.
And immediate D wards here. You know, they're just going to check the common spots.
That's what you want to do if you're IG. Look to suffocate Vici with the vision. And queuing up the Rapier next for Emo.
Look at this career down bottom too. It's just sitting there and waiting.
Yeah.
Just wants to finish off that refresher here for Old 11, and that will be masterful. Get the double Doom out in these fights.
I mean, double hoof stomp, double everything, BKB. It's all good.
Well, speaking of which, though, it's also done for JT. Oh, these fights are going to get mad.
I mean, it's either very simple or very complicated.
Yeah, depends how many heroes get RP'd.
And who gets
that can
doomed.
make it really easy.
Yeah. Likewise, who gets doomed.
Yep.
But bottom lane gonna get pressured in again by Vici. So IG will hold this side of the map because that Aegis got reclaimed so quickly after they picked it up. It's just this long window where if anybody steps too far forward and gets caught, could be the end of the game.
Yeah, there's just so much burst damage on both sides.
Definitely. Oh, and Ollie also going for a refresher.
Yeah, that's right. Ollie actually still not having a real saving item here. Just has the Yules, so the positioning of Ollie perhaps the most important.
Right, if he gets doomed at the start of the fight, that just changes everything.
He's just going to hope that
Emo
he dies so he can buy back.
Shows DY, walks high ground, rooted, hook shot afterwards, they find a good one. That's old 11, DY, Aeon Disc out afterwards, gonna pop the ulti and try and go in for more. Breaking the Lincolns on Emo. Now Old 11 has an opening.
That's going to send him back.
Trying to find it. Old 11 gets the catch there. On to Kaka now. Also zoning out JT, who's looking for a big jump in. Now the Ul Scepter lift up onto that Tiny. Egg is down. Fight getting very weird as they lose the Lion. What else do they have left now? Oh, gotta be careful, Fly. They throw out the stun. Toyo looking to cover. JT doesn't get the skewer back. The retreat together from Vici. They still have that buyback on the Lion if IG fully commits.
PYW is just holding on to that. Nice play from Emo. Just BKB'd and dove the backlines. Went for the big hunt there onto the Lion. And again, just utilizing that vision there too, right? Makes your fight so much easier. I feel like every time we have a team fight, the vision is just all IG. And that makes it so much easier for them to play with the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, opens up his game like crazy. And PYW, I mean, just doesn't really have a way to save with the exception of that Aeon Disc. As soon as that's down, it's over.
Has an Aesthetics now though, so there you go.
Now, Fly.
Oh man, Toyo's crazy. That's the kind of territory where you see, I mean, just like Shamil, right? Of course, he was on the Tiny as well, but like that's where the Horn Toss can just get you.
Now, and they still have a minute until those buybacks are back up. Old 11 still some amount of gold away, but he's going to regain that super fast. As almost everybody has buyback up, IG do, and by the time this Roche fight happens, I think everybody in the game will.
10 heroes maybe, you know? Can we get another one of those?
There's a chance.
I feel like this time there would be diebacks though. I think this fight might be it.
Yeah.
It's all culminating here.
Rooted. God, looking for it. Wait, he didn't Horn Toss. Toyo pops the BKB. Now the back out. Ori wrapping as well. They've got that vision on favor of IG. DY spinning in a
He's
circle.
still playing loose, this guy.
This Aeon Disc just now came back up. But they proc it, and then the runaway. Really nicely done there by Emo. So important in those fights, having that Aeon Disc done.
And that Roche, it's about to be back up here. IG gonna know right away between the flares and just leaving a Helm Creep in there. They're essentially destined every time to know first.
Yes.
But VG, it's a bit more of a question. And there it is, and Flyfly gonna go right in. They don't see any of this right now for VG.
They're in the middle,
Ember zoning them back.
DY caught. Oh, but the Hex afterwards, and then the jump in. Aeon Disc out. Do they have enough to kill him off? DY dead. Buys back immediately, and now the fight separated. Kaka goes down. 2 buybacks so far.
Old 11 is just not here. He's running.
The rest of them are nearby. They turn, they try and get the kill, and they'll get him. DYW down and dead, but that's BKB's also down. Gem on the ground, and DY will go and pick that one up.
Back in the pit, Flyfly working away at Roche.
They have to know about this.
Got some buddies helping.
This is scary times. They have that rapier done for Emo, a ton of damage ready. Looking for the opening, but DY, he gets the ulti off. Now the turn, Doom, almost throws it out there. Doesn't get it onto the Lotus Orb, but they have 2 rounds of it.
The Phoenix.
Rapier's still there, they're looking for that opening. Try to take him down, but he gets the Ul Scepter afterwards. Control, does he get the egg off? They do the other one. Now Ori ends up falling, the RP afterwards. Do they have enough? They try and kill them all off, and they will. The Rapier doing way too much damage in this fight from Emo. They had no control at all, and IG bring them all down.
Was he doomed? Because it doesn't really look like it, does it? Just keeps walking at you and swinging. And Ali, this Phoenix, excellent coverage there from JT. Can't do it by himself, but he's got a couple of friends to help out there. And yeah, that big old damage with the Rapier.
Oh, danger, refresh, and the jump in. Oh, Toyo tries to come up, Lifeline almost dead. Old 11, the Aeon Disc is proc, but Ollie on the other side tries to do it to him. The BKB out. Ori, does he have enough in the tank? The Hex is there on the Flyfly, but the real damage dealer is going to be the Ember up on the high ground. Old 11 pulled back in, brought down dead.
He's gone.
No buyback, 2 minutes. Aegis is down. They get it. It's snapped by Toyo, but is it enough? It might just kill him twice. JT on the side, the right click's coming in from that Tiny. He is so large and hard to kill. Ollie again, caught, broken, one more punch. It's not enough. There's gonna be the lift up again. Ori tries to turn now on to JT, but his infant, there's no vision. They don't have it. So much healing out from this Phoenix. Ollie eventually will go down, but it comes at the cost. As the Ori is the only one left now. Toyo comes back alive though. LSA off the mark. Ollie turns, blows him up. Look at the Daedalus. Crit comes out as Toyo wants to salvage. It's a triple kill for the Tiny, but he's all left alone. Nobody left on his team. Toyo eventually 2 will fall. Emo didn't go down in that fight one little bit.
Balance.
I don't even understand how many slices he just did in that engagement. That was unbelievable from Emo. What a play from IG, from losing and leaving an Aegis.
Who needs it?
I told you, they were fine. They were never concerned.
Unreal.
They played that last fight so well. I mean, you can honestly just go back and only watch Emo through that fight, and it was absolutely thrilling the way he just like spaced perfectly the entire time through that engagement. Remember, we're dealing with a double Doom, and it didn't feel like it, right?
No.
Early game felt like Old Eleven was hitting everything. Late game, things just switched. The 3 from IG there, JT doing a fantastic job of controlling the match in the late game. Really come online with that Magnus and proving once again why the hero is looking really strong.
And I mean, we said the fights in the end, they can either get really simple or really complicated. It was a little bit of both. The real simple thing was that when you have a Rapier Ember with all those slights, if the fights just keep on going, eventually it's going to fall apart.
I mean, you pretty much had everything you could ask for at the end of that, right? Everyone had their Aeon disc. I mean, we're missing a few of the items on the sports, I suppose, like those big ticket ones, but it's all there. It's all available, and it comes down to just like who's seeing everything, who's getting the big plays. And honestly, I really do think that Vision played such a massive part in this game. Every time I look, it just feels like IG see it all in the fight, and that's why Emo can play like that. And again, like using Ollie with this Phoenix, they've proven it time and time again. We always talk about Kaka and the Lion and how good he is and everything, because he covers that egg so well. He looks like so masterful all the time. But then JT saving that egg with the RP, amazing stuff.
Amazing plays, and a lot more amazing action to come after this. Going to head now back to the panel.
Thank you so much, guys. You look absolutely gorgeous today, by the way. But we've got to talk about things getting slightly ugly in the kind of the first half of that game between Vici and IG. Because every TI, there's a whoops moment, isn't there? And we've kind of been waiting for that one to come along. So I think maybe we should relive it in all its glory right now. Hopefully. I think we're still feeling slightly awkward about it, to be perfectly honest with you. Do you want to introduce?
I wanted to actually.
Yeah, I was like, are you just looking at me? Am I supposed to?
Is Kyle the team?
Yeah, I was looking for you to pluck that one out. I know you like to be the bearer of bad news, Kyle, for IG. I mean, IG won. It's just momentarily it looked like they might not because they won a Roche fight. And then, well, you can see for yourselves what happened.
It looked like Ember was going to take it.
Yeah, he made a spot.
Sometimes you just leave an item on the ground, right, Kyle?
Yeah, I thought Frankie was about to slam Kyle for sure. Kyle has had an ups moment. He's been one of those on the stage.
Yeah, okay, look. Dropping something is different, okay?
Okay.
I had done that previous times. I tried to pick it up.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't just forget.
It was just unfortunate timing. Yeah.
At least you didn't deny it. There were times when some players, if you remember, denied the Aegis as well. This time around, it's a gift. It's a gift to your enemy.
But I just, like, how crazy, because realistically, right, this is Ember's Aegis.
The ground?
Like, this is his item. Emo should have taken it and somehow plays this phenomenal game anyway. How does that not break you?
It's insane. It feels like IG and Emo are a team that they thrive under pressure. And this Aegis, this giveaway, actually helped them in a way. The top fight that came afterwards, that came after this Aegis being stolen by Old 11 was horrible for them. I thought that their whole game plan was broken. And it truly was. You could listen to their coach. He said their team is extremely greedy. This is going to be easy. It's not easy if you give them that Aegis, if you hand it over.
Yeah.
I just want to say how nice Lizard is on the desk. He's just like, yeah, them like not picking up the Aegis, that actually helped them win the match. Me asking stupid questions on the desk, he makes me feel better about them by trying to, give me an out. This man is too nice potentially for Dota 2, but we're very grateful to have you here because IG potentially did look a bit shaky, actually, even before they forgot the Aegis in the first part of that game. I mean, Purge, was that something that you picked up on?
The early part, they looked pretty confident. Once they got the Roche, then things got a little shakier because they had to play more passively. So, and there was a big net worth advantage on the Vici gaming side for a long time after that. It took a while. It kept getting bigger and bigger, and all of a sudden they finally won some good fights. I think the one thing that IG did really well that game was that my almost entire memory of that game is like in the middle of the map somewhere. They didn't take fights near their base, and that means that Vici gaming didn't get to abuse the extreme power of Tiny. So the game went really long, much longer than it should have been, but they eventually come back and make it work.
But Kyle, you weren't 100% convinced by the laning phase from IG.
I mean, you get to a point where you see a Doom draft which has all 3 cores at the top of the net worth, like you're going to be a little spooked. But I think that the Mag Wraith King and really just Emo's play, like at the end of the day, IG's triple core is just strong, especially when you get so late into the game that you've got heroes at level 30. Like at that point, it's, you know, as Dendy's always said, like it's not, there's no thinking anymore. It's not Dota, it's just chaos.
I mean, Emo absolutely caused chaos on that match, but in that game, I should say. The match is not done and dusted just yet, my friends. Carl, what did you make of the way that Emo was building his kit out?
Oh, well, he bought a Blink Dagger, which is something that you would typically have done historically, but you just don't buy Blink anymore, right? It was a Maelstrom early, which disappeared. We were trying to figure out what happened. We believe he sold it to finish Scotty for the big Roche fight, but I think his usage of buyback, like specifically all-inning for the Rapier, before that critical team fight where they take the win at level 30, his Remnant usage, like the way he's just killing Lion every single team fight, like I can't believe he's able to do that.
It also forced Vici Gaming into itemizing in a different way. Well, Aeon Disc, it's been popular for a year, then it fell off a little bit after the nerfs, but they had to get it. Multiple heroes on the side of Vici Gaming got it. But when you think about Vici Gaming and the Brewmaster, this hero actually was one of the top contested picks as a position 5 at the beginning of Season 1 in the Chinese region. It fell out of favor, teams figured it out, and it's very interesting to see Vici Gaming go back to their biggest comfort zone at the main stage.
It was okay in the early mid-game, but in those later stages of the games, it definitely just doesn't feel nearly as good, because as a support, you're less likely to get the Ags.
You're ulti, right? And that's it.
You can't hit this like really powerful like 30-minute time where you've got Ags, and maybe if you're doing greater refresher, then you get 4 splits. That's like oppressive. So it just doesn't feel as good, in my opinion, that late game.
I think it's also a bit rough against Phoenix, because typically, you know, you pop split and you don't want to fight into this draft anymore, but IG can just use Egg. And especially after the shard, like you don't really want to be in that area any longer, no matter what your supports are doing. So in general, it's just a really kind of classic game of Dota with a, like I can't believe they left Aegis in the pit. Like that you just shouldn't. How do you do that? They smoked out. Like they just forgot. They were making a move as if they had it, and there's like a global notification that this person has the Aegis.
Old 11 got the email, got the memo. He jumped in, he snatched it.
With that said, I think the one player we're forgetting though is Kaka on Clockwork. I feel like he was the guy that held those like mid games together. He got that crucial Lina TP interrupt on the top lane. He forced her BKB. It just felt like every time I'm watching, I just see Clockwork going somebody consistently, and a lot of times he would get out just barely. I think he had an amazing Clockwork performance, and that's the reason they were able to like keep the game going for long enough to make those really good plays later.
Last pick, you got it.
I do think it's fair to say that we can't count Vici Gaming out just yet, because it did seem like, especially in the latter half of that game, it could have been anyone's. And also, we have seen Vici now lose their first game, like for example against T1, and come back fighting and come back strong. And actually, although IG came into the main stage as the top seed, Vici don't seem to look far behind them, if behind at all, really.
100% not. In the last 2 majors, the series that they had, one was a wash 2-0, the other went all the way, and I believe we might see Game 3 here as well. Vici Gaming is looking solid. Ori is beasting. Throughout the seasons, he's had some problems. He didn't look his best. DY and PYW had to come in, rescue him. I think it's a different situation right now.
You're
disagreeing, aren't you? Just dropped ha on the TI main stage in a lower bracket elimination final, then lost the game. The enemy team forgot the Aegis, you all chat them, and then lose the game.
It's funny, you didn't BM. It's just funny.
It is funny.
It's also hilarious that as he blinks into the pit, he breaks their move. He breaks the smoke, and he gets away. He TPs out.
And on top of that, I think he also played amazing on the Lina. There was some moments there where he was like melee range versus like these super terrifying heroes, and he actually just stayed alive. Like he actually had a really good performance as a whole. They just didn't win the game, so we're not talking about him as much.
But we do want to see another 2 games from this matchup, surely.
It'd be good. That was a really good match.
Yeah.
Love to see 2 more.
Awesome. Okay. Well, hopefully we're going to see 2 more. But right now, I'm wondering if we can actually hear some words from the captains themselves. So let's first of all check in with IG.
Team IG's road to TI10 started with a bang, winning the grand finals in the Singapore Major in March. With Kaka, they're led by an experienced captain, one who has played in 10 majors and 5 internationals. After reaching 2nd place in TI7, he's now heading to TI10 with a unique perspective and a roster of new teammates benefiting from that experience.
Somebody just walked back up to him, and over the Hex, Emo's able to set up onto crit. The Hex into the stun. A question
mark in the old chat. All right, I love that. GG, GG's called. He was just standing there. All right.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, spicing it up a little bit.
那转眼间过了5年之后，现在称呼你一声卡师傅或者是老将也不过分，而队里也有比较多的年轻的选手。那你现在再和大家一起去冲击 TI， 跟以往会有什么样的心理上的变化吗？还是你觉得，我卡卡依然是一个非常年轻、有冲劲的年轻选手？
我觉得我个人感觉就是我跟什么队友区别不大吧。我觉得跟自己心态可能有点，心态上会有点变化吧。因为我觉得我之前。TI 打的就是有时候我会打的感觉，就我现在看啊，就感觉之前打的可能想的东西太少了。然后现在我觉得就是我的思维格局会更大一点，就包括就是不止于我自己的位置，我会去说一些就别的位置，然后该怎么去运营，然后该怎么去打团之类的。就现在我觉得这种思路会更宽大一点，因为我觉得之前打的太偏个人了，然后偏的打的有时候也会。看起来就没那么有章法吧。
It's been a season of high highs and low lows, ending with a tough performance in June's Anna Major when the wildcard round sent IG home before they could even see the main stage.
然后，有别的队伍在聊到你们的时候，或者是有一些观众在聊到你们的时候，认为你们是有隐藏实力，或者说不一定是刻意的隐藏，但是可能就是主观上没有那么大的强的动力，导致你们没有打出特别好的状态。你们会自己怎么来评价自己在Arena Major 的一个表现
？Arena Major 就是我们也没有隐藏实力吧，就是我们就是5号位不在嘛，然后就是我们教练上会在那个线上的时候，有时候会出一些小问题。我团战其实还是蛮好的，就是我们线上出的问题会比较大，所以打的没有特别好，但也没有隐藏实力啊，我们也是在认真打的。
所以其实就是人员不整，其实是成绩波动最大的原因，和主观能动性关系不大。
对的。然后我觉得外卡赛队伍也是非常强吧。然后打比赛，我觉得更看一个状态，就是谁状态好，谁就能赢，这样。
你可以想象一下，现在登上 TI 的舞台要出场了，然后这个时候播放的是你们的采访片，这个时候屏幕里的卡卡说一句话，
用一句一毛大神的话，就是让我们来看看谁才是真的 TI 冠军吧。
Well, Kaká will be relieved that he's got 2 more chances to lead his team to victory here on the main stage, but maybe they're going to do it in 2. One of the things about Invictus Gaming coming into this event, well, they were one of the teams that like to play the fastest and finish first, but sometimes it seems like, especially in the recent matches, Secret, for example, and just now, they may be playing a little bit more conservatively, or is that just me?
Hard to say what's going on in their heads, to be honest. I think especially when you go up against a squad you have so much experience against, you're going to just stick to your comfort zones. That's why, again, like the decision from Emo to like buy Rapier, no buyback, like he just didn't have gold for it, right? He's all inning is such a cool idea. And I think that ultimately is what separates the teams that we see on Championship Sunday from those that we don't, is that you play to win the game instead of playing,
to survive,
fearful.
Right, conservatively.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the reason that Secret was able to take that second game and therefore the series in the upper bracket earlier this week was because IG just played too defensively?
I would say that Secret went into game 1 like ready to know what was going to happen in the draft. They knew there was going to be a Lina, and they drafted a really cohesive strategy that heavily countered it, and they executed it really well. And that put Lina so far behind that she didn't even have a chance. So game 1 was like a wash as far as I'm concerned. I just felt like Secret was ready totally with the trap.
And it's very difficult and scary to play against Puppy when he's had time to dissect your strategies and pick the right heroes. And that's the vengeful that Purge is talking about. Against that Lina, they just never had a chance.
One of the joys of the match at T1 versus Vici yesterday were the support battles. DY and MPYW, are they kind of a key winning condition, Kyle, for Vici?
Hard to say. I actually kind of look at old 11. I felt like he had a bit of an off performance. The supports to me are always showing up. Like, yeah, when PY, like the thing is, they don't have bad games, right? You can count on the Vici support duo. The question is, will the cores have that same consistency of excellence?
So in other words, yeah, it's on the cores. The support duo, they're the backbone of this team, as you would hope them to be. It's just, are we going to see our carry show up?
So for me, when it comes to Vici Gaming, Old 11 is one of those extremely hit or miss, very high highs, sometimes low lows kind of a player types. He can carry the game for you, definitely, on correct heroes. I completely agree, however, at the same time, about the PYW and DY, what I'm looking in this game as well, again, is Ori. For me, he is in the spotlight. How he performs on that mid lane is make it or break it. Sometimes PYW and DY are too busy helping him out on that mid lane. We've seen that through the group stages as well, to actually dominate the side lanes. First game, that wasn't a problem. We'll see in the next one.
So how are you expecting... well, actually, you know, I'm interested to know how you see Ori matching up to other mid laners at this event. Lizard, I'll stick with you.
I really think that when Ori is on his top level, he matches up evenly against any other mid laner that there is. If you guys remember the Star Leader Minor into the Stockholm Major, into the Epicenter Major, the team, Vici Gaming, he was back then with them as well. He was dominating mid lane. Something happened to him during the seasons. It just wasn't the same Ori.
Yeah, I think it was last TI, right? He's playing, was it Viper mid or Huskar mid against Viper, and he wins the lane, like solo kills his opponent. Like, this is the sort of thing you would expect from Ori. And this is the kind of matchup you want him to dominate.
Well, we are ready to go into game number 2. Can IG do it, or will we go to a third?
Vici Gaming versus Invictus Gaming. Game 2.
Draft number 2 about to begin, and we're hoping to see a stronger draft or stronger game from Vici.
I think it's going to come down to gameplay. I think they had all the tools they needed. They got to the portion of the game that they wanted to get to. IG kind of handed them that portion of the game, honestly.
Would you agree?
I would say so. It's just that IG outfought and out-executed them, for sure.
So
And
then how do you beat that? How do you beat that execution?
I think just play to your strengths and maybe not Lina.
I was going to say maybe not Lina, because Lina is a mid laner that has to win the lane. That's why people pick her. She snowballs off of that momentum in farm as well as the kill potential on the map. And we saw Lina against Ember. I'm pretty sure slightly Lina favored, and Emo was winning that pretty much from level 1. And then his impact in the late game was just, I'd say, a few levels above that of Ori.
Absolutely. It was a big surprise that Lina didn't do as well as we thought she would on lane, but I guess we didn't even touch up on that Clockwork pick. It felt like it did do a lot, too, in setting up the fights and
It's the
jumping on those
chaos
backline
factor
supports.
with Magnus. Once somebody throws a wrench in the equation, your positioning falters, and the RP just becomes that much more powerful. We're not going to see that this game, though. Thank you. I was really hoping one of the teams would ban out Magnus, as I've seen enough of that.
Yeah, I was surprised they banned out Mars over the Magnus last game. I asked you, and you were like, I don't know why. There we go. And now they start out with picks that we saw very prominent in the group stage, and that they've still been picking, which is Snapfire, Monkey King. How's this open?
Well, to start with, I just think it's very interesting how highly IG value Phoenix, because I don't think we've seen another team place such high priority on this hero.
True.
And if you think back to Singapore, they actually just won with this hero in almost every game in the finals too. So not only is it a comfort pick for them, but it's a really creative way to approach the more durable tinies of this meta. So it's nice to see a different team with a different style of taking on.
Seems like a nice alternative to IO, right? Because it doesn't get punished by the AoE. Like, it is a heal support that you're scary to go on those beefy frontline cores because of that Sunray. But instead of having to be tethered right next to him, getting caught by these RPs, these disruptor ultis, you're back at a safe distance. And you also draw a lot of attention to yourself with the egg.
Absolutely, and don't underestimate the value of early points in Sunray, especially if you have a spirit player like Emo on your team who is always going for kills and always going for fights. Suddenly you go up in value as a Phoenix just because of the damage that you can provide something like a spirit hero, right? But of course the approach that Vici take to this Phoenix are the Snapfire, just probably the best counter in the game. You just press a little shredder and right-click the egg and it dies. Of course there are play-arounds to it, but it makes sense that it was picked here. Monkey King, we've talked about the vision that he provides and how useful it is and his flexibility before, so I don't know if we want to touch on that a little bit more, but the only other thing to comment about in this opener is the stuns are not really instant. There's Boundless Strike for the Storm Spirit, but that's about it, and it's dodgeable, like, if the Storm sees it coming.
IG definitely saw this opening coming, as they've picked Monkey King on the side of Vici pretty much any time it's been left in the pool. I see it out of their 8 main event games. They've first rounded it 5 times. And also, the fact that JT is such a well-known Mars player for IG, the fact that they passed up on the Phoenix-Mars combo says a lot about how highly they prioritize this Storm Spirit, that long-range catch. It's nice for the tree destruction on top of the Mars. Both heroes will catch that Monkey King, but I think it's the fact that the Snapfire, you can either prevent her from hitting the egg with Arena, or you can just jump her with the Storm. So I think that's going to be a big part of their team fights.
That's a really good point, because if you look at these two supports, Storm should not struggle in killing them, or they shouldn't pose much kill threat to him. Also, if you want to think about Storm's gameplay in around the early mid game, these two are not going to be much of a threat in terms of just like smoking mid and killing him the way that Vici like to play, because PYW and DY, they're known for their catapult rotations. So I don't think Storm should have too much of an issue here in that regard. Also, one more thing to note about IG's Storm Spirit is they're so confident in first phasing it for Emo. They do it whenever they can. He has absolutely no fear when it comes to Storm.
I also know that Emo has a special build that he likes to build on Storm, exclusive to him. What's the strength of that?
He actually, well, I think slowing is a pretty broken item and underrated, honestly. And Emo was the one who kind of brought it back on Storm Spirit, because 4 months ago, he was building it in every game. You could see it in I-League, you could see it at OGA. And I think a lot of other mid players picked up on it, because now if you just open any top live game, you will see Storm Spirits as slowing. But it's just very cheap. It gives you extra tankability and just the mana that Storm needs.
It's also the fact that you get so many bottle charges in the mid lane now. That makes Storm's game incredibly reliable, and Soaring as an item doesn't increase his max mana pool, so you're effectively getting way more out of your bottle than you would with say something like Mana Boots or Kaya. So not only are you getting the extra mana from the Soaring, but you're also increasing the efficiency of your other items. And we see Earthshaker. That gives them the instant stun that they needed in team fights. Monkey King's Boundless is okay, but Snapfire's abilities are relatively clunky in order to land on a spirit mobile hero like Storm. And now I would imagine some save disruption, like Silencer, to break up this combo that Vici's representing.
That could be quite good. And now that there's an instant stun in Echo Slam or Fisher from a distance, suddenly the chain stun potential of a cookie is so much higher. So the Storm Spirit that looked good with just the first two now looks like he can be threatened by the heroes on Vici's side.
This is a reverse from game 1, am I wrong?
Yep.
IG let Vici have Lion Doom. They just complement each other so well, but as opposed to going for the Wraith King, they go for the Morphling because they have the Shaker combo. I think they were calculating that, because Doom and Lion on paper are pretty good against Morphling. It's really hard to play without Lincoln's and BKB, and you also need the Ags. So there's a lot of items that he needs on the Morphling, but I just don't know if he's going to be able to get there.
So you don't think Morphshaker is enough to power through this?
It's the be-all, end-all. If they get to that point in the game, their stuns will be insanely overwhelming. Storm will get bursted, they will get locked down, but he can't play, like, it doesn't matter how many stuns you have in your abilities if you can't cast them. And Doom, Lion are just so good at preventing Morphling from doing so. So he's going to need the Lincoln's BKB Ags, maybe like a Scotty, in order to operate these fights.
So there is going to be a timing in this game for Morph Shaker where they're actually much stronger than IG if they don't get overwhelmed at any point in the game. And yes, like Morph is under threat with the instant disable by way of Hex from the Lion. But if you look at these backline supports in Phoenix and Lion, they're going to get blown up by this Shaker-Morph combination. So I think IG really needs to pick a more tempo hero, because Doom, while he is very strong, you know that the team's going to play a bit of a slower game when they have a Doom, because typically they will build the Midas and they will farm a little bit more, and they don't necessarily rotate with every Doom initially.
For the last picks, I'd like to ask you first, BSJ. What are we looking for? What do we need to fix here for Vici's draft? What could complement the Morphling Shaker enough?
Just a momentum mid-game hero. You need this 8 to 20 minute mark to not be game losing for you. You need to not let IG snowball the kill potential that they have. They want on the side of IG to get 1 or 2 pickoffs with Finger and Doom, and then sit back and fire for 2 or 3 minutes, and then go again. And that can be crucial to just blowing the game wide open in this mid-game portion. And because Morphling Shaker, that's where it's most fragile. That's the kind of hero I'm looking for. So I want to see a mid lane matchup that's in his favor. But we kind of talked about that last series or last game. It felt like Emo was the better mid laner.
Absolutely, and you can see that IG actually thought the same way that BSJ just did, because look what they ban out. They ban out the Puck, who's a momentum mid laner, and the SF. And they actually had great success with the SF yesterday, so it's interesting to see respect placed on that hero that we really haven't seen that much during this tournament. And I suppose it would have had a lot of synergy with the Snapfire, and it would have just given them Roche, which is kind of awkward for them at the moment. So the Dragon Knight also fits the bill, so I think the bans on IG's side cover it quite well.
So you're looking for also a consistent mid laner, because you've been talking about Ori, he just needs to be able to do decently in that mid lane. SF and DK kind of fit that bill.
Yeah.
Are there any other heroes you can think of that fit that as well? Against Storm as well.
Against the Storm. Well, what's left in the pool right now?
Well, we got like an IG's pick first.
Well,
All right, sure.
I think they might just go Void Spirit here.
Okay.
But Ori has, I don't want to call any specific player out, but Ori has been underperforming on his Spirit heroes compared to the other ones in this tournament. So it feels like they're shying away from them a little bit, which could explain why they wanted to go for that laner draft.
I would love to see Spectre or TB for IG. Spectre makes their teamfight execution way better. The chaos against combos is always nice, and then TB's just, he's not the best individually against Morphling, but they needed a lot of tower hitting and a lot of wave clear, so they go for the Spectre. They either could play for the team fights or play for the map navigation. The TB would have been better for lanes, but Spectre just makes these single target heroes like Lion. If you see a Lion walking through a ward with the line that they have so far, it wasn't all that scary unless Storm was nearby, but now every single hero on the side of IG represents solo kill threat as long as that Ags on Spectre comes out.
Yep, BSJ the Prophet. And just to add on a couple of points to this, Spectre is one of the best carries in the game versus Blink Dagger initiators, just because you press Haunt and she just stops it. So that makes the Shaker pick go down a little bit in value, and also she can scout out the Monkey King in the trees.
Might be a Lesh game, maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but it's also one of Fly's like signature, right? We always talk about he wants to carry the game, but also wants a team fight. Spectre does exactly that. TB, much more of a farming-oriented hero. But yeah, I actually like the Leshrac pick. I was thinking the same thing.
Lesh or TA, something like that.
But Lesh against Spectre is really bad, though, is the problem.
Yeah.
I think Leshrac would die a lot here. There's not really any kind of synergy or hero to save him. If he gets jumped on by the Storm, followed up by Haunt, he's just dead.
Yeah,
so I don't want to see that hero particularly. The thing is, it looks like they should go for Void Spirit, but not only has Ori been not doing too hot on it, they might lack some damage in the early mid-game if they do go for Void here. So they're taking their time thinking about this one.
We're seeing they're taking their time here. Partially, perhaps they are considering the idea that like we need a consistent mid laner as well, something that can't go badly, but also a tempo. It doesn't feel like there's anything that really fits this bill for them just yet.
You need something that makes early moves, and the only reason I mentioned Lesh, it's not the best for a Spectre, but you need a tower hitter as well. Like Morphling can't reliably building siege for a long time.
Is DP possible here?
Yeah, DP. Actually, yeah, I like that a lot. Against the Storm, it's a good matchup.
That's a good suggestion.
Yeah, they go for the
Let's
Lesh.
go Lesh.
It's bad against Spectre later on. If he dies once or twice in the early game, I think Ori's in for some trouble. They have a lot of burst, but if he can get to like the Sanj and Kaya, Eternal Shroud, sustain through the Doom, if he's got his ultimate on, they could absolutely buy enough time for this Morphling Shaker combo to come online.
I will agree to that, but just to reiterate a little bit, I think that a good Storm jump with a Lion follow-up in the early game should be a very easy, or a Spectre follow-up later on should be a very easy dead Lusher.
For IG, what are the strengths that we're seeing from them in this draft?
They have really good scaling, and if it gets to a certain point in the mid-game where Doom has his BKB and Spectre has her Ags and whatever items she chooses to go after, they should overwhelm them in team fights.
You think it's going to be an Ags, like the Ags hunting Spectre game as well?
I do think so, because she's playing with Storm in lane.
Well, we're going to have to hear from the coaches themselves, as this time Sir Action Slacks has met up with Vichi's coach Fenrir to ask him about their draft.
Thank you very much. We're about to head into it, so I'll make it quick. We talked to Super last time. He said that you guys had a greedy draft. This time I'm interested what you think about theirs.
上一把 Super 说你们的阵容非常贪心，这一把你觉得他们阵容怎么样？
阵容怎么说呢？阵容是贪心了嘛，但是也有赢面嘛。 只能说适合我们吧。
你觉得他们阵容怎么样？那你觉得他们阵容怎么样？
他们的阵容选的跟我们想的差不多吧，但是这一盘阵容可能他们选的会比较好一点。
Well, last game I didn't think our lineup. I know that my lineup was greedy, but I think that we could have won. However, this game, I think that they had the better pick.
All right, fantastic. Well, we'll go ahead and jump into the game and see if that's accurate. Let's throw it over to our fantastic casters, Trent and Lyrical.
Oh, thank you so much, Slacks. Yes, always great to get the little bit of the interview before we go into the game. It felt like he had the better picks. That's not something we normally hear from the coaches at the exit.
I feel like he's trying to pit them against each other here. Like, eventually, I don't know, if we don't settle things down here, you might get them just play a 1v1.
I like that idea a lot, but let's get into the game right now.
I think I'm taking Super in that.
You would?
Yeah. He's got it.
That's fair enough. Support players, though, right?
Yeah.
That's the way it goes. But we're already into the game now. As you can see, both teams heading out across the map. None of those big 5-man smoke-up movements that we've been seeing pretty consistently. But IG is all sitting right in the river by the Tier 1 tower and going to try and get some vision down. See if they get any of those early D wards. So, Morph Shaker. That feels like it's sort of the thing that we need to address, right? Do we have what it takes to get to that unstoppable phase that we've seen from them?
I will tell you who addressed it, and that was IG, because they saw the Shaker, and they went, okay, well, they could morph Shaker after this, so why don't we just take, like, Doom and Lion so they don't morph Shaker, and then they morph Shaker, and they're like, oh, cool. So you have Hex, you have Doom. I mean, you know that they're playing for basically this single hero overwhelming you at some point in the game, and they have excellent abilities versus that sort of a strategy.
Well, we're going to see here the bounty runes picked up. 2 for IG as Vici are going to head back to their side and also pick up a couple of them. Yeah, it's going to be something interesting to watch for. And of course, you know, as Effie was talking about, there's that potential to blow up the Lesh later on when you have either that Storm jump or the Spectre jump later on, and just a heck of a lot of things. So it's going to be a tough one for Ori and needing to build into a lot of survivability items as this game goes later.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by the Lesh pick, because I thought they listed some really good reasons why it was a very risky one to go for here from Ori. I thought maybe they'd lean back to one of the Spirits or like the Kunkka or just something that was a little bit more, I don't know, like
survivable.
Two-dimensional, yeah, survivable, and that's great. I almost feel like they actually want to up their tempo a little bit, just like maybe bring in the Morph a little bit more, maybe not play so hard towards the Morph Shaker and just try and play this out, because I really think just going like all in on Morphling seems very dangerous this game.
Yeah. Going all in on any hero when you have a Doom is pretty scary, as early on, Emo 3-1, Lesh 2-0. Emo getting the better of him. I think that we saw a stat from the stats group that we're in that it was the most damage done by a hero at least throughout the entire tournament by his Ember Spirit, and maybe potentially one of the ones of all time as well. He was absolutely shredded on that physical damage Ember build.
Yeah, when those fights get later in the game and the talents start coming out, get a couple of those engagements in and you can start topping some charts. So I'm sure he's feeling great coming into this game, and now moving from the Ember to the Storm. So a bit different, a little bit more pressure on the actual initiations and follow-ups for the Ember Spirit, whereas Ember, he definitely moved into more of a like dancing around the map and the team fight sort of game. But I do think there were some good answers here from Vici in this draft. I think that consistently, again, the theme of vision just seemed like a serious problem for Vici in the last match, and so just kicking things off with the Monkey King, already making things a bit better. But I really think that IG, you know, like they go back for that Spectre at the end, and it makes your fights so much easier to play when you have that Haunt. So to me, Vici taking fights during Haunt is going to be a serious problem last match, and so just kicking things off with the Monkey King, already making things a bit better. But I really think that IG, you know, like they go back for that Spectre at the end, and it makes your fights so much easier to play when you have that Haunt. So to me, Vici taking fights during Haunt is going to be a serious problem.
Fissure comes out right there. Ollie not going to get clapped by that Boundless Strike, so we'll be able to get out of there the last second. Yeah, I think that the lack of Clockwork is going to be a big win, most likely the vision that he provided. And of course, like you mentioned, the Haunt, if you do go for it, gives you that full reveal of everybody, but it's a pretty big commitment if there's not an opening for a fight afterwards. We'll see if Lifefly can continue his impressive spree so far.
It is ridiculous, though, that you have Haunt, and then you have, like, it gives Storm the Zip, it gives Lion the Blink Hex, and it gives Doom the Blink Stomp Doom.
Yeah, it's everything.
It is so fight-winning if they catch a Haunt near your team.
In the meantime, at the same time, we're seeing the Snapfire on DY potentially a good amount of damage that can come out. Is Kaka actually going to get ran at? Cookie afterwards changes target, switches over to JT, and with the rundown, that's enough for first blood. Not bad from Poyo.
Nice, very well done. Very, very cool. You know, they're just like checking out the spells, watching the mana pools, and saying, okay, now we found our chance to go, right? Now up top, PYW wanted to finish what he started before. Missed the previous boundless, and even this time, not able to get the finish.
But look across the lanes right now. They're crushing it across all three for Vici.
And that's part of what that pressure does, right? Driving back Ollie, giving more freedom to Old 11 right there with the 1-1-1 at level 3. Has quite a few tools here in the lane.
So far, so good for Vici, who so often I feel like have been sort of identified by their potential and consistent desire to go into the later stages of the game. But if you got out to a hot start like this, it could be really solid for them. Changing things up a little bit here in this game number 2.
Yeah, Lesh, one of the best heroes to have, of course, in those situations, since you can take the objective so easily. So, Vici, there's no reason they need to sit back, you know? Like, we talk about this, like, eventual timing with the Morph and the Shaker. You don't want to panic too hard and just play for that and not try and grow your advantage if you get one out of this laning stage. But in the river there, DY caught, but a very tanky hero, so it's not going to amount to very much.
Yeah. Kaka gonna zone him back a little bit afterwards, after taking that water rune. And at least for now, JT not really able to put that much pressure onto that Morph lane. It's gonna be something that we see a little bit later on in this game. And depending upon what build the Morph goes for as well. D-Ward there and blocking out the camp, so there won't be any side pull action either. Nice from DY.
Just a very relaxed laning stage here, right? You know, it's TI. Sometimes you leave an Aegis behind or something. Everyone's just sort of getting zen and focused here. Simultaneous in the top lane as well. They're jumping out of Fly. Got a lot of damage.
Big one. Spectre in some trouble. Ends up going down. Old 11 picks up the kill. So only 11 last hits at this point for that Spectre. Fly is not having a great time.
Yeah, and it's not like it's a mystery that they're going to be trying to pick up this Phoenix for Ollie too, so it feels like maybe trying to find some sort of a solution in that laning stage here, right? With the way the TYW is playing this for Monkey King, just putting the pressure on, forcing him off from the wave there, and trying to punish one of the weaker parts of the game from a Phoenix.
Well, this is exactly what they were hoping to do on Vici. TYW starting to rotate towards this mid lane. Obviously, the 6-minute mark is incredibly important for rune potential, but having just hit level 6 on the Storm, this is going to be a tough kill if they try and go for it. Boundless Strike into the stun. Do they have enough, though? The zip comes afterwards. Emo actually sticks around for a second.
Needs some lashes.
And getting the tower hits also onto PYW. Dude, Emo is not afraid in a little bit.
He actually just got all of those.
And turn now onto DY. Gets the kill. Not bad for JT.
But as you said, like, yeah, you don't get the kill because he's level 6, but it's still a lot of pressure. And of course, we're moving on to 6 minutes now. So moving to that top rune, TYW going to battle out with Ollie, but Kaka has to come and get the coverage on the bottom lane. Unfortunately for them, though, it is top. So unable to give it to the Lesh, unfortunately, but DY is going to put the TP in after that death in the bottom lane. Come fill up his mid's bottle.
Yeah. So a slight lead all across the lanes. The main one that's hurting right now is Fly. And obviously without a Magnus or anything, there's no catch-up potential necessarily.
Man, that is rough. They've done an amazing job in this top lane.
Yeah. Yeah, really putting that pressure on. Zemo farming in the jungle, no bottle, and is going to have to walk home after clearing out that stack.
Yeah, and Fly, you know, on the Spectre, not the hero you really want to be heading to the jungle to on the earlier end, right? You cross your fingers to the chip vest at this point, hoping for a comeback mechanic. And look at Old 11 just feeling so confident, dragging the wave with them too. Just like, yeah, you want to turn and fight me? I'm level 6.
Yeah, he's got that Echo ready. If anybody shows up, they get blown up. And Fly will get a couple of these CS here. This is on the catapult, but regardless, not where the Fly Spectre wants to be, but these other heroes having an okay time.
Oh, look at this. TPing top lane now from Emo, the turnaround play.
This is big. 11 pulled back in, has that Echo still available, wants to drop it. Hits there onto 2, but it's not enough. That's a bait.
Every time. Every Earthshaker. You know, you gotta know, you have that feeling when you play Shaker, you're like, I know this won't kill them, but maybe this time, you know? You've tried it like 50 games in a row in that exact same scenario, but early on it just doesn't quite have the oomph.
Oh, just like that. They brought a couple heroes down bottom. We're hoping to find a pick there onto the Doom, but he headed back to the jungle, played it safe. Still Vici with a 2k gold lead at 7 minutes. They're having a nice start.
Yeah, the kill did also go to Emo, he said there, so not the biggest help for Fly to get a little bit of space on the lane, but Emo looking for some more plays towards that mid lane. There's the coverage there from PYW with the Boundless Strike, as well as DY here. This could be Kaka dead.
Oh, this would be a nice pickup. There it is, immediately into the stun, but Emo shows up, and now Kaka living a little bit longer. Won't be enough to save him, but the stun afterwards tries to turn on the Emo. Do they have enough? They're going to keep alive the Lesh for a second, but only a second longer. And as everybody else comes in from IG, VG lose 2 in the river.
How about Ori was away for a second, and then JT just comes, the music starts playing. Slays him from behind, so nice stuff there to get the coverage. All for a kill on a Lion. Obviously not very worth it there for VG.
Now these past couple moves, VG getting caught out. But still, a slight gold lead that they're hanging on to. You have to imagine if they get this kill up top, though.
All right, he's got to live, though, right? I mean, they had the obs in the jungle. Did he leave too late?
Oh, no. He was right underneath the observer ward as he tried to head away. The slowdown needs to throw out a Fissure on a Kaka, but it might be too late. No.
Barely.
Barely getting out of there. And mid lane, they find a cleanup onto Ollie and also starting to pressure this tower.
All right, so that is the price of that ward, right? Like, that's all because of that ward up near the top outpost. Because he saw the rotation coming up top, so Shaker plays tight for a little bit, then starts backing away, so they're still going to try the gank. And then, knowing this, VG say, okay, let's attack mid lane, right? Yeah. Obviously, they're rotating up top with the Storm Spirit. We can get a great trade here. And what a costly trade, too, losing that mid tower. Lashrak 3 points in the Edict, immediately comes to the bottom lane behind JT with the wraparound.
I don't even know if they see it. They know he's
here.
here.
They don't even know. He was thinking about doing some tree plays with the Edict.
Instead, they're going to back out to their own jungle, get down that good observer ward.
Dude, that ward is just killing them. It's spotting Kaka and Ollie moving through here again to that top lane.
Yeah, all those movements, giving some good vision.
And look how PYW is playing mid here too, right? With Emo being so close to Ori, PYW, not only can he be there for defensive boundless strikes, but perhaps you can even get a good aggro initiation.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of initiation. All 11. A little scared up there.
Yeah, and actually they're gonna wrap on him now.
Oh, that's a creep too far, my friend.
Yeah, this ward is very prepared for the kill. Throws out the pack. It's not even gonna be there in time. Old 11 throws the fissure. Flyfly kills him, I think with dispersion.
All right.
And now JT underneath the monkey. PYW backs out again, but you can see the tempo that VG want to play. They want to make this a little different here as they force down that bottom tier 1 tower. They're setting the tempo.
They really are. This is looking fantastic for them. Falcon Blade as well as into the early perseverance here for PoYo. So tons of sustain to stay out on the map right now as a Morphling. It can start playing a little bit solo as they want to group up around this Leshrac and push parts of the map. Meanwhile, you still have Old 11 just back up top.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep going here. I'm going to keep trying to slow down your Spectre. She's still the poorest core in the game. And you know, Flyfly just not able to get that big jungle acceleration that a lot of carries can do.
And we have a smoke up now. 3 heroes in the mid lane. They're gonna run right at that storm. Emo caught, stunned, but the heal is out. Will it be enough? Needs a little bit more, and
he went in.
God. Emo is out of his mind. He still managed to get with the Snapfire ulti. Dodging, trying to get out of it. Do they have enough? They don't have the range. And afterwards, Ollie makes the kill happen with the egg.
Looking good.
Emo
with it.
Dude is absolutely wrecking.
That was some nice plays. They were so focused on finishing off the storm, they're just dying, right? Yeah. As the other heroes rotate in, all they can cling to is that attempted kill on the enemy mid. Those are the kind of plays he's gonna make here. Not something you see too often from like a storm at this point, right? You think it was more as like the mid and late game, not so much like 11 minutes making the zips. Well done, and Storm, one of the best parts of this hero, 0 cooldowns, right? You're just ready to go again. You know, no big long ones whatsoever, so they're gonna smoke up, they're gonna lurk behind their Spectre here. Probably knowing that she's a big target on that hero, right? You know, you really want to take down the old Spec, knowing that she's the one who's being bullied. And instead, BG just go towers again.
That's right. Focus the objectives.
And there's a blink from 11. Of course.
Yeah, they're looking for this. Smoke is gonna break. Old 11, do they get the haunt right at the start? Jump through. That's 1 dead. Finger of death out. DY, oh, they catch them both. Tries to salvage something. It's not gonna be enough. The Boundless Strike won't be enough to keep alive Old 11. Is DY also gonna get ran down? 3 dead. IG just covering all their bases.
So JT tried to blink, or sorry, not JT, obviously. 11 tried to blink off to the left, and Kaka, who got the Lion this time since IG have it, manages to catch him with the Hex right there. Beautiful stuff. And then finished off there as it's, I believe JT who picked up the kill there too. So once again, we have another very rich Doom. Not the richest this game though, as that is still going to be our Morphling. Something that VG can hold on to. They're pushing these towers still, getting that done. They are moving IG around the map a lot, but they're still succeeding in a lot of these kills, so they're not the most punishing rotations. It's 10-4, but it's still a gold lead right now for Vici.
Bringing in the Shaker. Old 11 looking for the opening. Finds him. Echo, Fissure, combo. Ollie is there again, though. And Emo just gets out and walks back in again. This guy doesn't care at all. Supernova down. They just have to walk away from him. Emo has no fear.
I mean, when you have Ollie backing you up like that, why should you?
Right now, only the 2 points in Sunray, but still getting so much done on this Phoenix. Now, there is still a Morpholine. Poyo farmed, getting towards that Lincoln Sphere.
All right, well, if we're going to follow the trend of last game, what's going to start to happen soon is that, you know, Old 11, he's popping off so far, or sorry, he's not doing well so far. You know, having a pretty rough game. Last game, he popped off early, and it didn't quite finish out the game. Meanwhile, JT, he had a pretty bad start. He finished really well. So as the game goes later, maybe 11's going to find his mojo here. Well, he's going to try to motivate a little bit here with the chat lines, but JT and 11 comparison here. Yeah, you can see that GPM a little bit easier on the old Doom.
Very fast farmer. And in the meantime, Emo could just play right up in their base and has nothing really to worry about as long as he's got some heroes nearby to keep him safe. Need the full commitment for the save.
Oh, they're committed to keeping Fly safe, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Hanging out nearby in the trees. I'm just going to allow Fly to freely take this tower. And I say that, now they're going to smoke. They're coming through under this ward from IG, so perhaps a false sense of security. Takes a long time to push this. JT's going to help out a bit. What is the initiation with his duels, though?
They spot him right away. Has to jump out. They don't have Old 11 here, though. I mean, this is the Blink Dagger Shaker. Kaka, waveform in, turns over, able to get the Earth Spike. That's the Lincoln's reveal. And now Old 11 showing up, jumps in, catches them both, and they got the combo coming in from the Sapphire afterwards. Fly in trouble. Vici, they played it perfect.
Very well done. The time taken to actually finish off that tower really hurting them there. On the side of IG, they just throw everything they had at them. The way they perform that fight, too, right? PYW sitting in the trees, giving them the general idea of what's up, and then he almost like baited them to the left. As he starts running away, they're like, oh, can we get a catch on this Monkey King? And suddenly, out of the smoke comes Ori, and that's when the panic set in.
7-10. 2K gold lead, and Emo getting closer to that Orchid.
Yeah.
As the 2 Oblivion staffs done.
Part of the reason he wasn't down there, right? He's farming that up, trying to get that first big item for himself. And being a Storm, he'd also love this 16-minute room, but they can't find that, unfortunately. Huge for Storms to try and play around that, and it's going to be an invis for Ori.
With that Orchid coming out, where does IG want to go? Still got, obviously, a long time until the Morph Shaker combos are going to start coming out. He is building into the Aghanims right away, though, not opting for a BKB first.
That Invis rune. Ori wants to make a play here, but that's JT. He's pretty tanky. Oh, he went for the instant.
And Cookie afterwards. JT slowed down. JT dead. Good catch for that kill.
Didn't end up mattering.
King scouting around that area as well. Just cosplaying as a courier for a moment. But yeah, IG, it feels like they've kind of got a weird timing, right? Because on the one hand, you've got that Orchid ready, but Aghanim's still
it's ready in the mid lane. They jump Old 11 here too.
This is a nice one for him. Finger of Death out, and actually going to even use the Haunt for that.
Yeah, just doubling up and making sure there wasn't any like support nearby, I'm sure, or like hoping there obviously was, because maybe then Emo can extend the fight into a second kill. Tower still pretty healthy. The actual tower push very weak right now from IG. It's never really going to get much better with these heroes either. That is perhaps one slight issue here for IG in this game. Obviously, that's what punished them in the bottom lane, and without a catapult, it's pretty tough for them to keep this pressure up. Emo's going to do his best, but Poyo's trying to pull the wave, and now towards here comes PYW with the smoke.
Looks for it. Kaka there. He doesn't hit on the stun. Oh, what a great combo. They back out of there just in time, and Kaka didn't have vision for that stun. Ori dodging back into the trees, and now they're going to find Kaka for a follow-up kill afterwards. Very well played by Vici.
It's tough because you see Emo playing so well, but part of that is because he's taking so many risks, right? And eventually you're going to get caught in the mousetrap. And that time he most certainly did. Very well done here, but it's that lack of push that I feel like they're not even respecting their own lack of push, like still just trying to force that tower and just, I mean, this is why Monkey King has looked so good at the International, just helping to set up in those really long-range boundless strikes, helps combo anything. And a great catch there from Ori in the trees.
And now, with the tier 1 towers taken, this is always the big testing point, right? Like, you can find these kills on Vici, you can turn them into the tier 1 towers very easily, but getting that second tier objectives has been real test of, you know, if the teams can kind of push themselves that next level, and it's not easy. And instead, for the moment, they find the jump now onto Morph. Not gonna be able to get anything afterwards.
Got the shift off, so huge panic. That was a smoke used here. So in order to get those tier 2 towers, what do? We take Road.
Oh, link back. Kaka almost gets him.
Nicely done. But that tends to be the focus after, right? So you see the vision already being laid down there up top here from Vici. DY pushing out that lane, some obs. The sneaky ward that Vici used quite a bit near that pit as well, where it's kind of like hanging on the cliff there. Very well done, looking down into the river.
Always so important to be able to scout out those fights before they break out.
And for now, IG just waiting for that haunt, though. Got the Ags, but it was still 90 seconds away from the haunt, so after that, Firefly's just been farming it up here. And you imagine that JT probably really wishing he had that Blink Dagger here, too. Has the BKB, so if it's an aggressive fight from Vici, can maybe just like get in there onto the best possible Doom target. Up top, though, Kaka, he gets aggroed on. It's the Morph for Poyo. That's beautiful. Very nice, Kaka. How do you like it?
Keeps on catching him with that one. And this is, you know, a big problem. The Lion needs to be that one initiating on top of them.
And the worst part is you don't have a recourse. Like, what are you going to do? Like, the timing's just not going to be there for you to get through the Lincolns and cast a spell.
Yeah. Have to be, like, instant on it or preempt it to some extent, which is incredibly difficult. But in the meantime, Vici continue to hold this area. They've got some pretty solid minus armor, and DY heading into the pit. Are they actually going to try and take this now? It doesn't look like it.
It seems like Poyo is not quite as confident here, and also a wave near their mid tower. Luckily, don't want to make that trade for free.
He's 500 gold away at this point from getting that Aghanim Scepter on the Morph, which can open up the game that much more quickly. And they do still have some really good control on IG. You know, you've got that Orchid ready, you've got Doom still, even though he's still a little ways away from that Blink Dagger on JT.
Look at that scan from Old 11 too, though. He actually just scanned the trees near himself up top there, so not a great idea from Vici as to what IG are actually doing. They're just wondering, like, surely they're coming for someone, but who is it? Well, the answer is the mid lane. Don't want to go into that Lincoln's. Ori has the fresh BKB and the Yules.
They break the smoke, Hawk comes out, they jump immediately onto Morph, not going to catch. Old 11 now backing away, they catch Ori, but maybe the counter initiation play with the BKB out. They could have this. Supernova used. Vici, do they want to chase? Old 11, he's got Blink Fissure in 7, but it's too far away. And now they have that Ags done and also a Tome coming out for Poyoyo, so he's going to also have 18 most likely.
Ollie using that egg, probably saving Emo as he did get stunned up in the middle of that there, and no real defensive item to help other than this Essence Ring.
Here we go. So often, this has been the combo that feels impossible to deal with.
Yeah.
You get the double Fissure, double Enchant Totem, amping up the damage from Poyoyo, and the amount of control and the power spike that you hit on Vici, they got to get something here.
I feel like this is the fastest one I've seen at the event, at least from casting. Like, I've seen quite a few Morph Shaker games, but for it to be ready at like 21 minutes like this is terrifying, especially because Shaker has the BKB, and at least for us, when we were casting all these matches, it's been the 4 Shaker, and you're struggling to get even just the Blink Dagger, and that makes this combo not nearly as impactful. But with Old 11 being on the core Shaker this game, having the Blink, having the BKB, this is a frightening scene for IG, and gotta imagine there's a lot of pressure on JT, but he has that Blink, he has the BKB, so perhaps JT can do it again here with the Dooms.
It's gonna be important that they make that happen, but the tier 2 tower they're gonna have to give up in the top lane, which looks to be claimed here in just a moment. Because that is one thing that you can sometimes do, right? Is we've seen teams go for, like, you know, a Haunt play or something like that and then kill the Shaker, and then there's no longer that combo. But in this instance, with the BKB on it, the it becomes a lot harder, or Shaker a lot harder.
You might see some of the plays that they've been trying here too from VG. The last time that Haunt came out, they tried to pop a smoke in the backline for the support, so trying to almost like force the haunt in from Flyplay.
Yeah.
Just be like, all right, well, you know, what's going on here? So they've already thought about a couple of counter plays, and now we have the force staff done for DY as well. Help it break up any of the chain stuns. Also just disengage Poyo in certain engagements too, I'm sure. But they're just going to keep knocking on your towers. We've talked about this, the lack of push here. Oh, down bottom.
They
Oh,
catch
11.
him. Solo, why not? That was huge. They blow him up there with that Fade Grenade. That's the combo you need, and given the tip, that's a huge kill.
Mean, like I said, Spectre was hoping for a chip vest earlier, but you're always hoping for the Fade Grenade here with the Morph and the Shaker combo. The Shaker absolutely loving this thing. You get the totem damage on the throw.
And moving on in, trying to hold this high ground. They put their hopes into Poyo and jump in. There's going to be the cookie afterwards. Do they have enough? Waveform through, bringing down JT. Has to pop the BKB, run away.
God, that was so sick. The Boundless to stop the initial cast of the Doom, and then Poyo throws the Lincolns on top of Ori, and so JT's just like, okay, well, I guess I just keep
I'm out of here now.
Yeah, at least he didn't waste it, right?
Yeah.
But excellent. Just like, they know the stack of how the fight's supposed to go, right? They can see all the spells in the order that IG want to go for, and you're just trying to disrupt that.
Well, this is one of those moments where, you know, you put the game into Poyo's hands and hope that he's going to be able to hang on to it.
Well, there's that. I also just think that Ori's also having a really nice game, too. Like,
oh my God! Jumps in. Can they break the Lincolns, though? It doesn't matter. The double fissure, and now the chase down the enchant totem. JT pops it, turns. Do they have enough, though?
Old 11's coming through.
He's got with the Aegis, they just don't want to go for it. Poyo waveform, tries to get him. Adaptive strike, not quite going to be on the mark. So JT gets away. They've got to wait out that Aegis.
Meanwhile, Emo is still just down here. I'm sure feeling a little nervous hiding here. Doesn't have a TP right now. Nighttime, gonna try and use the lack of vision to escape. This is some dangerous stuff.
That was very close to death. I mean, again, it feels like right now IG are kind of trying to wait this out, at least until the Aegis comes down. They still got a minute and a half. Vici, do they try and push that tempo that much further with two tier 2 towers down?
And look at them, they're just camping.
They're ready.
Hiding near this outpost.
Kaka,
he's already been one shot once.
Fissure, jump in, done. It happens so quick.
Oh, meanwhile, Emo gonna show on this wave down here. Is there any real punish though? No. It's DY with a force and a cookie. Not enough teammates. Okay, well, unless he's not careful with the zips, but
he's out. Well played.
This whole map now belonging to Vici. Game 2. This is a whole new one for them. And I mean, really, all you can do is just kind of lie and wait for Flyfly to help find that one big fight. Try and set up the plays, set up the initiation for Kaka, for JT. See if they can catch this Morphling, but Poyo not making it easy. Soon
and
have the
11
E-Blade.
jumps in, finds the Spectre, in trouble, going to fall soon. Fly almost able to get out of there, and will. Saved again by Ollie. Old 11 went for that dunk, but it wasn't enough.
Oh, once again proving why they like Phoenix. Sunray save there.
They've waited out the Aegis. It's gonna expire now, 15 seconds. If you're IG, do you kind of have to go now, or is it still too dangerous to fight in a Morph Shaker?
I think you smoke out and go, and you try and find a fight with Haunt before the potential timing for the Roche, right? Because you want to have the Haunt back up when the Aegis fight could occur. So push out your waves, find the smoke play. There's not the best vision right now, like really deep from VG, so there's a good chance they can get away with this this smoke. Meanwhile, unfortunately though, IG, they also don't really see that much of the map. I'm not entirely sure where VG Gaming have gone.
UAW shows for a second with that boundless strike in the mid lane. But IG looking to hold their own high ground for the moment. The other thing here is just like the XP lead is going to start to stagger way into the favor of Vici. Those outposts being taken as well. This entire game swinging into their favor off the back of this Morph Shaker combo.
They have hit a big item now though. They do have the BKB for Emo, so he's been working on that for a while. And combined with the Essence Ring, has a lot of survivability. Can try and disrupt some of these plays, and as you said, like maybe try and find the initiation on old 11, as can get that finishing damage.
Smoke up.
If they use the Haunt to find him first.
Ori shows. with the Lincolns on him, and Vici look ready. Jump in, Kaka breaks it, now the turn, Fissure out, Doom on to Lesh, isn't gonna be enough though. Wait for him through, Emo wants to get a target for the kill. They get one, no buyback on Ori, and the damage on Vici, he died! Wait a minute, what? They just evaporated. No buyback on any of them, huge win for IG.
Man, I don't know. JT and Kaka are just so quick on that. I feel like we see this all the time, but placing that ward down and just jumping in the mana drain, into the Hex, into the Chain Stun disable, into the Doom there too, just absolutely no chance. And then on top of that, to find the non-shifting Morphling was just like a massive bonus. You know, he's got a lot of tools here, but he does not have a Dispel. So getting pulled and orchided there for the kill from Emo.
Wow. In the meantime, Old 11 trying to find a little bit of retribution. Will go for the TP out, does manage to escape after that Shadow Step.
Jeez, that is a frightening amount of damage though. The Manta being ready there from Flyfly. I would say impressive how Flyfly's game has gone. Like, think about where you've seen Flyfly in this match. Basically like the safest possible farm. Oh, nice solo pick there. Emo utilizing that DD rune to keep them in the game here. But Flyfly, I mean, lowest score in the game for sure, but I think recognizing just how important it is to number one, not drop any further by just getting, like, you know, picked off and feeding, but number two, always be ready and set for that haunt, because it's so crucial to how they want to find these engagements and eliminate this double threat of the Morph Shaker.
And you saw it in that last one, I think how important it is still to get the BKB on Morph. You know, the fact that Poyo could just die to those two disables, and the fact that it's all on him, right? Like, you need this BKB to make sure you don't get chain stunned and to make sure you're constantly keeping on top of them. And so a little ways away from it, probably won't go for another fight until Aegis, or rather another high ground push until Aegis.
Old 11 drawing a sort of like stalking wraparound play here, but it's like they're not sure if they want to commit to that.
Kane, but just going to keep that pressure on. Has that Aghanim Scepter done. Going for the Lotus next. So the gold lead, as it has felt throughout this series, consistently into Vici's favor, but IG are the ones that were winning that last big fight. And Emo, the one that's setting the tempo.
Oh, it's going to be a very tension-filled couple of minutes here. It's a really long respawn. Oh, they spotted that one.
Got him. Quick and easy. Emo, he's a player.
You know, they're actually pinging like, oh, they have a ward up here, but I don't even see a ward. I'm not sure if that was just a, like, you know, they always do this sort of play.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Just understanding inside the heads a little bit right now. 2 minutes away from Roche. Emo going in to check it. And in the meantime, for Vici, it feels like they've really stalled out. You know, they got this big item timing combo very early on, took down some tier 2 towers, but these last couple of fights, things starting to feel a little bit scary for Vici here.
Yeah, and their team fight's pretty empty if they don't have the Morph and the Shaker together, so Morph also doesn't want to be like on the other side of the map right now farming up this BKB, so everyone, it's like a giant gravitational pull towards the Roche pit in these moments, particularly at TI it feels, you know. No one wants to make that mistake, miss that crucial engagement, and so the farm speed's going to slow. They have to give everything available to Poyo here to try and get that BKB before that fight starts. And they're going to be very fortunate that it's still another minute away, because this BKB can be the massive difference here, especially if they go for the Doom onto the Lesh rack again.
You're also getting towards some of these other big items that can make a big difference. Shiva's pretty soon on the Doom, as well as Scotty being worked on for Flyfly to help mitigate that regen that you get from the Morph when you're swapping between the two forms. So it's going to start to become more likely that they can kill Poyo. He doesn't have that BKB. More and more of these items that get picked up.
Well, IG once more going to try and control the vision game here, though, by having that gem onto Kaka. So they can clear up and just ensure that, like right now, we know there's no wards, obviously, on that side, but this is giving them the confidence, too.
Smoke.
And especially if something gets dropped down here when they want to look for that high ground play.
Flyfly, they got vision. They want to go on him, though. Killing that Spectre is so difficult. Old 11 revealed for a moment. Flyfly sees him, baiting the fight, the jump in. They decide to take the bait, but do they have enough to save? 4-stack, keeping him alive for the moment, but dead. Flyfly goes down. And now looking for more. Up on the high ground, they catch Kaka. That BKB, it's not going to be enough. And tries to get control. The silence is out there. Meanwhile, the Boodles gets his cuts down. Emo does it all for his team. The chase down now, looking for more. Old 11, nowhere left to go. Unreal.
Man, VG knew it. IG knew it. That's bait. You know, it's like Spectre's going left and right, just swinging, dangling there with the chum, and you know the buyback haunt's coming, but they thought they could get enough kills, they would be worth it.
And
but putting all in on the BKB.
Now, no buyback, 60 seconds with no morph. I mean, we'll see if this is enough to stop IG from going in for the Roche, but with Roche up now and no morphling, that's like almost all of their team fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, part of that problem, of course, you know, they did use the haunt, they used the egg. They use the Doom, so there's not a lot of incentive for IG to fight there either, but we also recognize just how crucial the Morphling is. I'm a little surprised they're not going to push for something. Feels like maybe they'll just smoke in for kills. And that seems to be the plan here. A scan hits. They know there are heroes.
Emo, there's a regen rune also over the jump. Old 11 caught, under control, in trouble, going to die. Has buyback, 80 seconds away. Ori hoping to get a little bit of help there onto DY, who's chased down by the combo. Emo low on mana though, and now the turn with the stun. Emo, he doesn't have that much left with the BKB out. Old 11 now wanting to chase this one down. What else do they have left in the tank? Morphling's back up in 2 seconds. Emo went in so deep and ends up getting punished for it. What a great fight. Down. And looking for Kaka. The chase is there. Morph is there for the finish. And now they're force out these couple of buybacks. Kaka's coming back, but can they take down Roche in time? They're actually just going to stick around for this one. He has to walk back out.
Oh, the Solar Crest too. They're getting the big damage on really fast here. Thanks to DY.
Easy peasy, gotta be careful. Storm buys back as well, and yeah, he's gonna run in on 11, trying to play a little bit of interference, and that's enough to get the Aegis on Poyoyo. Still in Earthshaker form, retreats back again, and that is enough. Man, Vici got away with one there. Old 11 just throwing his body on the line.
Yeah, very dangerous fight there. Whoa, they came back.
The turn, and the egg, the BKB out, he's done! Emo tries to salvage this with Ori dead. Can he do it all on his own right now for Poyoyo? Fly walks away and then through it. Vici decided to go back in on this. We'll see if that ends up being punished now as JT walks in, hoof stomp afterwards, switching down. This is not the way he's supposed to go. Aegis gonna be reclaimed, and do they have a second round of it now? Link gets it still on cooldown. They get the Doom off. The chase down is there, and Poyoyo to fall. 3 dead for Vici. IG, they waited it out.
Just half a hero there without the Shaker. Excellent idea from IG. It's very scary, obviously, fighting to anyone who has the Aegis, but more Shaker, no Shaker, you know, you're not built the same as a normal morph, right? You're not going to have that same tools available to you, and you've invested so much in utilizing this combo. Find a very big punish here from IG. Bold to go for it, but they sort of had an idea of what was happening through a lot of that too, because they placed that really deep ward as well up on that high ground.
Right.
After when the previous fight went kind of poorly and they lost Emo.
But again, the decision to go back in for that quick pickoff.
Yeah.
Like, it felt like a bit too greedy in the end as they eventually run down Poyoyo.
And then even having everything ready after the Aegis there too.
Right. There was just nothing left in the tank, and that Lincoln's coming back off cooldown. You can see JT feeling himself.
Yeah,
and Vici,
not so much. It's like, ooh. Now time for them to regroup here. Morph Shaker, still terrifying. And they actually still have the shard sitting at the fountain right now, so that will be on the Morphling once the respawn is there.
20 seconds away.
Oh, in this room here. Oh, they
find old 11. Quick pick. Emo tried to look for more afterwards, but there was nothing else doing.
That ward from so long ago paying off big time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that's going to keep them offset too, right? Like that's actually a massive loss for Vici, because that's another 70 seconds, and IG, no, that was a dieback again from the Shaker, so they can just go for these tier 2s without any threat. So that means that Vici, they got to improvise here. They got to find some sort of a solution with this Morphling without the Shaker. I don't think they want to just give these up for free here. I mean, especially when the Doom's not up.
It's just so difficult. And they also just picked up something else, a rarely seen item on Spectre, the BKB. Everybody else is buying it that's a core nowadays, so why not? But you see it's speaking to a problem in Vinci's draft. Without that Shaker there, Morphin really doesn't have that much damage.
Well, IG, they're not going to rush anything here, though. Just going to relax it back. Just going to hang out in the river and keep controlling these runes. Now Emo has an Arcane ready for the next one there, too. And also eyeing up the Scythe. So, you know, you're talking about these BKBs and maybe looking to catch and punish, particularly onto Ori as well as Old 11.
Ori actually decides to take the shard instead, so they're going to have the split earth.
After all that. I like that considering the game state, right? That is definitely a very defensive shard when they try and come high ground. Perhaps a worrying sign for how VG are feeling about this game.
And just look at the vision that you have right now from IG. Like those 3 observer wards scouting all of the movements that VG might want to make.
So they have smoked and they're following Ori. Trying not to let their presence be known here, but you know, the bait of the Spectre was successful. Very much doubting this one will be, and whoopsie.
Oh.
Just a simple shadow step, causing the BKB to come out. Oh, maybe that is the biggest bait. I'll just pop my BKB if the shadow step.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's so scary about it though, right? It's just like any vision. You know, you don't know what's coming in. Like, he doesn't want to just get like, you know, jumped on by the storm or something, so he's sort of panic BKB.
Or doomed or what have you, any of those things. Like if he can get the Pulse Nova off and then BKB, that's maybe going to be enough damage dealt out by him to make it worth it. But 40 seconds. And in that time, IG don't have an Aegis themselves, but can play pretty aggro out on this map. Play around their high ground vision.
JT just has to make sure he doesn't make a misstep here again. I would be so scared if I was him, trying to ensure that I'm not going to hamper my Morph in another engagement.
Oh, you mean Earthshaker, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Jeez, man.
Old 11.
I don't know why I'm so obsessed with JT Shaker today. Can't get it out of my head.
Nonetheless.
But JT as well.
Yeah.
You know, on this
very
dude.
important.
Yeah, nailed it. It's only like the 6th time I've done this game. I'm sure it's fine. Telescope picked up here.
Okay.
All right. That's not bad. It's not really great, this game, for any of them, particularly. It's pretty nice for Snap, actually. Give me some neutrals here. Are you guys saving neutral items this game?
Radiant are scanning.
2 IG group together.
Okay, we're a little busy with the game deciding fight. Okay, I gotcha.
They're
That's
showing.
cool.
And speaking of neutrals, that ninja gear, that's pretty clutch for the Doom.
Oh, that's actually so frustrating to play against.
You can see that IG, like Fly just has no interest in doing anything but haunting in for a fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the same mentality that you need on Old 11. In terms of just like, I need to live.
Oh, he just ran into all of them. The Echo's not enough. The BKB came out. Ori in trouble. Ori dead. Just like that, it happens. And is there anything else left in the tank now? Jump forward to the Doom. They caught him. What a play from JT. You monster. Unreal. PYW's going to get ran down by Fly. And at this point, the TP out. He ends up not even getting out of there, indeed.
Yeah.
Vici lose 3, lose 4. IG are just too good.
We talk a lot about the ease of execution in Dota, and you can just see it there, how easy these fights look for IG because of that haunt. And the confidence that Emo has in the team to back him up.
I think that was like, Emo saw him walk back into the trees and he's like, there are so many people that just hide in those trees and wait for a fight and just started it. No fear from Emo.
Yeah, and then Kaka too gets a little juke back in the tree wraparound there too, which helps bait the Morphling over there, which got the Doom out. And now onto the high ground they go. IG. Masterful game plan here. And Vici, you know, again, they felt like they kind of had this lead. It was building up. But IG, they wait for their moment, they strike.
Unbelievable performance so far, and with 40 seconds left before the heroes start showing back up again, they've got 30 until Shaker. IG might just be able to go for it all. They turn their sights now onto these tier 4 towers, try and close this one out and secure themselves further battle. TI10 knocking out Vici Gaming. Can they do it though? Last couple of seconds, tier 4s are hard to go through. They don't have a ton of tower pushing potential themselves, so a little ways away. Old 11 gonna buy back. Have they gone around too far here? BKB out. And just like that, they're going to TP away. The game continues. as IG respecting that danger coming from their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, there were tier 2s up on the other lanes anyway, so like, might as well push and pressure. Maybe you can force out that like 10-second left buyback on the Morphling and just really end this one. But they at least get the Shaker, so Old 11 under threat once more. They're going to move into the base. They've gone for the smoke.
Trying to find somebody. You have to imagine that they know about this on IG.
But now the Scythe is there too.
Oh, it's so scary. So much control. Jumps in.
Emo has a
Fissure
regen,
opening.
too.
Maybe an opportunity. Waveform through dead. That's one. Kaka breaks the Linkens. Now looking for more. Jumps through. Tries to catch for the kill onto Kaka. Switching back into the other form. Snapfire ultimate coming out as Emo turns now onto Old 11. Tries to kill him up with a 4-step to the low ground and gets away. BKB out, but the Fissure not enough to keep him alive. Emo out of mana, but the jump back in. JT catches him again. The Doom is out, and they try and stop this. Ori runs into the last, but he just doesn't have enough. He'll kill Kaka, and actually, with Fly walking back in, they might be able to do something. Good Yule Scepter lift up, muted. This Doom is lasting forever, and in the end, they got a second one as they chase down Ori, dead again. IG, bring them all back home.
I can talk about something wonderful from every single player on IG this game, but to me, part of that also just comes down to like Fly. And the way that he's enabling his team in these fights, always holding out for those perfect haunts and the shadow steps. He's not getting greedy. You know how hard this is for core players? Think about how long this guy was just like the absolute forced core in the entire game, just understanding how crucial he is to them getting back into this one with that use of the vision.
And TYW will get caught again. Fly there to play cleanup. So many sick plays as he was going for that arcane rune and gets punished. Unbelievable play from IG here, who come back from leaving an Aegis in the pit in game number 1 and managed to win it still. And now in game number 2, coming back again. Just
having
patience, so good.
It's such a huge lead right now here too. Like, there's no buyback on this Morphling. Everything is on the table for this next fight. They're gonna push through one of these tier 2s, have them all done. They're gonna come to your base, and that could be the end. Like, VG, you're sitting there right now in that booth, you're just thinking, like, the next fight, that's the end of our TI run.
That might just happen right now if they're not careful. JT spots them both there. Waveform to open. Jump in from Emo. So often he's been the one to do it for him. As they try and chase, try and get the pullback. Do they have enough for the kill? All the control in the world. No more Morphling left alive. They turn now on to DY. He too will fall. Well, Old 11 comes back in the Fissure, but the 2 cores are dead. All the damage is gone. Emo will eventually die there, but has the buyback come out immediately afterwards. And IG, with 100 seconds left, Roche is gonna spawn again in a second.
Wow.
They're still gonna play it that safe.
They really respect Earthshaker, I guess. It's like, guys, we have 100 seconds. We can go kill Roche, surely, and come back to the base.
Yeah, that's rolling spawn right there. You know, they want to get another shot. They got to practice the Aegis pickup.
You know, he's actually going to have enough Dooms that he can Doom all the remaining heroes on Vici.
That's right.
I say we give him the triple, guys. I think IG can do it.
See if they can make it happen.
I love how they're still scanning here, too. Like,
yeah, they are not wanting to give this one up. So Aegis into the hands of Emo, and the double refresh Doom. Ready to go with that arcane blink as well.
They still look so serious right now from IG.
After that game number 1, you can't afford to throw anything away here. So they run it down the mid lane. Old 11 looking for the jump. The big echo. Wait a minute. He catches him. Kaka goes down dead. But Blacklight shows up and the BKB is out. The silence is there. Egg afterwards. All the Vici fall in. All dead. Good game. Well played. All IG top 4. They got a date with Spirit.
Good luck next here from Vici. Their opponents throughout the DPC. They're going to toss the torch over, as at least one of these 2 teams will continue. IG, pretty, I don't know, pretty dominant 2-0, honestly. Like, VG had their moments where it felt like they were in the lead and they should have been controlling the game, but it was very brief. It was like flashes of like, oh, VG have got this, but there was always sort of this like overarching just like theme of IG just looks so good right now.
Yeah, and I think, again, like how solid this performance was. You got to think it's going to give them some good prep and readiness for their series later on today. But for now, let's head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Trent. Well, Coach Fenrir of Vici Gaming did say going into that match that I know my first draft for game one was greedy, but this time the draft was won by IG and so was the series. It was something maybe we could see coming literally from the start, especially that last pick that had Vici in quite the bind, Kyle. But why was that?
It's just, you know, you look at IG's lineup, triple core, a Midas Doom. You're playing on a clock as Vici. Look good first Aegis, but after they're repelled on the high ground, it's just tough to ever kind of make a play in this game, especially IG's support duo even scale better.
Yeah, they had so many good moments too with the Morphling Earthshaker combo. It still looked really fearsome in some of those skirmish fights, but when you have a Doom on the enemy team, it's like once the Linken's is broken and you're doomed, Morphling's job, it's over. It's same for Leshrac. So once it gets Refresher, the game just got a lot easier for IG to find those perfect fights.
And if you go a little bit deeper into IG and how their lineup works and activates each other, when it comes to the heroes, Fly, he pops that ulti, he gives vision for the Doom, JT suddenly looks like a god. Why? Because he has all the info that he needs. Also, Emo on that Storm Spirit just follows up. However, I have to say that the game did look a little bit scary for IG. That mid lane fight, I really think this team is under a lot of pressure, a lot of emotions at the moment. You don't necessarily see a team try to get the fight before your Doom even has a blink. He was on 1900 gold and they're engaging. That's why they lost that first rush. That's why they almost lost the control of the game completely.
They were one mistake.
Right
I
ahead.
agree.
We totally got time.
They're one mistake away from losing after that play. Like, you can't give Morph teams, like a Morph Shaker, especially when they have their combination online, like, they need Aegis to win the game because you're playing against Doom. So how do you prevent getting deleted? Well, have that extra life. But Gaben was even trying to help Vici, giving Fey Grenade to the Shaker. Like, how is it even balanced? Like, he blinks bottom, like, a Fisher, Fey Grenade, enchant, dead. Like, nuts.
There's a lot of damage coming from that, but for me, coming from the draft, I felt that IG definitely had an advantage, looking at the way the heroes matched. But you can never forget about Morph Shaker. It's just way too strong. And Vici Gaming almost managed to pull that one off, but...
Well, sadly, they did not. And so we have Evo standing by with Fly. I believe not Fly, apologies. He, of course, is standing by with a member from Vici Gaming.
Thank you. I'm actually here with DY. So we're going to be asking him a couple of questions. DY, your team has been regarded as one of the strongest late game teams. You make 2 impressive comebacks in the lower brackets. Can you give me a bit of insight on the communication in the late game for your team?
想问一下 DY， 就 VG 变成了一支后期令人很敬佩的队伍，然后在回顾整个 TI 时，你们有2次都是让1追2。然后可以跟我们分享一下队内的后期的吗？
因为我们队打到现在失误会比较多嘛，但是说实话，我们已经习以为常了。相比于自己失误，我们更擅长的就是说，对面抓到我们失误而沾沾自喜的时候，我们在想怎么去给对面来个颜色看看。
Well, we make a lot of mistakes and we realize that early mistakes. However, we try to catch our opponent's mistakes and we'll show them.
Do you have any message for the Vici Gaming supporters?
有没有任何话想跟 VG 的支持者说的？
今年倒在6强挺可惜的吧，但是我觉得并不遗憾，对于我们队伍来说，也希望支持危机的队伍后面也能为剩下2支中国队加油，希望他们能够把冠军队捧回国。
Stopping at top 6 is a bit unfortunate. However, we have no regrets. Hopefully, VG will cheer on the other Chinese teams and will take the Aegis home back to China.
Our journey for TI10 ends here, but still a top 6 finish is beyond impressive. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Evo. Thank you to DY for talking to us, and thank you for Helen for her fantastic translations as well. And you know what? DY's got a point. This is a very, very strong year for China, and there is a likelihood of the Aegis heading back to his home country. Purge, why is this region so strong at the moment?
It's kind of hard to say. It feels like almost every year they're a strong region. That's almost always the case. This is probably the strongest they've looked in recent memory, and they have really shown those results. I mean, if it wasn't like secret upsetting in the upper bracket, it would just be like, oh, it's all Chinese teams up there, for example. So the fact that they have now been forced to knock each other out is going to be really tough for the region, because it really could have been like 3 out of the 4 top teams are Chinese this tournament.
Well, I have a feeling that Invictus Gaming are in the mood for celebration, because they are in the top 4 of TI, but they still have a challenge on their hands, of course, to make their way to the grand final. So to see how they're feeling, we said interaction slacks.
Absolutely. We are feeling good. I am here with Ollie. Congratulations. What a fantastic series, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. And VG is a very good team.
Yeah, I can tell. I mean, you guys have faced off against each other so many times. Does it feel like you two know exactly what each other's going to do?
Yep, I think so. Because we know them very well, and I think they know what we are going to do.
So how do you prepare for something like that then?
What we can do is like just playing, like we know how they're going to play, so we just want to counter them. Yeah, and play. If we can play like 50-50 on the lane, I think we are good at the late game.
Well, you guys played a lot more than 50-50. In fact, you have, by the way, every other team, 26% win rate with Phoenix across the entire international. You have never lost a game with Phoenix here. What makes you so much different than everyone else?
Not sure, maybe. Maybe my team is better. My teammate is better. The Phoenix is maybe not a good hero, but my team is better.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it looked like that during that Phoenix egg with the Magnus save. But I do have one final question for you, and this is very important. What happened to the Aegis in game 1? I need you to tell me. How did you walk me through the whole thing? Like, go ahead.
Yeah, because like I used the egg, and we say they will come because I don't have ulti then. We just kill the roach and we go out and we keep talking, and we didn't know he didn't pick up the Aegis. And also he didn't know himself didn't pick up.
Yeah. What was your reaction when they stole it?
Like when we going to push the tier 2 and we say Doom has the Aegis. we are shocking.
Well, not a shocking victory coming out of you guys. Congratulations as you move on, have another match later today, I believe. But thank you for your time, Ollie. A fantastic series, and we'll get ready for our next one. Let's head back to the panel.
Thank you, Slacks and Ollie. It's Ollie's first TI, you know. I don't think that mistake with the Aegis is on him, to be perfectly honest, especially as it was a 2-0. And as you can see, we only have 4 teams remaining in the bracket there. We've nearly completed our lower bracket as well. We've just got one more, well, technically 2 more matches to play out. But do we see the consolidation final as a lower bracket match? Not really. It's the 2nd place. Okay, fine. It's how esports works. Kyle's just looking at me like, Frankie, come on.
No. I'm just still like thinking about the interview, to be honest. Like the upper bracket, I didn't believe in team spirit at all. And now they've I've just got the vibes, you know? When you get momentum in this tournament and you're just playing Dota, like that's when you look the best. But Secret LGD, like these are the best 2 teams here. But are they going to be the best 2 teams today and tomorrow? That's what matters.
All right, well, you're going to be seeing Spirit face off against IG at the end of the day, but coming up very shortly indeed, it's going to be Secret versus LGD. This could be a preview of our grand final. We don't know, but we do know it's going to be an absolute blinder. So stick with us. We're going to take one of those trips down memory lane. And when we come back, Sumi will be here with a fresh gang. And we've got an extra special guest you do not want to miss on the draft panel. So keep yourselves locked in, eh?
You again. Welcome back to the Dota archives. Today we shall be discussing something you should all be keeping more of an eye on, the Dota2 map. Iconic, instantly recognizable. 3 lanes, a river, 2 ancients. For goodness sake, the icon for the game itself is the map. But our battlefield, despite being the Mona Lisa of MOBAs, has had plenty of touch-ups over time. How have we modified this masterpiece to get to where we are now? Well, perhaps we should start with one of the most controversial additions. I say, pro players, remember when shrines existed?
圣坛记得呀 ，TI8 决赛啊，那个猴子一次血吃了个圣坛，配小精灵直接满血的。建议可以永久删除啊。
Yeah, there was like 3 base shrines. You can never go high ground. You can never end the game. And then if you die once, the enemy team gets like 15,000 gold from nowhere.
Mid laners, they wouldn't even go back to base to heal. They'll walk back to base, pop like 1 or 2, and walk back to the mid lane. They're so lazy. They wouldn't even go to the fountain.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It made the game really fast. You just heal up with your team, just keep going, you know?
Yo era de los supports que lo usan solo para uno mismo, que le llega si su carry o si su medio necesita.
Who's the guy though? Who invented shrines? Like, tell me right now, who was it?
You'll have a hard time finding them. Much like you'll have a hard time finding my old chums, Sithel and Quirt, the side shop owners. Not because they're being protected. Quite the opposite, in fact. We obliterated them. Oh, side shops. As depressing as their inventory was, at least I remember them. Unlike some pro players.
I remember I had really hard times, like, trying to get used to it. Like, I went to the side shop, nothing was there, like, oh shit, there's no side shop anymore.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I thought still there.
Yeah. 就是你在野外，我现在具体已经忘了，当然是边路商店能买些什么。
What do you buy from there anyway? Sometimes there's like ultimate orbs there. What the hell am I doing with ultimate orbs there?
Back then, you still could buy Blink Dagger and blink away from the side shop. Like, so that was some cool place you could do. There was added a lot of extra layers of skill to your item. So I actually like the side shops. I would say like to say see come back.
I thought it was kind of nice to have like this guy on the side. He was a nice guy. He was chill. Yeah, I don't know what he did to deserve getting removed, to be honest.
They were removed because they were replaced. Replaced with the incredible invention of multiple couriers. In days gone by, that single courier shared by all caused lanes to be lost, friendships to be ended, and mid-players to incessantly whine. But now, with couriers for all, we can breathe a collective sigh of relief. Mids, still crying though.
If I'm being completely honest, when we only had 1 courier, Boxy would just hog it 24/7. So being allowed to all of us have our own courier was a great addition to the game.
Last time I used to play with Dubu. Every time he's gonna say let me just carry, let me just carry.
Mid laners that in these days think that they are superior human beings than everyone. Like, this is my courier, only me can use it. It's like, sorry man. Didn't mean to bother you.
You'd rather have players focusing on their spell casting, their laning, their map movement, their warding, all this stuff, rather than microing a courier because there's only one. It's like taxes. You just have to do them. No one likes doing them. They're there. You shouldn't have to file taxes in Dota, right?
Eso era muy, no sé, creo que abuso al burro. Era una especie de abuso al burro que nunca descansaba.
I miss buying courier. I miss having one courier on team and buying it.
You buy it and you share with everyone, but one toxic guy. That's what I used to do. If the guy was being extra toxic, I wait for him to buy his relic. And I would take with the control and I'm like, yo, this is my relic. Oh.
It is an amazing thing for Dota. It's amazing. Whoever created shrines, not amazing. Whoever created 5 couriers, amazing.
Amazing indeed. And isn't it also amazing that this one map, with these small changes, could bring us new and exciting gameplay for over a decade? Towers move, shops are closed, outposts gone. What's that? Outposts still in the game. Well, the Dota map, much like the game itself, is constantly evolving. yet always feels familiar. Fret not for the lost features you miss, for they shall live forever in our hearts, as long as we remember them. Good night.
What an amazing video by Pyrian Flax, who has joined us here at TI. Great stuff. Now, gentlemen, we have a very good series coming up. Tsunami, tell me about this current series that we have.
I mean, I guess it's okay. I guess winner bracket finals is kind of hype. I guess it might be two teams who might be rematching come around grand finals. I think that these are two of the favorites for many people. European, China, doesn't matter who you are, you're looking forward to this.
Well, it looks like the teams are ready to hit the stage, so let's give them a big welcome. Paris Saint-Germain, LGD, is a team that needs no introduction. Not only has this team taken 4th and 2nd in one of the most competitive regions in Dota, but they have secured 3rd and 1st at the Singapore Major and the Annie Major, respectively. This team featuring Ame, Nothing to Say, Faith Bien, Xin Qing, and Y has been considered to have the highest probability of winning the entire tournament. China has not won a TI since 2016, and LGD is here to rise to the challenge and carry on the legacy. Representing the European region, Team Secret has dominated 2020's online tournament circuit. Taking TI10 in full force, they have taken out both OG and IG in the upper bracket. Matumbaman, Nisha, Zai, Yapser, and Puppy have been showing that they are prepared for any team with counter strategies, and their patience and ability to reset quickly after team fights make them incredibly strong contenders to lift the Aegis. When asked about today's match, Puppy said, LGD are the team we respect the most. They feel like a brother team to us. We learn a lot from them, and we enjoy playing against them. May the best team win. And now, let's take a look at some TI memories with Xiaoba.
最伤心的是 TI2吧，然后我们当时状态非常好，就是从小组赛打到就是决赛日的前一把都没有输过，然后最后一天就直接输了2个 BO 3就回家了。当时就当时还比较小嘛，然后我们队伍输了比赛都没人说话，然后后面我们进了一个电梯以后，电梯出故障了，然后我们队友之间就互相安慰，哎，我们还是活着就好，以后还有机会，所以就想得开很多了。在牛逼的时候 ，TI4的时候，我们就是就是当时状态不是很好，然后每打一场比赛前都要互相打气加油。说一句，我们最强。
Vici Gaming, they have it. So let's see if they can execute. This is time to prove the world. The two play more than GG. 15 minutes.
当时拿下冠军，心情就感觉很激动吧，然后完成了自己梦想，就有点像做梦一样。当就是所有人在为我们欢呼，我们出去举起冠军盾的时候，觉得这是真的，不是在做梦。就 TI4决赛打完以后，我们赢了，然后我们去举盾的时候，被队友和我们队的工作人员就是抱起来往天上抛，就现在还记得。
PSG, LGD, and Team Secret. This is a match that a lot of people have been super, super excited for. Insania, tell me why that is.
I'm just really excited to see RTZ play up against Emil.
Yeah, I agree.
PSG, LGD versus Secret.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, this is a clash of two titans. I think you have two really interesting playstyles, and Secret and how they usually kind of play reactively and defensively, and LGD who likes to take the fight to them. For me, it's going to be exciting to see, like, are they able to hold off LGD the same way they did OG? So for me, that's the most exciting part of the series. Like, can Secret put up the wall, as usual?
The wall.
The wall.
We hear so much about the wall. Insania, not Insania. I asked you that question already. Jenkins,
I'm
tell
Insania
me.
as well.
That's
On
right.
Keeping the
Insania
group
too.
stage joke.
Yes. Tell me about the wall.
Well, Team Secret, the only way that I can describe them is that it looks like all of their heroes are being microed by Puppy sometimes, all the time. I mean, when they're looking good, like if there's a fight that happens and they need to disengage, they all run in the exact same direction. And then if they need to like re-engage, they just all, you know, drop on a pin. Is that a saying? Drop on a pin? I don't know. They turn around and they all go on a dime. There it is. Okay. They all turn around at the exact same time. Like, Puppy, these might just be actors, and Puppy is microing all of them. Because they do that, it means that they can force you to use abilities, and then they take fights when you don't have those abilities up. And other teams, it's like, in those fights where they're trying to disengage, they might lose a hero, and so they can't fight when that ability is down. And so Team Secret being so good at that gives them these openings that a lot of teams don't have. And generally, I think the wall that people refer to is like Puppy standing on a high ground in, you know, enemy team smokes in and they just kill Puppy, he buys back, and then they take the fight because they're fighting down a low ground where they don't have that missed chance and they don't have the vision disadvantage.
Right. I think that's part of it, but I think it's also just the way that they team fight you. They don't give you anything for free. They're really, like you said, right, quick at pulling back. They won't fully commit into you until the time is right. And I think that's like Secret's biggest strength in the series. They're going to be really patient, and they're going to make sure that they wait out until the right opportunity occurs for them.
That patience is legendary. And now tell me just a little bit, Tsunami, about PSG LGD. What do they bring to this match?
I think of all the teams to have played out throughout the entire group stage and come this far through the main event, LGD have established the meta of this tournament more so than anyone else. I think Secret kind of go to the beat of their own drum. Like you mentioned, Jenkins, it does feel like Puppy's a puppet master to an extent. And LGD, if there is an overlord, it's probably Xiao H. Xiaoba as the coach, but
the director.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But in terms of individual gameplay, I think LGD, in terms of their drafts, in terms of how they play around their supports and their off lane, all these dynamics within the game, LGD set TI10 on the right path. And if anyone's going to make it to grand finals, I have considered LGD to be my favorites.
Yeah, 100%. My favorite thing about these two teams matching up together is, like, I mean, it's hard to say exactly how important this is because maybe just like, you know, LGD doing everything right is more important than this. But if you name a trend in the last like 6 months that's new and interesting, LGD probably invented it. They made the carry axe. They did the 3 Knowles Coddle first. They did the okay.
Wait.
All right.
Insania says that's not true.
That's not true.
Okay, well, I have a list of about 7 things that I can go on.
Okay, the Coddle is
okay,
not true.
they popularized. Did you do that first or what?
So Mickey did it first, and against 9 in a pub, and then 9 did it, and then they started doing it.
Okay.
So Mickey did it first.
At the Animajor, they were doing the dataless, satanic, right-clicking mid thing.
Yeah, Mickey did that too.
Did Mickey do that as well?
I don't think so.
Does he just invent everything and
No,
then
just
LGD? All right, well, Iolycan, I'm absolutely certain. I've never seen that before. Have you seen that?
True.
The Iolycan with shared
here.
control. I think that shared control is one of the least abused things in Dota. And back when like Beastmaster had all of these summons that you had to control, there were very few like tier 1 teams that were actually sharing control. I mean, I'm sure a few of them did, but it should have been everyone. It should have been everyone. It should be standard, but it isn't. And so LGD, like, they're constantly innovating. And the funny thing is, if you name trends the previous 6 months, it's Secret. It's Secret that made those.
True.
So it's like both of these teams are just hugely innovative, just at different periods of time. And LGD just happens to be coming into this tournament the stronger team, but now Secret's showing up. And so the question is, like, who's going to be more innovative when they're both at their peak right now?
And they need to resolve the beef, Sumi. It was 1-1 in the group stage between these two teams, and that's not satisfying. I need a conclusion. And at the time, during the group stage, I was like, oh man, it would kind of be nice to see a definitive winner now, but saving revenge until winners bracket finals, and like I had said before the teams even walked out, I think you're going to see a rematch. This is the grand final matchup.
This is the grand final matchup. Let's go.
PSG LGD versus Team Secret. Game 1.
And welcome to the draft. And I'm not just excited about this game, but I'm also excited about this draft panel. Together, we average 1 TI per person on this draft panel. Isn't that impressive? Yeah. Anyway, I'd like to ask you, Seb, first. In this game, what strategy would you use to draft against LGD?
It's a tricky one. I mean, these two teams are absolutely wonderful. I think they brought so much to this tournament, and they have yet a lot to show. I know that from experience. It's going to be tricky. I think LGD, their understanding of the game is unmatched, but Secret have shown so far that they were able to break anything that came their way. Now, to me, the big question is Secret going to be able to break LGD, what they're going to bring to the table? And is LGD going to be able to adapt? Do they have, can they level up? Can Secret force them to level up, and can they follow that?
I know, Ali, you're a big fan of Secret's drafting and playstyle as well. Can you tell me some of their strengths when it comes to the draft?
So I think Secret, they're good at identifying, like we saw when they played actually against you guys, sorry. But they are good at identifying when they have a small window of time and they bring 5 heroes to the bottom lane, collapse on that. And what I like about Secret is that after they do these big collapses, they're not impatient about their next play. They're willing to wait for what they think is their highest percentage fight. And I think that's where like the idea of a Secret wall comes from. They will sort of split the map in a way that they think is favorable in order to get the next highest percentage fight. They'll never take bad fights, and they never give anything for free, as Insania said.
And they start out LGD with a Tiny, strongest pick. You guys also value this pick really highly.
Yeah, this is a very big thing. So LGD has started the Tiny, actually, in preparation for TI. They found the abuse, and I think they are the best team at enabling it. So this is a big, it's a big save from Puppy. It's like, I can counter this. They're going to have to prove that. LGD saw it coming by banning the Invoker. It's a hero that's considered very good against Tiny. Of course, one of the best heroes in the game at kiting the Tiny with his spells. The early Vessel can also allow you to push timings against the Tiny early and try to, outpace him. And what LGD did with the AA ban is they're threatening the IO second after the Tiny, which is a deadly combo. So now Secret, they have to set up for the Tiny, but they also need to set up for the Tiny into IO potentially. LGD has also the freedom to not go for the IO if they feel like it was addressed properly. And that's one of the things with the Tiny first pick that makes it really strong this tournament. Also, why the Wyvern will be here is a pre-counter to IO and to Lycan. We have seen teams do the Tiny into the Lycan, and this is also why the Smag and Wyvern is such a good opener versus Tiny, as we well learned yesterday ourselves, because it covers a lot of angles. It's good heroes versus Tiny, the skewer, force him out of position, you get enough time to actually burst through him, the Wyvern, the HP burn, the Wyvern curse, of course, if anybody's close to Tiny, he's just dead, and you cover the IO plus the Lycan angle on it. Very strong opener. So let's see what LGD has to offer to this, because teams so far have been abused by this opener, especially OG, unfortunately.
Were you surprised that Secret burned a little bit of their reserve time in the first phase? Because I would think when I used to prepare for drafts, especially as like the most meta hero of the tournament, I would know my opener right away.
I mean, they must have been talking about what is LGD going to pick that's not IO and not Lycan, and is Wyvern Mag good enough against it? And here you see how LGD, they don't go for the IO, they don't go for the Lycan. And it's smart, because these heroes are already countered. They go for another Tiny abuse. You want to enhance this Tiny. You want to make him stronger than he already is. We have seen that with the Venge Aura. We have seen that with the Lycan Bite. We have seen that the IO Overcharge. The Bloodlust is one of these spells. And now probably their approach is, hey, Ogre is going to be very strong on the lane versus Mag and Wyverns that are not very strong. And it's going to push our Tiny to even stronger timings. So very strong opener from LGD. I would say that so far both teams are kind of looking at each other. It's going to be a Tiny strat, well-rounded. From LGD, you always expect very well-rounded strats. And now we're going to see how the second phase is going to develop and if one team is going to get the edge on the other.
I also like the idea of the Ogre Magi, as in, Team Secret, they're ready to buff up the carry. They have a lot of backup for him in team fights, but you also have that Empower. you don't want. I feel like in this patch, you don't want your character to get outscaled by additional like extra heroes helping him.
Exactly.
They matched that from LGD. Like,
so
I think
this is
LGD
Moba versus Mag, right?
Yeah. They never feel like they're going to get outscaled or out-tempoed or out-timing. It's always they're ready for it. And I think a lot of that's because of how they view the draft. The enemy picks some team fight, they will match that. They pick some buffs or laning, they will also match that. And they'll try to equal the edge through, I mean, also in the draft, but mostly through individual play and team play.
And Secret, they don't like being on the back foot. They don't like having to, you know, they like scaling into the game too. They don't enjoy being in a position where, you know, they're getting outscaled and they have to make the moves. We talked about the wall, and they know very well how to play defensively, how to hit their own timings. So definitely both teams are in the comfort zone. Now you see with the second phase, LGD is removing heroes that are considered heroes that can take away the scaling of Tiny. Ursa cuts through him no matter the stage of the game. Ursa with Mag, even better. Same for Necrophos. It was actually their own answer yesterday, LGD, that they did against, it was VP, I think, that when Tiny LGD went for the Necro. Very strong on the lane, can follow him around. You can put Necro 3 versus Tiny 1. You can put as a one-on-one mid. And you get the Necro Aura plus the Necro ulti versus Tiny throughout the game. Always great. And teams so far haven't not flexed the Tiny to support position, which is a trick that hasn't been used yet, but maybe because teams don't believe in it, or maybe because the Tiny 1 hasn't been broken well enough that teams feel like, hey, we have to adapt.
I feel like it's a weird dynamic with the heroes that are considered the strongest, is that at the end of the day, they're the strongest because they have so much impact and power. You really want them on the core position. But you're saying like there might be value. Do you think in this game in particular, there's value in putting a support?
No, and it's also much harder from first pick because on first pick, if you pay close attention to what happens in the second phases, you're gonna get counterpicked on the 18 pick and the 24 pick, meaning the last pick of second phase is to second pick, and the ultimate last pick is also to second pick. So it's very hard to keep flexing heroes because you're gonna have to show your cards before second pick reacts, right? Which is also why this Tiny on first pick is strong, because you're building such a strong strategy that it cannot really get counterpicked. You're basically putting something on the table. It's like, hey, we're gonna play the strategy and we're gonna cover the angles early, which is what they're doing now with the Ursa Necro Nakes. Is like, in their heads, they're taking away what they think will beat Tiny 1, and then they're like, beat it, basically, right? And it's gonna be up to Secret whether or not they can do that.
They have to beat it with what LGD think is the fourth best strat against Tiny, because they're banning out the best three.
Right.
I was actually thinking, because usually a lot of what I see in this tournament is you'll pick the most imba hero on their first pick, from first pick, and then your next pick will be the best core that you think is against their two heroes. But because LGD, they're already sort of committed to the Tiny game, they want to focus all their bans on Tiny, they're just picking out Ogre so that they can focus their bans to protect Tiny.
So here, in my opinion, the Snapfire, why it's interesting is it's a very solid hero, doesn't reveal too much, and keep in mind that second pick, they want to play their cards with the next two picks. Here, they want to build something solid, and they're going to reveal that later. The Ogre 5, in my opinion, would have created a problem for Secret to address, whereas like Wyvern 4 versus Ogre 5, you're going to have a big laning problem. This Wyvern is going to get zoned out of the lane, the Mag is going to get very bullied. Now they build this lane that is a very strong, solid one, Mag Snap, lanes into anything, lanes into Ogre 5, lanes into anything. Now LGD should expect this Wyvern to be a 5 and not a 4. So now we're just, Secret is still not revealing. They're trying to stabilize their lanes, making sure they don't get the game off with a really big disadvantage 5 minutes in. And this is the really tricky part for LGD. And now they have to start exposing themselves, drafting-wise, with the next two picks.
And they're forced to commit into something. Whereas Secret, you might have Wyvern 5, which is maybe seen as a little bit of a weaker laner, but you do have that core counter pick. Did you feel like second pick sort of had an advantage in the draft this tournament?
I think it really depends how well teams use. Some teams have done a really good job at using first pick too. For instance, if you consider that the way they cover the Tiny angles is just too strong, then you're not at a disadvantage at all. And here they actually go for the Lycan. It's very interesting because Lycan is considered very countered by Magnus and Winter Wyvern. But obviously, it isn't about the Lycan summons as much as it is about biting the Tiny. And then the Wyvern ulti doesn't stop that. The Mag RP is not going to stop that. At some point in the game, Tiny has status resistance on level 20. RP doesn't do anything. So here shows how confident LGD is into the Tiny Lycan. And to me, the reason also why they allow themselves to go for the Lycan is because they know now that the Wyvern should be a 5, meaning there's going to be very little pressure from Secret safe lane, and they're going to get away with laning the Lycan. Lycan's going to hit good timings, and they're going to bring the Lycan Tiny. You're looking at mid 20 with Lycan Tiny. You need the Shard on Tiny, and you need Lycan with the Overlord and the Dom, and the Axe.
this is a Phoenix into Snapfire. I know, like for a lot of people, it's a pretty big counter. You know, you have the little Shredder versus Egg. But I think LGD, they've identified that it's not so simple for Snapfire to just hit that Egg. There's a lot of things just running at them. You have an Ogre in front, some Lycan Wolf scouting you, and two Giant Hounds just running at you. I'm also curious about one thing about whether Secret decided to put this Magnus as carry, just because they've seen the Lycan.
Interesting.
This is when I've seen Magnus as carry. I'm not too sure if it'll scale well enough for his Tiny, maybe a little lack of damage. But I would be curious if they want to go for that.
If they do it, then they have to play on earlier timings because it's definitely not going to scale into the Tiny Lycan. They will lose. And I think from experience, Secret don't like to play on the, as I said, you know, they want to be the ones kind of driving the car and having kind of LGD mess with them. But both teams like that. This is when, you know, one team is going to end up having to play maybe out of their comfort zone. And that's why drafting is so important. But now when I see the Weaver, to me, this really looks like, I talked about how the Wyvern Fire is very weak on lane. Weaver is very strong. Right. Weaver 1 is super strong. Weaver 1 can, you know, do really well against the Lycan lane by herself. And now Wyvern actually isn't griefing the lane anymore. He's even helping.
You're actually a good kill threat in that lane, right?
Completely.
Weaver plus Wyvern.
So they're taking another approach. Weaver also kind of interesting versus the, you know, this tiny, hasted, bitten. Like Weaver also, Sukuchi's around. She doesn't suffer as much. I don't know how well it's going to scale into it. It's going to be a Weaver with Empower, buying Skyly versus Tiny, all of that. The scaling to me is still on LGD's part. But, you know, Secret, they have some very good things going for them. They have this immense team fight, a lot of lockdown. But this is when the Phoenix also, you know, like, of course, it's not good versus Snap, but it's one of the best heroes in the game against both Magnus and Wyvern. The way Phoenix fights, start the fight, plays the Egg. Magnus and Wyvern, they have no counterplay to that.
I'm honestly a bit surprised that they went for a Weaver. Like, in terms of stylistic choice, I think you're completely right that Secret sort of want to be able to wait for their timing, form that wall. I think this game, maybe they've identified something, well, how they think they can break LGD. I think when LGD lost to Tundra in whatever tournament it was, sorry, I forgot. Part of what Tundra did was they would actually abuse LGD's offlane. I think Faithgon and Jinkyo, they're really good at laning, but they always sort of play to get what they want instead of pressuring their opponent. If you go overboard, like, you know, Fado would play these gyrocopters or something insanely aggressive, you can actually shut down their offlane and sort of snowball off that. Like, I think that's what contributed to Tundra beating them. Maybe Secret seen that and they're going for sort of a similar thing here.
It's possible, very possible. And you see how, again, the last pick from LGD, it's a tricky one. They have to try to cover some angles and pick blindly again. And this is the power of second pick, whereas, you know, there's a lot of counter picking happening with the Weaver and the last pick too. And you can't really stop that. What LGD brought to the table, which in my opinion is the proper way to drive on first pick, is, hey, it's a tiny Lycan strat. It is hella strong. We got to ban the Ursa, we got to ban the Necro. Whatever we think would get in the way of this, counter it. This is when I think there's actually much more balance between first pick and second pick if you use them properly. But if you're trying to play draft how Secret is drafting from first pick, you're gonna end up in a big trouble. Now the puck gets countered by the DK, classic counter. DK Breathfire, damage reduction versus Tiny, very effective. Damage reduction versus Lycan, very effective. Now it's gonna come down to certain things. I think Secret have a play of going to Tiny's lane with the Weaver and the Snap and pressuring him and playing the Magnus versus Lycan one-on-one. They might actually win 3 lanes and they can snowball. Secret know how to push their timings when they win lanes. I think that's one of the angles that LGD might not be ready for. But I would say that both teams are really happy in my opinion, and I feel like LGD scales better, so we'll see.
So the idea here for LGD would be to prevent that early timing, try to win that mid game with their team fight and outscale the enemy team, whereas Secret is just trying to snowball.
Yeah, I think Secret's draft, they have to take some towers and take away farm for opponents, steal their camps. Right. Honestly, it's a bit different than the Secret I usually see, but I think they're more than capable of it, and I think they've shown that in the past too. I'm very excited to see this game because I feel like it's two sort of opposing views coming into this game. It's just like some puppy versus Shaoi, and you'll see how their ideas clash.
Geniuses of the game going, you know, full force at it is something of beauty. Beauty to witness, beauty to be able to watch it. And yeah, LGD think a lot about the minute 20 timing. They want to build up to that and see how hard they can hit Secret with it.
Right. And finally, if I were to ask you, I don't like asking this question usually, but usually I ask, oh, what draft do you favor or something? This is just two completely different ideas. There is no favoring any draft, right? Or would you say that one idea counters the other?
In my opinion, LGD's Tiny is very, very strong. They made the Lycan meta. They made the Tiny meta.
Right.
This is their bread and butter. They are extremely good at executing it. I think Secret is going for they went half-half in my opinion. I think they have the laning that can go really well for them and they're good enough to win the game, right? But they start with Magnus Wyvern trying to scale and then they end up going Weaver DK. Now they're taking a different approach. You know what I mean? I don't think they fully committed to one or the other. We have no Puppy Ench with TA taking Roche minute 7. Now we're like, they try to play LGD's game and then they revert to something maybe a little bit faster. I don't know if it's going to pay off for them, but Puppy has proven, you know, being one of the greatest minds of Dota.
Well, we're going to have to see what the coaches think themselves as we have Frankie on the sidelines with Heen, Secret's coach.
Thanks, guys. Heen, plenty of counter picks in your draft there. Did it go how you expected it to go?
Sort of, yeah. I think the first half of the draft is usually easy to predict and prepare, and the later half is situational, so we weren't really surprised in this draft. And
well, Heen, the game is getting underway. Thank you so much for talking to us. We're going to head over to Synderen and Suns fan to get it underway.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Best of 3 upper bracket finals. Synderen, Secret versus PSG LGD. The Juggernauts finally clash. PSG LGD, basically the favorites of the entire tournament, and they didn't really slow down much in the group stage, but did lose one game, and it was to Team Secret.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's funny to look back on how the group stage went and realize that I think in the second game of that series, PSG kind of rolled them, but like you said, it was the one game that they lost. I believe in that game, PSG LGD were rocking some Alchemist Death Prophet strategy. Might have been their only Alchemist pick of the tournament. Secret just found a solution. They beat them with, ironically, Ogre Tiny in that game. So this time around will be played by the PSG LGD side, so maybe took a little bit away from that series and want to bring it into this match today against Team Secret. But yeah, after we've seen a lot of the main event played, I think it makes so much sense that these teams are going to face off in this upper bracket final.
Yep, it's only fitting for sure, as Ame is going to be playing that Tiny. And I do want to talk about Tiny for a bit, but first, Magnus. These two heroes, in fact, are the two heroes of the tournament right now. They're continuing to get through. I do have to say, every TI, there's a couple of heroes that just get past the ban stage for whatever reason, even though they're extremely powerful. But I think the difference for me, I might be biased because I love strength heroes, these are really exciting heroes to watch, especially the Magnus. So happy to see that this time around.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of, how to say, they just make plays, right? That's what makes them so exciting to watch, is that they make moments. Tiny with the insane cleave damage and the single target burst potential. And Magnus with, we've seen Horn Toss make many a play already. Yep. And of course the team fight potential here. So yeah, should be good to watch. In the off lane, we are actually going to see the lane that Seb was talking about would be problematic here for Secret. So we'll see how it goes. He predicted that Y on the Ogre would be able to just shut the Winter Wyvern of Yapsor out of the lane, and as a result that Secret might put the Wyvern 5, but they have still opted for putting Puppy in the safe lane on that Snapfire. So yeah, if Seb is right here, this should mean a great start for Ame, as he would effectively be playing more or less one-on-one against the Magnus in lane, while Y would be bullying away Yapsor.
Definitely sees Shockwave not able to connect there for Zai. He's going to be playing the Magnus this time around. And Matu playing the position 1 Weaver. So things kind of going as expected. Faith Beyond on the Lycan this time around. So are we expecting the Aghanim Scepter into the bite of Tiny, turning him into a Rock Wolf hybrid?
We are very much expecting that. It seems to be the clear-cut plan that PSG LGD showed Secret immediately on their third pick. They're like, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Secret with some decent solutions, right? You've got 2 BKB piercing disables through Winter's Curse as well as RP. You've got the instant catch of Dragon Knight. And speaking of Dragon Knight, he is destroying. Nothing to say in mid. Nisha is 12-4 against 3-2. Nothing to say is
kind of unheard. I mean, Nothing to Say has been owning so hard. We talk about how he's the one dominating his lanes usually. But you're right, this is not remotely close. It is still early, but it's a DK.
It is a DK favored matchup, but I don't think it generally goes this well for the Dragon Knight. So Nisha must have done something really, really well in the first few waves here.
Yep, gets another Dragon Tail, more denies to come, just continuing to dominate. I mean, we typically don't spend too much time talking about the CS, but this is very one-sided so far in this mid lane.
Good news for LGD is, of course, Ame is the current farm leader by quite a margin. More or less just getting everything he wants in this top lane. The only thing he needs to truly worry about is the Arctic Burn, just chipping away at him, but fortunately for them, Y can expend as much gold as needed on buying extra regen for the Tiny to stay safe in the lane, as Ogre Magi is very item independent. Even in the laning stage, isn't too important to get those boots, for example.
can just act as effectively a wall with his spells.
And nothing to say. I mean, he spent so much time trying to go get that bounty rune, and Yapzor just denies it essentially by taking it himself. He is finding absolutely nothing in this melee. We'll see if they end up trying to rotate somebody over to help him out in a couple minutes here with probably the 6-minute rune, I would assume. But not so good so far for nothing to say. But, I mean, in terms of comeback potential, what kind of options does Puck have in this specific game?
It's okay. I think, obviously, Puck thrives if it wins its lane, but I don't think for PSG LGD's lineup that it's integral that Nothing to Say is owning. That's the good news, is that if you were to lose a lane here for LGD by a bit, I honestly think losing the Puck lane is almost the best, right? You want the Lycan to get the gold for the Wolf Bite like we talked about, and you want Tiny to be the shining carrier of this game. Puck is not going to truly carry, he's going to be utility. Nisha.
Yep, Nisha, illusory orb with the Fire Spirits of Jin Q. He's burning down, nice body blocks from Nothing to Say. Not going to be enough for a kill, but forces Nisha out for now. In fact, they're actually going to go back onto Nothing to Say instead. Gets off the illusory orb, but the stun comes out. Yapzor with the first blood. And Team Secret actually get another kill. Matu kills Faith Beyond in the bot lane. So Crimson witnesses for everybody, so just kidding. Only a small percentage of people. Check your inventory, guys.
Except if you're Fog, then you get one.
My God, how could he be so
the luckiest person?
11 Crimson witnesses.
So, yeah, if you get left alone as Lycan against Weaver, Snapfire, this is a really rough lane. Lycan fares pretty poorly in a lot of 1v2s. You don't have any mobility, your defensive capabilities. You're okay with the Helm of Iron Will, but it's not nearly enough against the overwhelming damage of the minus armor that these two heroes have together in lane, so does pay the price there for Xinq's rotations. Puppy is very much laying into him here. Xinq will have to back off, use the salve. Yeah, Secret absolutely off to a great start in this game, number one. I think if they could just see the game state right now with the exact farm, they would feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
All of their cores are getting what they want for the most part.
But of course, you are playing against a Tiny, Cinder, and we've seen this so many times before. It's Faith Beyond. Oh, nice cookie from Puppy. Ends up stunning Faith Beyond. Has to kill off the bugs, and looks like he's just barely going to live. Matu doesn't have another Shikuchi for a little bit here. Might be pursuing now. Not worth the trouble, as more rotations came in for PSG LGD. You can see Nothing to Say getting harassed out of lane again, as Nisha's Dragon Form comes out to do some corrosive breath damage to that tower.
Nisha will get his level 6 here, so there is some play potential made with a Dream Coil, but the good news for Secret in that sense is that the supporting cast of PSG LGD doesn't really gank Dragon Knight very well right now. Ogre as well as Phoenix don't have burst damage, it's damage over time, and Dragon Knight's regen works very well against this type of damage, so he should be completely fine to just stay there and keep pressuring the tower. There's the
He's going to use his first coil, only onto the Wyvern though.
Oh, he might get
Nisha
tailed
pursuing,
here.
yep, Dragon Tail not able to be dodged. That's going to be an easy kill for Team Secret. As it looks like the sacrifice will be Yapzor for a 1-for-1, as Nisha's still looking for a high five, pursuing it to the high ground, still in the Dragon Form right now. Why? Ticking away slowly.
Okay.
Looks like he will survive though. You got pretty good value out of that Dragon Form. Getting a kill, getting the bunch of damage to that tier 1 tower, and obviously the kill being on Nothing to Say is huge.
And Team Secret clearly understand that the position that their Dragon Knight is in. I'm sure Nisha communicated, you know, my game is great right now, let's play around me, let's put some pressure mid, and both teams make big rotations here to try to continue this pressure onto that mid lane and the Puck. Nothing to Say will, at the very least here, be able to get a full wave with double range creeps, so getting a little bit of comeback, but as it stands right now is 400 net worth behind that Dragon Knight with 2 deaths. Honestly, thought it might have been worse than that, right? Like when we saw the start, he's keeping up somewhat okay here, and the bigger lane that Secret has the biggest win in is, as a matter of fact, the bottom lane with that Weaver massively out farming Lycan.
Yeah, Matu already has Treads, Falcon Blade, so gonna do some damage to Jin Q, forcing out that dive. But yeah, just early laning stage advantage for Team Secret. Is this a lineup that you think that they can, oh, you're gonna see the Avatos from Ame, tossing Secret away. Is this a lineup from Secret that you feel like can really take advantage of just like an early lead like this? Like, is it an easy to execute lineup?
I think when Magnus gets the Blink Dagger, I think you have a lot of options with both Dragon Knight and Magnus Blinks. You have a clear-cut stun, you have a repositioning ability against a team with 0 saves, except Sunray. So I definitely think Secret can turn this into a potentially snowball game at around minute 15, while PSG LGD might still be building up a little bit on their Lycan. But I'm with Seb on the logic here that in a way Secret are a bit on a timer, right? Like LGD's lineup feels like it can scale better, but they also do have that weak spot. And Secret has been very good at executing in specific points of the game this tournament. So if they identify when they need to get stuff done with their DK and Magnus, they definitely have like a 5 to 10 minute power play where I feel like they're just gonna be stronger. So Nisha's back onto mid. Bloodless the tower here does why?
Not going to be much of a defense other than pulling that wave, like you said. Nisha will be perfectly happy with that. Just continues to right-click away. There's nothing to say. Being pursued a bit by Matu, but not wanting to get Waning Rifted and potentially taken out.
And it looks like PSG are making the decision to not even try to defend mid. They're actually just going to trade for bot. This is widely considered a bad trade. The mid tower having higher priority and being more difficult to siege in general, but they've only parked Y there, and now, well, Xingqiu is gonna arrive, but it's too late.
Too late.
Tower's gone, so 1-for-1 tower. I think Secret again happy with this.
Yeah, 4-person smoke from Secret as Ame is in the jungle. Let's see who they actually try to pursue. Matu. He's gonna run into Ame. Avalanche has already been expended.
Matu did steal the Centaur creep though.
I try to go for this tier 1, but
small wins. Yeah.
Secret basically all in the top lane for the most part. Minus Puppy.
Zai will keep him mid though, so they are getting a little bit of value out of the Dragon form up top, but not much. It expires now, and Zai will make sure that Secret don't end up trading 2 for 2 on towers here, but rather that they hold their mid while taking top. So really good stuff here. I think rotating Magnus mid is probably the best choice. It was either him or the Wyvern, but I think Wyvern is a bit concerned with just getting Dove, as that is going to happen to Puppy instead. We'll get the cookie off.
Yeah, there's a little bit of space there. Continue to get pursued, but Yaxor's in the vicinity, gets the cold embrace off. That's going to negate all that physical damage. Now Faithion rethinking his decisions here. Will just have to walk away, but Puppy basically dying to just these creeps. Very, very, I mean, that's death from 1,000 bites, Cinderin.
Yep.
Does not feel good, but PSG LGD get what they want there.
Funny situation, you know, there was a really good juke from Puppy. I think this is how he buys the most time, but also how he puts himself in the worst position and the follow-up. And Secret do spend 2 TPs rotating down there with Wyvern and Dragon Knight to effectively not do anything much with it. So I think in hindsight, you know, sometimes you just cut your hero. It's not like this was going to turn into a tower push from PSG LGD. I think they were just going to grab that 1 kill. And they will be very happy to also get those 2 rotations out of it, making space for Xingqiu in the top lane.
Green Coil. Yeah, Coil has to be expended. Nothing to say, trying to get these little bugs off. Xingqiu helps out a bit as well, but still being forced out completely by Matu. So Matu working on the Maelstrom, so about 1,200 away from finishing that.
I feel like Weaver is the single strongest hero in the game to buy Falcon Blade on. And that's an item that's been gaining a lot of popularity in this recent patch after the extra buffs in 730. Even at the times when Falcon Blade was a rarer purchase, we would still sometimes see it on this specific hero, and it's because Weaver is a very much tempo-based carry, and all of the stats are just incredible. You want the mana regions, you can spam Shikuchi for the farm, you need health because you inherently have pretty atrocious strength gain on this hero and bad base stats. And you want the damage because you're a carry. So obviously has been a feel-good item for a lot of carries here, but we've seen it fade a little bit in popularity, but it's remained the pickup for Weaver through the entire tournament as a carry. And you're seeing there, right? He feels very confident up here, just pressuring the puck and the Phoenix in the lane. They don't have enough to take him down.
Yeah. Well, in terms of item pickups, Zai, is that yeah, Blink Dagger just got delivered to him, so that's obviously a big deal for the Initium base hero. That is Magnus. Nisha finds Y for now. Yapzor not able to catch up though. They're gonna take an Ignite for their troubles here. Nothing to say. Finished Veil of Discord, by the way, and actually bottled the Arcane Rune as well.
Very interesting to see him not get a single point in phase shift against Dragon Knight. It is a dodgeable stun if you're playing on distance, but going for the full-on damage approach here, nothing to say. And this is an important smoke for them. They're going to try to collapse with Shapeshift onto the mid tower. If they could find a pick, they could get this tower, but Secret with a good read are already all moving top toward Ame. And he will probably TP away. He's going to go bottom and play the triangle instead.
Oh my god, that was
very close.
From a half second away, but gets away nonetheless.
And Secret probably, they're going to rep back to mid, and Puppy will take care of probably just scatter blasting this wave and then backing off, just pulling it with the little shredder, but Secret need to do something more than this if they want to hold it. Just the summons of Lycan are doing it on their own, and Snapfire can't kill these off without using ulti.
Yeah.
In which case, you could just pull them away for a second and go back in. And this is a really good push from LGD, by the way. They're giving Secret no opening, essentially, by doing it this way, but at the same time also forcing heroes to be in position and ready. But this is such a low commitment play. You just have a Lycan with the creeps there and the Vlads.
Yeah, they're just farming the jungle, poking at the tower.
Yep.
Forcing Secret to be
Smoke
kind of in an
again.
awkward spot. And yep, now the smoke comes out from PSG LGD. Let's see what they want to do here. Nothing to say. Still working on his Blink Dagger. 1,000 away from that. As got off to a slightly rough start, but fully based on his performances so far this tournament, I expect him to definitely bounce back in the mid-game. Wrapping back around top of the Roche pit. And you can see that Matu is in the general area.
Oh, he's in trouble here. He's not expecting this move at all. There's a coil.
Yep, there's the... All right, they're going to get the coil off. He's not going to break it quite yet. Now he does, and, well, still silent, still stunned, and brought down. Big kill for PSG LGD, but Nisha and company want to get some revenge. Cookie on top of the Dragon Tail. Why taking most of the damage? It looks like he'll take out eventually. RP gets dodged by nothing to say. Has the illusory orb come out, but there's the curse to follow. It is enough to bring him down, so a 2-for-1. As the first death was, of course, Matu, but now the chase with Faith Beyond, popping that ult of his. Puppey just getting decimated by this Sunray. And with this, I believe PSG LGD will back away.
Really
Wolf
clutch.
versus Dragon.
Really, really clutch phase shift dodge on the RP, but still can't get out, and they get on top of him with the Dragon Knight and get the kill. And the curse next to the Lycan summons, this is something you need to keep in mind all game as Faith Beyond is. A lot of the time on Lycan, you can try to play around the curse so you don't get your hero stuck to your own creeps, but you also need to play them around your teammates. And in like these clutch positions on the map on high grounds, it can be difficult to find an attack angle without exposing someone. And Yapsor very quick to identify that, all right, there's going to be an illusory orb coming out of this phase shift. I'm going to just curse him next to the wolves and he's going to die. So very, very nice from Yapsor.
Into the Roche pit. Secret goes now. Nisha, of course, does not have his ultimate to work with. Zai, no RP. But I know a lot of ults are down for PSG LGD as well. Although Coil is online. But it's Roche is already at half HP. Looks like this is just going to be given up. I'm not even sure if they're aware this is happening.
I think they have a pretty good idea and are opting not to go. They're just too far away.
And they get the deny on Roche. That would be pretty epic. No. Matu gets the Aegis, Secret gets Roche.
Well, against some of the teams in the tournament, they would have been able to deny the Aegis there with the Wolf because nobody would have picked it up.
That's true.
Secret have watched the replays and have identified that Aegis of the Immortal does give you an advantage and is worth taking on a hero.
Yes.
So they will grab it there onto Matu. Very happy that he did his research there. Very new element to the game, Aegis of the Immortal.
I mean, it's one of those things where the pressure is so high, you can't emulate this, you know? And sometimes you're just thinking about other stuff, Cinder, and you know this all the time, casting. You literally don't listen to anything. Well, you don't listen to anything either.
That's true.
I don't know. I don't know how you get by in life, to be perfectly honest. Ame has the Shadow Blade with the Echo Saber in tow, going for the Blink Dagger next, and then into the Silver Edge. So pretty standard build for the Tiny here. And how close are we to... I mean, Helm of the Overlord was finished now for Faith Beyond, and Ags will be next. So we're seeing basically the same build. Quelling Blade, no boots.
Now, what creep do you want on the Helm of the Overlord? Do you want the Dragon or do you want the Golem? I'm not sure, actually. Even the Thunderhide is super good for Tiny with that attack speed.
Yeah.
Right? So he's going to get a Golem this time around, of course. Doesn't get to choose. He gets whatever spawns here. The max health is nice, but at the same time, Wyvern does a decent job.
The Golem synergizes really nicely with Tiny Cinder. Maybe they'll confuse that for the real hero.
Yes.
You see? Anything's possible with TI. The pressure really gets to you. Sometimes you see things. Basically an even game, though, in terms of net worth right now. Still 3 minutes to go with the Aegis for Matu. Let's see what Secret can do to try to take advantage of this second life.
And it is worth keeping in mind, this is a 17.5-minute game that has 9 kills, and Ame has been in 0. He's 0-0-0. He's playing the Merlina Medusa of old, literally just farming side lanes, hoping his team wins the game until it's over. It's a very memorable game for me. It's all the way back from Dota 1, but when Merlina, I believe he was playing for King KS Int at the time, he had a game, he ended 0-0-0 and won. as Medusa.
Man, what a
Hit
boss.
creeps all game.
What a boss.
And then they won. But Ame is going to get involved now, has Dagger and Shadowblade, so now the farm is going to, the net worth is going to be put to use, so to speak.
Right.
As they are making an invasive play here into the enemy triangle. Going to be farming it up. One of the nice things about Helm of the Overlord, it can just farm ancient camps very easily. So as long as Secret aren't willing to take the risk of going there, there's some extra income for Faith Beyond. Naturally, oh, they might find Matumba again.
Mato has a good idea that they're here, though, based on how he's playing.
Keep in mind, by the way, the two carries, Tiny level 15, Weaver level 12.
That's
Weaver
true.
won his lane. Like, this is just,
He's
it's
going to
just
get a
Tiny
swarm
in a
off Faith
nutshell.
Beyond, using his ult, mostly for defensive purposes here. But Ame's in the vicinity, gets the avalanche toss, and down goes the Aegis.
Oh, Zai almost died.
Yeah, Zai gets cold embraced in the meantime, still has his RP to work with, but it's the Golem that's beating the crap out of him. Will have to back away, and now Nisha in his dragon form still has his BKB available to go. But here comes Puck, he has to force out the BKB. Nothing to say, he's gonna get stunned, but gets the coil off. It's only onto one from the backside. You see the Mortimer Kiss is coming as well from so far away, but the cancel from Ame blows up Puppy. Mid Mortimer's Kisses, still has his buyback though. Matu, time lapse is okay.
Playing it close there.
Absolutely.
That's one of those high-risk, low-reward plays where you could get one attack in on the Ogre, not even close to killing him.
It
but
looked awesome.
It did.
Flashy
Took a
Matu.
risk.
I love it. As Ame, yeah, he is, this hero is so insane right now. It's so hard to, I mean, late game it feels like, oh, we've seen so many games where it's like a 1v4, and like, okay, surely they'll kill Tiny, and he just beats the crap out of everybody, just to run away.
Yeah, so we're going to see immediate burst here. Look at how much collateral damage he did to Zai there with just the combo and the tree throw, but good cold embrace does keep him alive against the ancient granite golem, who, you know, you shouldn't underestimate this. When we talk about Helm of the Overlord, a lot of the time we focus on, okay, is it the dragon can split push waves? Is it the golem that gives AoE health to the team? But it hits for 250.
Yeah, they all do. They're
It's
all
like
very
a hero.
strong.
It is actually an extra hero that you get as Lycan. I think Faith Beyond didn't even attack anything with his hero that fight. It's literally just the golem and the wolves doing the work.
As we're going to see an Orchid pickup by Yapzor. So going for
somewhat late by his
here.
standards, minute 20 here. Is very good against Puck for a while, but ultimately it will fall off as Puck starts getting a good defensive counter item such as Yule's, Lincoln's, Disc. Currently looks like he will go straight for the Disc, has the recipe and the Arcane Boot, so nothing to say. Wants that solution to Dragon Tail Orchid immediately. And if you want to be clutch as Secret against that, you kind of need to force out the Disc reset and then make another go. It's hard to imagine a play where they can one-shot combo him, because if you force out the Disc, what's your follow-up? Like, all of the status resist is just going to make it too difficult to take him down before he gets his spells off and resets.
Secret have smoked up now. I mean, this is so exciting. Every team at this stage of the tournament now very close in skill. Most people give LGD the advantage, but I don't know if it's that much. There's the initiation onto Jin Q. Orchid going to prevent any type of getaway here. Nisha gets credit for that kill.
Yeah, nice pick. It is unfortunate for Secret only onto position 4, but it could start the makings of a push on the bottom tier 1 tower. At least looks like Nisha is planning on getting something done here, but at the same time Matu is showing in mid. So LGD are offered two choices here basically. They could try to go and defend their bottom tower knowing there's no Weaver, or making the map read that, okay, they're only showing Dragon Knight and Snap here, they could try to invade and kill the Weaver in the triangle. Presented with those two choices, they are going to defend bottom tower with Ame's Tiny. And he is now going to Shadow Blade up. Can he actually one-shot combo the Magnus with 2k health?
I'll just say
9
yes.
armor.
I'll just say yes.
Okay, well, he can one-shot the creep wave. That's confirmed.
Wow, that's shocking at this stage of the game.
Can't believe it.
I mean, I don't want to underestimate Tiny. I mean, he's holding a Christmas tree, for God's sake. Only a complete sadist would beat the crap out of people with something like that.
If you did have to choose a tree as a weapon, I think it's not the worst choice, but I do think there would be better types of trees as well.
I'm sure we're going to get a lot of tweets about what would be the best tree for destroying somebody on the enemy team. I mean, it does have a pointy end, so.
Yeah.
And the ornaments can really hurt.
A lot of needles. That's true.
Plastic is terrible for the environment. Probably terrible for these heroes
Depending on what the ornaments are made out of.
That's true.
They have the same color as the ancient granite golem's eyes, so maybe previous victims of Tiny engraved into that tree.
That would be a great Arcana addition.
Sounds like an episode of Slax's lore show.
Yeah,
Sure,
we're not going to say the name of the show because we don't want to plug anything.
Yeah, we don't do that.
2K net worth lead here for PSG LGD. Nothing to say. Like you said, the Eandis is ready to be assembled basically. Just waiting for the right time here.
Yeah.
As Zai haven't really seen like a true initiation with the RP. We've seen like the single RP that basically at the beginning when he got his Blink Dagger initially, but not much since then. There's the Horn Toss. Skewer back. Looking for a quick kill on Y, and they'll get it. Seeing the power of this Horn Toss, Cinder, and this shard is S tier right now, no doubt about it.
Basically has around the same AoE, I believe a little bit more than Axe Call. Not around your entire hero, but in the frontal cone. It's bigger than Call, and obviously pulls enemies back so you can skewer, so very strong.
All right, Faith Beyond, Aghanim Scepter online. So
yeah,
he can bite Tiny.
Really managed to put the amount of pressure that I think they would have liked before this now comes out. Because Ame, okay, let's summarize what Ame has buffing him up right now. He has 4k health, by the way. So he has Ancient Granite Golem for the health, he has Bloodlust, he has Wolf Bite.
He now has a Christmas tree as a wolf. This is a new tradition that PSG LG is trying to get. Avalanche Toss. Matsu gets blown up. Even pops the BKB, but cannot live through that.
Merry Christmas,
Puppy.
Secret.
Early Merry Christmas for them. Puppy does survive the onslaught, though.
That's a disco wolf. I can't take this game seriously.
Gets the avatar. There's the RP from Zai, but it's more than a defensive maneuver. 2 dead for Secret, and no buybacks to work with. The Aga is popped. All right, Nisha is able to get that at the very least, but his BKB won't be around for that much longer, and so will his life. 3 dead and only 1 kill for Secret here. PSG LGD really taking advantage of these timings.
I remember when Dragon Knight was a tanky hero, Shannon. Those were the days. But then the Dire invented the Christmas tree. And that just pierces through all armor you could possibly imagine.
That's right.
Obviously, the Silver Edge factor should be considered against the DK as well. I don't even think that was part of that kill right there. Had been using it previously for that Weaver burst, but... Yikes.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And obviously, there's no way to know this, but the Avalanche Toss, Matu actually survived through that. Pop BKB, then die. If he had time lapse, he would have lived, almost certainly.
I don't know if he could have got the animation off. I think he BKB'd and instantly spammed time lapse.
Yeah, it might have been too long of a cast animation.
Yeah,
that's
I think
true.
so.
I mean, either way, that's not a decision that you can really fault him for regardless. But 5k net worth lead now for PSG LGD, and Tiny Ame is looking quite scary.
He has 350 CS minute 25.
Yeah. This is what Santa Claus looks like in hell.
How many CS is that per minute, Sunsfan? You have a very
I wasn't
good
listening to a word.
How many CS does he have per minute? 350 in 26 minutes. Do the math quickly.
8 million.
That is very close to the truth. Good guess, good guess. It is more along the lines of, I would guess, about 13 or 14.
Okay.
But 8 million is not a bad guess for a first try.
Appreciate that, Cinderin.
Yeah, very good.
American education at its best again. So, what can Secret do to get back into this game? They have a lot of initiation. Again, we talked about Zai. They haven't been the ones to really start the fights in a lot of these cases. The PSG LGD smokes have really set the tempo of this game, especially after the online activation of the Aghanim Scepter for Faith Beyond, as we're going to see Tiny in wolf form again.
Christmas come early.
Yep.
Here he comes.
I don't see the Christmas tree anymore.
He doesn't find anyone.
He just has ornaments on his body. There's no... My God.
That's terrifying. It's a wolf that's glowing with lights everywhere. It just throws a tree out of its mouth.
Yeah, it's a thing of nightmares for sure.
Oh my goodness.
Obviously has his shard, as you can see, so don't, unless he throws the Christmas tree, he'll have it up despite what it looks like right now.
Oh wait, when he throws the tree out of his mouth, he loses all of his glimmer because that's from carrying the tree.
Right.
So, all right.
One of the best cosmetics in the game, no doubt. That's the one I equip as well. Matu.
Roche's up again.
Has his BKB, obviously, but hasn't really found much farm after the fact. Cinderin has the Chrysalis right now. And they need a lot more damage from him. But really the problem is he can't survive a lot of this damage as well.
I think, honestly, that's the key word right now for Secret. Where's the damage? I think that's the biggest problem. How do you kill Tiny with 4k health and 20 armor with these heroes? Weaver doesn't have a Daedalus yet. Your Magnus has gone full utility build. Your Dragon Knight doesn't have AC. Wyvern does good damage. Honestly, I think Yapsor needs to play the key role in killing the Tiny. He needs to somehow get the Curse Orchid and a lot of damage from Arctic Burn, or they're just not taking him out.
Well, the problem is now, even if you use Orchid on Tiny,
he has Satanic.
He has Satanic to dispel it.
Goodness.
So he is looking pretty. Going for a Moon Shard next. All right.
He has Spider Legs as well, so now he can cross terrain as a dog.
So he's going to be a wolf rock spider hybrid.
The Quick Fox
with a Christmas tree. Don't forget that.
Wall.
Very important aspect. There's the Avatar. And the break onto Nisha. He's going to get saved by the cookie. Here comes the RP onto 2. You can see the Sunray doing a ton of damage, trying to heal up Ave, and that Satanic is doing a really good job of that. He's going to be able to find at least one kill here. The coil was on a couple of heroes as Yapster's going to take a tumble, but bunch of buyback from Team Secret. They want to try to win this fight, but PSG LGD, they're only going to cost them one buyback, and now the pressure is on to Matu on this Weaver, getting extremely low, but is able to sliver away just fine, Cinder, and PSG LGD only lose one.
Yep.
It's basically 3 buybacks for 1.
I wonder if there was a play there for Yapsor where he could have got a curse, but I don't know if there's enough in the tank, right? Like, what's going to kill the Tiny and the curse? It's a couple of Lycan summons and probably still gets the Satanic off in the end and finds the kill. So, honestly, Secret did a lot of things right there in order to kill the Tiny, but the numbers just aren't favoring them anymore. You imagine a type of fight of that kind 10 minutes ago and Secret probably kill him there, but obviously LGD never presented them with the opportunity until now that they feel strong enough that they will come out ahead. Now 8k gold lead for them in a very good position.
Even with a nice RP on Ame, obviously with the 20 talent giving you extra status resist, it's going to be hard. I mean, even with all the lockdown in the world, they just don't have the damage still. It's just the main issue.
And you see the confidence from Ame. He's actually confident enough that he doesn't need armor, that he's just going to go for the Moon Shard. The armor will be coming from Lycan getting the AC. A lot of the times you will see the Tiny... Oh, actually, they swapped it around. He wasn't confident after all. So they're going to get the Shard on Lycan for the split pushing Wolves, and then Tiny himself will be carrying the AC. I guess the communication was something along the lines of, probably Faith Beyond's like, I'm getting AC next, and Ame's like, I kind of need the armor, so I want to get it. That extra 10 is very important for him to stay ahead, basically, because you did see a glimmer of hope there for Secret that, you know, a little bit more damage on their cores and maybe there's a kill there. So Ame wants to stay ahead of the curve with
well, we have an initiation from Nisha, but the Sunray from afar, nothing to say, is super fine. Even the Orchid being used and the Curse on top. But there's the Avatos in wolf form. Down goes Yapsor to start this fight. 70 seconds, no buyback.
Kind of reminding me a little bit of a Little Red Riding Hood here, just that
Jesus.
Wyvern is...
Yes?
Wyvern doesn't really fit into that story so well.
Yeah, I was wondering where we're going to go with that, but I don't know what children's stories they say.
Where Rush was going to go, and it was down. 5-second kill.
Yeah, Aegis down.
And they get the shard too.
Faith Beyond.
For now, he might pass it on. He was planning on buying it anyway. I think, okay, they have it on Phoenix already. Who could they even give it to at this point? Ogre?
Nisha, all right, Secret do find a kill.
All right, gave the shard to Puck.
Okay, so Waning Rift, yeah, a little bit of knockback, which synergizes with the ult, and it gives you a little bit of vision to be able to de-ward and whatnot.
Yep.
That's solid.
Some nice fairy dust.
It fits the lore, I think. I think that's fine.
It does. Fun fact about Puck, inspired by, which play was it again by Shakespeare? A Midsummer Night's Dream, I think.
Sure, I definitely read that one in school.
You don't know books, you only know movies. I don't know either, but I can pretend.
Yeah, I like how you bring up something you have no knowledge of and then rely on me who also has no knowledge of it.
Oh, my entire life is built around pretending.
That's
you
true.
Have no idea.
Fake it till you make it.
Yep.
That is the best advice you can give anybody.
And then you keep faking after you've made it.
You
still.
Keep 6k net worth lead just from Ame and Matu. Just the discrepancy there. That is pretty gigantic. But if they can find a way, I mean, obviously with the Aegis, it's going to be difficult, but if they can find a way to kill Tiny, then it's a little bit more it's way more manageable for Secret to actually win a fight here.
Okay, how do they kill him twice? Let's theory craft a little bit here. You're probably looking at a Horn Tusk Skewer into Fountain.
Yeah.
And then you need Cookie or Dragon Tail for the first life.
Okay.
But
you need level 20 on Zai to get that Skewer talent.
Exactly. Zai isn't 20, so I don't know.
I think you also need Aghanim Scepter on Yapsor to get the constant burn, percentage-based damage.
Yeah, could help. Okay, Ame's going to go ahead and 5-shot this top tower.
Okay.
Fair enough.
He's looking Very nice. Is 25 now, so ends up taking the 2 toss charges.
And mid tower, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, okay. Lacking a little bit on damage there, Ame. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't as impressive as we've seen so far this game.
Gotta step it up. All right.
Maybe if he was a wolf, he could have killed it.
500 CS minute 33 for Ame.
Okay.
For comparison, Matsu with very good farm has 360 on Weaver.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna see the break onto Nisha. Able to disrupt the Avatos combo though from Ame.
Ame has that extra toss charge, so with that level 25 might be able to solo the Dragon Knight even if he gets the full-on combo with Avatos into the secondary toss before Dragon Tail comes out. He's gonna get bit though, and go on the hunt for Matu, who he's expecting might try to poke either the bottom tier 2 tower or farm this area down here that is being scouted by a wolf, but very wisely Matu just hiding off in the side. Now it's gonna show with the bugs. And hide again. There's no detection, I believe, on Ame, so can't kill him off, and he's going to TP out. Good read from Matumba Men there.
You just need to do that a million times more. I mean, that does waste a lot of time for Ame, obviously, but they're still sporting a double-digit net worth lead right now. And there's a double damage rune bottom.
It's going to be taken by Puck.
Okay. That's a little bit surprising, I won't lie.
It's pretty good on Tiny, I've heard.
Yeah,
maybe he can start 3-shutting towers then.
But nothing to say is like, you know what? I had a rough start to this game. I only have 1 kill right now. Tiny's getting all the credit. Time for me to show up here. Has the Octarine Core, Boots of Travel, Eon Disc, Blink, and Veil. He has...
You wouldn't think he got stomped in lane, would you?
I know. He's bounced back pretty admirably, I have to say.
Oh, he might see Matsu here. He could coil. He has Gem.
No.
Very close.
Already expending the Arctic Burn here. So only a minute left on this Aegis. And, I mean, oh, okay, we have the Skewer back. This is on to Y again, so it's going to be a freebie. He seems to be the only one that Secret can kill pretty reliably without getting baited into a pretty big team fight.
Dragons, the Elder Dragon form is expended for this from Nisha, so once Ogre respawns, they are down that key spell. But the good news for Secret is they're effectively denying the Aegis value, right? There's 40 seconds left on Ame. He has not hit a base tower yet. So good job from them not getting caught out. I think what LGD really wants in this game, their play call, is we want to find any core and then force the buyback with a high ground push. But without finding that core, they just haven't felt confident to just press the issue. And it's understandable. You're against Wyvern, you're against Magnus. It can get dicey in the enemy base always. You get skewered into towers, and then if the enemy team tries to help, there's that curse. And LGD are probably confident as well that, well, guess what? If we're just farming, we still have plenty of room to grow. Tiny will be getting a Swift Blink sometime soon. And wonder what he's going to get last, actually, here for Ame. He's going to swap in the treads now.
I would think Daedalus.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, Daedalus plus Silver Edge, I think that's fine still, right? Double crit, but
yeah.
You could eventually, if you kill Roche again, get the Ags, which... I don't know, Ags is interesting on Tiny because it's from a distance, right? It's not exactly how he's playing right now. As Nisha, he's going to get the Arcane Rune successfully here. But yeah, still room to grow. I mean, we've seen Butterfly, obviously, in the past.
Wonder if there's any point he wants BKB as well.
That's true. You could be that guy and buy BKB.
Then you're only playing into Curse and RP, and you know you're not dying in either of them. And while you're BKB'd, you're forcing them to use those spells, or their heroes are just going to disappear.
So Matu did get his shard, so this is going to allow the Swarm to reveal Invis units, which should be pretty helpful against these Shadow Blades.
Yep. It gives him a bit more spread damage with the Geminate attack. Pretty common pickup for Weaver. It increases your effective damage output in team fights by quite a lot if you get the right position.
Yep, and I mean at 25, I'm guessing you can take the Geminate attack talent as well, right? Because that's just synergizes even more with the shard.
Probably, yeah. I think you do in this game at least. You're still starved for damage, right? Like you've pointed out a couple of times, they're killing the Ogre, and that's pretty much it. Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, Secret, despite kind of being stuck in their base, the lead for PSG LGD hasn't really grown by much in the last few minutes. It feels kind of like it's tapered off a bit. They're just kind of at a standstill to some degree. Take control of their outpost again and their jungle as a whole. As PSG LGD almost certainly just waiting for the next Roche, which will be Roche number 3.
They're really banking on at some point Secret are going to slip up and get caught, but they haven't for the last 5 minutes. They haven't been able to find a single core kill. They keep using this wolf bite onto Ame and letting him chase, but There's just nothing to be found. Secret are always in the right position, but oh, that's an easy kill on that. Some of the Overlord. Secret will finally make their way into their own triangle to try to reclaim some ground. And I would imagine PSG wants like an over.
I don't know if he keeps that, but Leveler on Tiny.
Oh my goodness. Well,
That
he's going to
is-
hold on to the Ascetics cap for now.
Yeah, you could just wait for the building hitting, I guess, just for the extra siege damage, but yeah, you can't get much better item than that from the jungle for pushing
Even
the towers.
the Leveler's base stats are kind of nice, right? The 50 attack speed and 5 armor.
Wait, it gets 5 armor?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
It
That's
got
so
changed,
random.
It got changed a while back. I think
Okay.
it used to be 60 attack speed
How
and
could a
nothing else.
weapon give you armor? Good offense is a good defense? Is that,
I guess so,
is
yeah.
that the saying? Or the best offense is a good... You're supposed to correct me when I'm wrong, Cinder.
Yeah, it's a play by Shakespeare. Look it up.
Yeah, he was really into basketball back then. Pretty sure he invented it. As we can see, the lead is, I mean, it's growing a bit, but I mean, typically in the cases like this where they're getting starved of the map, like at this point, I would expect like a 22K or more lead for.
That was a very specific number.
Yep, because it makes you sound smart if you get very specific. Oh my God! Yapsar's dead. 2-shot.
Wonderful. Well,
I'm dead.
I found him. Finally, a pick for.
I'm dead.
Nice voice lines there. Let's just keep layering them while Yapsor is still dead.
Can they just keep saying that? Then we don't need to cast. Just keep saying I'm dead until the game's over.
One day it shall take our jobs, no doubt.
Ultimately, we're going to have so many voice lines that can narrate an entire game.
We got the waning rip, but Matu
Coil, no.
Kuchuing away. Yeah, not taking the bait.
Interesting. I thought coiling there would feel good for nothing to say. You know, you've got Octuring Core, the cooldown's pretty low, and forcing BKB charges is by no means a waste.
Seeing a replay here of Yapsor dying in 2 hits, as he is actually kind of happy about that. He finds it
It's
amusing.
like, I survived the first hit. Did you guys see it? I didn't get one shot.
As we have a sheepstick picked up by Faith Beyond now. So he is, he's really farmed himself.
Yep, interesting choice. Obviously goes for something different. Oh, okay.
Double damage again.
Okay, I want to see him kill Roche with this. I think he's not going to. I think he's going to kill it without it, unless Secret try and contest, but he will hit for, what is that? 905.
Yeah?
When he's close to everything that he wants. Something like that.
Pretty good. That's
All
without
right,
crits.
we'll fight double damage. Okay.
Okay, they want to go for a fight now. He has the Bloodlust applied. Ame. How many shots will it take? He finds Nisha. No, we'll back away for now. Oh my God! Yapsor's dead in 1 shot this time. Nisha, despite having a BKB. Oh my God! Secret are crumbling because Tiny is gigantic. Ame.
Oh, what happened to
Into
Dota,
the
my
Roche
beautiful
baby. Nisha already used his dragon form, so even if he buys back, all right, Roche is dead. That has Aghanim's Scepter on it, and I believe that Nothing to Say took that, if I'm not mistaken here. Yeah, and he consumes
Okay,
it, so...
let me ask you a question. When is the last time you saw a hero that wasn't PA crit for over 2K without a rapier?
About 30 seconds ago, Cinder. And the buildings, there we go. He's not even putting the leveler in his inventory. Happy with a Penta Edge Sword. There's the buyback onto Nisha. And the buildings are going down quite fast. Oh, all right, gonna get the toss of the skewer back into the tier 4. He's gonna have the buyback now onto Matu. Stun onto Ame. Can they kill the raid boss? Nope, he's just gonna heal back to full HP again. And of course, he still has that Aegis for another 4 minutes.
Super heads up play from Nothing to Say. They're getting into them on the back line when
Secret
they use the
has to get something out of this. Zai looking for an opening, but it's not gonna be found. Instead, he's gonna go out of his grave. Buys back into the game. Looks like Nisha, that's a dieback. 120 seconds in the grave for you. Ame triple kill. Wolf, Christmas tree, lights. Just say anything and it makes sense at this point, Cinder. And that's 2 sets of racks for LGD.
Broccoli.
Into the top lane they go. And Matu, well, that's 1 shot to half HP. Has to time lapse it up. Already expends the BKB. They can't defend this. There's absolutely no way. 45K net worth lead out of nowhere for PSG LGD. The skewer back on the Faith Beyond. Can they get a consolation kill of any kind? It's not looking like it because there goes Ame again.
Whatever.
Oh my God.
Whatever.
What an absolutely filthy performance from Ame. Oh my goodness. Gaben, help us. Tiny is on another level. I mean, we talked about how Magnus was kind of the hero of the tournament, but Tiny's up there as well, Cinder.
I feel like that like half a second or a second of Puppy we just saw on camera before it cut away. It's just him like smiling, like, what can you do?
Time to ban Tiny, I guess.
Absolutely ridiculous. And I think what's so fascinating about this game, honestly, if we were to break it down just a little bit before we throw it back to the panel, is like this was such a stalemate for so long. Effectively, PSG LGD and Secret were kind of avoiding each other, but it favors PSG LGD's strategy overall. That it's such a great job at just buying time for Tiny, waiting. All right, we get Scepter, we get Silver Edge. Now let's go. And they're just running over Secret in the next 2 fights, control the whole map, and get the Roaches. Crazy game.
Yep, absolutely, Cinderin. PSG LGD take game 1 in very convincing fashion. Let's see what the panel has to say about the big bad wolf with that huge Christmas tree.
Thank you very much, Cinderin Sunsfan. Did you hear the crowd?
LGD!
LGD! That was sick. So now, we did get a chance to talk about it a little bit before, but Jenkins, you were talking about the matchup between PSG LGD and Team Secret. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, very creative, very inventive with their drafts. LGD, they innovated this Lycan Tiny thing. It seems like they know how to deal with all of the counters. Seb was saying off, when we were talking in the green room that, hypothetically, they're the team that should know how to counter it better than any team. So if they're letting something through after that second ban phase, chances are it's something that they're fairly confident against. And of course, that's something that you test. You can't be absolutely certain of that. It was tested. They know how to play it. Yep. They know how to deal with the counters. I think you just get it out. Just get the Tiny out. Don't risk it. Don't risk it.
That Tiny was dominating the match, especially toward the end. Let's check out the stats from that last match.
Oh man, do we have some damage numbers? Oh, okay, these stats, okay. Yeah, so I feel like LGD, they kind of flowcharted Team Secret. As powerful as the Tiny was, I think this was just like one chain of events that could have happened in the draft. Them opening with the Tiny was more of like, okay, they're gonna pick Mag. We have confidence in our Tiny strategy. We'll pair it with an Ogre. Second phase rolls around, and they're like, okay, Lycan's still in the pool. Why not do our Lycan Tiny strategy? But this is just like one of their varieties, because we also mentioned earlier, Jenkins, like the IO Lycan was another pairing that they had. Puck is something that I don't think Nothing to Say has played particularly frequently, but they were like, okay, I think this is a good backup plan to help solidify our game plan. And they picked Phoenix into Snapfire, so they were like, I don't really care what Secret's up to.
Yeah,
we're just going to follow our choose-your-own-adventure draft.
I think something Aoi said on an earlier panel, earlier in the week, is that LGD has such a deep hero pool on all of their roles that they can run a strategy like this where you, like, okay, you have this like an offlane, right? So you're going to inherently lack disable if your offlaner doesn't have disable, or at least like going into TI, like that's what the meta was, just generic stunner offlaner. But because Nothing to Say can play this Puck mid and do so well on it, it means that they can pick Puck, who's like not exactly an exceptional hero currently, but they needed it for the draft. And it's like, it's not just Nothing to Say. They can do this on all of their roles where they just flex a hero, and it means that they can have these strategies that other teams can't necessarily pull out.
So when we were talking about Secret earlier, you mentioned the puppy wall, and you said that PSG LGD they'll need to break through the puppy wall. And it seems like for game 1, they managed to do that. What do you think Secret can do to come back?
I think Team Secret, I mean, Seb talked about it beautifully on the panel, and I think we saw it play out exactly like you said. Like, Secret opened up their draft with an idea in mind, where they had this, like, Mag and Wyvern, which we saw Team Spirit beat OG with, I believe, when OG played their Tiny. And the idea of that is you have the Mag Steward in the Tiny, and the Tiny is no longer Tiny. He can't go high ground, he can't hit these towers. It becomes really difficult for Tiny to play his game out. But LGD just farmed up their items. They sat back on their own side, and Team Secret didn't have the cores to match. They had a Weaver, and they had a DK, and these two heroes kind of want to play at a pace. So the support core synergy felt slightly off. And I think if Secret wants to beat LGD, they have to commit to one or the other. I think one of the Secret's biggest strengths is that they generally play pretty balanced, and they play pretty balanced drafts that are well-rounded, but LGD seems to just be putting all their eggs into one basket, and if you don't respond in a similar manner, it feels like you get outscaled, or you end up in this point in the game where Tiny's two-shotting your entire draft.
Yeah, speaking of that, we actually have a clip from that last match that kind of showed Tiny just kind of bulldozing through the enemy team.
I know once upon a time, one of the compendium predictions was what is the biggest crit going to be of the entire tournament. I believe in this one he hits some 2K crits on the Wyvern. Wyvern's the first.
Oh
yep.
my God!
So first you see her, then you don't. That's a DK. That's a Dragon Knight with an Assault Cuirass as well.
Oh my Gaben!
And that was a Weaver.
Unbelievable.
Being the keyword.
Yeah. I mean, I think LGD just recognized their draft scales up nicer. Like, it doesn't matter. These 2 cores that Secret have, they're never going to output damage to threaten the Tiny. Because if you think about it, even if you skewer back the Tiny into your base, he's just too tanky. Like, who's going to be killing him? Weaver's damage is way too slow. And if Tiny gets 1 hit on Weaver, it's time-lapse and run away. So I just feel like the core matchups and the concept that Secret went into this game with is kind of like, it hurt them.
Yeah, it's the well-roundedness that was almost their downfall, because unsurprisingly, we were all picking Seb's brain during the match. So he was
basically casting the game for us back then. That was great.
So I won't take credit for any of this analysis, but he was saying that Secret basically strayed away from whatever a game plan against LGD would be, which is if you start out with a Mag Wyvern and you see an enemy Lycan, this Lycan is going to be useless for quite a while, because even if the Lycan gets 3,000 gold, the Aghanim Scepter is not finished yet. That's 3,000 gold that's doing nothing for an offlaner right now. So if you're able to take advantage of that, take towers, make the map smaller, then all of a sudden this Lycan Tiny combination doesn't become as terrifying when you have more map control.
It's funny because Y said in an interview that basically they're really comfortable with just going late, and they think that they make better decisions than other teams, and that they'll just like pick better scaling than you. They're confident in their strategy and that there's going to be some timing that they can beat you at. And it's like, come on, come at me, like try to beat me. And they kind of did that against Secret. Like Secret was, they were trying to play early. They were trying to play to snowball the lanes, but like they just couldn't do it against LGD. And so it just makes you think like what you were saying, maybe what you do is you pick your own strat. You all in on one hero and see how that goes. And maybe you hit some timing that you can actually beat LGD at.
Well, Team Secret they're down 1 game, but they're not out yet. Let's take a quick look at it behind the scenes with a Secret rapid fire.
Back with more rapid fire questions. I'm stepping in for Casey. I'm here with Nisha. I'm here with the Yapzor. Matu from Team Secret. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Who played in the very first TI Grand Finals?
Navi versus... I don't know.
What? First TI? You were there.
I think it was a Chinese team.
Yes.
But I'm thinking eHome.
That's right.
That's right?
Very good. Can you name all the teams who won TI?
That's a hard one. Navi, IG, Alliance, Newbie, EG, Wings, Liquid, OG, twice.
All right, I guess it's not so hard. You nailed it in order and everything. Who is the last pro Dota player you talked to that is not on Team Secret?
Artur, I guess.
Boba.
I can't say I remember.
Who cares about
Who cares?
We don't need to talk about any of them. What was the last movie you watched?
These questions are something. The last movie.
The Hunt?
The Hunt?
Yeah. I don't watch many movies. I binge-watched the entire Ozark, The Death of Stalin.
Death of Stalin?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like violence?
Yeah.
Okay. Who would you say is the worst teammate in interviews?
I have no idea, unfortunately.
If you don't know, then...
But, like, I guess me.
Well, I wasn't going to say it. Who is the worst teammate in interviews?
I would say Nisha.
Nisha.
Poor guy got put on blast by your whole team.
Oh, that was so good. Not only are they great in the game, but they have like the big Dota encyclopedia memory where they can name the winners of TI for all of them in order.
That's because they're looking to put their name at the very end of that list. Matu was this close to saying Secret.
I love that they all struggle. Like, what was the last movie you watched too? It's like, I don't know. I just play Dota. Like, that's all I do. There's no room in those brains for anything other than Dota.
Do you have the same experience, Insania? Have you watched a movie lately?
I can genuinely say I don't remember the last movie I watched.
Oh my god.
All right, well that's across all Dota professional gamers, I suppose. They don't watch movies because they play a lot of Dota. Now, let's bring the teams out for the next game. All right, so now LGD is taking the stage. They are 1 game up, and Team Secret is 1 game down. And neither of these teams have been in the lower bracket at all. Like, they made it out in the upper bracket in group stage, and they've made it all the way out here. So, what is the mindset for these teams coming in? What is the mindset for Team Secret, knowing that they're 1 game down?
I think Secret has to be thinking about the Tiny, right? They had a planned answer for it, and it didn't quite work out the way they expected it to. So the question here is, do you ban out the Tiny, or do you leave it and try to beat it again? I think Puppy sometimes can be a little bit stubborn when it comes to these things. So I wouldn't be surprised if they had, like, we're going to try it again. We just messed something up either in the draft or in the game, and then they leave the Tiny and try to beat it. But based on what I saw, I think you probably want to ban the Tiny out. LGD seem way too strong and too comfortable playing around it. And maybe try to give them some other draft where you feel like you can outscale the LGD timing, because I think that's really the key thing for Secret. If Secret are allowed to sit back and LGD has to come to them, I think they're very happy playing the game.
I was overhearing Seb, our special draft panelist, talking with Tsunami. Tsunami, tell me a little bit about what Seb said about what he would do if he were in their place.
Okay, I don't know if I can do this verbatim. I also definitely can't do a French accent.
Do it with the French accent.
No, I can't do the French accent.
No, let's leave out the French accent. Let's just do it in Tsunami accent.
So I specifically asked if you could erase all the bans from your mind. He wasn't a big fan of the Weaver. And so I was like, okay, you get rid of the Weaver. Say that that's why Secret are not sticking to their game plan, is because Weaver can't follow up with the timings that the Mag Wyvern was going for.
Mm-hmm.
Then what is the concept? And ultimately it was what I had said earlier, that you have to commit to an earlier idea if you're going against a Tiny Lycan. Halfway through your draft, you can't be like, well, actually, maybe we can outscale the Lycan, actually. Maybe we can outscale the Tiny. So I want Secret to fully commit to an early idea. I don't think that they should go late to late against LGD, because I think LGD will always win late game. And I do think that maybe let the Magnus go through, even though it's been the hero of yesterday and day before yesterday. I think that Secret have enough of their own independent strategies that they don't need to rely on a tournament meta. They have enough strong heroes of their own. Like, Yapzor Rubik was quite popular in their group stage match, and it was a 1-1 split, but I think heroes like that are a little bit more unpredictable would be more successful against a team like LGD.
Jenkins, you were mentioning earlier that you were interested in the picks and the counter picks on the side of Team Secret that didn't really work out that well.
Yeah, so LGD does this really interesting thing where in a vacuum, they're picking heroes that are quite bad. So for example, like the Phoenix versus the Snapfire, you have this counter of instantly killing the egg with the what the hell's that about? I don't play that. I have like 3 games.
Lil Shredder.
Lil Shredder. You Lil Shredder, you insta-kill the egg, right? So picking Phoenix into Snapfire is like kind of crazy. And then Lycan as well. Traditionally, Lycan is considered to be countered by Winter Wyvern, but it's not really the case anymore.
Yeah.
It's like in practice, that doesn't necessarily happen because of how you want to play the game. Just like an offlane, you're wolf biting somebody. You've got the Necro book. Like, it doesn't matter.
All right, well, let's see how this goes in Game 2 of LGD and Secret.
PSG LGD versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Welcome to Game 2 as we get ready for the draft. The other panel might have someone who can quote Seb, but I have real Seb here, so that's a bit more valuable. So let's see what you have to say, because I was interested in what you were talking about at the end of the draft panel with the idea that they went for 2 different strategies. Could you elaborate again for people that might have missed that?
I mean, you either beat the Tiny Lycan at what they do best, which is, scaling the minute 20. You saw the late game. You saw this Tiny, how he ate the Weaver alive. Even a DK that's considered one of the tankiest heroes in the game just dies in 3 hits. And so you either believe that something is going to fight that, head to head, which in my opinion is a bit ludicrous, or you decide to break, to abuse its weaknesses, like its timings and all of that. But I don't want to talk about it too much because Secret, they took their option and they're like, we're not doing this again. And they banned the Tiny, which I think is also nice. A change of pace for the players. You just played against something that was terrifying to play against in a way, And, not having to play that, switching gear a bit, I think it's also a lot of comfort for players. So why not? They banned the Tiny, give the Monkey, and LGD, they went for the same ban. So LG were hoping they were going to get it again, and they won't.
And Secret this time start with an IO gyro, a combo that hasn't seen too much success in TI. Do you still have belief in it, Aoi?
I mean, for Team Secret, I think, I don't know, they haven't always been the best IO team, in my opinion.
Okay.
But I think they do see that LGD has actually already banned AA for them. I'm not too sure. I want to say that this is some character development for Puppy, banning the Tiny, because usually he always just tries to beat it again, like he'll believe in his idea. I don't know whether that's good, I don't know whether it's bad, it's just different than what I'm used to seeing out of Puppy.
Yeah, but we also haven't seen Puppy win TI in a while. I mean that as a positive thing.
Yes.
It means that, he's moving forward, and maybe sometimes some of the stubbornness has, hold him back a little bit. And maybe now he's like, you know what? I maybe learned from some of my past mistakes, and I'm going to give my team more comfort. We're banning Tiny, and we're beating something else. So the AA ban that LGD was setting up for the potentially, so you have to think about LGD's first pick, so they're banning first. So they're banning AA, they're banning Invoker. When they ban AA, they don't know that Tiny is going to get banned or not. It gets banned after. Meaning the IO8 that they were planning for is very strong. It's also strong for Secret to grab. And now they end up going for the IO, first phase. The Gyro, the reason for it is it's a really good hero on lane against Monkey. It's really hard to play Monkey versus Gyro. The homing missile, you don't threaten a Gyro. Meaning that this IO Gyro and LGD has only shown Monkey 4 and Monkey 1. Now they're shutting down the Monkey 4 with the Gyro, meaning they're going to have to put this Monkey on a 1 position. And that is something that Secret has to be ready for. They have an opening of creating 2 really bad silence for Monkey to play in. And that's something that's quite interesting in this draft, and we're going to see how it's going to plan out. I want to mention the Lycan ban from Secret. I think LGD could have went Lycan 8, they decided not to, and that's also the beauty of the Gyro. Once again, this Lycan 8 is a big threat against big Lycan teams. Tiny into Lycan, very scary. Monkey into Lycan, we've seen EG run it, for instance, with a lot of success in the group stage, and that's the beauty of the Gyro pick. It's like, are you willing to pick the Lycan into the Gyro? It's, good counter in the game, good counter in the lane. LGD is like, no, we're not going to Lycan, and we're going to ET instead. Once again, I think Secret's approach of the first phase is very, very solid. Just like game 1. They're covering all the angles. They came very prepared.
So something I noticed that's interesting is that LGD is actually first pick again, and Secret are Radiant again. This means, I believe in game 1, Secret probably picked Radiant, because in this game, LGD had choice, and they chose first pick.
Yeah.
So I always find it interesting when you have these 2 different opposing ideas. Like, it does seem like in this draft, Secret clearly think Radiant is the best, and LGD are just first pick all the way. I was just curious, like, why do you think that happens?
I mean, Radiant is very favored by teams right now because the Roche is such a big objective. And when you play Radiant and you want to play around the Roche area, you have your triangle to farm with. 2 lanes plus triangle, meaning your economy is doing great. When you're Dire and you have to play around the Roche area, you're playing away from a triangle. And you're playing, in an area that's more exposed, harder to defend, the Dire jungle, and also there's less economy there. Which is why Radiant in the mid game versus Dire has a huge advantage. And which is why teams favor Radiant. Now LGD, the LGD first pick has not been sold by Secret. It's understandable that they want to go first pick again. But as I said in the game 1, it's like LGD, they have to build some sort of strategy that is too strong for Secret to counter. Else, the 2 last picks of Secret, especially in the hands of Puppy and Heen, they are going to make the most out of it. And it's going to be a really hard game for LGD to play. So this is when Secret, they want to keep their options open right now with this pick. And then they're going to start, countering it, like countering the LGD heroes, like in a very hurtful way for LGD. And I think the 16 and 17 picks for LGD, the next 2, are going to be the one, it's going to be the do or break, It's going to be very crucial for them to pick right.
I want to mention that I like the Kunkka ban coming off in Secret. We saw that Nothing to Say picked that up in 2 games against VP. And his Kunkka looked insane that game. And not only that, but it's actually very strong versus IO Gyro. Gyro's a hero, like, you sort of have to stand in front, commit in the fight, and you can't really commit into Kunkka boat.
Exactly. And funny enough, it's a Puppy answer to Gyro. He was the one years ago coming up with the Kunkka versus Gyro, and it is beautiful. And you have the X versus relocate. You have a way to lock down the Gyro. Wisp Gyro is a lot about movement speed abuse. They just run around the team fight, and nobody can stop them. X does it. It's a beautiful ban.
And they pick up the Wind Ranger. We saw Yapster go for some Arcane Boots straight into a shard, and that shard, I'm not gonna lie, it looked like one of the better shards in Dota when they were using that thing. It's positioning in Dota is so much, and that shard, it tends to expose the heroes that don't want to get exposed and just make the fight more chaotic.
No, definitely. Special mention to the Anch ban too. Very good hero to protect the ET with. Puppy has shown how much troubles he can cause, and he was one of the ET was the number 1 hero after the group stage. And there were teams that didn't know how to deal with it. Puppy crushed it. So that is a big ban from LGD.
In that game, Secret, they managed to put 2 side lanes where ET couldn't really lane. You had the Wind Ranger in one, the Enchantress in the other. Do you think that IO Gyro has the same effect versus ET? Is like the movement speed enough? Because usually when I think of ET, you want either make him so he can't hit you, that's usually stuns, or take off his buff, like Enchantress.
So what I'm looking, the ET is not good against IO Gyro on the lane. It's not necessarily good in certain scenarios, but it scales great. It means that no matter how big this gyro is going to get, no matter how big the IO gets, one ET Spirit, whether it is magical damage or physical damage, they will die. And this means this is them taking away the scaling from Secret once again. And to me, with the Wind Ranger and the Beastmaster, now Secret is committing to something. And that's what I want to talk about. It's very interesting. So the Bane pick, Bane is about Enfeeble. I think it's the spell that people underrate a bit. Enfeeble removes 60% of damage on gyro. It's really hard to deal with. This gyro is going to deal no damage, and Enfeeble also reduces the healing. It's stronger than Vessel, the spell. And the cast range of it is crazy with Needleness. So this gyro is going to have a big timing problem versus the Bane. He's going to have to kill the Bane in these fights. Of course, you have the Sleep and the Grip, very strong laner also. Now what Secret is doing is they're going to play, they should be playing the map with this. Think about it. Gale Force, Wind Ranger Shard, Global Spell. Beastmaster Hawks, Relocate, Vision Advantage. It's going to be really hard for LGD to pick the right fights. Secret are going to pick fights that they consider in their favor, fair for them, and unfair for LGD. So they're kind of going away from this, 5v5 confrontation, the Wukong, press the attack, duel, ET spell. They're taking a different approach, and I like it. I like it a lot because Secret is a smart team. They're great players. If anybody can execute a different style of Dota, it is them. So now the question is, do LGD read what Secret want to play for, and do they have an answer to that?
So I want to talk a little bit about the Legion Commander pick. In my head, when I first saw it, I thought that's a bit weird. It seems very hard to teamfight into IO Gyro. Something that LOA actually mentioned to me, is Insania. He said that Monkey King is a good hero when you can get 4 hits off. I think in the last game that they ran Monkey King on Ame, they had an Oracle in that game. That allows you to get the 4 hits off. Legion's the exact same thing. You buff his attack speed, make him maybe Magic Meal and take off
the stuns from him.
Remove his stun. You get those 4 hits off. And all of a sudden, even though Legion Commander on his own, he's not supposed to be good at team fighting against IO Gyro. He has a purpose into this game. It's very clear.
It's a great Monkey King enabler. He also locks down the fight. Duel, fight is happening here. You can click Wukong on top of the duel, and you know it's not going to be a Wukong wasted. Great Monkey enabler, and that's also what LGD excels at. It's like they understand how to make a hero, in this case Monkey King, or how to make, in the other game, a Tiny, really shine. They understand what the weaknesses are of the hero, and they know how to counter, to make up for these weaknesses. But now Secret is taking a completely different approach. It's like, you want to bring this monkey to critical mass? We're not fighting into this monkey until we decide that it is a good fight. Which is also why, intuitively you can second guess the beast pick. You can be like, why would you pick Roar into press your attack, into sleep? It doesn't make any sense. Legion counter beast. But it's not about that. They're looking at the map, they're looking at the vision advantage. They're not looking at this terrifying 5-on-5 that LGD has been playing game after game. So now I'm very curious to what the Secret last pick is going to be. I think you can either add up on top of it, but I would also say that there's a route where you already realize with Beast, with Gale Force, it's called, I think, the Wind Ranger Shard. With Relocate, you already have enough tools to cheat the game a little bit in the right way. I don't mean that in a negative way, right? To cheat the game, and then maybe you want Nisha to also be a hero that can kind of stabilize in a way. At some point you will have to take fights to win the game.
I think definitely some damage, right? You have all these global tools, but I think a hero that really solidifies that, you'll have vision, you have mobility advantage on the map, make some map presence, which I think is what Secret's good at, really good at in Dota. So I'm glad they're drafting this style.
Yeah.
They go for Ursa. So this is damage. Is that, so it's Gyrocopter mid, Ursa?
Yeah, it looks like
carry, it looks like?
Definitely. Okay. It looks like something like that. Very interesting. They get really early timings, the Secret heroes. Ursa is going to force the Roche fight early. If they consider that this Gyro has a great lane against the Leshrac, and they have the Wisp, and Beastmaster hits through super early timings, right? Hawks early, Helm of Dom, much more useful than a Legion after the laning phase. If this Gyro, they consider he has a really good lane to the Leshrac, I hope so, right? They decided to put him there. He also hits crazy timings. It's going to be Gyro super high level, a lot of gold, playing with a Wisp. The Wisp might even play with the Gyro instead of the Ursa. They're going to force the Roche fight. Can the LGD heroes take the Roche fights that early? It's hard for a Lesh to play into a Beastmaster that early in the game. When you have no items, you have mana boots or going to, to your rules or whatever. Very hard for the Monkey, the same. These heroes are slow on LGD. I love the Secret route. I think it's much more closer to their identity and what they have shown so far leading up to their matchup against LGD. Yeah, I'm very, very excited about this game because I think this could easily be a 1-1 if the lanes are stable and if Secret get what they they just showed a great Dota card. I love it.
I completely agree. I think just in terms of the draft plan, like Ursa, LGD, they plan for Monkey King with the Legion Save on. I think Ursa is actually one of the only carries who can punch through that.
Yeah.
Like Secret, if they find the right engagement now, their damage comes in really quick. It's hard for LGD to get all their heroes there. They're going to be more spread out on the map because Secret will force them around. I think that suits Secret really well.
And you have a great point too. The Ursa can scale into the Monkey.
And now we're going to have to hear from the coach of LGD, CL8, who's standing on the sidelines with Frankie.
I do have Xiaoba here, and I've got one question for him, which is you are one game away now from making it to the grand finals of TI10. What did you say to the boys before you headed out here for your second draft of the game?
再赢一把就能进总决赛了。出来之前有跟队员们说什么吗？
我们的目标不仅是进总决赛，我们是来拿冠军的。
Our goal is not just getting into the grand finals. Our goal is to take the Aegis home.
Well, you know what? There's quite a lot of people who think you have a very high chance of doing that. Thank you so much, Xiaoba. Good luck. Let's head over to Synderen and Sunsfan.
Thank you, Frankie. Sunsfan here with Synderen. Game 2, LGD versus Secret in this upper bracket finals. Winner secures himself top 2, Synderen, and into the grand finals seat as we're seeing a ton of high fives. Great work all around. Great teamwork. I love this. This is what makes Dota great. Now get first blood, for God's sake.
All right, I'm going to try to see who got most high fives. I'm the analyst here. I need to look at the numbers.
Sure.
Looks like Nisha was on the receiving end of 6. Yapsor was in 6. All right.
You gotta love the sportsmanship.
7.
This match, this specific game.
8. All right, now Nisha's ahead.
Is worth millions of dollars. Okay, millions.
And
I don't know if you know
the
this.
Grand finals.
I already said
no
that, but
less.
thank you. Secret on the brink of being taken down to the lower bracket if PSG LGD can get this win. Looking at the lineups here, Synderen, do you agree with the panel?
Yeah, I think Secret's lineup is very... In a way, it's similar to the last game in the sense of what Secret should be trying to do timing-wise, but the way they get there is totally different. So last game, we were like, okay, Secret, you're going to hit this like minute 15, you want to start taking fights, etc., but they never really managed to be able to fight into LGD from a team fight perspective. This time around, they're going to try to play fast as well, but they do it in a different manner. They're going to be splitting the map more. They're going to try to find pickoffs in side lanes with Beastmaster with Shackle Shot into relocates. Yep. They have a really good core matchup in the Ursa against Monkey King and Legion Commander. They have a way of killing Roche's Radiant with Beastmaster Ursa. There's just a lot of good things, and honestly, when it comes to Secret in this tournament, I think in many ways their best hero has been Matumba Man on that Ursa. They've had a lot of really great wins, so when it's crunch time here and they have to get a W here, I think it's a very great choice for them to try to go for this. And I think LGD weren't expecting this last pick Ursa. They were, you see IO Gyro, it's very easy to default into mode, oh, that's IO Gyro carry. But Nisha is one of the players that does play this mid once in a while. So I think maybe a little bit of an element of surprise favoring Secret as well here. That said, though, LGD's lineup is very stable, strong team fight, good scaling, and all of the things that 7AUI talked about with enabling Monkey King are very much true here.
I mean, Secret had to ban Tiny, they had to ban Magnus. That leaves Elder Titan open, that leaves Monkey King open, as Ame is going to be playing that position 1 this time around. Yapsor taking some damage. I want to talk about mid lane again, though, Synderen. Gyro versus Lesh. Who wins this lane? Not one we get to see too often.
I would feel like just instinctively that Lesh is favored here, especially when he starts hitting level 3 and level 5 for just the Lightning Storm harass. Gyro is a short-range carry, so in order for him to go and get CS, he needs to expose himself to taking that damage. Leshrek's base armor isn't the best, though, so Flat Cannon can make a difference in this lane if Nisha even goes to skill it at all. He might just go max out the other 2 spells and play this a little bit Thompson style with the more aggressive roaming way of playing here, but yeah, I do overall like Lesh here a bit more, I have to say, but for now they're pretty even. As a matter of fact, Nisha is actually pulling a bit ahead on the first waves.
Yeah, he's off to a pretty good start. I mean, I guess from his perspective, as long as you just tie the lane, I guess maybe that's the goal. I don't know, but we'll see what the rotations come out in this early game for Team Secret. Although you do have an IO, so that's not really a ganking potential. I guess Yapsor is the one person that could try to set something up on this Wind Ranger.
Nightmare.
Yep, Nightmare into nothing though. It's just going to delay things, trying to take out this boar. As Zai will have to deny it himself, but the courier, okay. Looks like Yapzor is able to clean that one up.
It's something that's worth keeping in mind about the Bane against Beastmaster matchup in lane, is that Bane is actually relatively good at killing the boars. If you find an angle to get in behind, you have a lot of damage and you trade really well. And killing boars might sound like a small thing, but these, they give a lot of experience in gold if you manage to get them. That time around though, Zai did get the deny. But it is something that Wive will very much be looking for in the lane. Even if you don't kill the boars, as long as you force them out, realistically that should result in less farm for the offlane Beastmaster. It's relatively safe to do it. Hold on now, he could be in a bit of trouble here. Yapzor might find an angle. He doesn't have Shackle Shot, so what would he find an angle for? Good question, Suns fan. Angle for the power shot, I guess.
Angle for the right click.
Yes,
that's the correct answer.
Very good angle. Does more damage from
You know, don't spread
degrees.
misinformation. This is how it starts, Cinder, and it snowballs from there.
Yep.
But bot lane, I can see Matu, like you said, playing the Ursa. And, I mean, the mid lane still, I mean, I would say it's relatively even. A lot more denies going the way of Nisha, though. Is the homing missile coming for nothing to say? Yapzor comes in as well. The homing missile connects, but the splitter follows suit as well. Rocket Barrage doing so much damage in this early game. Nothing to say. Forced to go to the other side. Nisha not quite in range to actually finish him off, though, so nothing to say. Gonna be able to get to the high ground successfully. Gets off the split earth, but he's kind of stuck here. He doesn't even have mana. Has to deny himself to these creeps. Yeah, so still wasting a lot of time. That's 20 seconds.
And that might have looked like a really weird gank. This is a level 2 Wind Ranger TPing mid, but Wind Run, even level 1, is very nice for kills. Like this, the 15% slow for Gyros to just keep running down the Lesh. The extra bit of right-click damage on the power shot was enough to at least force the deny. And like you said, yeah, he doesn't give the gold over to Nisha, but this is like a full free wave plus all the wasted time of the Lesh. Effectively, Nisha is now very far ahead in that mid lane. Closing in on level 5.5. So when he gets level 6, I think we could see Yapzor maybe even move into mid again. Yeah. And that time around, nothing to say will not be able to pull off what he just did.
Yeah, Matu gonna chase Faith Beyond, but Jinkyu with that Elder Titan, very hard to fight into with that Echo Stomp ability. I mean, okay, so for Nisha, because I haven't gotten to see a ton of games on him playing this mid Gyro, is the build, is it any different than position 1 Gyro? Do you still, I mean, Io gets a choice, I guess, later game who he wants to actually attach to, but what about the build overall?
I don't know what he wants to do in this game. I think there's different approaches to it. You can go more of a carry style build with the Dragon Lance build up, but you can also either look for something like Diffusal, or you could look for even a spellcasting build with Veil E-Blade, which I think we've seen Thompson play sometimes in the past. But bottom line, Puppy is just getting mauled!
Oh my god, first blood goes the way of PSG LGD. Jinkyu with the briefcase, he has definitely come to play, Cinderin. But I mean, you have to give up something, right? We talked about the Tiny and Magnus. Elder Titan has been extremely strong and been banned in a lot of games as well.
That is a pretty nasty lane synergy when you think about it. Just giving Elder Titan all that attack speed. Easy kill for him. Onto Puppy. Will TP mid. Refill a little bit here. They're going to try to contest the bottom rune against NTS, but Shackle almost latching. They will get the haste here, though. Nice for Nisha. This is a really good rune on Gyro mid.
Yeah.
With that 3 points in Rocket Barrage, he has a great amount of chase down potential onto any hero in the game right now.
Nothing to say. About to hit level 6 here with the next creep, as long as it's not denied. But you can see the level advantage going the way of Nisha, of course. But Matu, with that rotation, kind of has to play it a little bit safe in the bot lane.
Puppy will deny the bounty as well. And now he's in trouble, potentially. We'll look for a tether onto Gyro. We'll get it here. Okay. Nisha with the haste means Puppy also has haste. Fun for the whole family.
That's right.
They're not going to do anything.
Yeah, you could just try to bait some TPs potentially, but Y is making his rotation over through the river here, level 3 on this Bane Elemental. And, sorry, just Bane now.
Yep.
The Elemental was deleted from his name, sadly. As he's still working on his boots here. Faith Beyond playing the Legion Commander this time around. Have some great dispel options with the homing missile, with the roar, of course. Can't dispel fury swipes, but which more so a thing in the laning stage, I suppose. All right, mid lane. Y, he said, made his rotation, but Puppy gonna heal up Nisha pretty nicely here, as the 8-minute rune will be up in 40 seconds. Matu in the meantime has to pop his Enrage. Yapzor TP's here as well.
I was just about to say Matu's doing so great in this lane. He's level 6 against level 4 Legion, but 1v2, they still just absolutely crush him with this Elder Titan with Press the Attack. That's gonna get eyes on each other here. YapzOr will see Xin-Q.
Yep.
Well, he's running it through 3 heroes here, that Spirit. So would hit very hard if he had a target, but...
I mean, is there a point with Matu just tries to go into the jungle, getting like a Morbid Mask, something like that? Or I guess with Puppy here, can just get his
finding
regen up
YapzOr here, he's gonna need to wind run this.
8-minute rune.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It is top lane.
Yeah, we have not even talked about Ame this game. There's a Monkey King in this game.
That's true.
He's just free farming. The lane matchup is obviously very good against the Beastmaster, so he's level 7.5 against Zai's level 5, measly level 5, and it's because YapzOr has made these moves, in particular the mid first attempt onto Leshrac obviously comes at a cost. As playing Beastmaster against Monkey Bane is absolutely terrifying.
Having said that, when you get to mid to late game as Matu, gonna be forced out here. There's nothing to say he's made his transition over. Level 7 now on that Leshrac. YapzOr in the vicinity as well, but I believe they know he's here. Diabolic Edict with that Pulse Nova going to work. Nothing to say, he's gonna get initiated on by Matu. But the Press the Attack takes off the shackle. Matu has to take, or use his Enrage now to just back off. So they've expended quite a few resources, but do defend the tower. But playing Beastmaster against Monkey King, especially in its position 1, just axes with the vision to take down the trees. That could have huge implications in this match. This tier 1 tower looking to be taken out by PSG LGD. Echo Stomp not going to connect Matu. Oh, Shackle, but the Press the Attack again to dispel that. Nice sidestep by Matu. Sidestep that Split Earth. There's nothing to say, just getting chased now. One more right click will do it. Down he goes, and Nisha's made his transition here as well. So nice 2-for-1 special for Secret.
Yeah, great sidestep from Matu, like you said. Very important that that Split Earth doesn't connect. It gives him the confidence to chase them down. And I believe he was tethered the whole time as well, so giving him that little bit of extra attack and move speed that he needs to get that Lesh kill completed. With Gyro rotating as well, you do defend the tower. You did a lot of damage to it though as PSG LGD. You took down about 85% of it or something like that. Mid lane Nightmare.
We got the Nightmare, but
nice.
Split Earth, yeah. Nightmare's taken off by Puppy, very nicely done. Here comes the call down, trying to get the kill onto Y instead now. He gets the Brain Sap off, here comes the Echo Stomp. Another sidestep from Nisha, leads to a kill for Secret. And Nisha working on, I believe that was a Diffusal Blade. So going for the Diffusal Blade into Ags, I would assume. And maybe we'll see a Diffusal Blade on Ursa as well, I don't know, but a lot of mana drain against this Leshrac.
Diffusal is a good item against Monkey King in a lot of situations, I think, for Gyro. You know, you get the nice mana burn, the slowdown, so you can chase him down when you're in a favorable position, and you can create distance when you're not. Then you just diffuse him and run away. So I definitely see a lot of value in that here for Nisha. Yep. Bottom lane pressure is going to be applied again by PSG LGD. Secret will give up the tower this time. Not interested in going there.
Ooh! Pretty close, actually.
Did he just solo him?
He did, indeed.
Wait,
top net worth for Ame.
How did Ame solo him? I didn't see that.
He just right-click him. It was actually pretty simple.
Okay, so Puppy was trying to ward, I'm assuming, and had nobody to tether to?
Yep, slightly out of position.
Okay.
But top lane looking to be taken out now by Secret, as bot lane has already been given up. So it's going to be essentially evened up on towers now. And Matu, yeah, he is working on Diffusal as well, so going to see a lot of mana burn this game. Which means BKB for nothing to say is going to be ultra important. Going for the Euls first to set up his own Split Earth. It's going to be fun casting these fights with Split Earth and Earth Splitter. Yeah, sure that won't get screwed up
Finding
at all.
a 50% chance every time.
Yep, 50-50.
It's not bad.
Xin-Q working on a drums. Okay. Not an item we get to see very often anymore, but I love it.
Yeah, and this was going to happen in this game.
Really?
Secret will get the Roche with Ursa IO. Yeah, so about the drum, I think the way LGD are thinking about this is they need to squeeze every little bit of move speed and attack speed out of this game that they can, because it's going to be like a brawl once fights eventually break out. Like Secret will try to look, as we talked about, they'll try to find these pickoffs around the map, and with any sort of movement speed bonus you can give your team, maybe you can reset away from these dangerous situations, or you can, you know, just reset in general. Creating distance between yourself and the Secret lineup is very, very useful. It's Ursa, it's Gyro, they want to run you down over extended periods of time. And there's multiple heroes in his team that really benefit from the attack speed. Legion Commander in the duel, Monkey King, like Seb and AUI talked about, get those 4 hits, right?
Zai running into an invisible, nothing to say, but Matu can see him rage off to try to go for Y instead, but there's the Fiend's Grip. It's not going to last very long thanks to that status resist. Zai was already taken out, so it's a 1-for-1. As you can see, Nisha hooked up with Puppey right now. Trying to create some space in this enemy jungle, so looks like it'll end at a 1-for-1, but definitely in favor of PSG LGD.
And one more thing, just to finish off on the whole drums thing. Xingqiu is building his Elder Titan as a true, I don't want to call it true position 4, but I think you get what I mean when I say that. Like
he's getting Ags after this, by the way.
He's doing damage, okay? He's not gonna, he hasn't even skilled his aura yet on level 7. He's going 2-4-0. Just really wants to get that Astral Spirit in there and get in and deal damage. There's a lot of value to having high level Spirit here, get all that armor and just go in and draw attention away from your Lesh. And I think the way LGD think about it is, well, if we send in all of our heroes in full force, Secret might be able to kill one, but it's going to come at a cost. You can't ignore an Elder Titan that has level 4 Astral Spirit running through your team.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nice check
definitely
from
a
Yapzor.
beast.
Look it out.
That's true, though. A lot of position 4s you can kind of ignore to some degree. As we see
Relocate.
the vault ability used by Y, but he can't jump high enough to get out of this. So down he goes to Matu. And the relocate will likely just bring them back to their original location, which is mid. So a little baby blink here into the tier 1 tower. Have the Alpha Wolf available for the extra damage.
They're going to give it up.
And
nice play from Secret.
All right. So very even game to start this. Although last game kind of started the same way. And it was really Ame's Tiny that started to really create the separation, as we talked about as ad nauseum.
It doesn't feel like there's going to be as much of an unbeatable carry this game for Secret to face, though.
Is that because Tiny's not in the game?
That is a really big part of it. Okay. They will, of course, still buff him up with ET, with the drum, with press the attack, with a natural order eventually. But at least for now, Secret are in a pretty good position in this game. Unfortunately for them, not really seeming to be able to get very much value out of the Aegis. At least they got them the mid-tier 1, but I bet they would love to be able to get a little bit more with this, like find a fight with Relo or maybe get some top tower damage or even the full tower, but it's not looking very likely right now with the way LGD are pushing out the waves.
Matu's defusal on the way. Nisha, his defusal on the way, so they're going to have double defuse to work with Cinderin. And I'm assuming BKBs will be coming right afterwards. And for the side of PSG LGD, I mean, what items are important for them this game? Obviously the Blink Dagger for the Legion is probably one of the most important ones, but I would assume Nothing to Say has to go for, I mean, is it a BKB right after Yules, or do you need to, I mean, once he sees these defusals come out, it's gonna hurt him.
The 2 BKBs are definitely huge. I think Elder Titan's Ags, something further down the line, will be insanely powerful this game as well. Xingqiu gonna try to stall this tower push with a good stomp.
Yep, with the overwhelming odds as well, but
they still have to glyph if they want to hold, and they will.
So Secret will back up as a result. Only 50 seconds left on the Aegis, so they don't want to overextend here, because despite going against the Elder Titan, they will have the Roche advantage for the majority of this game.
Monster's taking some pretty serious damage here. We'll have to back off there a bit. And I wonder if PSG LGD are trying to stall for the Aegis to expire and that they actually want to fight. Like we've talked about, Secret's lineup is more eager to take fights that are a little bit more scrappy, a little more skirmish-like in nature, where they get to split the enemy team apart. And LGD would love to play more tight-knit together around this Elder Titan Leshrac combination. So Secret will yield and not try to force the issue, and they will lose their Aegis here as a result without really getting too much out of it. Well, they're somewhat sticking around. Now, out we go. To the mid lane.
All right. Now that we have a little bit of downtime, Cinderin, trivia time for you.
Oh no.
What's the active of defusal? We've had this conversation before.
Oh, I have answered this correctly in the past.
Yep. Don't hover over it. Don't do it, Observer. You can do it, Cinderin.
Why can't I remember this?
Diffusal blade slow. What is it?
I forgot.
Inhibit.
Inhibit, yes.
One of the greatest names of all time. One that you would never guess.
I got a quick one for
dictionary.
you. What's the active of Trusty Shovel?
Dig.
Good.
get wrecked. All right, now we can put this.
That was very hard.
Now we can put this terrible segment to bed, as this is the upper bracket final, Cinder. And stop going off topic, for God's sake. We got the BKB now online.
Not bad, I guess.
For Ame, as he takes apart his Echo Saber, so we'll likely just finish that again. Yep. What is the item for him that really helps him take off?
Oh, that's the BKB.
Position 1. I mean, past the BKB. Like, what would the next item be after Echo Saber? So we've seen a little bit of variation.
Yeah.
And we don't see Ags anymore either on this hero.
There's a couple of approaches. Sometimes I think Deso can be really good. Sometimes AC, sometimes Scotty. I would imagine he gets one of those 3 this game. There is maybe a case to be made for a Butterfly. You're playing against Ursa, Gyro, and Windranger. So maybe, but the Windranger's like flat out full support build. So don't think you consider her too much of a threat.
Well, Y being spotted out here. You can see the Wukong's command from afar. Ame is going to force out the Enraged Matu. And Secret on full retreat. So ulti for ulti. One has a considerably lower cooldown.
Yep.
We'll see if Secret can try to take advantage of that or not. And, I mean, they have a lot of tree killing capabilities, so being on the trees in general for Ame is pretty risky this game. You got the Windranger, you got and the axes from Beastmaster as well. You see now a smoke. All right, Secret looking to get active here.
Doesn't look all that likely that they find a skirmish, though. This is likely going to turn into a 5v5 with the Roar. They are thinking about going for Nothing to Say, who has already pushed out the wave and is on his way back into the jungle. If he goes and farms this hard camp, he's probably dead, actually.
Yep. Nisha, not quite the vision, but they see the Pulse Nova, the Vault from the Horsey. Not enough to catch up, though. The homing missile will end up connecting, but you have reinforcements from PSG LGD. Nightmare save.
What an insane read from Nothing to Say that was. It's one thing that he avoids the gank, but he even started a little bit on the big camp before he backed off. And ran back through small.
Now we have a full team smoke from PSG LGD.
Yeah, because now they know where Secret are. So now
but they're scanned.
Yep, they're
Secret
scanned
does
out.
scan them successfully. The courier apparently didn't get the memo, but is going to be left alive, apparently.
They can follow it on the way to Zai, though.
Yeah, all right. They actually auto-attack at once, and Zai doesn't really notice. Faith Beyond jumps in with that Blade Mail and the duel. This is going to lead to his first victory of the game. As the Echo Stomp does connect, but not sure if PSG LG want to pursue any further. Ame on the trees. A power shot again, scaring him away. So nice duel victory there for Faith Beyond.
Yeah, that looked kind of strange. It looked like Secret with that scan had figured out exactly what was coming, and they all backed off, and they still ended up having Zai a little bit stranded.
Yeah, Nothing to Say has been inhibited, but another save on the homing missile. So another Blink Dagger being built here from YapzOr, still pretty far away, but we're starting to see a lot of these core items come online.
Shannon, I gotta say,
yes,
Nightmare, one of the most satisfying abilities to use in the game.
Really?
It is so
Do you have
nice.
like a quota that like once per day you have to say that?
I'm hired by Valve.
Okay,
to make
that's
the
actually
game
a fair
look good,
point.
and
you know,
it's a good spell. I gotta say,
one of the most satisfying
That's,
passives in the game is Philosopher's Stone. Boy, every second just feels so good. Nothing to Say, getting some jungle time right now, but see, Matu gets back into the Boundless Strike. He's gonna get healed though for the meantime. Popsy and Rage. You can see the duel go off, but not a whole lot of damage to follow. As Faith Beyond is able to scurry away in his pick form. They're gonna stop the Fiend's Grip in its tracks. Ame's already popped his BKB. Roche at half health.
Nice reset out from Secret here. They managed to lose absolutely nobody in that. Their Ursa was so low health when this whole thing started. LGD, are you actually going to try your luck with Roche? There's no way, right? No, they're just clearing out the pit from the Hawk.
Yep, and Rage up in 20 seconds, so Matu, of course, he does have Puppey on his team to help save. So can play a little bit more aggressive since some of these BKBs are down for PSG LGD.
No Roar, no reload for Secret, so any catch now for LGD is big. They don't have their saves available this time.
And Earth Splitter, which is one of the biggest things in this Roche fight, is down for a long time.
Yep. And Xingqiu even has no mana. He's back in base.
Yep, homing missile forcing Y back. He's going to get slowed. And trying to create as much space as possible. There's the Gale Force. Nothing to Say has to pop his BKB. The Leash Commander's dead. Nothing to Say getting pursued by Nisha, creating as much space as possible for Matu to get not only the Aegis, but the Shard as well. They're continuing to pursue here. Nisha the very least they'll get Y. That's going to be an easy one, but looks like nothing stays a little bit too fast. Jin Q in the meantime, though, Rocket Barrage is there, trying to take out Puppey, but the juking around the trees. The high five will not be reciprocated. Jin Q into the base he goes. He's just so fast. Well, Matu, there's the inhibit into the kill, Cinderin. Huge inhibit play from Matu.
Love the way that Secret set all of that up. They just take full advantage of the key cooldowns on LGD's side. And they go in for the Roche simultaneously. Gyro is effectively zoning off 2 heroes. And the first use of Gale Force, what a beautiful cast there from YapzOr.
That is a really good shard, by the way.
Yeah, it is really good.
Global ability. Man, that's...
Yeah. It's one of the most satisfying spells to use in the game.
From a viewer perspective, I can't deny you that one. As you see the heat map here for YapzOr. Oh, Faith Beyond jumping in with that blade mail. That's going to be a dual victory for him. As Matu working on this tier 2 top.
It is going to be a Maelstrom now for Ame. Not going for the Skadi or Deso. We'll be getting the more, I'm not sure what I want to call this, like mixed damage, a little bit more farm heavy item. Obviously it is amazing for his ult, there's no denying that. And it is completed now. So basically more spread damage, right? If you place a good Wukongs, you do a lot of spread damage with the Maelstrom. It is pretty standard. It was one of the items I forgot to mention when I went over all the options that he had. So definitely another good choice here. And a very close game once again. But it feels like this time Secret have... There's a little more potential for winning this game. Like, it's basically neck and neck, but there's not... I don't know about you, I don't get the same feeling that, uh-oh, in 10 minutes, all hell is going to break loose, right?
Well, because there's no Tiny.
Yeah, but it's
We've had this conversation.
It's not just that, though.
That's
it's
true.
also what they
Gale
have
Force onto Jin Q, being brought back into the force of the Primal Roar. Nice kill there for Secret. Easy pick-off indeed. Matu gets off the defusal. Faith Beyond just continuing to get right-clicked away. The bash connects as well. Into the Piggy, though. Pig pull. Will it work again? Earthshock. A couple more right-clicks will suffice, but TPs are coming. And that is Ame, the monkey versus the bear, getting up some nice right-clicks on the Matu. Stuff the Earthshock with... All right, that's the Aegis. Down he goes inside the Wukong's command now. Yep, no Io with that ult available. Matu might just be left to die here. And indeed, he does. So a little bit over-aggression there from Matu.
Yeah, I think it just took him way longer to chase that than he was expecting. Again, pig pull, so amazing. Just really changing things up there. Bought an extra couple of seconds, I think, for Faith Beyond. And at that point,
a month
Matu
ago, that would have been a
very
sarcastic comment.
Yeah.
And by a month ago, I mean like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining me today.
Hell yeah.
Cinderin. Puppey's getting some farm in the jungle in the meantime. Nisha has his Dragon Lance, is now going for Aghanim Scepter. I thought that this would have been purchased a little bit earlier, but...
Yeah, opted for the... Yeah, with the Dragon Lance, I guess you want the safety against perhaps, you know, you want a little bit more distance against Legion Commander, against Elder Titan, and most importantly, against the Monkey King Ring. It gives you more options to hit from outside that. Not to mention, of course, the stats on this item still very good. 16 agility, 12 strength is pretty good value for what you pay.
Yep, for sure. Matu getting help from Puppey in the jungle now. We already saw the Basher, and BKB is next on the menu for him. And I feel like a lot of these fights, Cinderin, are going to come down to, I mean, not the most uncommon thing, but Roche is so important.
Yeah.
And I think it's more so if PSG LGD are able to deny Roche from Secret. That is the biggest deal, as opposed to, because with this entire plan in mind, we're assuming Secret's getting every Roche for the most part, right?
Yeah, it's the most likely thing. I think one of the really good things about denying Roche from Secret is then that Secret don't get it. I agree.
Jin Q, Gale Force, he's able to walk it off.
Just
like, it looks like me when there's a lot of wind, just trying to waddle away.
Are you trying to win the awkward contest or what? I concede. I concede. Yeah, it is true though, in all seriousness. It's more important for LGD that Secret don't have it than that they have it themselves. It is an amazing Aegis carrier in the Leshrac, of course, but I think Secret's offensive plays in this game very much come down to Matu's ability to play almost over-aggressively, and he needs the Aegis to be able to do that consistently in fights, so... Yep, LGD, I have a feeling they'll try to contest the next one. Honestly, they did try to contest the second one, really.
Yeah.
But they didn't get enough out of the initial contest that they tried to do, and then they got punished even when they were looking at it a little bit more afterwards by Secret just playing a really good two-front play.
I mean, it's not easy to deny them the Roche, but no. I mean, the two main abilities are Astral Spirit with the ult from Elder Titan, and then obviously Wukong's command, which last time the Earth Splitter was on cooldown. So that was the biggest reason probably for them to concede it, as Jin-Q is still working on that Ags. Not super far away, about 1,600 from finishing that. So that'll give them the Expel immunity every time the Astral Spirit comes back based on how many heroes it's hit.
Yep. The theme of the game here for LGD seems to be magic immunity, right? 2 BKB Chorus, they have to press the attack shard, they get the Elder Titan Ags. All right.
Up Gale Force, Shackle immediately dispelled, but the homing missile will not be Cinderin. Will not be denied its very satisfying sound of dink.
No.
Nisha. 2,000 away from Ags for himself, so that gives him the double attack essentially. Which, with Diffusal, can be pretty strong considering... I mean, we saw, what was that, Thompson, Gyro originally getting that against Bristleback in the finals of one of the TIs against
TI10.
Weehaw when he was on Team Liquid.
Yep. The downside for Secret right now is the bad news is you've bought these 2 diffusals and they are going to fall off in value against more stat-heavy items, right? Especially when you're playing against multiple magic immunity sources, as we've already covered. A little bit of a dive bomb on the way out. Says hello to nothing to say. So looking at it just strictly from a net worth perspective, I think Secret's net worth has less value right now, unfortunately for them, against LGD Duel. Didn't find it.
He's going to get stopped in his tracks for now. But the BKB is forced out, but there's the Fiend's going to follow. Can they get the bash on the line? First hit bash is there. Bane ends up dying, but the next big duel onto the Ursa, and down goes Matu. Inside that Wukong's command.
Puppey has to reload him out there on the gyro. Oh, they missed the stun.
Comes back in, hooking up to Nisha, who gets off his call down. Nothing to say, already popped his BKB, so not a whole lot of damage. Coming out of Nisha himself. And the right clicks from Jin-Q are nothing to be scoffed at as Zai stuck inside his own Gale Force here. He gets dropped. Yapsor trying to get nothing to say at the very least. He'll do so. But again, the boundless strike from Ame. Nisha gets up the Diffusal Blade onto Ame. We have a couple buybacks from Secret. Shackle actually connect, but a huge press the attack. And Ame still being pursued by this homing missile. Looks like he's good to go, though. So a couple buybacks end up being wasted here for Secret. At least they get a collateral kill here on Jin-Q. Okay. Well,
he is very fast.
He is quite fast. Pops the drums, press the attack, has the spider legs. Very difficult to catch people for Secret here. And I feel like this Blink Dagger is going to be a huge deal on Zai. And he's about 100 away from getting that. Like, they have no initiation right now other than Gale Force, really.
Honestly, ironically, I said it doesn't matter that that Boundless Strike missed on the IO. It made a huge difference. Puppey actually managed to reset out of that a little bit and delay the fight, and Secret with the buybacks managed to somewhat salvage that, so they only lost the Ursa as their core. But just as good as that was, the disengage from LGD, that could have gone way worse with the circumstances they were in, but a good save across the board with the Legion Commander press, the stomp, and Jin-Q to disengage. And most importantly for them, Roshan is not spawning yet. This is a 2-minute respawn. They obviously don't know this, but imagine Rosh was up right now. Secret could have maybe even looked for it with Leshrac on the sidelines, but not an option for now. As this Rosh is almost maximum respawn time, obviously being 11 minutes. I think this one respawns after like 10:40, just looking at the clock here, 10:45. So that's good news for LGD fans out there. I think they're happy with slower Rosh spawns right now because Secret's time, it's better than last game. I feel like time is running out slower, but LGD have still weathered the storm very, very well here. And I'm hard pressed in this patch in situations like this to go against Elder Titan late game. It's just incredible how big of a difference this makes. He now has the Ags and Spider Legs, so he's going to run in with haste, go on top of any enemy core and remove all of their base armor. So for Gyro, that's 27. For Ursa, it's 17. None of these heroes have any plus armor items. They're going to be literally taking pure damage from the Monkey King, from the Legion Commander, from Edict, from Elder Titan himself, who could honestly just almost solo the Gyro. So that's a very, very concerning thing that Secret have to find a way to deal with. as now they're probably also going to have to deal with the fact that their top tower is disappearing. They will try to get one of their own bottom, which looks to be successful here for Nisha.
They're going to trade, and they're going to smoke. Yeah. Relocate is available for Puppy here. It's Nisha. You can see it's Agnes. Scepter is done. Okay. Shackle shot. Press the attack's not in range. Finally gets it off. The Gale Force to follow Zai. Trying to look for the roar. Does so successfully, but the Force Staff into the other side of the cliff. Nothing to say he's going to live as a result. Matu trying to finish off. Nothing to say. Will he get away? Wukong's command is placed as well. Nisha kind of stuck inside. He's taking so much damage. It's a 1 for 2. Nothing to say. It's still alive. Finally! Finally, Secret can expel that disgusting demon from the depths of Dota. The bash onto Jin Q. This is going to be another kill going the way of Matu. Double kill for him. Double buyback from PSG LGD as well.
Yeah, they want to protect the Roche. They know that maximum spawn timer is coming up, so Secret will get it for free if they don't have heroes, but I think they're still just going to get it for free. You're 5-on-3. Secret looking to invade first. It has spawned now. They didn't see that, but obviously if they've kept track of it, they know it's coming up now, and the Absol will see it. And they're going to go for Roche after taking this outpost, you would imagine. Really great catch onto the Lesh. He was not expecting the smoke gank, clearly. They saved him for so long, but nothing to say can't. That Force Staff is clutch. And then the grip, buying the space, but it means Y will die. Nothing to say, has to run away the entire fight, can't fight back. Eventually does get caught, killed. And
such a long chase on nothing to say.
Aegis and Cheese going the way of Secret here. Huge.
Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard, actually. Which I would assume goes to Beastmaster.
Yeah, for sure.
Zai with double roar. I mean, really good patience from Zai, waiting for the press the attack before getting off the roar himself.
Yep.
And kind of unlucky for PSG LGD that Faith Beyond wasn't really in range to. I mean, he was pretty close, but the tree line area that they were at did not allow him the cast point to be able to actually get that off in time.
Yeah, it took him very long to connect.
And it was an immediate Yules right after.
Yeah. Secret had an exact plan for what they were going to do there. To connect on and finish that kill. So 3k gold, Aegis Cheese Refresher, big swing here for Secret. For the first time in 10 minutes, they are favored by the win probability by a measly 53% to 47.
Wow.
But this is a very important fight coming up. Nisha has a double damage rune. He has to get dueled here by Faith Beyond. Nisha's going to kill them all off. Let's see if they've even noticed he has it. He is rocking the bottle, so showing it on the tower. If anyone had clicked him there, they would know.
Yep. And he still has Aegis for 3.5 minutes. Everything online now for both respective teams. The tier 2 tower will fall. PSG LGD kind of biding their time here.
Yeah. I think ideally they want to try to outlast the Aegis if they can. Fighting into Secret now is really hard. Double damage on the gyro. Sure, you've got the armlet on Lesh. Or, armlet, yeah, right. Halberd.
Love to see that.
Yeah, great item. He's got the Halberd on Lesh against the Ursa primarily, but there's still the amount of damage is just going to be overwhelming with the gyro Agonins, so double damage.
And going high ground won't, I mean, even with this Aegis, it's still going to be pretty difficult. Against an Elder
really
Titan, I don't think Nothing to Say has Shard, but if he were to get it, that would provide a lot of space to be able to try to defend these towers. He did buy it?
Yeah, he has it. So
now we're going to see the split Earths. Infinity. Oh, Gale Force is there. Nothing to Say. Going to get pressed the attack. And will live.
What a spell.
Yep. Absolutely. Split Earth's continuing to decimate here. Okay.
Also found Wild.
Why? Able to be taken out. Matu has to pop his Enrage. Nice stats resist there as there's the save from Puppy to the other side of the cliff. And Nisha just continuing to go to town on this tower. And now the barracks. With that double damage like you talked about, Sinner, it's a 5 versus 4. Aegis and Cheese and Refresher Shard still on Secret side. And with that, LGD will just give up the top barracks. So full set for Secret. It's now Butterfly picked up by Ame.
Yeah,
it's still 2 minutes to go. There's no reason to stop.
Gale Force again.
He's now put onto Puppy. Oh, the jump in from Zai. He's just going to get dueled and brought down immediately. 50 seconds, no buyback for him. All right. Nisha, Force Staff out of the Wukong's command. This is not the level 25 monkey talent. He's not quite there yet. No. So it is manageable for Secret, but I don't think they're going to go without Zai.
That's such an insanely fast boundless strike. Zai was going for a blink roar and got stunned right away, and then they turned it into a duel victory, and that will stop the push, but Secret probably still relatively happy. They got a full lane of barracks. They have a minute and a half left on the Aegis that they probably will end up not really getting to use in this situation.
It's about a 1 minute.
It's good value.
1 minute time window for that. Technically.
It's technically possible if they set up the play right away.
But yeah, it's really hard to go high ground without getting that pick off first. So the pick off on Y provided them with quite a bit. And now the neutral items are dropping, Cinder, and anything game-breaking here. Got Witchbane.
Spell Prism is very good on Leshrac. Aesthetics Cap found on Puppey could also come very much in handy against some of these PSG LGD heroes like the Legion Commander. They will give Spell Prism over to Nothing to Say. So 18% CDR, 6 all stats, a lot of mono regen. The mono regen largely irrelevant here. I don't think the fights will be long enough for him to run dry, but you never know. It could happen.
Diffusals.
That is true. Against the diffusals, it could make a difference. It's going to be stunning out the Hawk here. Gale Force.
Gale Force again. Nothing to Say, literally running in place. He's on a treadmill. Needs to work out, get some cardio here. 30 seconds with the Aegis. Nisha trying to go for this tier 3. Nothing to Say, doing so much damage though. Nisha has to be forced after safety. They don't want to get baited in with this Aegis expiring.
He obviously does have the Aegis, but dying there
makes that fight really awkward.
Yeah, that could have made it really awkward. Like, we're making it sound like, okay, his death and he's not truly dead, but it would have set the scene for LGD to land all of their connective spells like Elder Titan Monkey King setup. They do get him out of there. And Secret will go full retreat mode. I wonder what Matsu's going to do with this Abyssal, by the way. I think, honestly, the best pick that Secret can find in the beginning of the fight is Bane. If Matsu can jump on him and kill him off immediately, that makes a huge difference. Obviously, Y has both a 4-step and a telescope to try to save his allies and make sure he gets off a key Fiend's Grip. And he's the only hero that's easy to kill, really, for Secret right now. Dive Bomb, yoink.
And that's assuming, I mean, he would pretty much have to use the Abyssal Blade to try to get that kill, and that we're assuming that LC's not in the vicinity to dispel that.
Well, even if he presses, then there can still be a bash proc, and Matsu kills him so fast that a lot of the time he can't react in time. So, and obviously, you know, something we maybe don't talk about enough in general about Bane, Enfeeble. Very important spell. You saw it there in the Siege. He just cast it on the gyro. Loses 60% damage, 60% regen. And also the cast time reduction as well. So it is a pretty cool spell against Io.
Yeah, true.
That Y could make a big difference with. I think Bane, by the way, one of the highest win rate heroes of the main event. I don't remember what it was, but...
Which, that is not... That's pretty unusual for Bane.
Yep.
Usually his performances are not super noteworthy at any tournament, really.
That can be a bit skewed because PSG LGD like the hero a lot and they win every game.
That's
except
true.
maybe this one. And they did go 2-1 against T1, of course. Bracket.
If you're just joining us, this, of course, is the upper bracket finals best of 3. PSG LGD has the 1-0 advantage right now. They did meet in the group stage, and they did split. And that was PSG LGD's only loss in the entire group stage. Was the one single game to Secret. But you noted before, that was a game where they picked Death Prophet, which they haven't had the best of success with at this tournament.
Yep. Secret
smoke from Secret.
This will be
MKB
into
for
LGD's ward. If LGD have someone here breaking the smoke, Y could get caught. Gale Force.
Yeah, Gale Force. Oh, Force Staff though. He's still stuck inside, but not able to reach him is Secret. Very tense now.
Very quick on the Lotus there as well, Faith Beyond.
And we won't know when the next Roche is up for another 40 seconds. Ame is Lotus Orbed, has the Butterfly. He is pretty fat.
Yeah. Aesthetics cap on him as well.
This is Romania. This is a Transylvanian accent.
I don't know what that got. I have no idea where that came from. That's funny though. Pretty big item here. You're playing against some key stuns. And of course, just to recap how this works, whenever you get debuffed, you get 40% status resistance for 3 seconds, so it makes it harder for Secret to chain stun him, which is very important against, especially Primal Roar, also Shackle Shot. And it's all about, for PSG LGD, it's all about getting their dispels off, right? Like getting the press the attacking, the BKB, and then they can stand their ground.
Roche is up in 40
Ame
seconds.
with an uncharacteristic mistake there.
What's that?
He was Boundless striking the mid-wave to push at the exact same time they smoked. So smoke actually broke Boundless Strike being a physical ability.
Oh, Secret.
And this could give Secret some really good info, because now they're seeing Ame's movement.
Yeah, they do see this. They're going to deward is PSG LGD, so... Secret And of course, with the vision advantage, I mean, with just having a Beastmaster on your team, it will allow you to be able to see Roche when he actually does spawn, if they want to put somebody in there, either a Hawk or a Boar. But pretty early respawn for Roche, and this is going to be number 4 Cinderin, so it's going to have Ags and Refresher Shard and Cheese, and of course Aegis to work with. So many items. 42 minutes in now. Whoop! I hear a roar, but the Force Staff to safety for nothing to say. That's 1 roar down, and again, he still has that Refresher Shard.
He used it instantly.
Oh, he used it already?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a bit of a loss here for Secret. That could have actually played a key role in their upcoming fight, but now Zai won't have it. That could have helped them get this Roche, which has just spawned, so 1 roar down, like you said. Pretty big deal. But that just goes out the window.
Do you know if they saw him pop it? Was it in vision?
Oh, the shard? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they saw him pop the shard.
Maybe they'd be more aggressive if they did not.
I was like, yeah, they did see him pop the roar. It was literally on one of their carries.
All right, thank you. And Faith Beyond with
Into
80 damage right now.
Nisha double damage again.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of double damages at this tournament, I won't lie. Gale Force are trying to create a little bit of space. You can see the save there from Faith Beyond.
This sets up for
Split Earth. Yeah, this is going to be
here.
very annoying to deal with. And yeah, Secret just has to get the hell out of the Roche pit.
And it's very clear what the play call is for LGD. Stall out the DD. We don't want to fight into Gyro DD. Now it's gone.
Roche just so confused. Why won't anyone kill me? Why am I getting invisibly stunned constantly?
Over time, nothing to say, could solo Roche here.
Very slowly, yes. I mean, if this was an old patch, the Monkey King, if he had Ags, he could solo it without even hitting it.
What is it that Greek myth is of the guy who needs to keep pushing up a boulder?
Oh, I don't know. Matu jumps in. Why is in a lot of trouble? We get Force Staff to safety and gets the grip off as well. Matu does get the enrage up, so it's going to be difficult to kill with the dual damages there. And down goes Matu. 90 seconds, does have buyback though, and will expend it immediately. Wukong's command running out. There's the roar from Zai. Is there enough damage from Nisha to take out Nothing to Say? It's going to be close. He's getting the high ground. The power shot not going to be there in time, but Yapsor jumps in, gets the shackle, focus fire. It's still not enough damage. Nothing to Say is invulnerable. Even the axes are dodged. Oh boy, Secret have to get this Roche. They have to get a pickup before going to Roche even. Matu just focusing on the kill itself. Burst Splitter's down. All right, Secret, they use a buyback. Very important one at that, but at least they get Roche and a bunch of items.
Yeah.
And Aghanim Scepter, is that going to be on... Yeah, that's going to be on Ursa. So you're going to have the lower cooldown on the Enrage, and you can use it while disabled. So Fiend's Grip essentially nullified if used correctly, Cinderin.
That's a really, really big counter to Bane. Still can't remove the duel. That will obviously stick, but it's huge for Secret to get this. They now have 2 cheeses, one on Io, one on Gyro, 2 more for a pizza.
Can you cast it while you're dueled? Like, I know it won't dispel, but does it activate
no,
like the...
I don't think so. You're silenced, right? So you shouldn't be able to. But yeah, that's a big one for Secret. Of course, insane that Nothing to Say from LGD manages to escape there. A little bit of miscommunication between him and Faith Beyond. They ended up layering the Yules and press the attack. And that was what set up for the roar follow-up from Zai. And by some miracle, they still got him out of there on 50 health. So still going to be a difficult push for Secret, but obviously in a commanding position in terms of net worth. You wonder what the call here is from LGD. Do they want to try to wait out the Aegis and then go for a kill on Matsu? Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of a timing window where he doesn't have Aegis or buyback. His buyback on a current cooldown of 6 minutes. Aegis lasts for 3.5. So any kill within that 2.5 minute span could be a potential game-winning move for LGD. But for now, obviously, in a very tough position, and Secret will just try to either just take more and more advantage and get more farm out of the map looking for key items, or they will see if they can somehow at any point find Y out of position with that Ursa so that they can build up a fight. Y will have buyback this time though if he gets caught.
Nisha just hit level 25, so he takes the talent for the Flak Cannon cooldown reduction.
Yep.
So that's going to have a pretty high uptime overall. 12 seconds cooldown in all. And Matu, the extra attacks coming out for him. Any big talents for PSG LGD that we need to look out for?
Less 25. He just got the Edict talent.
Okay, yeah, that's... Whew. Yeah, if they win like one fight, they can just go throne with that
Monkey
thing.
obviously has the ring, and no one else is really close to anything. Elder Titan close to 20. We'll get the 100% cleave.
Okay.
That's no joke.
Okay.
Obviously also sitting on a Blink Dagger means that if he just gets the connection that he wants, he can kind of pick his target at any point in queue.
15k net worth lead for Secret. It doesn't feel like it though, does it to you? Maybe it's because they're playing LGD and they're just so crisp, but it feels really difficult to get into the racks here.
It's not an easy game to end, but Secret are definitely in a commanding position just from... Like, when you look at the map and how it gets played by both teams, that is clearly that there's one team that's clearly behind and clearly ahead. But again, for me, the absolute net worth value is not equal. I feel like PSG LGD's items do a little bit more bang for your buck there. We have a refresher on Ame now as well.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So 2 subsequent rings can be placed by Monkey King, can delay and defend for a very long time, and obviously if they have any sort of strong setup. A lot of the time what you do against Monkey King is you bait out the ring and then you disengage, and that just doesn't cut it against 2 of them.
Swift blink now on Matu.
Yeah, that's big.
Looking for wide, there's the roar! He's gonna get decimated! No, the force step again with the press the attack! Beautiful shackle though, but not resulting in a kill for Secret.
So fast to react.
They're just instant. The press the attacks have been absolutely on point for Faith Beyond, and Force Staffs as well. Secret, that was their first attempt at getting a pick-off here. Of course, with this Aghanim Scepter on Gyro, can at least do chip damage, but the split arts are just so annoying to deal with. I don't know how you go high ground. It's only a minute left on Aegis, and I think they might have to just wait it out, Synderen.
Yeah.
Earth Splitter, Echo Stomp, Split Arts, Wukong's command.
I genuinely think LGD are going to smoke the moment this Aegis expires and try to find Matu. It's a game-winning... It's their only true win condition for the foreseeable future, but it's so high impact if they pull it off that they genuinely could just potentially end the game in 2 minutes.
Right.
If they have any wave that they can connect into the enemy base within a minute, 60 seconds is more than enough for Monkey King and Lesh to take the TFO towers.
That does feel very transparent. Like Secret should know that that is the win condition for LGD this game.
They definitely
Expect them to play ultra passive here as the Aegis is expiring shortly.
I feel like Io should be close to the Ursa right now just in case, but he is playing with Gyro. Secret are maximizing farm on the map, and Matu will... I thought for a second he was going to show himself mid-wave here.
Ame doesn't have buyback, by the way. 400 gold away from that. Just stuck in his own base. And Matu, it's 2.5 minutes and 1,100 gold. Despite that, everybody else has buyback. But if you're Secret, yeah, there's no way you're going high ground now. Let's just go for Roche number 5, maybe 6, maybe 7, so maybe we can get double digits this game. And I believe once you get to double digits, it just drops every item in the game at once and it's a free-for-all, right? That's what I heard at least. Maybe in a future
you don't design Dota. Okay.
Off the Abyssal Blade, Matu, they're gonna find the kill onto Y. But again, buybacks in tow, and yep, gem on the deck, but Faith Beyond able to recover it.
They were not ready that time with Faith Beyond. If you keep going for these quick pickoffs on Bane, eventually one is gonna stick, and that one did, but... Well, the good news for Secret is it's buying time for Matsu's buyback, and they're still controlling the map, so even if they can't go high ground, this is still a good play. Not the most impactful kill, but it's more about the time rather than Bane being out of play, almost. Nothing to say. Disarm, more stuns.
I don't know what to do here. If you're... Oh, Ame's gonna jump in, get force staffed away thanks to the Hurricane Pike. And Bane, I mean, he's up in 15 anyway, doesn't even have to expend the buyback. Gale Force just forcing them back. Wait! All right, they jump in, but they're just immediately retreating here. Matu can't make up his mind. Going for the LC now. Gets force stepped again. Matu is going to find the kill, but that's a buyback now for him. Matu able to Earthshock to the other side. Splitter on the both of you! Boundless strike! What a god! Jin Q and company just decimating Secret now. Over-aggressive without the buybacks to work with. And PSG LGD hold big time. That boundless strike.
Oh my god, I think with Xinkyu in the middle of all of them, with Earth Splitter and the full natural order, I think that boundless strike did pure damage to all of Secret's heroes.
That was...
Would love a replay of that one.
Sickening.
That was absolutely stupid damage coming out from the two of them. Earth Splitter. Actually, Elder Titan did the most damage in that. Wait, that wasn't Elder Titan. Yes, it was. I take that back. Okay, look at this.
Yep.
So I love the attempt here from Secret. instant ghost
Yeah, we're going to
sector.
have a buyback onto Matu. Not sure if we're going to have time to actually look at this
We're
replay.
going to go back to live, I think.
Yep. Ame pops. That's the press the attack. Double buyback now for Secret. As you can see, no buyback for another 8 seconds on Matu. He does have the money, though. So trying to delay here. There's the fortification. And there's the buyback available if he wants to expend it.
They are going to keep going until this Ursa buys back.
Absolutely. And with this diabolic edict, the duel comes in onto Zai, but the Gale Force to try to counteract it. Wukong's command placed as well. The jump in from Matu, that is a deletion of Legion Commander. No buyback, that's a dieback in fact. Matu, look at this Gale Force. That was a double Gale Force, I think. All this damage being applied to Monkey King, but Matu, if he gets taken out, that's a dieback from Matu. Double kill from GQ. LGD are doing it, Cinderin. It's a 1 for 3 with the buyback onto Y. And this is going to be multiple racks, if not more. GG's just called, just like that. Just one misstep from Secret and LGD capitalized.
That did not look like LGD were going to be able to win the game there. Secret got the first kill onto Legion Commander. Blink duels, they counteracted really nicely, but the damage is just... Again, this is what I've been talking about earlier. I find it so hard to go against a late game Elder Titan that's so farmed. Like, you look at the way LGD's heroes play together. He gets in the Astral Spirit, goes in with the Natural Order, blinks in, just starts hitting people. Earth Splitter wasn't even a part of that. He had it on cooldown from the base fight. Doesn't matter. Leshrac and Monkey King just get to absolutely shine with all of that resistance removed from Secret's heroes. Man, that was a sick game. Secret played super well in this game, in my opinion. But LGD, again, find a way to clinch victory.
And with that victory, PSG LGD is in the grand finals of TI10. And Secret down into the lower bracket finals to await either Team Spirit or IG, which
And worth
have
noting,
been really dominant.
I think in this, correct me if I'm wrong here, in this entire tournament, LGD have not lost a series. They've lost a total of two games.
They lost to T1.
That's one of their games.
No, they
Then
lost to
them
Secret as well in the group stage.
That's 2 games.
That's 2. That 1 + 1 is 2.
That is 2. We have a
American
confirmation
education
from
again.
Suns fan. 1 + 1 is 2,
right,
ladies and gentlemen.
With the worst outro in
you
TI10
very
history, let's go to the panel.
Thank you very much, Suns fan. what was that?
I was saying, give it to us. I know we wanted to do simple arithmetic. All I know is that there is one team now waiting in the grand finals.
Yes, there is. Wait, first of all, show of hands. Who had LGD in the grand finals? Raise your hand. All right, there you go. There you have it. PSG LGD taking the series with a nice 2-0 against Team Secret. Let's take a quick look at the stats while we break down the game, shall we? So when we were talking about PSG LGD, Tsunami, you were saying that that Team Secret should not take it late game against PSG LGD, right?
Don't test them. I mean, to Secret's credit, they were trying to go for an early game. It's just, we praise Secret for being a wall so much. That's just because we haven't even seen what LGD is capable of in the late game. Fastest average games, generally. We've never really seen them go that far into a match. This time they did, and this time they showed that they have the resilience to be a grand finalist and make Secret sweat.
Scary, man. I don't know. It's really scary because Insania was saying, and you've said this throughout the entire tournament too, that Secret, when they're in that advantageous position, they're totally fine with just choking you out, right? Like, you described it as frustrating to play against them, but now I'm just thinking against LGD, just go for the jugular while you can, because good Gaben, at some point they're gonna beat you.
Well, I understand why you would think that way. I personally still think, like, Secret had this game. I think, like, they messed up in the end, and it was a poor execution in that last team fight where LGD found the perfect opening to win the game. But to me, I think if you're Secret, your takeaway from the series is LGD can bleed. They found something that worked against them, and I think if they look at the concept of Game 2, Seb touched on it again very, very nicely, but it was a different approach. Every single team is trying to figure out how do we beat LGD in a team fight. But I feel like even now that I sat down and I was thinking about it during the game, Zhao 8, and during his, when he won TI, it was a very team fight heavy meta, and it was a lot of like very early clashes and pushing on, but like this more map style, like macro game based playstyle, I think actually favors teams going up against LGD. So for me, I think from Secret's, and you got to look at it positively, right? Of course, you'd never want to lose, but what your takeaway from this game is like, this is potentially a style that we could break them with if we get a potential rematch. So I think for Secret, I mean, I like the fact that they could scale up. They were not under time pressure.
You're right.
They had Gyro,
Yeah.
they had Ursa,
100%.
they had Beast, like they had heroes that would scale up into the game. And I think that still is the right concept. I think trying to beat them early, that's what everybody's trying to do, and I think that's what they're really ready for. So
And there were places where, well, like we were all talking, you know, we're able to look at the map. We don't feel the pressure that they do. And it did look like there were a lot of openings for them to cut creep waves and openings for them to farm a lot more than they did. And they typically do. It's uncharacteristic of Team Secret to not consume the entire map. So you are definitely right about that. Like, LGD can bleed, and they have room for improvement. So this could be, if they get to the grand finals, it could look different at that point if it does happen.
It could look different. Well, LGD did manage to use this playstyle to their advantage, and they did advance to the grand finals. Let's take a look at the bracket.
Wow. I
LGD
never thought a week ago I'd see so many names filled out. It has been a hell of a journey to get to this point. Although, at least two of the teams I was confident, Secret and LGD, Spirit and IG were not on my radar. I thought IG, after Singapore had cashed out all of their skill for the year, I thought that, sure, maybe upper bracket out of the group stage, you had a little bit of group stage magic going on. They have maintained the magic.
So now the teams that are remaining in the lower bracket are Team Secret, Team Spirit, and IG.
I feel like there's a little bit of magic dust going around Team Spirit ever since they beat OG, or from starting from that series. I mean, I was casting the VP Team Spirit series, so I had like a really close look at the game, and there's just something special about it. I don't feel like I'm watching maybe their players play at like their regular skill level. I feel like it's just, there's something special about that team, and I think they actually could take a game off IG, or even the series.
They did fantastic in yesterday's series against Virtus Pro, right? They took it to game 3. It was 1-1, and that game was super close. So, and they pulled it out, and they looked so happy. And when we saw the team walk out, they just had all these smiles on their faces, and like I was behind the arena, like, and I was backstage, and they're just like celebrating very quietly amongst themselves, but I feel like that they have that team synergy. But who has more team? Who would you say has the most team synergy, really, out of all the teams that are remaining?
I mean, I think LGD is the obvious choice, but I think if you put them aside, I actually think like when you look at Team Secret, you have a lot of individually very high-skilled players, really intelligently put together drafts.
Right.
But I wouldn't really think of them as like the most team synergetic team. IG, I think, is a very similar thing to Team Secret. So yeah, probably Team Spirit.
All right, well, cool. Well, we do have a great interview with the winners. We have Frankie with Shelba. Let's take a look.
Thank you very much, Sumi. So I've got one question for you, which is you're actually a TI champion, Shelba. You won back in 2014 with Team Newbie, and I'm just wondering, now you're in the grand finals of yet another TI with LGD. Does this bring back memories for you?
只有一个问题 ，TI4 你跟着 Newbie 夺冠了，然后这一次又再一次跟着老干爹进入总决赛，有没有一些回忆或者想起以前呢？
就是看到大家还在为 TI 盾努力，就很感触吧。然后希望追梦的人有个好结果吧。
I feel very emotional seeing everyone still chasing for the Aegis. I hope that everyone who has a dream reaches their dream.
Well, congratulations on making it through to the finals. I wish you all the best with your dreams, and we're going to head back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Frankie. What a great interview,
nice.
right?
Yeah.
Oh my
God.
God.
Brings a tear to my eye. It's so pure and
What a
wholesome.
great
Even
leader.
though he's cutthroat, man.
Well, yeah,
That's just a soft exterior, I think. I think inside he's like, whoo, I only had to show 2 strategies. Thank God, man. If I pushed to a game 3, I might have had to whip something out of the bank.
Yeah, he didn't want to reveal anything in that interview, so he's just like, yeah, you know, everybody's.
I feel like he was speaking to me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, when he said, I hope that everyone who's trying will achieve their
Reaches that
dreams, I
dream.
really felt like he was speaking to me.
Really? Oh,
You feel
that's so
inspired now?
nice.
Yeah,
Aaron?
I do.
Was he speaking to me as well?
No.
All right. They were not speaking to Jenkins. So, what was that production? Oh, everyone. We interrupt this panel for an important announcement. Let's take a look.
Davion, Dragon Knight. Your identity consumed, transformed into a murderous abomination in the service of a master you hate. Dragon Knight. I've come to collect what belongs to me. When the demon is corrupted, I will cleanse with fire.
You need to give Davion back to us.
You are the child of fire, a part of me, and you will obey.
I am no one's child! I am the fire!
That's a lot of fucking dragons.
Can I just say this fall actually ends like very soon. So Marcy in Dota 2, oh, love to see it. I thought we were going to be having hype talks about Lena and the anime. I thought that was already very exciting, but Marcy.
That's a lot of dragons.
That's
you
a
know,
lot of-
we get
a lot
more
of
of the
dragons,
anime, and now we
yes.
get the anime in our game again.
Yes.
She looks badass, I gotta
She
say.
does.
Oh, fan favorite, and I feel like everyone's just gonna love her even more.
Oh, and best part, she's a jungler.
And she's a
she's
melee.
fighting the Hellbear Smasher.
Please be a support. Please be
Yeah,
a support.
yeah.
There's
every
no way,
new
dude,
hero.
there's no way. Have you seen that fighting? There's no way
Every
she's a
new
support.
hero, it becomes a core. You know, these mid laners are like, okay, I'm going to take it mid. I'm going to buy. I want it to be a support, please. Thank you.
But there's never new
You
hero
just had
carries. There's
Hoodwink.
hardly ever new hero carries.
Hoodwink, Willow. We've seen Dawnbreaker played as support.
Be versatile. How about that? Be able to do everything, Marcy.
All right.
Please.
No.
Become the hero you want.
Hard carry.
It's already confirmed. Because where were the teammates? Did you guys see a teammate in
No.
that video? No.
That was like
what
a
was she
1v3.
doing?
That was like a 1v3.
Hitting the jungle, and she hit some lane creeps. That's
True.
a hard carry. It's solved. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Thanks, mate.
That's very exciting, and that must be very soon. This fall generally ends. Is it the 21st of November or 21st of December? I forgot.
This is literally the only time that players care about the seasons in their entire lives. Wait, what is it?
When does fall end? Oh, okay, that's a lot of good stuff to look forward to. Of course, look forward to in the season, but also to look forward to here still at the International 10, as we are also ready for our next series, Elimination. We already know our top 4 teams, but we need only 3 for the final day, so we're going to have another calling on our hands. We're going to see Team Spirit going up against IG Gods. That is a nice repeat of 3 days ago now, 4 days ago?
Yep. Bit of deja vu. I'm looking forward to it. I feel like the two teams match up and produce these really like high tempo, fast-paced, aggressive games of Dota. Seeing Toronto, Tokyo versus Emo especially is a matchup I cannot wait for.
Okay, so you want to highlight why that is a matchup to you want to talk about something else? Okay, well, before we talk about something else, the reason why it's very exciting to see Toronto, Tokyo go up against Emo, for people that were unaware. So all chatting in Dota 2, obviously you know a lot about the voice lines and the tipping, and people do a lot of stuff in game with voice lines and stuff, but sometimes people just press Shift Enter, which allows you to chat to everybody in your team. And yes, that is indeed a thing that also happens on the international stage and in grand finals as well, Trent.
Well, apparently, do you shift enter? Are you one of those?
No, because I think that the moment that I do it, I'll lose because karma. And
See, that's what I thought. I was very concerned when that came out, but no true combo there. They got the taunt into the win, and unexpected.
Yeah, Emo got the taunt with the question mark in the grand finals of the Singapore Major, and then of course we saw yesterday Toronto Tokyo, easy game to OG, which. I mean, that's spicy tea.
But there's kind of like a story behind it, right? For like Spirit, like for IG and EG, of course, there was the whole pre-thing going in, Emo feeling not too great. And then you have in Spirit, obviously there being OG. OG was the first team to start typing at TI. So there's kind of maybe like their way of going, we've just beaten you, the all shadows of TI. And now maybe this series, they have no bad blood, right? Like Spirit and IG, when like other than upper bracket, they've not had to type to each other. And maybe we're not going to see any all chat potentially, or new things occur. Maybe there's new blood that we've not really seen.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the teams think it's going to give them a psychological edge, but yeah, that drama and tension, that rivalry doesn't necessarily exist.
Yeah.
Outside of maybe within this chat, because they met before, that changes things up a little.
They didn't all chat against each other when they met for the first time, right?
No, I don't think so. No, yeah.
I think they start this game with double question mark. That's my personal prediction.
They go 5-man mid, all high five.
Yeah, they're going to be high-fiving, question marking each other. There's going to be a ton of all chat. I feel like they're going to get a little bit clowny.
A little bit clowny. Well, if it's up to these players on your screen, it will definitely get clowny. They all like action. We see the playmakers, and a big difference there is, of course, we see Toro and Fly. They're the carries, of course, for the team. But Gods, we also see some support players in this one.
Yes, Ollie and Mira, I think both very key players for their team. To me, Ollie's kind of that like very stable, at times kind of defensive, but you know, he's getting involved in all of the action. Like he's always going to be backing up his cores, and he understands like their timings because he's always playing around the core that's, you know, the strongest at any given point in the game.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the series. The winner of this series will move forward to the final day of the International 10. Well, the loser, I mean, top 4 is still really good. You still get a lot of money as well, but it really is about making it to that final day. Let's welcome the teams on stage. Invictus Gaming will take their place on stage right now, and they are ready to make it to that final day. They like to be in grand finals. We have seen them in grand finals. These are your Singapore Major champions from earlier this year. This squad has been together since September 2019 and have not stopped grinding. They have learned, they have grown, and also throughout this tournament we see that they have improved with every step. Have they improved enough to make it to the final day? We'll find out as they are going to face Team Spirit. Team Spirit will be the second team to walk on stage here on this Saturday evening, ready to face their opponent. And Team Spirit, of course, the Eastern European team that has made it the furthest in 6 years. The last time we saw a Eastern European team make it this far was 2013. It's not even 6 years. My math is completely off. This team is on fire. They have done so well. One of the youngest teams at the International, and they have the youngest player on their squad in Yatoro, 18 years old. Yes, you might be wondering, hey, but I thought Yatoro was the guy with the red hair. And you'd be right, because he was, but he's also the guy that shaved his head, because apparently yesterday morning, before their series versus OG, a sacrifice had to be made to the Dota gods. And I'm not even kidding, that is literally the reason why.
And now we'll bring on the Clippers and sacrifice another.
But hey, yesterday it worked.
Toronto, Tokyo. Whoop, see ya.
It worked. I mean,
beautiful.
it's incredible. I mean, obviously, when you're playing on a big stage like this, there's gonna be some kind of, you're gonna believe in some kind of karma and sacrifice. Some superstition will come into there. And I mean, this is one that we hadn't seen before.
It's a sacrifice,
Yes.
It's all the hours you've put into Dota. Well, while you did that, you were growing that hair.
Yes.
And now it's all on the line. And so it's all laid out. It's all out there. It's all on the stage.
I hope they cleaned it up afterwards, though. Of course, also, Yatoro is the only player that has played 10 games on the main stage with 10 different heroes, which is incredible, Tigov.
Yeah, you don't often get to see that, and every time we mention that, we always seem to kind of gravitate towards Collapse, because of course, Collapse is unlocking that a lot.
Yeah.
And they also said in their interview yesterday there was a surprise for today. And I'm a little bit let down because I thought they're all going to shave their heads and just come out like 5 warlords coming and face IG in the eyes, but that hasn't happened. So they did say there's a surprise coming. So maybe in the draft there could be a surprise. Maybe after the game they have the Clippers prepared or something. But I'm hoping for that surprise to show, because they said it in the interview.
They said it in the interview, and then it must be true, because that's how they
wouldn't lie.
Maybe it's a few more of those unpicked heroes we're going to see. Hutch Techies, I'm sure they'd be quickly fan favorites then. But when you mention hero pool, the thing that's crazy about Yatoro is he's the youngest player in the tournament.
Yeah.
And often I think the issue with young players is sometimes their hero pool is small. They've just been playing Dota for a short amount of time, but clearly not an issue for him.
Not an issue for him, indeed. Of course, they're going up against IG here, and the opening series for both of these teams was this one as well. And it actually started going very well at the start of that best of 3 for Team Spirit, Trent.
You could say they took a game off them, but really, it was a fantastic move they made, but it really was just kind of like one move to actually secure this game. And this
all you need is one move.
Well, I mean, they were pretty far behind.
But that's what Spirit has kind of leaned on throughout this tournament, is their ability to find that one move, right? Be it finding that one Roshan to give them the advantage, be it finding that, beautiful DD for a Morphling to run it down mid. But I think that is the tenacity of Team Spirit, that ability to keep themselves in any game that not a lot of teams are able to unlock at TI.
So you wouldn't call it fluky?
I wouldn't call that fluky. I mean, DD Runes are very skilled.
Okay.
And,
this is also the first Rampage, by the way, that we saw on the main stage. And in the meantime, Team Spirit has had 3 Rampages on the main stage in total, of course, making it all the way to this point.
That's crazy, because he had the 5th one of all time. That first one there'd only been 4 at all the other TIs on the main stage.
Yeah, this is the fight in the game 2, by the way, where IG was very dominant, and we have a godlike Emo in the Roche pit here, securing game 2, of course, forcing out that game 3 in this series.
Yeah, and the important thing about that 3rd game in this series was the fact that IG actually broke 2 records in this game with the highest KDA with 0 deaths and 1+ deaths. It was like 49 KDA and 37 KDA in that game on the Storm and the Spectre. Oof. So Spirit did kind of get a little bit slapped in that 3rd game, and I think they're going to have to use that and go, okay, this is how we got, completely removed from the upper bracket. Let's maybe not let that happen again. So they've learned the hardest way against IG of how to not approach a Storm Spectre, for example.
So this series, if you would have asked me at the start of the tournament, and if you would have asked me even the start of the main event, I would say IG will take it. And they did take it in the upper bracket first round. But now we've seen Team Spirit evolve. IG is still very strong, but obviously they did drop also to the lower bracket eventually. Is this an even series? Does anybody have a very clear favorite going into this, Trent?
I would still lean over towards IG personally. I think that it is something that we're missing a lot in the way that Dota's been played over like the whole COVID era, has been this idea of coming to a LAN and quickly grinding out a bunch of games and improving all your strategies based on that. And that is something we got the majors at the very least, but it used to be when we had like a tournament every other weekend. That's a very integral part of how you play Dota, right? And you learn very quickly as a team, and that's something that they're missing. So you're seeing them adapt, and they're bringing that in. They have to make sure that they're going to have those skills in order to actually adapt and level up enough here to beat IG.
Yep. I'm with Trent, and I feel like IG's biggest strength is they have more than one play style. I think they've won games playing around Emo with these like heavy mid-game lineups, his Ember Spirit, but then they can also win games where they sit back and play for this more late game, fly on his Spectre. It just feels like to me that IG is a bit more flexible with their drafts.
Yeah, they're very robust for sure. And I think if you look towards Spirit and what's kind of got them here, they kind of have the same, but it's a little bit less. And I think the main thing here is just the enthusiasm that Spirit brings, right? It's the fact that they do see good in games that are pretty bad. I think IG, for example, most of the games that they've won, it has looked pretty decent. I think the second game today, they had to bounce back, but I think Spirit has consistently found more routes back into harder games. So it's even for me, honestly.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that because it should be feeling fairly even between these two teams, especially considering their results prior. I want to talk about the mid matchup because Toronto-Tokyo versus Emo, we talked about, of course, the alt chatting. That's great. But in terms of player matchups, this should be a very exciting mid lane to watch, T.
Sure, yeah. Again, to remind everyone about Toronto-Tokyo, he started the DPC very much as a pub-esque style of player. No one really kind of gave him the respect he now deserves, and I think he has kind of proven himself throughout this tournament. Whilst if you look to the other side, Emo, kind of, again, a slightly shaky tournament, but still very much high regard. So, yeah, I think both of these players kind of want to prove themselves to their fans that they can be that top 3 at TI mid laner.
Yeah. I would personally give Emo a bit of an edge. I think he has that kind of more playmaking ability that Toronto-Tokyo doesn't showcase as much. It's partly the Spirit playstyle where usually it's collapse on that big team fighter starting the fights or the supports, whereas Emo is often the one, we saw Blink Dagger Ember Spirit early today. He wants to be able to go in and set his teammates up for success, whereas for Toronto-Tokyo, often it's more like, the Kunkka, the Invoker, these heroes that sit back a bit more. Maybe, they're poking and prodding, but they're not fully starting the fight.
Yeah, we just said sit back, and then we saw on screen someone else sitting in that chair, and that is Super, the coach, who will take over the wheel during the drafting phase. At the other side, Team Spirit, they do have Silent backing them up. He doesn't necessarily take over the wheel, but definitely a very vocal voice in that draft indeed. And speaking of draft, let's get into it for this first game.
Invictus Gamer versus Team Spirit. Game 1.
Thank you, Shiver. Sunsfan here. Finally made it to the tiny table that makes me look just great. I am here with my Persian brother, Insania. Salam alaikum, my friend. And my American brother, BSJ. Hello. Hi. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Let's get into the draft, gentlemen. IG versus Team Spirit, best of 3. This is for, well, I was going to say all the marbles, but there's actually a few more to go with. Winner of this.
A chance at all the marbles.
Chance at all the marbles. I'm guessing you saw that show recently on Netflix.
Yes, I did.
Squid Game.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get into the drafts, BSJ. Stop distracting me, for God's sake. So,
my bad.
Team Spirit versus IG. Talk to me, gentlemen.
It looks like a potential Tiny is going to be left open, but most likely I think it's going to get banned when Magnus is out of the pool. I think Mag has been the only hero I've seen effectively work against Tiny, so yeah, there you go. Mag's out, Tiny's out.
Yeah, I like to see IG remove these heroes like Weaver and Mag because they just leave room for these outplays. Team Spirit, I think on paper is a bit weaker than IG, but they have this X factor that I think a team that's an underdog needs to have in order to take these series like we saw yesterday against VP. They can just win the game at any point. And in their first series, first game of the main event, we saw that clip of the Morphling with the DD. They were down, almost out in that game, and suddenly they throned. So that's what I'm looking for from Team Spirit. Will they have the playmaking potential 30, 40 minutes into the game with their heroes? And they almost always give themselves that.
I think Spirit's they've been really good about hanging through their games. I feel like even ever since Kiev Major, when we played them in a best of 1, I kind of realized this about their team. They have this really interesting thing they do pretty late on into the game where if they're behind, they'll take over your triangle, set up vision. And I think actually when it comes to playing around vision, they might be the strongest team out of all the teams still here. So I think that's going to be something that they want to look to utilize and abuse. Shocking first pick from IG, the Kaka Lion.
Couldn't have possibly expected this one. He has been only playing it pretty much every game of the main event. The thing I think about Team Spirit is when you mentioned they take over the opponent triangle and establish vision in weird places, I feel like when I'm watching them, they should be losing. I don't know if you know what I mean, but they're in this position where they don't look like they take standard fights. They don't look like they're holding standard parts of the map. And you just look at the net worth lead and it never goes in favor of the opponent. And I think it's something that they're just so unique about that maybe these teams aren't prepared for. But the thing about IG compared to VP, for instance, is that I just think IG is much more solid in their game rather than being more on the aggressive. They just play to their own timings. VP's kind of run at you consistently, and Team Spirit's the type of team that if you mess up once, overextend once, they will punish you.
You guys have a lot of experience with this, but IG obviously is the favorite going into this, right? In terms of just the entire year, in terms of the scope. But Team Spirit has like all the momentum right now. Like, how much of a difference do you think that actually makes at this stage?
I think it makes a huge difference for Team Spirit. I think right now they get Mars Bane. I think these are two heroes that they love playing. And I think of Collapse, Bane, Mars is like the first hero that comes to mind. And I think like when you feel like your heroes are working, when you feel like the ideas that you're coming into the tournament with are working, and you get that momentum building up like in the lower bracket as they have, that gives you confidence to just pick it. You're like, all right, screw it. We don't care about the Tide Hunter. You don't second guess yourself like, maybe we should take the Tide because it's been so good at this tournament. You're like, nah.
It's funny because at the Animator, that's where they kind of, like everybody was picking Mars back then. He was really strong, but he's kind of tapered off with a couple of nerfs to go with it. And there's still a team that's not afraid to bring it first too. And then Bane, what the hell's happening with this hero, guys? Usually not very good at TI or any tournament in the past God knows how many years, but he's being picked with a very high win rate now.
Yeah, he went through like a small dip in the group phase because for the tournaments leading up to TI, he was highly sought after, and then they gave him a slight nerf to Nightmare in the laning stage. But he just wins pretty much every lane. We saw somebody like save on VP yesterday, setting up countless ganks. The time that your team has to connect to you with the Nightmare, with how spread out teams tend to be playing right now, it's just so much easier. The ease of execution, the follow-up stuns is all you need.
Yeah, absolutely. And picking it early like this, because you have the Enfeeble, a lot of teams right now tend to run some sort of healing hero or some sort of healing mechanic in their drafts. You kind of say no heals for you. It's kind of like if you think about Rubik. When people pick Rubik, you don't really want to pick certain heroes against them because it gives Rubik these tools. The Bane fills a pretty similar role right now in terms of how the Enfeeble specifically interacts with other healing spells. So on top of that also, I think it's one of Miposhka's like staple heroes.
We see Monkey King, Lina in the second phase. Monkey King even getting to the second phase is kind of crazy considering how strong it's been as mostly a support, but we did see in the last series position 1 for PSG LGD. And Wyvern, another save taken out. That's a hero that's kind of dropped off considerably since the last 6 months. That was like a hero every single game with Mars, or not necessarily with Mars, but just two of the heroes that were just spammed big time back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I love December ban, actually. I think when it comes to IG, they really seem to look at their best when Emo is on a hero that can like kind of play make, but also scale up into the game. And currently with the items that Ember buys, I feel like he fills those two roles probably the best out of any hero I've seen Emo play. So I think it's really, really good ban from Team Spirit.
Yeah, so my question for you, Aiden, is they have this Bane-Mars combo, and the reason why I see Tide getting picked is neither of those two heroes deal with Kraken Shell. They want to have somebody to jump. Tide's always going to present themselves as the target, and on paper, these two heroes don't have the way to deal with it. So do you pick something like Disruptor? Do you pick a carry that's going to buy Silver Edge? What are you thinking like going into the second phase to address this Tide Hunter?
I think the really cool thing about Spirit is Yatora has such a wide hero pool, and it's been reflected in the fact that he's not played the same hero twice, right? But I feel like he can play both some sort of tempo control hero and he can play some scaling hero. So it depends really on what kind of approach Spirit wants to take. If they want to play maybe some more pacing hero, then yeah, I could see the Disruptor on the Bane as a 4 and try to play this draft really fast. I think generally speaking though, Mira tends to play more traditional position 4 heroes. I think he used to be a core player actually before he started to play 4, so not like that 5 that moved to 4. So I doubt they run the Bane 4. I think most likely it's going to be a Miposhka Bane.
Are you expecting this to be, I guess we don't know yet, but there's some flexibility with the Tide Hunter, whether it's actually support or off lane. We've seen a lot of support this tournament for Tide. Why do you guys think that is something that has kind of been more recent addition to Dota?
I think it's a natural progression for any hero that you're going to want to pick it first round. It's going to get countered, and you want them to be forced to counter you, but you're fine to put it at a support role as long as it can lane. So it just gives you this edge where if there's 2 roles that you can pick from, and in the second round of the draft, it just leaves your strategy a lot more wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think coming into the tournament, a lot of people that were looking to counter Tide were looking primarily at how do we deal with the Kraken Shell. And when you're trying to counter the Kraken Shell, running it as a position 5, it's still going to accomplish what you do as a 5, which is Gush and Ravage. So I think that kind of thing where if you get countered as a 3, you put it in a 5 position. I however think this is, at this point in the tournament, teams kind of know where the preferred position of the hero is. They've seen so many games get played. So I would be surprised if this wasn't a Tide 3. I think they're probably going to be looking more at some sort of Phoenix type hero because I think it really plays to their strengths.
Ursa, 3rd pick by IG. Saw that in the last series as well.
Yeah, this hero's stock's been rising as well throughout the course of the tournament. These durable carries like the Monkey King we saw last game, you saw the Ursa chew through him, and that's what he's meant to do, but this hero does kind of fall off if you can kite the ulti plus the Ag Shard timing. He doesn't farm nearly as fast as these other carries, but with the IO, you're supposed to sustain your carry, right? You're supposed to keep them alive, but over the course of the time that Ursa's hitting him, it just becomes more and more difficult with the Fury swipes adding up.
Abaddon picked, and that almost ensures entirely that Tidehunter's a 3. Although I would love to see Abaddon as core, honestly. It is so fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I think for IG, though, it very likely just is what you see is what you get here. I think these are the 2 side lanes, and they're reserving the last pick for Emo.
What do you think about Slark here? One of the few games I think it looks really nice.
You bring up Slark every time we're on panel together.
I have not brought up Slark this entire time.
Yeah, you waited for me. There's
exactly.
some obsession with you and Slark. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's just the fish comp. This is an Aiden level analysis. You see a fish on the other team, and the best thing you can do is get another fish on your own team.
Fair enough.
I think if you're going to pick Slark, one of the most important things to have is you want some sort of sustain tool to allow him to trade, because you want to utilize the Essence shifts, but okay, they seem to not want it. PA also the shard. I'm sure you know this better than I do, but it's a great answer to the Tidehunter because you have the damage to burst him during the break, and you also have the ability to break for yourself. So PA on his own, if he gets strong enough into the game, he has the ability to jump Tidehunter whenever he's presented to him.
The matchup for PA is a lot better versus Ursa as well. Ursa has to commit really hard onto you. If he wants to go, you can pick and choose, force him to use his ultimate defensively, potentially even just his Earthshock defensively with the daggers. And with the lower cooldown dagger at level 10, lowering it to 4 seconds, it makes that like navigation much easier. And also the Ursa has to buy an MKB for you, and Ursa doesn't deal with minus armor all that well. Burst damage, he wants to be able to use his ultimate conveniently. None of your items like Ags or anything like that make you feel all that great. So the matchup's good, but the thing about Tide is he loves playing against PA in lane. It's almost a free farming lane. I'm assuming they'll leave it as a 3. You get a lot of stick charges from the PA's dagger, so you can afford to take Gush earlier on in the lane. And you can also just play the sustain game where you walk up in his face because he just doesn't threaten you enough in the early game. Not enough damage from PA in the laning stage.
Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, the trick's going to be how do we get to 20 minutes, right? How do we get to the point where our PA is going to outscale the Radiant draft without losing too much? Because you have to deal with the Roshan. There's going to be an early Rosh attempt from IG. They have the Ursa Abaddon. Abaddon's there to sustain him, allows him to hit Rosh. There's a negative armor from Tide. And like you said, right, Tide is going to have a very good start to this game. And that's going to allow them to kind of set the pace and decide where they want to go and how they want to play it.
And for counter potential for Roche, like all they have for Team Spirit is Arena, which is not that great. It's not like you have an Elder Titan that can just delay. So I don't know how much you put that into stock when you're picking, because I'm assuming mid heroes for both respective teams is coming up here.
The thing is, since you don't have the stall like you mentioned from long range, that means you have to control that area pretty consistently if you want to stop the Roche early on, which I think means they have to put a lot of emphasis on this PA IO lane getting off to a decent start, assuming the IO is in the safe lane. And that means that because the Tide is a good matchup against PA, they most likely want to pick a mid that easily rotates, conveniently kills the Tide once or twice. The Leshrac would have been a perfect example that they banned out from IG. Just damage over time, chase him down, non-committal, like really, really convenient gank is what I call it, because the PA sets that up really well with the dagger slow. One of the few carries that heavily contributes to those early ganks.
A lot of mid heroes have been banned, gentlemen. Who's left on the list? We got Void Spirit still there. In terms of the Spirit Brothers, I guess Earth Spirit technically, but we haven't seen that mid in quite a while.
I like Death Prophet a lot for Team Spirit. I'm curious if they leave it in for IG.
Yeah, I think some sort of secondary core from Team Spirit, because right now the problem that I see is their PA is most likely just going to want to farm. I think Yator is probably the only carry player here that I could see like play this PA as a more active hero, where he's just fighting with his team a lot and trying to snowball the game that way. But generally speaking, I'd expect the PA to be looking to farm a bit more, and then they need some sort of damage to go with the IO Mars Bane to apply pressure to IG.
They have to have a momentum hero, like early. They banned the Lesh SF. Those are like lane dominators, tower hitters, early physical damage from the Lesh, or prior damage from Lesh's Diabolic Edict and SF. So I'm still leaning towards Death Prophet as my main pick, but anything that says like I'm gonna force this Void Spirit to get some help may just open up enough space in the map so that they can delay that Rosh. They're probably not gonna take it, but if they can make that Rosh 15 minutes instead of 10, it makes a big difference for Ursa's second Rosh timing.
Yeah, I think it's tricky because if you run the DP here, you have the Wisp to back you up and you can get relocated out, but there's a lot of fast damage coming out of IG, right? You have the Ursa Burst together with a Lion, a Gush on top, or Void Spirit coming in. Like, your DP can die before you can get relocated off. And I think it's one of the key things where it's hard for Wisp, right? If you can kill a hero within the 3 seconds that your relocate is going off, then it's really, really hard to fight. You can't really play as a save, and I think that might be one of the reasons they don't go for it.
Oh, Slacks is not happy right now. I'll tell you that right now. I can hear him groaning in the background. The Wind Ranger final pick.
Yeah, I like this a lot when I'm playing Wisp myself, where, like, let's say I'm not playing it with a traditional combo, so it's most likely going to be, like, either Wisp PA or Wisp
Mars, where you're going to be playing to sustain in the lane, and then you don't really have anything to do. So having some sort of ranged hero that you can tether to and run around the map with and gank with feels really good. So I understand why they picked it. It makes a lot of sense for their draft. And I don't really know how the lane is made. I think it's fairly even, I'd say. I know I played this matchup once in one of my pub games, but I just think Void Spirit's auto attack animation is broken, so I got no CS. But I think at a pro level with 2 top-tier mid players, it should be fairly even.
I'm always concerned when I see PA plus Wind Ranger, PA with the evasion, and Wind Ranger with the win run. You're going to buy MKB on Fly. It could be like 3rd or 4th item. MKB Ags, and I think this game becomes really hard for Team Spirit to navigate the fight. So I'm leaning towards IG just because whenever I see a carry hero whose build is very straightforward and how they're going to scale, and the other team's on a pressure to time or a timing pressure, I just lean towards the ease of execution there.
So one thing that Slacks does have right about Wind Ranger, I have to admit, and I really hate to do this because complimenting him just makes me cringe, but Wind Ranger, it just feels like it's either amazing or terrible, and there's not much in between. I don't know if you guys feel the same.
Yeah, I totally agree.
It does give him a way to scout Roche, though, the power shot, and he'll be playing around mid most of the time.
And Gale Force, huh?
Sure. That's
not
more
that
of a
in the last
support thing.
series. Oh, please. You don't get that on core still? It's so good.
Just delays your
1400?
timings, the Maelstrom BKB.
Bro,
He doesn't
it's
know about
global.
shards. I saw his YouTube shard video. It's terrible.
Yeah,
thing was
I
9
didn't
months
even
old.
bother clicking on that. Why would I?
Yeah.
I'm the master at shards and Ags, BSG. I don't know if you know this. It's a good shard, okay? Just trust me.
I'm trusting you.
I think he had it in C tier.
That was back when it was a global power shot.
C tier? Oh, I thought you made a new one.
No, that was...
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, that one was also bad anyway, so don't click on that. Jenkins is also in that, so definitely don't.
Not worth your time.
Yeah, absolutely not. So you're both going for IG here, I take it?
I actually think Spirit has a pretty good draft for themselves. I think for Spirit, it's going to be about, can we get this PA fat enough and get him online, and can we stop Ursula from rushing? That's going to be the main points to look for.
All right, let's go to Frankie, who's with Silent from Team Spirit.
Silent, thank you so much for joining me. I noticed Collapse is free to play his Mars today. Were you expecting that?
Really, we wasn't expected. I was sure we were gonna ban him, but lucky for us. But who knows? We prepared something new stuff. We didn't expect it, so gonna be interesting.
Oh, Udachi, we'll see you in game 2. Thank you so much. Spasiba. We're going to head over to OD Pixel now and Newcaster OP Owie.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, indeed. We're ready to rock and roll with this one. It's going to be quite the game. We've seen the draft here from Spirit and IG. AUI, what do you make of this? What do you like? Who do you think's come out with the hotter lineup?
I think they're both really competitive drafts. I am a bit concerned for Team Spirit in that I feel like it's a really simple Abaddon game. On the draft panel, they're mentioning how PA can use a shard to break Tidehunter, but I believe you can shield that off. Alongside, you know, the Bane Grip, the Mars Spear, Windrunner Shackle, there's a lot of things that Ollie can purge. However, sometimes you can overwhelm him, so I'm interested to see if Spirit's going for that role, because they saw the Abaddon once they committed to Wind Ranger.
They did, and you know, when you look at some of the lanes that we're going to get early on, is there anything you're maybe a bit concerned of, like any potential for one of these sides to really get ahead in the early minutes?
Personally, I don't like playing PA into Tidehunter. I feel like the dagger feeds him a lot of wand charges. I mean, it goes both ways with Anchor Smash, but I feel Tidehunter's a hero where if he gets enough levels, he can pressure PA out of lane. I feel like he has eventual pressure in that if they both stay in the lane, he's going to push the tower. PA is not the best jungle farmer, so I feel like you have to be able to make aggressive moves. I look mid, and you can't really gank a voice worth of PA TP. You can't really go to Ursa's lane, so I'm unsure. Maybe they'll be able to rotate the Wispin early and snowball her. Maybe Windrunner will come up, as BSJ was mentioning, but a bit concerned for PA's lane.
Sure, and talking about like the Void Spirit in the mid lane, were you a little surprised that Spirit left that in and IG were still able to get that here?
Yeah, I was almost for sure that every single Spirit would get banned this game. I saw the supports on Team Spirit to IO Bane. I immediately thought to myself that they would pick something that jumps the back line. These are two range supports. I mean, Bane's a bit tanky, maybe even I was a bit tanky, but they're heroes where you have to get on top of them. However, like, I'm sure they knew that as well. So they had a plan versus Void Spirit, and it looks like it's Wind Ranger. I'm interested to see how that comes out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, of course, as we heard from the panel in the lead up to this game, both of these teams' mids very vocal, which is what we like to see. Hopefully we'll get some sort of rivalry being built up through the duration of this series between Spirit and IG, and of course, specifically between Emo and Toronto Tokyo in the mid lane. We did have a brief pause, ladies and gentlemen, but it has come to an end, so we'll be able to shoot you now into the action as we get ourselves ready for Game 1 of IG versus Spirit. Let's see what we have coming up here as the first move from both sides. Definite first blood potential here. Without a doubt, we'll see how much they try and force it.
And overall for these two teams, when you now look at the whole draft, AUI, what sort of timings are we going to be working towards? Is anyone looking to shut this down early? Is this a game where suddenly if it goes on, this PA is going to become uncontrollable? Like,
I think a lot of this game is going to come down to IG's Roche potential. Anytime you have the Ursa, you sort of have that. They have what I would normally consider like the superior team fight. And for Team Spirit side, I feel like this Wind Ranger or PA, one of the two cores has to sort of get out of control this game. Honestly, maybe Collapse can do it. I've seen it as Mars. You know, it's top network in some of his games. He goes for that arm, that a bit more scale. But I actually agree with Brian in that whenever I see Wind Ranger PA together, I'm a bit scared because as soon as Ursa gets MKB,
sure,
it's a double free counter. You're able to counter both heroes in the same way. Also, I generally don't like both my 1 and 2 doing the same type of damage. I feel like it makes it a bit easier to itemize against.
I mean, absolutely. And to the point, this game, if you're IG, I mean, if you're the Ursa, does this Ursa need a BKB at all this game? Is still the threat of the Spear and the Shackle enough to warrant that?
I'm not too sure. I think it depends a bit about how good his game is. I think most players right now, especially carries, are thinking about how can I hit the items that allow me to fight best. In this game, that might actually be something like a Diffusal Aghanim's. Like, this actually is stronger in the fight than BKB. However, if the game situation gets a little bit weird, I could see him saying that I need to BKB now so that I can bait for my Tidehunter to get off a good Ravage. If you're winning, you can sort of just be the one to go on your opponent this game. You know, blink Ravage them. Maybe if they fall behind, he might have to be more of a tank.
Oh, we'll see. Of course, he's going to have some excellent backup from Ollie on the Abaddon, sustaining him and allowing Fly to go crazy in the fight. He's trying to stay on top of targets. We'll see both lanes here with the setup. JT and Kaka trying to put the pressure onto Yatoro. And he's going to have Maposhka by his side and down bottom. Oh yeah, Ollie backing up Fly against the Collapse. Mars and Mirror, Io lane. Spirit have been very, very strong in the past. I mean, and specifically, you know, we did hear at the start, so the surprise from Silent that the Collapse Mars was let through. What is it about Spirit that makes the game so good when they have Collapse on this hero?
Well, Silent actually did an interview where he talked about how Collapse is as a player, describing one word, and he said patience. I think that's exactly what Collapse brings to the team. He's always stable and he's patient. Mars is one of the heroes where you can wait for the perfect timing. You can wait to get the right team fight. I think that's what he excels at. I've seen multiple double spears from him, actually, or just being a bit patient on the arena, but as soon as he sees the opportunity, he collapses it, and then it allows Yatoro to go in with ease. They did manage to double wave onto Team Spirit in the bottom lane, so that let them get the hard pull off. I'm not too sure exactly how this lane is supposed to go, because usually... Oh, they're going to Bane here.
I was going to say Ollie.
Oh, sorry, the Abaddon.
Going to be quite low. We'll be able to step out with the Aphotic Shield.
Usually Ursa is seen as quite good versus these range heroes, but Isle gives your offlane a lot of regen, and Mars has 2 displacement spells, which sort of allow him to kite out hits from Ursa.
Yes, very hard to close the gap in onto Collapse. So for the most part, we will see Fly just focusing on those creeps rather than wasting time trying to go for the Mars. Maybe if they can get Mirror separate. But for now, Spirit playing very close to one another here, not leaving each other's sides.
And Emo, he's pulling up out a bit in mid lane here. He's up quite a bit of CS and denies. This is the counter pick from Team Spirit. Anytime you win a lane against a counter pick, I feel like it throws the dynamic of the draft like way out of what the drafter expects.
Sure, because when you look at the matchup and as you say, the fact that it was their last pick, you would imagine that the Wind Ranger, the benefits they were looking for from this hero would be apparent in the laning stage. There's not necessarily anything else that stands out in this game that makes you think this is why they picked this hero.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of good reasons to pick a hero. It doesn't always have to be the lane, but in this game in particular, it does feel like the laning does seem quite important for Team Spirit's lineup.
I will see how much that distance continues to grow between Emo and Toronto Tokyo in the matchup. See on the side lanes so far. Both carries having a pretty decent time. Fly's doing fine, same for Yatoro. Both 2 at the top of the CS. And very even from the offlaners.
So I think a lot of this tournament has about how you use your mid's first timing. To me right now, it feels like Voiceware's first timing is very clear. Like around that 8 to 10 minute mark, you get really strong, you get your ultimate, maybe some boots and a couple nulls. I haven't seen Wind Ranger a lot. I saw that Beast Coast was using it to pretty good effect this tournament, usually to counter Monkey King, but I'm not too sure what that hero's exact timing is. We do see Toronto Tokyo stealing its enemy's bounty rune, which is always nice.
top lane.
Oh, JT's taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, a bit of setup on the JT, and he's taking a few tower hits with the brain stab. He ends up going down.
And that's exactly what Team Spirit need. You look at this matchup, PA versus Tidehunter. I would say this is very good for Tidehunter. But the thing about Dota is you can always outplay your opponent. A clutch sleep comes in from Oposhka, and all of a sudden they're looking good in this lane. He almost has treads on Yatoro, and maybe they can look to pull something aggressive. PA, if you get a lead in lane, she's incredibly aggressive. She has kill potential on almost anyone.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, JT's going to be have to be much more careful. Getting under the tower like he did just there, just not expecting the damage to be there from Oposhka and Yatoro this early. But another few tower hits, it certainly was. JT, it's got to be more cautious.
And JT, he actually has to be quite careful because this is around the time where mid laners are starting to get their 6s. He spent his TP scroll to get back to lane. I can see something happening where he gets left under the tower and Toronto Tokyo just TPs in as soon as he hits his level 6. He's still a bit far from it now, so it might not happen, but it's something to worry about. Even one Mira TP can swing this lane into complete oblivion.
Absolutely, it's definitely a lot scarier for JT up here than it is for Collapse down in the off lane for Spirit.
And a little bit low in action. I think we're pretty much looking at the mid lanes right now. When are they going to get their 6? When are they going to make their first rotation? Emo actually already has 6, and he's looking solo kill.
He's looking for it. Doesn't feel that he has enough damage with another step and a pulse. And probably would have indeed just been a bit short. Yeah, Fairy Fire at the ready on Toronto Tokyo. So Emo knows he can't go for it quite yet.
I would have liked Kaka to sort of rotate that towards this mid lane. I think maybe a little bit of communication that could have happened. He should have known that he was going to get 6 faster on a Void Spirit because he had so many more denies. Wind Ranger went to get his Bounce Rune, etc. They are both checking the Power Rune at 6 minutes. I think this will be the most fundamental point of the early game, the 6-minute Power Rune.
Absolutely, Kaka does have to be a bit careful as well. So bottom, fly. Each time as he closes in on the Collapse will get sent back, but now the Spirit he used, fly. Trying to stay back on target, but again, God's Rebuke also allowing Collapse to create distance and get out of that. Let's see, 1k lead, just 1 kill right now, 6 minutes in. Okay. Just going to be able to take this one out. Oposhka's not going to be too happy about that, but nothing he can do on his own. Just got to head back to lane. Even though you look at the CS, it's still a very, very nice start. You know, Yatoro, Team Spirit across the board. Their 3 cores just having the slightly better time.
Yatoro's actually level 6 already, which is looking really good for him. Honestly, a little bit of some mutual assured destruction standoff between the mid laners. Both of them feel like if they TP to a side lane and kill them, then the other one will react and get some counter kills there.
Well, this is going to be good to see as well. Yatoro, we did see some PA sort of earlier on in the tournament, right? And we were having this Maelstrom build, but this time round, Yatoro going for the classic, getting that Battle Fury online. Battle Fury AUI. You know, where does this hero stand nowadays? Yeah, you're happy to see this on the PA, or think it could be a bit of a risk here from Yatoro?
So I think Yatoro has a read on the game that his team is going to be able to fight without him. I think that's usually why you go for Battle Fury. It is one of the only carries left in Dota, I feel like, that can still go for the side item. Or most other heroes, I think you want these faster builds that allow you to, come into one team fight, help your team a little bit, and then start to scale. PA, she uses the full extent of this item. She needs a regen, she needs the damage, and the build is actually quite nice for her.
Let's see if it works. Battle Fury in 2021, it's pretty wild. It's always exciting to see, because if it pays off, Yatoro, he is going to be massive on the PA. And especially in a game where things are rather slow at the moment, time's certainly going to be there for him to hit the creeps. That's mid lane. Oh, a little off the mark there with a stun. Toronto Tokyo able to dodge it. Back up as well from Mira's IG. They won't be able to go for him anymore. In fact, Emo's got to be careful. They'll still have jumps and steps available, so they won't catch him.
I think securing that haste rune onto Toronto Tokyo is just huge for his game here. Even if he chooses not to make a move with this haste rune, it makes it incredibly hard for the enemy team to push any sort of aggression. We can see JT, he's picked up the Helmet of Dominator at top lane, but if he pushes a bit too far, Yatoro's just going to TP with a haste and kill him, so he doesn't feel as comfortable pushing this tower.
I'll see 3 of them here going for the mid. What can they do about this? Yeah, doesn't look like much at all. 8 minutes in, they're taking away this tier 1 tower. Now Emo will come back over. Both supports ready to back up. Team Spirit instantly retreating. They don't want to try and push their luck there anymore. A lot of damage done, though, with that early siege. These moments passing, though, and yeah, Toro, it's a lot of space. Emo is going to start shifting over to the top half of the map. They've managed to find themselves the vein. Maposhka, that'll be a quick one, but it's going to give the info for Toro. He knows that they're around. He's going to keep himself into the jungle, not showing himself in the lane. Bottom lane, Collapse having a great time. Has that armlet finish, so very beefy and dishing out a lot of damage. Some solid kill potentially that makes it rather difficult for Fly to farm into. He knows if he pushes himself too far, the burst from this Mars is going to be pretty significant with that quick armlet.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of offlaner meta right now. The first item you give sort of builds off this Helm of Iron Will. It gives you some armor, some regen. Tide has gone for the Helm of the Dominator, which allows him to push this tower a little bit earlier. Collapse has gone for the Armlet, which allows him to maybe scale a little bit harder, get some more damage. However, IG, they're faster at pushing this tower. They have more options than their opponent now. They know that top tower's dead, so they can decide whether they want to go for mid tower trade or defend bottom.
Let's see what they do with this. We see around the mid, Toronto Tokyo. He's going to be able to chase him down. Finds Ollie. See Fly look to try and punish, but the Windrun's going to be back up in a couple of seconds. Toronto Tokyo is more than okay. Quick and easy kill there with the rundown of the focus fire. The space is made. Spirit will get that trade on the tier 1 down bottom for the top that they've just lost.
I'm honestly a bit surprised that they didn't go for the tower defense. I mean, Windrunner, she used her ulti, but IG, they are a team that likes to play a lot for their own heroes' timings. Like, they'll wait till they have all their items, and they've actually decided this is brilliant. They're combining the HOTD from Tidehunter with the Ursa to kill an early Roshan. So instead of defending, like, bottom tower, they're getting their own objectives. This is actually very smart. I did not see this at all.
Yeah, and by the looks of it, Spirit, they're even going to check this out. They've got a bit of a hold on. Onto Kaka, and Kaka, actually going to get the Hex off. He's able to get the stun on him. Maposhka, the backup's in from Molly with a miscoil. Kaka's going to be fine. Maposhka goes down. And IG more than enough space to secure that Roche for Fly. As Fly will step out there proud with the Aegis, move straight over to the mid-tier 1. IG hitting some good early objective timings.
And they understand exactly what they need to do on IG. They understand their lineup. It needs to play around Roshan. So what they do, we don't care if you take bot tower. We're going to trade a bigger objective for it. And then they're chaining objectives. Kaka, I mean, this man's been playing probably one of the best lines in the world for like 4 years.
Collapse, he steps in. JT, no hesitation, ravage into a finger. I mean, why not? We're 11 minutes in. It's only been a couple of kills so far, really. Just blow these ults, secure a core kill. And Collapse just caught in the mid lane, and I don't think he was expecting them to commit as they did, but they certainly do, as they blow up the Mars, and he's out.
I do really like that too, you know. I think a lot of players in Dota, they think, oh, Ravage, Finger is such a long cooldown, I need to save it for the perfect team fight. It's actually way better to be able to use your spells to create an advantage. As long as you understand that you do not have these spells after and play like off that info, you'll get much more advantage that way.
I mean, but overall, though, in a game where the kills are this low, how much of a concern should it be for IG that Yatoro is going to have a pretty darn good timing on this Battle Fury Treads opening on the PA?
I mean, I do feel like this is a bit better than PA would be expected to do off the draft. Oh, top lane, they're relocating in.
Yeah, they've got
the damage.
See with the focus fire. He should do so. JT trying to hide, but they've got him. Shackles down. He's pretty tanky, not tanky enough. They'll take him out just before the relocate takes them back out. Miposhka, of course, has been left behind. And Emo will look to take him down in trade. Also, having Ollie to help him out as Miposhka will try and run, but trapped in the trees. No safety for him to be found.
Even that little Satyr Banisher coming out from JT from the grave. He's been microing his creep. It helped him on the last impulsion kill, and it secured the kill on Bane this time. That was a really good play from Spirit, because I feel like they're sort of on the back foot. And usually when you're on the back foot or weaker than your opponent, you want to be able to like dodge them. But the best play is actually to make an aggressive move and force a reaction from the enemy team. They poke tight on top, they end up having the damage to kill, and they bring a lot of IG's heroes to the top lane. Now PA, he TP bottom away from all the danger. He's able to farm all the way up to his Battle Fury.
I mean, I think Yatoro is going to be very happy. He's getting the space. Timings are being hit. As long as he can sort of secure that next item after the Battle Fury before IG step it up. This PA is going to be in solid position to scale very, very nicely this game. And the same to be said really for the other two cores. It's so close as well. I mean, all 6 cores really, as you can see, just around the 6 to 6.5k net worth. Everybody's getting sufficiently farmed.
Yeah, and Emo, he's actually gone for the Witch's Blade. This is one of the things that sort of counters both PA and Windrunner. You get that True Strike on your first hit, a little bit of Magical Burst. And JT on the Tidehunter, he's actually not going for a Blink Dagger because Kaka, he's having a pretty decent game. He's actually only 500 gold from his own Blink Dagger. They're looking to play more of a ball-up lineup with Kaka responsible for all the catches on the map.
Yeah, for sure. And they want to go now that the Diffuser Blade's done. See Mirror. Oh, it's that TP! A little too long as Mirror. Will be a free catch here for IG.
And I feel this is a little bit of the awkward part about having Battle Fury on your carry. I mean, Yatoro, he's happy for himself, but right now, IG have the timing. They can run into his camps. They can steal his Ancients. I mean, he farmed them before they got there, which is good by them. But it's not easy to farm camps once you have Battle Fury at this level of Dota.
IG, they are still hunting though. They will want more than just the IO. Kaka showing bottom.
He's only 300 gold away from his Blink Dagger, so his team has identified them and they're giving him the space to get that item. As soon as he gets that Blink Dagger, I think it's go time for IG. Oh, that was close.
That was indeed the micro. Now he's setting up for the Centaur stun.
Mid lane, there's no tower to TP to here.
Let's see if they got the damage. They'll look for the arena setup onto JT. He's going to have to pop the Ravage. Will that actually allow him to get out of there? It will. Ollie's going to be able to back up the shield of the coil, healing JT back up. Ravage has been expended, but it saves JT's life here. Nobody going down on IG. And that is the Blink Dagger done on Kaka, ready for the next move.
Not a lot of kills this game, but I feel like both teams are feeling a little bit tense, you know? We had an Arcane Rune of Void Spirit earlier, Haze from the Wind Ranger, but it feels hard for them to make these moves.
See, Firefly does want to try and go for Miposhka here, but only a couple of seconds literally on the Aegis, so he'll have to hold back. You're definitely feeling a little bit more from IG though. They want to fight. They do not want to give the chance for Yatoro's farming build to kick off.
And also, I'm surprised how well all 3 of the cores on Spirit have been able to keep up their farm this game. In specific, Wind Ranger, I feel like this hero, she doesn't usually get this many creeps or this much space, but Team Spirit, they've been sort of poking them across the map, bringing him into ganks only through relocate. And this has allowed him to scale really well into this game.
And IG, they're just desperate for blood.
They do have that Blink Dagger on Kaka. They want to hunt people. They want to start these fights.
See if they can maybe get the jump on Collapse. Collapse is into the trees. He's able to turn with the spear. The Hex is in. Team Spirit, they're TPing over though. Remnant into the finger. They're looking to burst Collapse. Collapse is going to be kept alive momentarily by the Night Member. Finally it falls. They lose Fly in return though. And Spirit, they might be ready to chase him for more. Jump over towards Ollie. The feeds grip onto Emo. They lock down the Void Spirit. The heal of the Mist Coil nowhere near enough to save him. As Yatoro turning up, double kill AUI on both the cores, getting the carry and the mid. I mean, I think Yatoro's having sort of the early game of his life here on this PA. Goes to Battle Fury, he's turning up, getting kills. This is as good of a start as he gets up now.
Yeah, no, this is a dream PA game. If you can buy Battle Fury and take fights, you're being greedy while contributing to your team. Like, that's the ideal scenario for a carry. And Firefly, you know, the last Ursa Nerfer, I think, it made his cooldown on his ulti a lot longer. He has 3 seconds off ulti at the end there. They just didn't have vision for Kaka to get that Hex off on the class. He did a good job fogging. Got off that really clutch spear, and his spear with the quick reactions, they're able to turn it around.
I can't really afford for another move like that to fail IG.
I like this coming out from Collapse. He's not going for Blink Dagger. These teams are both sort of respecting the ball-up nature of each other's lineups, or how IG will play. Ooh. Good pick off.
Poshka did try and dodge that last bit of damage here. We'll see the DD rune, and they're going to go for it. Toronto has already been able to pick it up in the ball of Collapse. He's got the arena down. Emo will look to jump out to the side, but Kaka's left stuck in.
Honestly, IG, they're looking a little shaky here. They really wanted to get their Blink Dagger timing. When you get your timing, you want to go fight your opponent. When Collapse pulls off a clutch spear like that in the last engagement, it sort of shatters your conception of how you want to play your game. It disrupts your flow. Kaka, you know, a little bit alone on the Blink Lion. Usually you want to play with your allies, your damage, when you have that Blink Dagger out. And Collapse, he's going for what I like to call like the OG Dota. You buff your carry up, you give him a good game, and then you buy items to make his net worth even more. He's just going for that Vlad's. The armor helps against all 3 of the cores on IG, and it's looking good. I mean, it makes Mars tanky because he has this arm that he has God's Rebuke, and when he uses that with the Vlad's, he gets so much HP back.
I mean, and it feels like the next fight, Spirit are going to hit this very strong timing. BKB completing out on his way for Toronto, Tokyo. The BKB for Yatora, only a couple of hundred gold away. Bottom, Miposhka's got the setup. Catches out Emo. I mean, it is looking pretty scary. It's only 1k in it, but it's sort of the state of the game. It feels so much more worse than the numbers are showing, AUI.
It does. I mean, IG, they're not auto this by any means. I would say this game is still pretty even, honestly. They have a lot of team on their side, but Poshka, he's just doing such a fantastic job. He's playing Bane the way that you want to play Bane. He's going up to the side, he set up the pick off onto Tidehunter top. Now he catches Emo on the bottom lane. However, Roshan is up. This is something we've seen time and time again. Whenever Dire makes a play on the bottom side of the map, Radiant are really quick to just pop into that Roshan pit, especially with the Ursa.
All right, well, let's see what they can do with this. There's a smoke from Spirit coming out. Not quite heading towards the Roshan, though, so it looks like IG will be able to finish this for themselves, claim that shard and the Aegis. Let's see what they can get done this time round. Last Aegis not able to really do or take that much away from Spirit. And you can see Spirit, in fact, continue with the smoke. Even though Roshan is taken, they still feel strong.
Yeah,
They've got these BKBs.
Exactly, they have their timing here, they want to force a fight.
They're going to get the opening. Kaka jumps in with the stun. Toronto Taker's going to just go straight towards JT. In with the BKBs, they're onto the time. Ollie gets taken out. JT to fall as well. There'll be a buyback from Ollie. Flyfly's going to be the new focus here. Collapse spears it back. Collapse still has the arena to play with if he needs to. Flyfly taken down the ones. Kaka missing the stun. Arena's out. They've caught them all. Collapse locks them in. The heals from Mirror keeping Collapse alive. The triple kill for Yatora. Ultra kill for Yatora. Emo, the last man left standing here for IG. As he hides in the trees, Toronto Tokyo looking to see if he can get the catch. We just eliminate down up the tree line. In fact, over the power shot, we'll see him. Over the Remnant, TP out, Emo. Whoa, he's not going to make it away. They get him as well. Spirit, they take down everyone plus more. It was a dieback from Ollie. As what a fight for Spirit to take. And that was the Aegis fight for IG again, AUI. It ends disastrously once more.
And I think this is the mark of an amazing Dota team. When the enemy has something like an Aegis or they're up a hero, you understand your timing, you understand your strength. It doesn't matter that they have Aegis. The BKBs came up and Tidehunter, he couldn't even get Ravage off. There's just a BKB winner and PA focusing the perfect target and they wipe IG. This game's looking good for Spirit now. They use their BKB timings perfectly.
I mean, the fact as well, this whole fight Collapse just holding the arena and then has it here for this last moment where, you know, IG, they figure that they've got some sort of power to be able to get back in on the action, but they don't at all.
And now Collapse. He's finished off that Vlad's, he's going for his own BKB. There's going to be triple golden cores on Team Spirit. I'm not too sure how IG want to take this fight. Tidehunter doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so he sort of was all-inning and double-downing on the ball factor that they had. You know, Void Spirit would jump in for him. They would come into Void Spirit, try to jump back, and he would counter-initiate with the Ravage. If they have BKBs, you cannot do that.
The upcoming fights they just feel so hard. So hard for IG. They have to get the jump.
And look at Miposhka. He's solo smoking down just to get some vision, set up the next fight. He understands that his team are stronger, so this vision is worth its weight in gold. Any fight they can force on vision, they'll be able to win this game.
IG playing very cautious here. They know if one of them gets caught alone by that Bane, the relocate follow-up will be in. 13-7 though, 5k lead Spirit. They have their ults good to go once more. I think Yatora, that should be the completed Desolator on its way out. It is. So Deso BKB Battle Fury just 23 minutes in on the PA. Level 18 as well. Yeah, pretty much 19.
Yeah, he's going for that shard that BSJ mentioned on the panel. As soon as he has this, any jump onto Tidehunter's a kill. Oh.
Fly just getting killed off top. What was he doing up here?
Just a blink reveal on the Wind Ranger gets pretty much a solo call. I mean, Isle's there, but
He was pretty far up on his own.
He was. And Team Spirit, they have all the momentum right now. They've won the last fight. They're controlling the map. Look how huddled up around mid IG are. They feel like they cannot go to the sidelines versus Bane, who's been constantly picking them off, versus Isle, who can relocate on them now. And now Toronto Tokyo, he's sort of shown the force of Wind Ranger. You split up versus these heroes, you're just going to keep dying over and over. I don't know if they can win if they just huddle around mid though. They're not going to be able to farm the map enough. They have to find a way to force a fight where they get a good Ravage. And you see JT, he's queued up that Blink Dagger beside the Ghost Hunter. Not sure which one he's going to get next, but I think they need to go for the clutch, you know? They need to go for the double core Ravage to burst. Because the fights, they look really hard right now.
Oh, they really do. Team Spirit just able to take these tier 2s, no answer from IG.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
How are they going to deal with this Phantom Assassin? Yutoro, during that BKB, he is going to be jumping from target to target. A couple of crits, and not many heroes on IG are going to really stand a chance at all. We've even seen BKBs be long enough of a duration for them to focus down even the tanky heroes such as JT's Tide.
Okay, so here's IG's timing. They chose to go for the Blink Dagger Tide Hunter, go for the clutch. They went for the Aghanim on the Void Threat. I think they need to smoke and take a fight here. The smoke's on Kaka. They're grouping up a bit.
Absolutely. Sitting back against this PA will not do them any good. But then again, will fighting them either. Emo will dodge the spear. As soon as he catches wind of them being up here, he's out. Not an ideal way for IG to try and force an approach to the fight. Now they'll go for the smoker. We'll see where Spirit's going to look to head back and take sort of position around.
A line drawn by Fly. He's the Ursa. He wants to control which way the smoke goes. They understand that. They need vision of the fight. Get off his good Blink Ravage or good Hex. But Spirit, they understand the situation. They have all the information on the map because of bottom lane pushing in, and they're just hiding behind their tier 2, saying, if you do not connect the smoke, we are going to win this game.
Spirit, they know exactly what IG feels they're forced to do right now to get themselves back in, and they are not leaving any opportunities for mistakes to happen here. Completely grouped up, playing around this top lane, far from the presence of IG. IG just cannot get that setup onto them. Spirit, time to push another tier 2 tower. We'll see if IG want to try and take something here. Still continuing to move around the map as 5, but not really able to find any sort of objective or goal. We'll get the outpost back at least. Spirit. See how much they want to try and push this. They're very, very strong. They could definitely start threatening a high ground here with the Desolator on Yutoro. BKB done on Collapse as well.
Oh, and you see that? They just showed themselves on the high ground, bait out the TP's back from IG, and Spirit, super disciplined, already out of there. They understand they don't need to really do anything but wait for the next objective, but they don't want to wait. They're Team Spirit, they want to go. They force them back top, that means bottom's going to be vulnerable. We've moved all your pieces out of position, and we want to catch the carry here.
Spirit. I mean, IG, they want to start something. They smoke up as well themselves. Collapse. Quickly get rid of the Helm of the Dom creep. Nemo does have this invis to give them that early vision whilst the smoke gets dispelled on the front. They're going to get the Hex on the Yutoro, jump with the finger. They're looking to burst the PA now. The new JT in with the Ravage, catches them all. This is the fight that IG were looking for. As Maposhka goes down, Fly and Nemo pushing back Mirror. Collapse will go for the BKB TP out, but Mirror and Toronto Tokyo will continue to be chased. Remnant not quite going to have the reach to grab Mirror. They get the other 3 out of there, but finally IG able to hit back with a solid start. Invis from Evo allowing them to set up. They see the exact position of Yutoro, and this time Kaka's able to get that opening.
An incredible patience coming in there from IG. They spent the last, I don't know, 5-10 minutes of the game just waiting for their time, waiting for that one time where PA will go into position. And Yutoro, you know, maybe a little bit too optimistic. His blur came off and they just weren't quite ready for it. The thing about this game is if they jump and kill PA, there's not that much to save him. You think, oh, maybe the Nightmare made to relocate, but it's a Tide Hunter jumping. So you have that cover of the Ravage and Spirit that can't save their PA, all of a sudden their damage won't come out from the cores anymore. And they wisely decide to get out.
It was an excellent jump from JT, catching them all, giving them that opportunity to make sure that IG, even though they don't get more than just the 2 kills, they get the fight in a state where Spirit, they have to be the ones that run this time.
And now it's all about the Roshan. All the teams, they're going to consolidate all their resources, try to get the Silence in the best position, and then try to think about this next objective. This is the 3rd Roshan. Both the Refresher and the Egg and the Scepter upgrade can be game-breaking. I do like what Emo has done. Like, they want to kill Roshan, so how he makes the play better is he uses his boots to travel bottom, farms a little bit on the area, and just creates some lane pressure. The best way to get something in Dota, it's like similar to the last smoke. You can move your enemy to another side and then attack them where they're weak.
Just under 20 seconds here for that Roche spawn. Spirit in the better position to hold the control around the area. IG, they're absolutely going to want to push them out of this safe space. They've got 15 seconds till Ravage. Let's see if IG can bring that fight again around such a crucial objective.
And the Roshan's up. I don't think IG scouted it, but they know.
They know they're in it.
Ooh, hey, Srun.
It's up to Kaka and JT how they jump. When do they want to commit Emo? He's going to try and go for the back lines. Have to use both steps to get in and get out here. Yatora and Collapse, they're going to continue to go to work on the Roshan.
And honestly, a pretty big cooldown from Void Spirit there.
I mean, JT's trying to step in, but the Shackle's in. The Eon Disc is going to protect Toronto Tokyo here from the finger. The beacon comes down, they focus JT. JT's going to get down. But they take him out. No chance for a Ravage as JT not around now for this Roshan objective. As Spirit, they'll continue to finish it. They'll pick it all up. Aegis, it's there for Yatoro. Over to Wally they go. The Abaddon takes a hit from the crits of Yatoro. Emo, he's got to run as well, but the spear, the angle, perfect from Collapse as he pins Emo to the tree line.
Such brilliant team fighting coming out from Team Spirit. Yatoro with, Toronto Tokyo with his freshly finished Aeon Disc. He manages just, he's skirting on the side. You think that's a Wind Ranger, but he gets his Aeon Disc pop and he holds his BKB for the precise moment where Kaka jumps. They jump, they pop their BKB as a Spirit, and they wipe 3 of IG's heroes, and now they're going high ground.
I mean, they are. 40 seconds now, Emo. And they have the Aegis. They got the refresher shot as well on Yatoro. He's probably going to pass it over. Yeah, he's going to give it to Toronto Tokyo. He's got more slots to play with. Tier 3 down. The Rex as well looks to be falling. IG, they do not have a fight to put together whilst their mid's out of the game. They may have the Ravage back up, but they need everything to be able to tackle, or at least have a chance of tackling Spirit head on. As Spirit, they'll take the melee ranks, they'll back up. Now to 10k lead and feeling in a very solid position right now.
And I gotta say, it's looking hard for IG to get the fight that they want. They got that one near mid lane, but Team Spirit's lineup, once they get ahead, they have so much side lane pickoff that's not easy to get these side lanes and get information in order to get the right fight. You see Emo, he's desperately trying to get this bottom lane out, using his ultimate just to push out the wave a bit faster. But the rest of the team, they have to huddle around mid. When you're huddled like this, it means that only one of your heroes can really get farm at a time. And as we can see, the net worth, there's just such a big divide now.
Yatoro, the Battle Fury PA has looked fantastic this game. Yatoro identifying that this would be the game for it to pay off. He knew what he could get away with, and he absolutely has. Collapse off the mark here with a spear. The Shackle still hits. See what more they have to offer. Kaka's going to jump in. Holds back the 2 of them with a Hex and the stun. Will go for the Ghost Step to the TP out, but the Nightmare's in. Naposhka keeps Kaka held back.
Good save from Kaka there, though. Void Spirit actually used both his Astro Steps and his Dissimilate, so he didn't have anything else to get out. Kaka sort of throwing his body for his cores there.
Time for the base push. 2 minutes and a half left on Yatoro's Aegis. They're going to try and jump in first of a quick time, but the Nightmare and the Tether, it's in. Yatoro's going to be fine. Arena's down. They've locked in the 3 of them. Focus flash from Toronto Tokyo on them. They get the 3. JT's gone again. No chance for a Ravage. As the Tide Hunter gets destroyed by Spirit's incredible physical damage. The Phantom Knives as well from Yatoro. Doing the work. Now the Ravage comes out. Finger follow-up is there with the heals. He's back up to full HP. Collapse is good to go. JT and Diver on the Tide. As Spirit will will push on. The mid-tier 3 and Rax is going to be all theirs in the game as well. GG is called.
Wow, incredibly well played by Spirit. Just everything they had to do this game, they were able to identify, follow through. And honestly, Yatoro, he made PA look like a good hero. This is not one of the heroes picked often at the main event, but this was something special.
It really was. Wind Runner and PA. Yeah, 11-1 and 5 on Yatoro, 5-0-15 on Toronto, Tokyo. And I think IG's going to be pretty shaken up after this game one, right? It was clear what they wanted to try and achieve and do here with this lineup around the Ursa, with the Tide. They just never could find those fights out. We saw them struggle so hard to ever catch Team Spirit by surprise.
Yeah, and it was just all Team Spirit's players. I want to especially mention Maposhka, because Bane, I don't think it's usually a fancy hero that you can see such high impact though. He caught cores on the sidelines, he played the fights perfectly, got the right saves. Just an amazing job coming out from Maposhka.
Yeah, well, what a way to start the series there for Spirit. IG, they've got to come back in with something completely different. As Spirit, it seemed like they knew exactly what was coming their way, and they just dealt with it seamlessly. As Team Spirit will take this game one.
Thank you very much, AY and OD Pixel. Indeed, game one going the way of Team Spirit. And before the series started, we highlighted the mid matchup, but I think we should highlight a different matchup for this first game. Gods, it's the offlaners. Whew. Mars versus Tide.
Yep.
It was quite the brawl. Collapse Mars. There's a reason why he's first phase banned so many times. Probably first phase banned again for game 2.
Yeah, I was talking to Tsunami. So like a month before TI, I started doing some TI prep. I started a Google spreadsheet. I kind of forget about it after 5 minutes. I get distracted by something. 2 or 3 weeks gone by. I open the sheet again. My only note on there was Team Spirit. Collapse, best Mars. That was literally my only note.
That's your TI
and
prep?
it was very relevant. Even a month later, it's like, yeah, this guy's still the best Mars.
It's like size 60 font, that's just print that one off, bring it to Bucharest, off you go.
It was incredible. I loved seeing, of course, the Collapse Mars, but also the JT Tide, because the game was very even for a lot of this. And it was just team fight upon team fight, the fight in the mid lane, when Team Spirit was searching for that fight, and then IG was already hiding in the trees and got that good Ravage for a potential comeback on that game, Trent. This was a great first game.
Yeah, and one thing that made the comeback so difficult too was just the positioning for both Maposhka and Mira. I think like double saving supports there, and some people make Bane look like a saving support and others don't. Maposhka, the way they just sent Collapse in, just like go forth. He didn't have a blink till the very end of that game. He would just stand there. You talk about Puppy and Team Secret making the wall. Collapse was the wall this game. He just sits, he waits, they initiate, and someone's there to back him up.
Yeah, and we spend so much time talking about, the versatility of Utaro or, the Collapse Mars, but Maposhka, I think this is his 4th Bane game now, undefeated so far at TI on the hero, and you can see it as well, like the nuances of how he uses the sleep. Not every time, like he's dodging these key spells. When he was trying to gank a Tidehunter, he'd preemptively sleep his own hero in the hope to dodge a Ravage. Like there were so many small things Maposhka was doing, even smoking aggressively, right? Like when IG utilized that Helmet Dominator on Tide with the Ursa to get that quick first Aegis, you instantly see Maposhka in the enemy jungle, putting down these wards, knowing that the game plan is dodge them for now, wait for the Battle Fury to come online, wait for that break from the Shard, and hit that mid-game timing. So Maposhka, for sure, 100%, in my opinion, as a support player, he's the MVP because he did the small things to enable the core players to do the big things.
Yeah.
Analysis.
And all those timings, I feel like came up way faster than I expected. I thought that Tide lane was going to cause PA problems, but the PA just free-farmed away. So I feel like, IG have to look at like that their offlane and think, yeah, JT had a big impact in the mid-game, but this Lion Tide lane looked very underwhelming.
Yeah, and that's an IG game, and that there was a Kaka Lion. I mean, that's been the discussion every single time that they've played, right?
Is it a liability? The fact that Lion is not like a first pick hero, really. But they didn't prioritize first pick. I believe it was Spirit who chose second pick. But I don't think you feel good about first picking a Lion. You don't really feel like you're getting value out of that first pick when you take a Lion, a hero that Spirit have no interest in picking.
Yeah, it was a very quiet early game as well. The first 10 minutes only had 2 kills on the boards or something like that, which, compare it to, for example, a game we saw yesterday between Spirit and Virtus Pro, very different. It was just a little quiet trend, and that eventually helped Team Spirit more than it even did IG, which, in my opinion, normally would be swapped around.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, good news when you're going for Battle Fury, right? I mean, we had our helpful insight. I don't know what it is with Avo. He's got like, little whispers coming in from everywhere, but he's like, well, on stream, actually, he said that build is bad when you go Falcon Blade Maelstrom, and it's only for people who can't find farm. Well, he can find farm, and he had time to do it.
He definitely had time to do it as well. Of course, there will be a game 2. So a chance for IG to force out that third game and keep themselves alive in this competition. We'll have that very soon. But first, we are going to check in with Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, so the meta has been changing pretty quickly in the last couple games, but the hero that seems to be the hero of the day, even though I know PA is very on your minds right now, it's probably Tiny. Tiny's been absolutely dominant from the beginning of the tournament towards now, but he feels a little bit more relevant, possibly pushed up to first ban territory. And that is because of his new level 15 talent. It increases his tree grab damage by 15%. So that means if you add it with the bonus that he already gets, we're talking a 35% damage increase for any damage items he buys, which is way more than any other typical carry buys. So he's always been really good at killing buildings. We know that. That's been standard. But this damage bonus really adds up when you put it on top of things like the Silver Edge that's been buffed, does crit damage now, does bonus damage on the first hit. And that's on top of the other benefits that Tiny already had for all of time. Tons of magic burst. Now he's got physical burst. That makes him good at carrying, at burst killing, at killing towers. He's got high HP. He's got high armor from his ulti. He even has status resistance at level 20. He doesn't have to buy that either. And then on top of that, he's also getting more buffs from his teammates. Any attack speed increase is buffed by 35%. It just stacks up in a huge way. And that is exactly why we have not seen Tiny in 2 games. He has just been too fearsome so far. He's out of the game. Maybe we'll see him later today, though. Back to you guys.
I don't think we'll see him later today, Purge. That hero, you are absolutely right. It's gonna be first phase banned. We saw it have a incredible crit, like the highest crit we've seen so far. I forgot what the number was, but earlier today in the upper bracket finals, I don't think we're gonna see that Tiny again, for sure. Anybody want to make a counter argument? Let it through because you think you can counter it?
And I think in a few days, Tiny, Ice Frog's coming for you.
Yeah.
He's coming for you. He's watching this and he's like, Ice Frog, he's going to have a few words to say about what's going on here.
It'll be the rework, right? They'll just remove the tree grab. It'll just be a whole new spell. And it'll be like, what happened? But that's the beauty of post-TI patch.
Get your games in while you can.
Yeah.
Get your games in while you can, indeed. IG is definitely not going to get their hands on the Tiny, I think. So for game 2, they're going to have to think about something else because they also can't give away the Mars. I think that's quite simple. Looking forward to game 2, what's the main thing? Was it draft related, you feel, that IG needed to change, T?
No, I'd say this is the idea that, minute 19, that second Roshan, the way in which IG was able to get the first one for free, they had that kind of confidence from the second one as well, because Spirit was smoking into the opposite direction. And it's kind of that ruthlessness of having a timing, BKB Windrunner, BKB PA, and going into that try camp, and IG got relaxed, right? When you pick up that Aegis for the second time, you're kind of hitting the beats of what your draft wants to do. And then suddenly, out of the fog, the entirety of, Eastern European representation at TI appears out of nowhere, slaps you out of the game, and you're like, oh, whoa, what are we doing? Like, that type of play is exactly what Spirit needed to do, right? So I feel like Spirit is just reading the game well and knowing when to utilize their timings, like, much better than IG in that game.
Yeah, I also want to highlight the IO still. I mean, the Team Spirit's lineup, it just felt like after the start, it felt like it could do whatever Team Spirit wanted. And with the IO could pair up with the Wind Ranger, IO could pair up with the PA. They were able to set that tempo as high as they wanted to, Trent.
Yeah, that could be a hero to look towards to actually try and shut down Collapse as well, because like the Myers was really good, obviously, but this build with the Armlet is really enabled when you have that IO. You saw it several times in the game, so we've talked to death about the idea of strength heroes and Armlet and how good it is.
Thank you, Trent.
Yeah, no problem. But I think that maybe you take care of the Mars, but if you don't do that, I would definitely not want the IO to be there as well, because I can actually see him suffer without the IO. It gives you like a second facet of capabilities when you have that save to be there, because you saw how delayed the blink was. That's not as easy to do without the IO.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think as well is that the idea that IO drafts, like we saw at the very start of the tournament, it's like IO gyro. When you have that one person you're trying to connect with, it's very hard because if everything gets locked down, you're kind of nothing, right? You're null and void. But having multiple pairings, it just opens up your game to have a good time. In laning phase, you're enable to carry. In mid game, you're enabling, this maybe Leshrac style hero or Windrunner, right? Or into late game, anyone who's doing well, you connect with. So I like the idea of the adaptation or the improvement of IO drafts throughout TI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it really opens up so many new heroes, and also the Mars blocks so many heroes. Like, you don't want to play those range carries like the Lina into the Mars. The passive just really negates so many potential IG picks.
Yeah, we got the players taking their pods once again for game number 2 here on the main stage. We got ourselves 7 first-timers on this stage, by the way. 4 on the side of Team Spirit, 3 on the side of IG. Did you know, IG trivia, did you know that IG, I mean, this is the 8th international for this organization, right? It's crazy. They've done very well. They won TI2, of course. But this is the first time that they appear at an international with a fully different roster than the previous international they attended. Obviously, of course, exception of TI1, because that was the first, so of course they were all new. But yeah, interesting. It was a different way, a different road for IG that they went, and they, of course, founded this roster at TI right after TI9. This team didn't actually attend TI9 itself, but after that, this roster has formed, and they've stuck together. Wow. 2 years and a couple of months. I won't, exaggerate too much, but 2 years and a couple of months is a very long time, Gods.
Yeah, it is. And I think partly why is probably because they found success very quickly with the new roster. They went to, I think, the first minor and then the major, the MDL major, got 3rd place with a brand new roster, getting 3rd place, like your first big event. I think for IG, when they've got this younger, new roster, was really kind of promising. So they're like, okay, we're going to stick this out. Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty. They have to wait an extra year for TI, but sticking it out, obviously, really paying off.
Yeah. It really did.
I would say just roster stability in general, right? I think teams have realized that changing a player every other week or so, or every season, it isn't really going to get you to TI. Some orgs right now are looking from home like, what have we done to our rosters? We kind of like butchered them a little bit. So I feel like these rosters that are able to stick together and kind of become more than just a team and become actual friends in and out of the game, that's what really pushes you to that next level and, that top 4 contention at TI.
So how will that affect the shuffle?
Ooh, I don't know. Well, that's the thing, right? We've already got Quincy have said that things are maybe being split up a little bit, I don't know. But post-TI shuffles are always very fun, but, the best teams can stick through it and survive through the expected shuffle. If you think you're good enough and can still have room to grow, like, for example, like Undying, right? They did really well throughout season. If they stick together, maybe they could become a stronger NA team, right? But the imminent shuffle can always, destroy a team.
And people didn't think IG were winners of the shuffle. They kind of, partly why they ended up grabbing 2 Malaysian players is because they couldn't get the, the big star players from China. They found some great pickups with Ollie and JT, and I think they did a great job scouting some promising talent, but most people didn't see IG as this new all-star roster when it came to the Chinese Dota scene.
Yeah, and I know T says that the shuffle is always a lot of fun. It's fun from a viewer perspective. For the players, this is, that it can only be gut-wrenching. Like, because not everybody is in the know of who goes where, so you don't know if you're safe or if you're not safe, and if you're going to survive the culling. Who knows who's the weakest link in the team, right?
Yeah, no TI after party means that's the biggest networking event of the year. So
oh, I didn't even think about that.
Exactly. So just to inform the viewers, normally at a TI, right, there's an after party. Like, congratulations, you won, woo. But normally that's where like player A and player B sits at a table, drinking a mojito or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, you want to play with us next season? Okay, cool. Signs contract."
You guys didn't get the invitation. We're having one giant Zoom call this year.
Oh,
actually.
wow.
What?
We're just everyone's going to talk at the same time.
But if we didn't get the conversation, does that mean? Are we out?
Sorry, guys. You're on the shuffle.
That honestly will change up some of the roster shuffles, right?
That's true.
In regards to, just to be clear, that's normally like the top tier of Dota teams. That's what happens. Of course, when you go to tier 2 and lower, it's more of like a, hey mate, you wanna come play? It's like, yeah, sure,
I'll see what else is out there, but maybe you.
Yeah, I'll come back to you next week. Oh, I've got no offers. Yeah, I'll play with you, man. I'm with you.
That being said, though, traditionally, at the top of TI doesn't really change too much because they have found already a lot of success. One of these 2 teams will actually make it to the top 3. Will it be Spirit or will it be IG?
Invictus Gamer versus Team Spirit. Game 2.
Thank you very much. Sunsfan here with BSJ and Insania for game number 2. Spirit wins it in pretty convincing fashion. They are so fun to watch, I have to say. I've cast a lot of them since the Ana Major, and they've kind of had their ups and downs, but they have grinded probably more than any other team, I feel like. They've been in like literally every tournament, and they are 1 game away from making it to the grand finals, gentlemen, or the lower bracket finals. Getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, there's just some magic in the air about this team. I think like at some point, you know, I think we are all guilty of this, but you look at the player names, you recognize some more than the others, so you tend to like give them more respect or expect more from them. But I think when it reaches this deep into the tournament, you kind of forget, right? You're just watching the heroes and how they're moving and how they're playing, and they're playing extremely well. They are like definitely deserving of being here in the top 4, and they're proving it. I think this is one of the quickest games I've ever seen throughout this tournament.
Yeah, we're already seeing a collapse respect band, gentlemen. Mars.
Yeah, you can't give him that. I didn't think the Wind Ranger was going to apply enough pressure in the early game last game, but the Mars, like the rushed armlet with the IO, the tower pressure was immense. The rotations were so simple. He didn't even need a blink since most of the IG heroes were immobile in the Abaddon as well as the Tidehunter. And when I watched these two teams in the upper bracket, it really did seem like IG had their number. Team Spirit did eke out the first game with those crazy plays, but it's just a completely different atmosphere going into this one. You can feel Team Spirit's momentum carrying through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the series where they played in the upper bracket, Team Spirit were kind of allowing IG to set pace. IG was allowed to control the pace of the game, and they were the ones deciding what happens in the game. But I think the VP series really taught Spirit the importance of, like, we need to be in control of what happens. Because if we're not, we're going to get dominated for most of the game. So I think coming into the series, probably playing as VP and having that experience in the back of their minds, it helps them realize, like, okay, this is how we need to approach IG, and this is what we need to do.
Could just be a confidence thing, right? Because it was 29-1 in series favor of VP versus Team Spirit, and maybe that series was just enough for them to just be confident to make the moves that they need to make that you're talking about.
So I think that's the brand standings, okay? But I think for these players individually, because at the end of the day, like, if you're on a brand, I mean, Liquid is one of the highest win rates at TI, but I don't feel that, right? Like, so I think the players had never beaten VP in a series, ever, this roster. So yeah, definitely there's a lot of confidence involved in that too. And we have a shocking start to the draft. Kaka Lion for the first time on a TI
Just as shocking as the game one Kaka Lion. And they followed up with the Lina this time. The Lion Tide's nice because you have team fight mixed in with the single target disable of the Lion. But this case, they're going all in for the burst damage. And against a hero like Doom, you definitely need that because you're only going to have a few seconds to dish it all out before one of your crucial targets gets doomed.
Doom has felt like this hero that just, if you can get, I mean, obviously it's like a mini alchemist, right, where you just get this huge gold influx, but the Chinese teams seem to be the one that are favoring it more so, but we're seeing Team Spirit pick it up here kind of as it's almost like a semi-deny for the later stage of the draft.
I think the nice thing about Doom is it forces these teams that are playing 4+1s to kind of change up the way they play. However, I don't really, it's not the kind of hero that I would have looked for here if I was Spirit. As I would have said, like, you want to keep playing with pace. You want to keep playing in a way which allows you to have control of the game. But they're kind of setting themselves up for a bit more like scaling situation, I feel like. And the Lina first phase, to me, it's a pretty worrying sign because I feel like this is IG basically saying we did not have a good hero for Emo. We're securing Emo early on, so we're going to pick him, you know, Lina, lanes well against everything, is always going to have its impact. And they want to make sure that Emo is like going to have the kind of game that they want him to.
Do they consider banning the Ember here? We saw it work really well against the Lina last series, and Toronto-Tokyo Ember right up his alley in terms of the immense amount of aggression.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I feel like they're kind of banning out the heroes that they feel like they're trying to set up Emo. It really feels like it for me. Like Mars is out, TA's out, Invoker's out. This is like just really, really focused on their star player, and that's usually what happens, right? In the pressure of these situations, I think as a drafter, you easily fall into this trap of like, you know, who on my team is performing the best right now? Who can I like give this game to, and whose hands do I put it in? And while that is something that I think is quite common, I think sometimes it also hurts because you're then expecting more from a player that's already offering you so much, right?
They have a lot of experience against that kind of strategy. I mean, EG earlier in the year, that's literally all they did, right? They first two picked Abed's hero every single time. We saw that kind of bite them in the ass against IG in that grand finals that they ended up reverse sweeping.
Yep.
Now, okay, it's kind of crazy. I know they're banning a lot of heroes here, but Lina has been played as support before. Not this tournament, though. The thing I love about Dota right now, and again, I'm not saying this is actually going to happen, but the fact that you can pick a mid hero early, they pick against it trying to counter you, and you just end up making it a support in some fashion.
Yeah, I think for some teams, like if it was VP doing this opener, I could see it happen. But just because it is Kaka and it is Lion, again, very shocking, but I really think he's going to, I think he's going to be playing it.
The thing about Lina compared to these other flex picks is She has game counters, but she doesn't really have lane counters. So she pretty much always gets off to a good start, and there's very little reason to rotate her out of the mid lane because of that. And they go for the Disruptor. It does counter Lina in a sense that she's similar to like the Bat Riders and Leshraks, where they walk around really fast. And Disruptor's really good against these heroes until they get the BKB, because she relies on her positioning when she's farming in order to be safe around the map, whether or not that's just hitting neutrals or pushing out lanes. And Disruptor's one of the few heroes that will have the reach around minute 10 and to catch you.
Have you guys seen this? I'm sure you have, but the shard from Disruptor on Doom specifically is really good.
I actually don't think I've seen it.
I cast a couple games. I mean, you just put it on him, it gives him the speed boost, attack boost, and all that good stuff, and he just runs in.
Goes
like
with Scorched
crazy.
Earth really well,
yeah,
too.
It's really strong on Doom.
I mean, the nice thing for Team Spirit right now is they already have like 3 really strong teamfight heroes, and they have Initiation, and they have like really good heroes as long as they're setting tempo and running at IG. So if I was drafting for IG, I'd be looking at some sort of way to set this game up where we can be running at them, where you don't have to like be at the mercy of Spirit setting pace control. So I think that's really what IG should be discussing right now. Like, what heroes here solve the issue that allow us to run at them rather than the other way around.
Earthshaker, third pick for IG. So likely to be the off lane here. Or, be the 4 as well, I guess.
I think this sets up really well for Team Spirit to pick like a Luna 4th. And I want IG to keep that in mind. Because whenever you pick Earthshaker off lane, which it most likely is, you don't want to pick a melee carry into it if you don't have to. The Enchant Totem in lane's really powerful. It's almost impossible to trade through the Aftershock. So with this pick right here, I wanted to kind of deal with these range carries.
Weaver.
That should be a carry Weaver.
5 Weaver?
We've definitely seen both.
Interesting, actually. Now they have some flexibility in their draft. This could definitely be a 5 Weaver.
I mean, to be fair, the Weavers that we've seen at this tournament so far, the support variation has been more successful than position 1.
That is true.
Mainly because of the Ags.
Do you like the Weaver into Disruptor?
No, I don't. That's why I was wondering if it's a core Weaver. It's the same idea as Lina, right? Any hero that relies on running away and utilizing high move speed in order to be elusive, Disruptor tends to be very good against you. And you also can't like time lapse off of his ult. You want to be able to purge it somehow. Just feels very. You have to itemize the BKB super early, and then you have to pop it just when you get glimpsed. Weaver doesn't like to have to use that much defensive tools just for one spell, especially coming from a support.
I could see this being like IG thinking potentially that, you know what, we want pace control. And Weaver does fit that concept, right? It's a hero that can play fast. And if you're running at the Disruptor, it's much easier to like hide out the Static Storm and play around it. I like this DK pick a lot, actually. Now they have a very easy setup against the Weaver. You have the Dragon Knight stun into Static Storm on pretty much any hero. Same thing with the Snapfire follow-up. I think this was a really, really good pick for Spirit. It kind of solves what their draft was lacking in terms of like, they needed something that can initiate. And Dragon Knight does surprisingly well against Lina in the lane. It's one of the few heroes that can tank that harassment and kind of just sit through it and just farm and get his GPM going.
Very easy to execute draft from Team Spirit so far. I mean, I think pretty much everybody can just look at it and just envision what the plan is overall. But I think the downside is, well, depending on your perspective, there's not flexibility. You kind of know what you're getting, right?
Yeah.
Whereas IG, we're still not sure the positions here necessarily between the Earthshaker and Weaver. Could be all over the place.
I mean, I would still expect IG to run the Earthshaker offlane with the Lion and most likely have Emo on the Lina. But then whether the Weaver is a 5 or a 1, I feel like still kind of remains to be seen. Has Yatoro, by the way, played the same hero twice yet? Do we know that?
No, he has not.
So PA was also a new hero, right?
Yeah, throughout the main event, yes.
So he can't play PA, he can't play Morph. I know he's played
hero
Chaos
challenge.
Knight.
Yeah, he's running out of hero pool because he can't do all the heroes he's
Has he
played
played
so far.
Sven?
Not sure.
Yeah, it might be a Sven.
Faceless Void comes to mind here.
Yep.
Against the Weaver with the Disruptor, Snapfire. You have like pretty good frontliners. Saw something similar, I believe, out of VG yesterday. Like a similar looking draft.
Yeah, and so the idea with the Void against Weaver is that you have both time dilation to make sure he can't Tsukuchi around and the Chronosphere to just fully lock him down. So even without the Chrono, you still have a really, really nice spell against the Weaver.
But if it's a support Weaver, then it could be the other way around with
Exactly.
whoever he Chronos. But we have seen, who was that? I think it was LGD playing against that, and Chronosphere just really well placed where the range from the time lapse wasn't nearly there. He needs like Aether Lens on top of Ags, which is hard to come by on a support Weaver.
you also know by that point, because they do have 10th pick overall in Team Spirit, that's the one comfort you have when you see these type of flex heroes. By then, you should almost always know what role he will be going to. Because they don't have overall last pick, I'm not surprised if this Weaver's a 1. I'm just mostly surprised they picked it into Disruptor. The Ags is better.
They banned PA. Would you guys actually expect another PA without an IO?
It's a nice hero against Weaver as well.
Yeah. So you have the evasion, right? So you don't really take the Gemini damage the same way a lot of other heroes do. And because you have the chance of just one-shotting Weaver in a crit, as soon as you blink on him, he has to run away. He can never stand his ground against you.
Team Spirit are the ones to get rid of Luna, so IG.
They go for the Void.
Okay.
All right.
So
Another hero
Weaver
that's not so great against Disruptor Doom, but maybe with the support Weaver behind, it's a bit better.
But very interesting. I don't really see like IG's identity in this draft, and I think that's something that, for me, is a bit surprising. It feels like they're trying to play some like late game draft, but ultimately, I feel like when they looked at their best, is like Kaka gets a blink dagger, and then you have the heroes to follow up and chase and like put the pressure on, while Fly really like farms up, and then comes in and closes out the game for you.
Usually when I see a Faceless Void, I think Wraith King, but Team Spirit are the ones that banned that earlier.
Yeah.
For their position 1 here.
There's a lot of carries that are taken out of the pool. I was thinking Bloodseeker before I saw the Void, but...
Drow Ranger, okay.
I like that pick a lot. I've seen
a
Drow
lot of
DK,
sounds.
it didn't work out. It was against Medusa early on in the tournament, but Faceless Void specifically hates dealing with Drow. She represents low cooldown push potential in tandem with the DK. Faceless Void with Chronosphere long cooldowns. I think it should lane really well against the Earthshaker. I agree with you, Insania. I didn't feel where they're going with this on IG's draft. The Weaver Void has weird synergy. The bugs die immediately in the Chrono. First time we're not seeing Kaka on Lion.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for me, that's the most shocking thing, right? I feel like that's been his hero for this entire tournament, so... I'm not sure. I don't think their draft is bad per se, but it doesn't really scream IG at me. So I feel like it feels like Spirit's playing comfort, and IG's kind of been thrown off their game. So I would say Spirit has the edge going into this one.
They have a ton of stuns, though, on IG. So it really is going to come down to whether or not Doom starts the fights. Because Drow, if he's allowed to be in the back pelting people, they should have no problem having the damage output. But without the Drow hitting continuously, I don't think they have very good sustained damage on Team Spirit.
I wonder if this is Yataro's first time playing Drow at this event, because do you think there's any way that they're going off of the all-hero challenge for him? There's no way with the stakes this high, but my goodness, that's really impressive that he's able to find so many different heroes to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason that Collapse can shine the way he can is because Yatoro can play so many heroes. He's able to shift into that like 3 position if he has to. He can play more of a 1. He seems to have mastered both playing fast and slow from the 1 position, which is a very, very rare thing to have in a carry, and I think it's enabling Collapse to look as good as he does throughout this tournament.
That is the end of the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Frankie is standing by with Super of IG. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you very much. Super, I'd love to know, did you have to revisit the game plan after that disappointment in game 1?
第一把之后，第二把有没有需要做出哪些战术上的调整？
我觉得就是第一盘发育到后期我们是比较弱的，所以这一盘我们在阵容硬度上做了调整。
I realized that in game 1 our late game was a little weak, so in game 2 we made those adjustments.
Thank you so much, Super. Good luck with this match. Let's head over to Ari and OD Pixel to get game number 2 underway.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, game 2, ladies and gentlemen, between Team Spirit and IG. AY, what are you looking forward to seeing this game? Because we're seeing some fun drafts, I feel.
No, I feel like this is a draft type that we actually haven't seen at this TI. I mean, we saw Drow DK before, but Drow primarily this tournament has been pretty sparingly picked. I feel like his silence is actually the real game breaker in this game. I think it's good versus all 5 heroes. And we see, ooh, they saw each other ward here. Might be a double D ward coming out from both teams on the mid lane.
We'll see if they leave it up or if they take it back down themselves.
Yeah, it's a funny thing here because you don't know whether you want to deny your ward.
Yeah.
You don't know whether, like, after you kill your opponent's ward here, you sort of want to deny your own ward, but it's so far in. I think a lot of this game will come down to how Yatoro, Fly, is able to come into mid with his Chronosphere. One of the strengths of Faceless Void is that as level 6, his TP jump into Chronosphere can lead to a kill on almost any core. DK is tanky, but Lina deals a lot of damage. Or you can even go to the Drow's lane. A lot of this game will come down to these carry rotations. It's like not your stereotypical carry game, I feel. Like, even Drow, she can move to Void Lane and kill him. You know, sync up with that Doom. They have a lot of play options this game.
Absolutely. I don't think it's going to be easy for Fly at all. Lots of threats that are going to trip up the Faceless Void if he's not too cautious. But if IG do land those big ults, they've certainly got quite the team fight around them. And of course, an incredible amount of burst with the Laguna and the Finger. The pickoffs are certainly going to be capable from IG's heroes.
What's happening with the supports here? So Lion is actually hiding in bottom. They're trying to sort of sneak in a kill onto the Drow. This is actually a really good plan whenever you have Earthshaker. Because you're able to fissure block your lane so far back, the lane equilibrium is messed up, and Drow has to come up much further. You see Yatoro, he started blocking early, but the lane is still going to start in a pretty good position for IG here.
Sure. But with it, do you think if you're Spirit now, are you aware that Ollie's missing? You're like, this Lion is probably down here.
I think they are, because they got the better block. You can see Yatoro, he's staying back.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Yatoro's play this tournament has just been so amazing. He's a top-ranked carry right now, I believe, but they still got him.
And they have trapped him in with a fishy. Yatoro, he's trying to run, but they have found him. No escape.
I really like this coming off from IG. I feel like in game 1, they sort of lacked this creativity to go for kills. I mean, that game, they had the Diffusal Blade, they had the Aegis, but they didn't find a way to push the tempo. This game, I think they want to set a faster pace. They want to scale into late game with this Lina, with this Faceless Void. But I want to see them do it right, you know, set up these kills and play the IG Dota that we saw them dominate the group stage with.
Absolutely. We know that they have so much more in them than they showed in the first game of the series.
Mira with 3 creep denies in the top lane, 2 of them on range creeps. He's just, I mean, these CS matter. When you have these supports at this level, how they CS is actually really important.
Sort of overall, now that Ollie has returned to the top, I mean, how is this sort of laning stage for the Drow? Now it's just 2 heroes you're dealing with, the Weaver and the Shaker. How much can they mess with your farm here? Who has the easier time?
Well, they're going on to the Disruptor here, and I think this is kill onto Mahoshka.
I think it certainly is with the bugs on him. I mean, well, there we have it, showing us that kills are rather easy for these two to achieve, especially on Maposhka if he's a little out of position and a good fisher finds him.
Yeah, and Kaka, he's already dropped the sentry in lane. He has another sentry in his inventory. He really wants to fight for his vision control. This lane, a lot of it comes down to the lane equilibrium. IG, the reason why Kaka bought so many sentries, not only for the Sakuchi, but he secured this hard camp. Whenever you pull this hard camp, it doesn't matter if they pull back, you will normally get the lane equilibrium. And we can see, as soon as you have that equilibrium, Drow, she's sort of like a pathetic carry hero, you know? Like, she's very weak in the early stages. Yeah. You can go on her, and with a Fission and Bugs, she's a pretty easy kill.
We're certainly seeing the slow start. Just 4 CS right now in Yatoro in the safe lane. It's not having an easy time.
Honestly, both cores at bottom lane, like Earthshaker only has 6 CS as well. He does have that kill though, so that's making up for that.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other half of the map, both cores farming just fine. Fly. It's doing absolutely okay in the CS, and Collapse also.
Yeah, I think both cores on the top lane will pretty much just farm. There's not that much kill threat here, which I think generally Doom is pretty happy with.
See bottom lane. Maposhka is able to just get the bug off him in time, so Kaka won't be able to go any further onto him. He's trying to do his best here. Maposhka to draw attention away from the Drought. Give Yatoro space to hit the creeps, but it's still proving to be very difficult in that bottom lane to secure a safe space for this Drow in the laning stage.
And this is all because of that level 1 play from Lion, I feel. It's always interesting in Dota, like just these one small adjustments you can make from the draft. I think if they just lane head-to-head, Drow, Disruptor, they're going to hit the Earthshaker a lot. He's not going to have that good a lane. One gank, and all of a sudden, he's having a really good lane, and Yatoro's being pressured.
Money to burn.
Kaka still doing his best to trade with Maposhka. See how the regen's going between these two. We've got Mango and a Salve on Kaka still to play with. Still 3 Mangoes on Maposhka, so Maposhka very much ready to keep the spam going. Is close to level 3 as well, and then the trading will be a little more effective for the Disruptor in the lane.
I do like what Emo is doing here. He actually snuck the enemy's Bantrun and then brought an early ward to place into the enemy's triangle. He understands that because of how bottom lane is going, Drow is most likely going to have to retreat to his triangle. This ward gives him a gank option on him later.
Even CS mid. It's been a close one. Of course, we'll see if there's going to be opportunity to push in onto that tier 1 mid once the Dragon forms up.
Another
bottom lane.
block.
It's a very nice block here, Toro. He's trying to get away from the tournament, but they're in with the enchant tournament. He's back underneath the tower. He'll turn, but he will not survive here. Kaka and JT getting away with it again. Maposhka trying to find one of the two of them. In fact, JT, he's actually going to step back in range of the Thunderstrike. So JT does go down. I mean, Maposhka, can he get Kaka as well? He can't. Kaka, salvo the ready, into the trees. He'll live. There's something to be found there for Spirit, but of course, still, the struggle is real for Yatoro.
Yeah, good trade out from Maposhka there at the end, but I mean, Yatoro, he has 12 CS right now. That's the same as Earthshaker's denies. Whenever this situation happens in Dota, I think it's important in your communication that you basically tell your team, like, I'm having a bad game, I need some time to catch up, and we're actually going to have to see, like, Collapse on the Doom and Toronto Tokyo and the DK join up in order to make some sort of space. You do have that DK form of mid and a wagon, so I'd like to see Team Spirit try to do something with this timing. At least maybe force some pressure away from Yatoro so he has a little bit of space in the game.
Yeah, we're getting some early poke damage here from Toronto Tokyo. Dragon Form is hit. It's getting this lane shoved right in. Emo pretty low on the regen, just one tango to bite through. A few seconds and the rune will be up. He's going to hope for it down bottom. And he's not going to get lucky. DD rune at the top. Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to get that for himself.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This pressure will continue mid. Top lane Fly. A little bit low. Still the farm very solid for him. He's having a fine time top. Mid lane. They've got the setup with the stun. Light strike to follow. Into the Hex. Have they got enough right click to take him down? They do, only just, but they're able to do it.
And Mira, his spells were on cooldown. He had previously used them on the kill attempt on Fly, so he TVs in mid, but he's not able to save his Dragon Knight, and just a completely different IG than we saw in game one. I think, honestly, they were upset that they were a bit passive in the early game, and they're really showing the team they are now.
Top lane Fly nearly getting taken out there by Collapse with that Alpha Wolf crit. Got to be careful there. That's a hard-hitting Doom.
Well, I like this from Emo. He's rotating to bottom. One of the principles of Dota is that your team, you can give to your core heroes, but after you've given to them, they have to give back. And he's recognized that. He's rotating to his bottom lane. His boots still come on the courier, and they're going to collapse on Yatoro. He's having a bad game already.
He is. This is a tough start for Yatoro, and he's about to feel even further pain here. The fish is out. Blocking Yatoro from a safe route back towards his tower. He's going to try and go for the TPR. Anything to stop it. There is a great usage of the Gust to stop any further stuns coming into play. Maposhka will, of course, fall, but IG, they'll get the time to push on to this tier 1 tower. They don't get Yatoro, though. Still, it's painful moments where Yatoro is out of the lane and struggling to find the time and opportunity to hit the creeps. Top lane. Fly and Ollie. Going for Collapse. They'll need a bash or two, and they're not going to get it. Collapse able to walk out to safety.
And T-Spirit, they're striking out back in middle lane. This is a Dragon Knight versus Lina matchup, so as soon as he gets to 6, if Lina leads for a second, he does take that tower. I just want to comment again, though, that sequence of events from IG was so nice because first they ganked mid with the line. They killed the Dragon Knight in Dragon form. They know he doesn't have it, so they can't push the tower once again. Then they rotate to bottom. They kick out the enemy carrion. Yatoro survives, but he had to walk back to the neutral case because he had to TP to base. He's got like 2 CS since then, and his game, it's like he needs some space. Something needs to happen where they can find a way to draw all the IG heroes away from him. I think it's going to come soon, though. Collapse, he's getting close to level 6. There's some big ultimates in the top lane.
Can he drop the Doom down? And I mean, he's getting this kill for sure. There is no question about it. Fly just not respecting the fact that the 6 was ready to roll there from Collapse.
That was good from Collapse, though, honestly. Because he hid in the fog while the last creep was dying, so that Fly, he had no idea that Doom was about to hit level 6 there. Just a heads-up play from Collapse. I mean, again, like, he's been performing so well this tournament, and the thing I appreciate about it, it's like, he's just so patient, so intelligent about how he makes these plays and how he connects his spells.
Right, just were not ready at all. But see, Fly return to this lane. He himself, of course, also having his 6. Has the Chronosphere. Question is if they do have the damage. He's going to jump forward for Mira. Put Cookie down to the low ground. I'll look to chase him down, though, with the bugs upon him. Mira will certainly get taken out here by the 3 of them. So a kill to be found as IG push back, get Spirit back out of the top lane.
TP in mid here. They're looking to go for Emo.
Discussed. Into the Dragon Tail stun. Is there any backup for Emo? There is not, of course, with the tower already gone. There's no route of access to get in to help him out. The Spirit, they'll get the kill. Top lane, finger onto Collapse. They pop the 2 ults. Chrono and a finger does the job. Collapse is killed off.
And Yatoro, this guy's a genius. He's actually straight up a genius. He's by far the lowest farmed core on the map, but he understands that his way back in this game, actually, it's way better than having his teammates make space for himself. He's gonna make it himself. He TPs in mid, and he ganks the enemy mid level, what is it, level 9 Lina with a level 5 Drow Ranger. All of a sudden, like, I mean, he's not really back in this game.
No.
But he's given something to his allies to work with, you know, a little bit of space. Now they can make a move and be stronger. It's such a good presence of mind. I mean, he's such a young player, but he's making all the right moves this game.
Absolutely.
I mean, this game, he's having a rough one, but he's coming back.
It's not going to be easy, but he's certainly shown his capabilities here. Top lane, whoop, Cookie. A little bit off the side there. Won't be able to line up the initiation. But he's just making things done, and all importance of having that early point of the gust saved his life down bottom. And a little bit of disable with the push back onto Lina, allowing Toronto Tokyo to get him with that Dragon Tail stun.
And here's sort of the space move that I was talking about earlier. They have their Dragonite and the Doom connect onto top tower. This allows Zhao to sort of farm mid. It's the area on the map that's actually closest to the creep camps. You can often find carries that are having bad games go and farm around mid lane, and that's what he's doing now. JT actually almost has his Blink Dagger. I'd like to see them connect with the Lion with a smoke, who already has an inventory. He's also quite close to a Blink on Oli. I mean, this man's a 5 Lion, and he's more farmed than Kako was last game.
Oh my, yeah, I mean, he has been the one to pick up, 3 of the kills, 3-0-1. Yeah, that gold certainly rolling in for Oli. So that double jump, it's going to be pretty terrifying because they've got rather beefy heroes on 2 of their cores, Toronto Tokyo and Collapse. A little more difficult to burst, but there is a lot of burst from
JT.
IG.
He gets his Blink Dagger on Courier, he instantly TPs mid so it's closer, and they instantly smoke up here. They want to get a high value core here.
Yeah. They're going to start charging straight towards Toronto Tokyo, but already out of the lane and not pushing any further. IG, they're not going to catch anybody up here.
Honestly, I don't even know if they had damage for him with the finger on cooldown, but I think the mentality that IG is approaching this game with is much better. Like, you get the timings, you go smoke and try to use it right away. Last game, you know, they waited a bit with that Aegis Diffusal Blade. This game, they want to take these power spikes and use them well.
A few seconds, and Chrono will also be ready to throw into the mix. Arcane Rune on Emo's Lina as well. They get a good setup now, certainly have the few rounds of spells to take down the targets without too many difficulties. So a lot of it does rely on that AoE lockdown, and they've got it. A huge amount of the floor of the team fight will be covered by both JT and Flyfly. Smoke up now for the Spirit. They can look to try and start things off themselves with their own Blink Dagger. Ready to go here on Toronto Tokyo.
And IG, they have now shown the Blink Dagger on Earthshaker. I think they're going to go for another one here. Only just delivered our smoke and switch in, so we're going to smoke on smoke action here.
See who gets the jump. Last game, we did see Spirit most of the time getting the favorable lead in. Get the ward drop down. They'll see Oli, they're going to jump straight away for the Lion. Toronto Tokyo just committing for the Lion. Laguna comes out as well at the start. Onto Toronto Tokyo is going to lose his life for him. Firefly jumps across. He'll pop the Chrono. Only going to catch the Disruptor. And they have lost 2 themselves. Cookie up to the side to get Miposhka out of there. JT trying to chase, but Miposhka and Mirror there away. They make it out. Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade hit.
That collapse on the bot lane, he made a really cool play. He sort of just hid in the trees with his Coiling Blade and got a free Doom off onto the Weaver. Just, you know, solo pick off. Another, like, collapse special in this game.
I'll take that.
Now, both teams going through a few of the ults there. Collapse. He's got eyes on JT. Does also have the backup on Miposhka, and Static Storm is up. If they can get the setup, they may have the damage between the 2 of them, but JT's playing it safe. Into the trees and out he goes. Straight back over towards the mid to join the rest of his team.
And another smoke coming out.
I don't know, there's no Doom. No Kisses, no Dragon Form. Got their eyes on Toronto Tokyo. See if they can burst him. They're in with the urn, and with Emo at the side, they'll have enough damage. Quick move from IG. And sort of at a pace where I don't think Spirit or Toronto Tokyo was quite ready for them to come charging at him from that mid area of the map after that move was made bottom.
Quite a clever smoke coming out there from IG. That was just, people think of smokes, they're going to objectives, they're going to the triangle, but IG are actually just going to the rune there. And Toronto Tokyo, a little bit maybe on a lapse of concentration from Team Spirit, but he goes to the rune alone and they just get a free pick off. They do expend the Echo Slam, and they have used Chronos for last fight, so I'm looking around to see what Spirit's next timing is. They had the blink on DK, but IG, you know, the last time they smoked, they're already ready for Team Spirit.
See if they can find Collapse. They cannot. It's quick TP. No further gap closing, and whilst this chaos has been going on, Yatoro's certainly getting himself back in shape this game. Still about 1k gold between him and the Void, but he really is closing that gap between him and Fly. Another Blink Dagger thrown into the mix. Ollie also ready for the initiations.
And that's a 5 Lion. A 15-minute dagger is very early. The thing about when you get dagger on 5 Lion is you're getting a dagger on a hero that doesn't normally have this responsibility. So it affects your draft and it makes it stronger than it should be. It also means that since you were not intended to be the normal initiator, you can be really patient in your when you like counter initiate and when you go in. I think this game, like, they can start with stuff like the Earthshaker going in or the Lion going in, and then they have follow up with the Chronosphere, or maybe even he doesn't have to go in right away. They just have all the options for how they want to teamfight on IG right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, in this game, how sort of accessible does the Roche look for both teams? I mean, I
think they both have to win a fight in order to get the Roshan.
Yeah.
And they are really fighting over this control middle. Team Spirit, they go for another smoke. They do have this blink on DK, but honestly, it's not easy to get the right engage for either team right now because you're just jostling for position. Both teams, they don't really have any deep wards that give an obvious smoke target, and they're being very careful around mid lane. You know, a little bit of those TI games where both teams are huddling around the mid lane a bit.
A golden thread.
Yeah, full smoke coming to an end. Team Spirit, no action to be found.
I think Team Spirit, they don't mind taking a fight where they can get the right initiation, but they do actually really want to wait for the BKBs to come out. It is a little bit far on both Doom. I mean, Doom actually has this in 400. It's a little bit far on DK, but as soon as they have that, then they'll be able to go and provide vision so that their triple backline will be able to deal a lot of damage.
Smoke time from IG. Up to the triangle, they head. Yatoro, he's cleaning up quite a nice stack here. Can they catch him out in time? Ollie, he's looking for him. He's been able to catch him with a Hex, the Fisher. They blow up the Drow, take away some of her creeps as well. Now with the Drow kill alone, pinks are being made onto the Roshan. Now going is the bit, can Spirit do anything about this 4v5, or do they have to let it go?
And they really want their BKBs right now, but I'm a bit concerned if they let this Aegis go.
Yeah.
So they're smoke up. They understand that even though we don't have this BKB, we have to stop them from taking this Roshan.
Let's see, they're going to go for the jump. Toronto Tokyo's in, straight away the static shot's laid down. He's committing, looking to kill. Fly, performance in silence. The Void will fall. Fly to die to Roche. Fisher over to Collapse trying to run over the high ground. JT expends the Echo Slam, destroying it. The kisses come out to Ollie. Toronto Tokyo back in with the Dragon Tail stun. Yatoro's got the damage from the high ground. Mirror somehow still alive here. Kaka got the time lapse, but he's back into the trap of Mikoshka, into the kinetic field. 4 dead on IG. As JT, can he do anything about this? He has got the blink. Can he go for some sort of steal? The Spirit, they're finishing off the Roche. Looks like JT's, is he going to be able to try? No. Already blinked out, Spirit. They get in, Roshan is theirs, Aegis on Yatoro.
And all of a sudden, Yatoro's net worth is ahead of Fly's. You know, IG, they're so confident in that Roshan, they made a little bit of a mistake there. They had no one scouting for the smoke at all. Just a brilliant blink in from Toronto Tokyo. I mean, he doesn't have BKB, he has nothing protected. He just goes in here, and then there's a beautiful fall-off from Disruptor. Like, that's purely based on trusting your teammates on Dragon Knight, knowing that they'll follow up. You have the Mortimer's Kisses, the Disruptor ulti, and they managed to take this fight. I'm actually amazed at their execution in that fight because, I mean, you're just down to Drow Ranger, you don't have your BKBs, it doesn't matter to Team Spirit.
No, I mean, just a huge part of it, getting that control, silence onto Fly. The Void had no impact at all in that fight, and of course no money either for a buyback. There's some other sort of scenarios you may have seen. You know, if he had the money, he probably would have got straight back in Fly because he did have the chrono, but only having that one life, one chance, and nothing that he could do against Maposhka's setup. Quick glimpse into the gust here. They've got to catch up top. JT will jump in with the counterplay. Chant Totem slaps out Maposhka. Kaka with the time lapse.
And Emo, he traveled behind him, but instant stun for the DK.
I mean, yeah, Toronto Tokyo just opens up straight away with the Dragon Tail. Emo has the Laguna, then bursts through the Drow, the one Shitoro. He needs backup, kisses up in 10 seconds from Mirror. It's not going to be soon enough to do anything to keep them off the Drow. As soon as they get that Aegis for themselves, they lose it pretty abruptly after Spirit.
And IG, they're striking back, you know, a little bit of an overextension from Team Spirit. And IG, they're ready to punish. They bring all their heroes except for the Faceless Void, and they just overpower them. I mean, this Aegis doesn't matter if you're completely outnumbered when you come back alive. It had no impact there. I think for Team Spirit, they're like trying to figure out a way, because that Aegis was supposed to be a farming Aegis, you know? You're just supposed to get your DK to that BKB. Doom already has his. Maybe get your Toro to that item, which allows him to just sit in the back lines and blink away at the enemy heroes. But IG, they recognized that, and they were just faster on the play. And they still have Chronosphere, actually, so it's not like they don't have aggressive options
absolutely.
On IG, and they're even going for a smoke right away here.
Yeah. Everything online for IG. All else good to go. See who gets caught out here at the front of it. Team Spirit, they've got to play careful. They're going to know that for sure IG's trying to make this sort of play with all their cooldowns done for.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think right now, both teams are in a little bit of a lull. We're both waiting for some really crucial BKBs. DK has this flying out, so I think Team Spirit will use this to go. But IG, they would really prefer to get this BKB up on Faceless Void. That's fine. I mean, he just died to a Static Storm in a DK form, so... Yep. But they're smoking back into their own jungle here.
Kaka. Sentry down. He's out of the range here. Oh, they will still be able to get the glimpse. Yep, it reaches. Able to bring him back. They get Kaka.
He's still smoked up on Collapse, but Fly wisely doesn't go for the extra wave mid.
Yeah. He's going to know. With that kill, Spirit would have been very quick to try and turn it into something extra. Very, very close game this time round. 22 minutes in. 9:13, less than 1K. IG just already looking so much better than they did in game one. This time, many more ways that they can play this out against Spirit. This is what you expect to see from the squad, and this is what we are seeing here. A very even standoff between the two.
And JT, he's actually finished off his own BKB, so they're going for the triple golden strat. I think a lot of the time when you're having this downtime in Dota, what the teams are doing is they're trying to figure out what their conditions to win the fight are. I think a lot of it for IG is actually just making sure that their Lina can hit during the fights. Faceless Void, he is one of those hard carries, but his damage actually doesn't ramp up until he has a lot of items. I think a lot of it will come down to Team Spirit trying to find this Lina and blowing her up with the Doom, maybe some DK stun, and then the counter initiation with the Chronosphere and trying to find Team Spirit's Drow Ranger.
Absolutely. If Fly and JT can control the fight, Emo is he's gonna hurt. A lot of frontline control from IG.
Oh, and I didn't notice this, but JT actually managed to pick up that Faye grenade, which is amazing on Earthshaker. You just toss on someone. Right now it's dealing, what is that, like 800 extra damage? Just on one neutral item.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower.
IG showing the faces bottom. Same to be said for Spirit, just going for the tier 2 trades here. Mirroring the map. So a fair bit of time until we will have a potential Roche, of course. So teams staying away from one another.
It's sort of a cool build coming out from Fly here. He's only went for the 1 in Chronosphere because the Nixel is basically, they don't make you that much stronger. And he's gone for a lot of points into the stats, skipping the level 10 talent and not finishing level up time dilation. This build, it just lets you be more tanky and farm just a little bit faster because he understands that their time is as soon as he gets his BKB, as soon as he's ready to fight and is coming on the courier. I think we're going to see a big fight ramping up here.
DD on your Toro. Spirit would love to fight right now. But that BKB pickup, as you say, for Fly could be game-changing. If he can get that chrono off, something that he's suffered with a few times. Miposhka has had his number. Now,
Radiant's middle tower
not a lot
is
that's
under
going to be able
attack.
to stop this man. The Doom and the Dragon Tail are the two lead-ins he has to be concerned about the most.
And smoke up here from IG, but there is a mid tower still there, so they can't wrap around it. They're trying to wait for a Team Spirit here to sort of push out this wave and then burst him as soon as they can.
Emo will show. At least reveal the angle.
Radiant's
They want to
middle
finish this
is
tower.
under attack.
Don't get it. Team Spirit holding back. See IG, both cores needing that Lincoln Sphere against the Doom this game. They both get it. It's going to be hard to sort of coordinate actually getting one of them locked down from the Doom. Definitely going to take a lot of extra resources and calls here from Spirit to deal with.
It just seems like it's a little hard for both teams to find each other and engage in this game. There's a lot of counter initiation. As soon as someone shows on either side, there's a lot of instant stuns and burst. Yatoro has managed to pick up a Silver Edge. He's sort of made a recovery in this game, but I'm not too sure. IG's team fight right now, it looks scary, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to that initiation. Whoever gets a vision is going to win the next fight.
I mean, Spirit, they're pretty deep here on IG's half of the map. Without Yatoro, of course, Yatoro farming his own Ancients. So if a fight does kick off, they will be fighting with a number advantage. Much easier for Emo to join the action mid, being that around the tier 2 tower. And of course, have Kaka halfway on the money towards the Aghanims. So we'll have that solid bailout and that potential to maybe keep those cores alive, even if they do get jumped.
I think right now IG, they're just going to clear their jungle because they have buybacks onto both of their supports. So they understand that if a fight comes out, they have that tier 2 mid to TP back to. And Team Spirit, they understand that as well. As soon as IG sort of lead in there with the Weaver, they understand that they have to get out. I'm trying to click around, see what the next timing is. What are these teams waiting for to take this engagement? I think a lot of it is that they want to save all their buybacks and resources for this next Roshan fight. Anytime you have heroes like Doom and Faceless Void in the game, this Aegis becomes exponentially, I don't know, it becomes more effective and more valuable.
No, it really does. And you just don't want to approach a fight, blow your big ultimates, and then have the enemy team buybacks at the ready. They're ready to go, Roshan's up, and suddenly your team fights on cooldown. Being very careful around these minutes leading up to the next Roche.
To be honest, I feel like the team should be prioritizing the side lanes a little bit more during these stalemates. I think they need more information. He wants to go.
He's going to try and start things. He's in with the BKB onto Ollie. He'll be dead for sure. Just a quick pick here from Toronto Tokyo.
He was just solo there, literally 1v5.
I mean, but here comes the rest of his team now. Collapse jumps in with a assault, but JT comes in with a counterplay. The Echo slam, the little block, the two they have. Collapse will fall. BKB from Emo, he's the only one from Poshka. Laguna into the jump forward from Fly. They bring the Disruptor down.
I mean, they did get that first pick off, but Ollie, he just buys back, and unfortunately, when Collapse jumped in, he did not BKB, so they're able to get the quick Echo Slam out from JT, and now they're getting back to them.
And now, whoo! Oh dear! Oh dear!
Unfortunate.
That's...
You know, it happens.
It does! Okay, you don't need to tell me. I play a lot of Void. It happens a lot. But that's gonna hurt. That's really gonna hurt.
I do like what Team Spirit did there, though. Even though they lost the last fight, they sort of rotated back around to their ward. Ollie, he doesn't have buyback anymore. He tried to deward that ward since he got jumped on it last time, and they're just ready to strike. And you know, unfortunate Chronosphere coming out from Fly, but honestly also just great positioning from Team Spirit. They understood that all of the BKBs on the 2 cores of IG were popped, so they could still fight.
I mean, and now Roshan's back up. And Spirit, I mean, they know there's no threat of a Void, there's no threat of a Chrono, 90 seconds. Spirit, they're going to be able to take this, and you see from IG's move as well, they're just well away from this. They know that with the way things went down beforehand, they can't do anything about this. This is going to be a 3-1 for Spirit, this rush.
And again, this game, this Aegis.
Ooh, and the catch there as well. Collapse getting that vision from Miposhko to get a beautiful glimpse on Kaka. things starting to really roll into place here for Spirit as IG. They can't afford another mess up like that.
And Moposhko is just having such a good showing this series, just this tournament in general. I feel like the Eastern European region has been playing Disruptor for like 7 years now, and they've always been the best with this hero. They just always find the aggressive pickoffs. And the Aegis, we mentioned it was super important this game. Now in the hands of Yotaro, he's completely caught up. Top net worth on his team now, higher than the enemy Faceless Void by quite a good margin. Even with that start laning phase, Yotaro figures out to find a way.
Climbing back in, I mean, yeah, it really is. What a recovery. Second highest in the net worth now, Yotaro. Level 19, hitting on the tier 2s. IG back in action, of course, still. Okay, 10 seconds until the chrono. We'll see if they try and make a proactive move into the Drow's Aegis. I mean, do they, if you're IG, is there that pressure, or can you afford to sit back and wait out this Aegis rather than take the risk?
I think whenever the enemy has an Aegis, it's an evaluation of how strong you are, and whether you need to take the fight with buybacks or on your side under your vision, or, I mean, sometimes you can still run at them. I mean, we saw that in last game when IG picked up the Aegis, like Team Spirit were not afraid because they had their BKBs just run their triangle and fight them. I think this game, it's a little bit harder just because of the nature of how their spells work. You have a lot of big ultimates like Chronosphere and Echo Slam. If you use down the Aegis, you're potentially giving up the fight. I think they're pretty content farming, but I don't think Team Spirit will let that happen. It's really good to use the first couple of minutes of Aegis to establish map control, equal a little bit of gold advantage, but at some point I think they should start trying to force IG back to base. Maybe start poking that tier 3 top, finish off this tier 2 mid, and just get them back onto their own side of the map.
Dire's middle tower
Spirit.
has fallen.
3 minutes on the Aegis. Let's see how much they can push out of IG here. IG have got the combo ready, but for now they're split up back on the map. They to get that bottom wave pushed right out. Now they return, and Spirit, they'll respect that even with the Aegis. They hold back. Still some easy objectives for Spirit to potentially take tier 1 and tier 2 still up on the bottom lane.
And I really liked what Team Spirit did there. They showed 3 heroes mid, sort of feinted they're going for a push, but they're actually setting up at bottom. I mean, IG read the play, so there was no pickoff, but it's actually very hard to see that Doom and Mira were already setting up on the bottom lane.
See no evil.
Dire's middle tower.
IG, they have managed to get themselves out of the base and sort of behind Team Spirit. So they want to try and jump from the side. Still going to be ever so difficult with the way that Spirit's positioned behind Yotaro.
Now Shiva's finished on Doom, so when he jumps in, he's just going to have full vision of the enemy team.
I mean, they're just approaching this siege so carefully, Spirit, leaving no opening for IG to really have a hit at them. They're going to try and come out now, IG, with a smoke. All ultimates at the ready. Emo looking for the cinema punch, but a quick force out inside. He's fine. Emo plots the BKB, turns towards Yotaro. Yotaro trying to run with the BKB, but the damage is done by Emo. Yotaro goes down, trying to Tokyo able to jump over to the back lines. Commits with the BKB onto Ollie. Emo back over towards the side. They'll break away. IG, they lose Ollie's life, but they are able to remove that Aegis from Yotaro.
And Toronto Tokyo, just really good identification of the win condition in a team fight. He's just jumping in a bit far away from his Jaws so they don't get Chrono together and making a little bit of space. He's always targeting down Ollie's line.
Yeah.
And they did manage to get the Aegis on the IG there, but I think Team Spirit has a good concept of how they want these fights to go. Just make a lot of space with DK, try to let the jaw hit, and wait for the lead into Doom.
They managed to get the Static Stone grab in. JD pops the Echo Slam onto Toronto Tokyo. JT going for the TP out, but Emo can't escape. Spirit pushing their luck a little bit there as they try and find something else after taking away the Aegis, but Emo getting caught in the full combo and no chance of getting out of there with his BKB on cooldown.
I think there's something that Team Spirit does really well is identifying like how strong the results of a fight has left each team. Both Dragon Knight and Lina popped their BKB, but they understood that if they get the instant jump, it doesn't matter because Lina will not be able to survive. As a result, they take down the top net worth hero in the game. And Yotaro, again, like he had such a bad start, and he's completely come back into this game. It's just so impressive to see from such a young player. I mean, he's also doing the all-hero challenge, so that's something.
He is. He's bringing someone new every time, and absolutely the pressure it was put on.
Yeah, and he's found a DD rune, and this is a point in the game where Drow Ranger does overwhelming amounts of damage. He's going to have that DD, he's going to have that Daedalus, and the Silver Edge. Anyone he even looks at is going to die in these team fights. Right now, IG, they need to find the Drow Ranger before the fight starts.
Fly, the pressure is on for him. He's got to nail these Chronospheres.
They do have the Agnons finally finished on Kaka, so maybe they can get bait here.
The smoke is going to catch him off guard, jumping straight away. Flashlight goes in over, gets the Chronosphere locked down onto the Drow, but does he have the damage? The bash is coming in, Yatoro trying to break away, but they get him. The jumps there from JD, hits it down the chart, Totem down on the low ground. They have found Fly. Doom coming in, has collapsed, and Mirror chased him out. See Emo back in action here. He's going to be quick to TP over to join the fight. JT trying to jump away, but Collapse will focus in. Trying to take his belly out of it, Collapse. He's in with the Shiva's guard. Turns over with the blade. Slammed down on the Kaka. Kaka's got the time-lapse. Good to go, though. And Collapse, his BKB shortly coming to an end. Ollie locks him down with the Hex. IG now push back Spirit.
Yeah, the clutch time-lapse coming out from Kaka there onto JT's Earthshaker. They sort of bait out the front line of the fight. As a result, Yatoro, he has to show in the fight. I mean, he almost killed Fly 100-0 there, but he managed to get the perfect time walk into Chronosphere, and they win that fight.
Yeah, this time round, I mean, as you were mentioning before, if they can chrono that Drow, the damage output heavily limited, of course. We see, look how close he gets. These hits, they nearly two-shot him here. The damage coming in from this DD Drow. But a great jump forward from Fly. Make sure that this fight doesn't fall to pieces as hard as the previous ones have done for IG. As IG, they're able to come out with a favorable trade.
And I will say, Team Spirit at the end there, they did a good job focusing down heroes and controlling Kaka at the same time, so he could not save anyone else at the time. Like here, look, they're going on JT, but they stun up the Weaver just so he cannot get that time-lapse off. Good execution by them, but honestly, just a good reaction from IG.
Oh, they were absolutely prepared this time round.
That was a 4v5 too. Like, Emo, he was still dead on the Lina.
Yeah, he just came in at the end.
It sort of shows the duality of Drow Ranger. Either she just destroys a fight, or she gets jumped and she can't output any damage.
Yeah, if they can repeat this, and I was expecting to see this, of course, next up. For Yatori's getting that Blink Dagger. You see it already, they have to be able to dodge these Chronospheres. If he's quick on the fingers, he'll have a good shot of blinking over the Chrono and still getting the fight strong here.
And I think that the plan is still the same for Team Spirit. They want their two bulky strength heroes to be able to blink in, give some vision with the Shivas, slow everyone down with the overwhelming blink, and just sort of form a wall in the fight for their three backline damage dealers. We can see that Mira, he's actually going for the Aghanim Scepter. I have not seen this item in a while that far, but something that could happen this game is that he'll actually eat the Drow Ranger. Oh, they're starting a fight.
Oh, looking for the fish here, but Mira solid with the cookie, gets Toronto Tokyo up to the high ground.
I want to see him eat the Drow Ranger out of the Chrono and spit it off to safety, because I think there's not many saves on his team right now, but that is something that could happen.
Yeah, that's true. How much of a reach-in do you sort of have when you have the Ags? Can you...
It is
if he's
very
in the center
low.
of
I
the
believe
Chrono,
it's like 300 range.
Okay, so he's got
maybe
to sort of... So if he's right in the middle, he's not
you
getting...
can't get him from the middle, but maybe he'll pick up the Aether Lens with those Arcane Boots, and we'll see them playing for that. It's honestly not a bad win condition, because you don't think about, oh, I need to Chrono someone right in the middle. You think about, oh, how can I get the maximum number of heroes and how can I get them on the edge?
No, that's a great call. Oh, Fly, indeed, pinging out, knowing his target. It's the one he wants to grab every single time. Penta Edge, so that could be a lovely one here for the Void, and indeed, over it goes to Fly. Very nice when he's gone for this BKB link instead he gets in neutral. That's really going to buff up his damage output.
And Team Spirit, they picked up the gem onto Toronto Tokyo. Usually when a team picks up gem in a situation like these, they know that the next team fight is a really important one. They're willing to make that investment into the vision. They see some heroes.
Toronto Tokyo's ready to jump in. Kaka gets caught out completely, but the blast kind of pushes him out. Damixel's there, but he's out of the kinetic field. Kaka able to get away as the combo not quite working out there as Team Spirit planned.
And there's a little bit of fog in the Roshan pit that's hard to play around, but IG, they understand that Team Spirit has used some spells, so they want to go.
JT leading for the low ground. They're going to try and blow everything up. The DK Mirror jumps over the blast to push it back. Yatoro going for the guards. There's the jump from JT in with the Echo Slam onto Toronto Tokyo overall 4. The Chrono doesn't quite catch Yatoro though. So Yatoro's able to get to the side. Leader will be safe for now by the time that's a Kaka. Only turning with the lockdown onto the Doom. They've got the bashes. They've got the damage here to take out Collapse. 2 dead on Spirit. Buyback from Collapse. IG, what do they want to find out of this as Emo is down for 90, Kaka as well to fall.
FlyFly already indicating he has no further interest in staying a part of this fight as he backs away. Spirit, just the buyback on Collapse committed here. We are closing in on the next Roche. See what Spirit tried to do was there's 3 down on IG. Well, not 3 down anymore. 2 further buybacks coming out. IG bringing Kaka and Ollie back into the fray.
Yeah, they don't know that Roshan isn't quite up yet. And honestly, again, a little bit of unfortunate Chronosphere coming up from FlyFly, catching 2 of his allies. But both teams, they just want to hold this Roshan area. Again, Aegis, the most definitive factor in these team fights. If you have something that lets you come back to life, just tank up all those important spells, you will win the fight.
Look at Team Spirit. They don't see anything, but you know they'll go for a jump and they can get it, but already the jump been for JC here on low ground. They get the burst on and Collapse. He's aimed for Poshka. Static Storm down. He's caught by FlyFly and the line, but it doesn't matter. FlyFly turns, beats him down for Poshka. He'll buy back FlyFly. Quick time walk back to safety. 20 seconds and Toronto Tokyo will be back in, still 30 without Emo. They're keeping their eyes on Roche. It's up and it is ready. Yatoro is going to start going for this. I mean, Chronosphere still down for 50 seconds. So Spirit, they're getting a good opportunity to try and finish this. We'll see if IG can go for any sort of steal. FlyFly can't commit with the BKB. He's going to jump in, jump out. BKB for Yatoro as he looks to finish this. Team Spirit, can they get it in time? They can jump forward. JT's able to steal the refresher shot. But Yatoro, he gets the Aegis. FlyFly standing strong against the Drow. JT goes down to the side. Yatoro, he's able to get out with the Silver Edge. No further detection catching him. As Yatoro gets out, Toronto Tokyo, he's still trying to charge up into the high ground and chase down IG whilst IG attempt their escape.
And we do see Miracles down. I was wrong about the Goblet, by the way. It is actually melee range. It's 300 with the Aether Lens, but he does have that queued up. So they're on the same plan. If my Drow Ranger gets Chronosphere, I'm going to gobble him up and spit her out far away from the fight.
Lovely. That's a
They
voice
did
line.
pick up the Refresher Shard onto FlyFly during that fight, so that is a big deal. I mean, his first Chronos haven't looked the best this game, but they might not know about it. He might get the perfect second one.
Well, that's true.
Honestly, it's a really hard Chronosphere game because all 3 of the cores on IG, they sort of want to wait for each other to go in. There's no one that really wants to be that sacrifice, you know, as Toronto Tokyo is going for his team, just blinking in there, getting vision for its entire team.
I mean, I don't think we've really seen sort of another team as fearless as Spirit's initiations on this main stage. Just blinking in countless times. One at a time, sometimes as we saw earlier, 1 versus 4. There is no fear whatsoever, especially from that man, Toronto Tokyo. Nearly level 25. And very, very tanky here with the BKB plate mail, overwhelming blink, and well on the way, in fact, to getting that AC done. Further tools that will help keep the team alive in a good chrono from FlyFly.
In this game, it's all about those initiations. We can see FlyFly, he's going for that Shadow Blade just so he can sneak into the fight, get the right Chronosphere onto Yatoro.
Yeah. All about getting that Drow.
Who is already going, he almost has his own Swift Blink. He's completely almost 6-slotted on the Drow Ranger here. Just with that Aegis in his inventory.
Yeah, remarkable carry performance from the lad.
And the Refresher is actually done on Collapse. This is a huge game changer.
So Collapse jumping in. Who's your 2 top targets here?
I think it has to be Lina and Void, but honestly, any 2 of the cores will be good. They do have Lincolns on both Lina and Void. The thing about Refresh on Doom is it's not just like it's not just a second Doom, it's the extra vision that you get from the Blink Shivas. You'll see everyone on your first jump in. So you can Doom like sort of like a subpar target on the first one, and then you know you'll get the perfect one when you refresh into that instant blink on the second hero.
I mean, and as we say, you know, Spirit, they are just going to be throwing heroes at IG. They have to be so prepared, IG, for Collapse. Toronto Tokyo just going in at the same time upon them. They have to be ready with those counter plays. I mean, IG, they do have very solid ways to punish those sort of jumps. If they start getting in the face of IG, you know, the JT and FlyFly, they'll look for those chronos and those slams.
And both teams smoking up here. Oh, did someone just pop cheese?
I think so. Yeah, was that cheese or was it a gobble up?
I think it was a cheese. So someone must have misclicked it.
All right, well, rip cheese.
Team Spirit, they're taking a long path around with the smoke around. They have the vision on the high ground.
Oh, jump forward, Toronto Tokyo is looking for his target, but he gets caught up in it. FlyFly! He's into the backlines, he's got the chrono down onto Yatoro. He needs more damage for. Is he going to be able to take Yatoro down? He is. That's the Aegis gone. A second chrono locks them down. Even Collapse he goes. Collapse will drop the 2 dooms, but Collapse will fall. Static Storm controlling Fly though as Yatoro gets out of the second round of the Chronosphere. Over to Wandley they go. JT drops the Echo Slam, but they're all falling on IG. It's an ultra kill for Yatoro. It turns the game into a rampage for the Drow Ranger. Yatoro, what a recovery he's had this game. Such a tough beginning, but his carry performance, it's coming in hard. IG, they'll come in with 3 buybacks to pick up some kills here on the retreat of Spirit. But Spirit, overall, they'll get the main man out. Yatoro, he's back to safety.
And you know, before this TI, I think there had only been 4 rampages. How much damage did he do?
10,000 damage there, Yatoro.
10,000 damage. And he was in 2 Chronospheres that fight. Before this main event, there had only been 4 rampages on the TI main stage. It's now 6 because Yatoro has 2 of them. He's really showing his class in this tournament. And I mean, I also want to give a shout out to Collapse because they got a Chronosphere onto 3 heroes twice coming in from Fly. Really good Chronos this fight. But Collapse literally 1v4 the rest of the team. No other damage could come in here.
Yeah, we see it here.
Oh, sorry, it's Toronto Tokyo. My bad. Toronto Tokyo jumped in. He just made so much space in the back line. Collapse was in the Chronosphere.
He did. Collapse did get his job done though, popping the Lincolns and getting the Doom through. But again, we see Fly. As soon as the BKB comes to an end, he's got nothing to save himself. And just this damage from the Drought, just unbearable here for IG. As Yatoro just picks them all apart perfectly, and there you can see it, hyping themselves up. Team Spirit, they know that they've got quite the lead now, up 14k.
And they've managed to sort of survive those buybacks of IG. I mean, IG they committed a lot to try to win that fight, but they weren't able to find Yatoro in the end, and they weren't even able to push for map control.
And as you say, that's definitely going to be a bit of a concern, that even when they have the 2 Chronos, they still can't quite win the fight. And it was, I mean, it was not a bad Chrono at all from Fly. He gets the targets. It just doesn't matter. Everything else around him starts to fall to pieces.
Now it's just Toronto Tokyo on the back line with that strength link. He makes too much space. And I just noticed, but Collapse, he had actually picked up that Psychic Headband. It pretty much invalidates the Lincoln's purchases from Emo and Fly, because you can just pop in that instant cast spell before you cast Doom on them.
I mean, this is such a scary point of the game now for IG. Playing into the double Doom back online with a refresher cooldown ending, whilst they do not have the buybacks on 3 of their heroes. And those 3 being the 3 important ones, the 3 cores here for IG, 5 minutes. That's going to be a very, very hard 5 minutes here if they get caught in a team fight.
And IG, their win condition of fights, it keeps getting more complicated. At this point in the game, Yatoro is 31k net worth. Oh. Sorry, the illusion scared me. He's 31k net worth on Yatoro, so Fly, he can no longer solo kill him into the Chronosphere. Their win condition of fight is to have a Chronosphere where Emo can right-click the enemy heroes. And it's not easy because, as we've seen in team fights, Toronto Tokyo, he's just going in. Collapse, he's also willing to just throw his body away so that Yatoro can have the perfect fight.
I mean, yeah, it's just terrifying trying to approach a fight against this squad. Team Spirit, just relentless with the way they throw themselves at you. IG, we'll see what they look here for the setup. They're starting to come out onto Spirit's half of the map. They themselves are ready, everything to go with, but it's just such a hard team fight. We saw last time around getting 3 in the Chrono. It has to almost be more than that. Fly, he's got to try and hold on, lock them all down. They have to guarantee at least 1, ideally 2, during that Chronosphere, with Emo being in position to do the damage. If people aren't dying in the Chrono, Spirit are going to win the drawn-out fight every single time, with just how much damage Yatoro can do when he's left untouched.
And Yatoro, he's actually picked up the perfect neutral item for himself. He got the Ninja Gear, which allows him to smoke himself. This means that IG, they should never have the vision on him at the start of the fight. He will never run out of smokes. It's looking really hard for IG to find the right fight here, but if they camp their wards, if they take that right fight, they can always kill a Drow Ranger. I mean, at the end of the day, Drow Ranger, she's sort of like Sniper, right? Auto position for a moment and you're dead.
Oh, man. He's going to jump in. They see him. Quick time that takes him back to safety. Kaka gets him out.
Regeneration.
Roche timer coming up again. An important moment once more for both of these teams. Spirit, they're going to smoke up IG. They might not expect Spirit to come in from this angle. if they wrap around and come down into the jungle of IG.
And only Ollie has buyback for Team IG here. They have good high ground.
They're in! They get the jump in onto the void, the dude gets shot down, then foul fly, time lapse takes him out of the side though, Kako will save him! Jump on from Collapse, he's going to continue to commit! The kisses are coming out, Doom dropped over towards the leader, they've lost! Fly, they'll lose Kakado, and they'll get, by the looks of it, they're going to lose more here, IG! JT's trying to run Ollie as well, but Mira shoots him straight in the face! Triple kill once again for Yatoro! As 3 dead on IG, none with buybacks at the ready. Spirit, they've got a whole minute and more to do whatever they want here, whether it be to the base or setting up for the Roshan. As just a brilliant wraparound from Spirit, catching IG completely off guard. Fly just getting jumped there, trying to hit the neutrals.
And no, Team Spirit, they're looking to end the game here. They understand that there's no buyback coming from Firefly.
They know indeed, they know it's on the timers. A Spirit, they're looking to close it up. JT's going to go in for one last drive with the jump in for Collapse, straight over onto Emo. Toronto took it as well. GG is gone. Spirit knock IG out of the competition. Team Spirit, they'll get to keep on this incredible run that they're having. There's another series where they just turn up and it is immaculate play. Fantastic recovery. As Yatoro giving us an insane carry performance, bringing out the drought. I mean, this series as a whole, PA one game, drought the next. I mean, how on earth can you know what to expect when you're going against Spirit right now?
And it's Yatoro, he's playing phenomenally, but it's not just how all the players on Team Spirit, they seem to be on another level. Just all their game plans for the fights crafted perfectly. We saw Mirror, he's even going for some Aethelon's eggs just to save his Draw Ranger. Collapse, Toronto, Tokyo, they're jumping in to create space at the perfect moments. And Team Spirit, they're really looking like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they're just thinking about everything. They're thinking about everything. IG, they had a bit of a better shot this game, but it's still, it was so difficult. Team Spirit just a step ahead. And pretty much all means here, as ladies and gentlemen, Spirit, they just continue to impress at such a high level. Spirit moving on, 2-0 against Invictus Gaming.
2-0, what a victory for Team Spirit. They make it to the top 3. They make it to the final day, and they leave IG in the dust behind them. Here to break the game down, I want to start off by congratulating Yatoro on the 2nd rampage of main event. This was the 4th rampage overall for Team Spirit, but 2 rampages. Main event is the most any player has ever had, Trent, in any TI main event.
Yeah, you have to give some credit, of course. I mean, it's a rampage. It's really nice. You get all this awesome pump up, but as Howie pointed out there, the team, I mean, such a fantastic job of enabling him. It's just unreal how free he looks in these team fights. You're looking at his itemization, like at the end there, he was going for a Hurricane Pike. He's like, I want a little bit more of like this chase. I want to make these plays. It's just so confident feeling when they're playing. How can you just like not watch these guys and just love Dota so much?
And going back to your rampages, it's Toronto Tokyo also has 2 at this TI as well. So it's now both the core players, the 1 and the 2, who have also, I don't know, it's just amazing how they can prop up the correct core player in that game. And it's not just always the one person they're relying on. The sacrificial ability for these cores in Team Spirit, and then of course the reliability of their support duo, Mira and Paposhka. Like Paposhka, again, for me, somewhat an MVP of this game, just because when you think about that Roshan still, where he's able to get that ult off, get the Void in the corner. Sure, Roshan does help out a little bit, killing off the Void, giving Spirit that Aegis and that kind of momentum into the game. But again, Spirit are such a scary team. They just never back down from any real fight.
And they really showed their versatility here. I mean, we've talked about Yatoro, different hero every single game, but we see Toronto Tokyo on a DK. We see him pull out the Doom for Collapse, and it felt like this was a kind of a new look for some of their players on different heroes, and it worked out flawlessly.
Yeah, it was a different style coming out from Team Spirit, and they still were able to crush with it. It didn't look as good the whole way through compared to Game 1. They definitely were pushed a little bit more by IG, because I think because Fly's faces Void. Definitely a good pick there, Trent.
Good and bad. You know, had some chronos that weren't fantastic, but obviously, you know, you're kind of giving the game to your carry when you get Faceless Void. It's one of the best, like, I'm going to help control the team fights, not just like go around the map and get a ton of farm and lead us to victory that way. And overall, I would say he played extremely well. I will say that, but I think coming to this game, they were a little bit broken. When I saw that Lion not on Kaka, it was over. All right, I thought IG were going to win this series, but once that happened, it was done.
And it's crazy to think that's 2 games in a row they first picked Lion, like, you know, lower bracket, must-win game, and they're first picking this hero that Spirit don't even care about. They have zero interest in picking Lion. They prioritize first pick, and it just feels like the Lion pick was ultimately their undoing, even though it's a big reason why they got so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and we heard it in the interview, right? Like the coach after game 2 Super, he was like, yeah, well, you needed a bit more late game, so they could go for like a void pick, but it feels like they didn't really fill in the gap of what's the mid-game scenario, right? Like if you hit that big chrono, it's going to be good, but if you don't have that Aegis, if you don't have that kind of momentum on your side, it is so hard to connect every single spell, especially when you have Toronto-Tokyo jumping in, baiting out 4 heroes whilst Drow loses Aegis, but then gets a rampage after. Like, I feel like, unfortunately for IG, they didn't have that simplicity of teamfight that, of course, Spirit was able to perfectly execute.
Yeah, we did have IG setting the tempo a little bit more this game. I think Spirit was very happy with that because they do like fighting. We, of course, saw in game 1 that they were forced to not fight as much, but it fit their play style, and it goes back and forth. And I think the Roche fights were the most instrumental for their victory in this game, Gods. They were able to time everything perfectly.
Yeah, when you're playing a Drow and they hear like Faceless Void, you know that you're the #1 chrono target, so the best way to play against that is having that Aegis. That last fight, having the Aegis, you know, above that Roshan pit, that's the difference maker. So I think they did a really good job of understanding these Roche fights are crucial for us, and once they had an Aegis, it just made their game so easy.
Yeah, at the moment, of course, we have a winner in Team Spirit. IG, of course, will be left at the top 4 here at the International. That will be their score for this one, and we have Avo standing by with Emo to talk about that.
Thank you, Shiver. I'm here with Emo to answer a few questions. Top 4 at TI, really impressive, and also staying together 2 years. So, what makes IG so magical?
TI 前4，然后你们也这个阵容也一起打了2年，是什么让 IG 变得那么特殊、那么特别呢？
也不算很特别吧，就是我们比较能，就是交流上那种团战的那种细节吧，其实都是我们，然后我们平常也比较，反正就一起，其实是挺开心的事情。
I don't think we're that special. However, our team fight communication is. I just think that we have a good time together.
So it's fair to say that you guys have been friends throughout these 2 years?
可以说这2年以来你们都成为了朋友，可以说吗？
可以。
You can say that.
Is there anything you'd like to say to the people who supported IG these 2 years?
就你有什么想对你一直支持你们的粉丝们说？
其实这2场打的是有点不尽粉丝的心意的，我也没有把我自己身上的特点发挥出来，感觉有点遗憾吧。
I think that we didn't play to our fans' expectations, and these 2 games, I didn't play my best, my full potential. It's a little bit regretful.
We say goodbye to Emo now, and also to IG at TI10, but this team has given us some great performances at this tournament that will always go into your remembering. Back to you, Shiver.
Thank you very much, Avo. And indeed, I mean, he opened it up with a question like top 4. That is insane that you're part of the 20 best players in the world. That is a crazy achievement. It will take a little time for players to fully understand that that is still a really good achievement because, of course, disappointment comes first. And on the other side, there's happiness that comes with Team Spirit, who made it top 3. And we're going to talk to one of the winners right now with Frankie.
Thank you so much, Shiva. We've got Mira here. I think my adrenaline is going faster than this guy. He's absolutely cold as ice, even though, Mira, you've just made the top 3 of TI. Looking back at that difficult first day of the group stage, can you believe the team has come this far?
Not yet, but I feel really good. I feel blessed. But not about winning, not about placing top 3. I feel the best emotions in my life because I win with these guys in my team. It's the best part of winning, not about money or a place, just to play with them.
Well, tell me about the team, because this is one of the phenomenal things about Team Spirit. We watch you in those team fights. Everything is going on, and yet the communication and the mechanics seem absolutely flawless. Why do you think that is?
I don't know, we are 5 friends who play our best Dota. We enjoy like every game. It's a pleasure to play with each other and make things work together. It's like the best part about playing together with them, because we can do stuff together and we have a good synergy between us.
Can you remember the first time you played as a FISM? Did you have the synergy back then?
Sorry?
When did you first play as this five? Did you feel the synergy back then? Did you know it would take you all this way?
Sure not. It was pretty hard because I was a lower tier player. I didn't play this level of Dota, and they gave me a chance. And like in 2 months, I understood how to play, and then we started to play like this.
How long ago was that?
This winter, like in February, I first came to this team.
Absolutely incredible. I do want to ask about your teammate Yatoro. He's broken a record. He's got not 1 but 2 rampages at TI10. Tell me the reaction in the team when that moment happened tonight.
We were screaming like madman, and Miposhka was like, "Can you calm down? We still didn't win the buyback. Get out, get out!" And we're like, "Oh fuck! Wait. Oh, sorry." And we should to get out, and like it was pretty loud in our cap.
And another thing I've noticed with you guys is you always have that joy. Now, the word that's kind of been used on the desk is that you guys are a bunch of pub stars having a good time. Is that something you would agree with?
Sorry?
That you basically, you know what, I think you've already actually answered my question, that you guys, you've met up, you have this synergy, you're having a good time. Do you think you can still find that joy and have that good time when you're up against Team Secret tomorrow?
Sure. We're gonna play a mirror game, like we play a pub game together. We just play for fun, you know. We just pick good heroes and try to make them work.
Well, it's so much fun watching you achieve and succeed here at TI10.
Thanks.
Good luck. Thank you so much for talking to me, Mira.
Thank you.
Let's head to the desk to wrap up this series.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Mira, indeed. And they do highlight Yatoro there because Yatoro just got 2 rampages on the main stage. And overall, 4 rampages at a TI has only been rivaled by OG. But Yatoro, absolutely crazy, on fire, different hero every time. It is madness that they can just do this. And what they say, Trent, is just, you know, we don't care. We just play a couple of games. The money, sure, you know, whatever, doesn't matter. The prestige of being on the top stage, on playing for a world championship, doesn't matter. It's the friends you make along the way.
Different heroes, same team.
Same team, though.
Same team. That's true.
That's not a fun graphic for IG.
Wow. But that's the thing, right? The idea that in that interview, having that ability to disconnect what you're actually playing in and still treat the game like it is a scrim or a practice or even like a pub, like he mentioned, that is something that is a TI winning mentality, because you're not going to enter the booth afraid of your opponent, afraid of what they've been preparing. It's all about what you're bringing as a team. So the fact that they are with such confidence, like he didn't even look nervous saying that, that is now scary for Team Secret tomorrow, because that type of, that is a TI winning mentality for sure.
Yeah. We've seen that on the side of OG with the true sides gods. That's been the vibe of OG, and especially the first TI they won.
Yeah, they just rate confidence right now. And I think when I look at Spirit, I feel like we often look at these successful teams at TI and like to compare them to past successful teams. Like with PSG LGD, we're like making the wings comparison. For me, this lower bracket run, they've been there since the first round when they lost. It's very Liquid-esque. That Liquid TI7 team who also lost to IG in the upper bracket and got knocked down. So, you know, I'm seeing some similarities, and if you want to make comparison, maybe that's the right one. I think this team's playing with a bit more maybe carefree and seems to be having more fun as like a group of friends. But, you know, they're a team that could go all the way.
Could go all the way. Let's take a look at where it puts them at the moment after winning against IG. These are your brackets, the big brackets, of course. On the upper bracket we saw earlier today, Secret, PSG LGD, it was a 0-2. And PSG LGD is now already your grand finalist. And that means that Team Secret drops down and will face another opponent. And it is Team Spirit that just earned the honor of fighting for that grand final spot versus Team Secret. That should be an absolute blockbuster. Also, we got 1 team from the Chinese region, 1 team from Eastern Europe, 1 team from Western Europe, 3 different regions in the top 3 on the final day of TI10. I'm here for it, team.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see that we have a different region in all of the top 3. I won't go on the fact that the meme of PSG being European, therefore 3 Europeans top 3. Some chuckles from Gods there, but yeah, it's the. I'm just excited to see the fact that Secret B Team Spirit, no matter who wins it, it's the grand final is going to be, very, very close. And of course, PSG are the favorites. They're, everyone's going to expect them to be able to probably win this TI with how they've been performing. But you hope that no matter who wins tomorrow from Secret and Team Spirit, they are going to show up that extra little bit of flair and try and put PSG to the test.
This has also been the only day of main event so far, Gods, that every series has gone a 2-0.
Yeah, perhaps a little surprisingly, maybe. I would have, especially when I looked at these series, particularly this, the first and this last series, I was expecting 2-1s. Or if it was a 2, I was expecting it to go the other way. So it really feels like momentum's playing a big part, and that teams are, preparing well for a matchup, and the teams who are on the back foot are struggling to make those quick adjustments.
Now, the Dota for today is not quite done. I know you have all thought, these are all the series because there's only 3 teams left, and aren't we going to continue with the low bracket finals tomorrow? That is correct. However, there's 2 teams that will appear on the main stage that you might not have heard of yet. Team Dragon and Team Thunderhide. Who are those teams, you wonder? One of English talent and one of Russian talent, and they'll fight to the death. No, actually, they'll just fight in a game of Dota 2. And Tsunami has some extra stats he wants to share.
Indeed. This is indeed going to be a showdown between English talent and Russian talent. And I wanted to put some of the English talent under the microscope. I wanted to see what we've got in store for this show match, this all-star match. I wanted to see how North America's finest stacks up against, Europe's finest. Don't worry, Matu's not playing. He's got much better things to do tomorrow. But BSJ, he's going to be North America's carry. He has been playing some Dota of his own. I wanted to see these fantasy points. Hockey74, I hope you're watching this. I know you've been doing some great fantasy guides on Reddit. Pay attention to this. BSJ's not doing that great in the fantasy department. He had an Alchemist game. We scraped his last 10 Dota games. Even with the Alchemist, he's a far cry away from Matu's fantasy points, 11.58 to 51.89. But hey, at least he's got Twitch under control. Matu, he hasn't streamed in like a year and a half, probably because he's getting his money elsewhere. Over the past year and a half or so, Matu's earned about an average of $190,000 USD. Brian, he can pay for an Uber to the airport. But that's just one of English's players. We've got another one, and one of them matched up against the Russian talent. Yes, we've got Effie head-to-head versus Dendi, who will be playing for the Russian team. Effie, I wanted to know, what is her specialty? Of course, it's Earth Spirit. Over 1.2 thousand games on Earth Spirit. Dendi's only got 12, but seems Effie's not a big fan of Pudge, though. 0 games on it, Dendi's signature. Though not his most played hero, that's still Invoker, actually. Quite the difference there. Also, tough to gauge the third one. Of course, Steam is very tight-lipped on earnings, but just based off of how I've seen every single team spam I think it's safe to say she's probably netted around 2.3 mil. You guys at home, you realize that we're only getting 50% of this? You've probably funded another TI just by buying her line. And for Dendi, well, we all know it's just a number. Doesn't really matter that much. And then one more matchup. I wanted to see the head-to-head of Cinderin versus Mount Cinderin. Not an actual mountain, no. It was the Nemestus mount that Mirana got. Seems it's pretty close, actually. Total polygons. It's kind of difficult to gauge on Cinder, and that's the most I've ever seen him smile, actually, and he's looking mighty giddy. If you want to actually get a Cinderin in your own inventory, I looked it up. Go on to the marketplace. You can get your own Cinderin signature for a cool 48 cents. What a bargain, am I right? But I will put respect on his name. He has shown up to every single international as either a caster or a player, and this one, he will be doing both, because he will also be on the English talent. Can't wait to see how the All-Star match pans out. I know I'm going to be setting my fantasy, though. Probably going to lean more Russian talent, though. I don't know about you, Shiver.
Well, I will be able to tell everyone who's on which team, so that'll be very exciting. I also think that Tsunami just created his voice line for next year, because that he was quite on point. Did appreciate that, but I will be here to tell you who's on which team, because, of course, there's a lot of English talent and there's a lot of Russian talent. And
Yeah, you gotta go, mate. Yeah,
No,
go.
no. Sit
Sorry,
back down,
you just didn't
sir.
get the call.
You
Sit
did not
down,
get
buddy.
the call.
No.
We are all not good enough. Sorry, guys. We suck.
That's weird.
I will tell you who's in the team. In random order, this could be the position they're playing in. But here are they as well. We got Team Dragon, which is BSJ, Effie, Synderen, Insania, and AUI 2000.
4 supports and a core. Yep.
And then Team Thunderhide is Avost, Dendi, Resolution, Arsart, and Solo. I feel like there's a little bit of a divide, guys.
It's like we have a lot of supports. They have a lot of cores. So hopefully, depending on what this type of all-star is, maybe support players will be at a premium. And that'll be our edge for Team Dragon.
Okay, but we both have TI winners.
Yeah, that's true.
Sure, yes.
It's good.
BSJ 1-speed EG.
One time.
That was a qualifier, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It was a best of 3.
Yeah.
And they'll have I think a very like our team English Talent I think has a really good captain. You know, in either Insania or AOI. I don't know who will take up the helm, but it's nice to have a good captain to micro the game. And I think maybe for Russian Talent, it's a little bit more hectic. Actually, they have Solo. Okay, well, that's my argument.
Nice
gone.
try. That was good. Almost got there.
Almost got there. Do we have favorites? Are we just all going for English Talent, or are we throwing them under the bus?
I think English Talent is a little bit of an underdog here, just because, of course, we have more support players, and traditionally, in these quick style matches, having cores often is the superior angle. Therefore, when we do crush them, it will be a better story in which we have overcome the experience of the Russian Talent. Yep. Yep.
I will say my experience. We've had some of these English versus Russian talent show matches before.
Yeah.
English talent, they're tryhards. They try super hard. I feel like the Russians are just rocking up, like, maybe a bit overconfident. Maybe just don't prepare as much. The English talent, they're grinding pub. They're coming up with strats.
Didn't you win one of those before? And we're
Exactly.
accused of Visage. Was it Visage? Is that right?
I played mid against Havost, actually. Let me tell you.
This
H has not really kept up with Havost too well.
Let's go.
I know his play is not what it once was, okay?
Yeah.
So I reckon English talent can take him down.
Okay,
I hope they can hear this. That's for sure.
I
We're in
hope
their
they
heads.
can. I think they can, actually, because we're live in the stadium. So I think they're also around the stadium at the moment, so they probably hear this. So what you're saying, Gods, is that the strategy is find the weak point, kill that person over and over and over and over and over again.
Yes. I mean, I've got nothing to... We've already rated Havost a 4 in the past, and, that kind of stuck personally, so I may as well just, double down on it.
Sure. You want to rank both the teams?
What, individual players or the teams as a whole?
No, individual players per team.
Go on, off you go, you You started this.
In order?
You want to do the English team
Should we knock off the 5 on...
Do we know? Okay, so
who's the star player on the English team?
Star player on the English team is Insania.
I'd hope the active pro player.
But the thing,
Well, I mean, how active is he? I mean,
got him.
AUI played TI
That's true.
qualifiers.
So the main
Then got
problem is that what the English team will have, which we already highlighted earlier, is that there's 4 support players and only BSJ that is traditionally a carry.
And also, again, love Brian to bits, but when he does play games that aren't ranked, he loves buying bots, he loves buying Midas, and he loves farming like it's a mini game. So I'm a bit worried that if he has this ideology going into the game, these 4 supports making all the space, and then they look over at Brian's inventory, and he's just like a Slark or something with Midas bots. It's like, what are you doing?
That's a good ARDM build.
I mean, if that's the mode, I don't know. What's happening? What is the actual scenario for this?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it.
I don't know either. Is it whatever? But either way, Brian, if you can hear us on the stage, don't buy bots, Midas, please. Thank you. Done. We need to win this. We need to show the Russian talent who's better at custom games or whatever we're doing. I don't know.
All right, well, we got a lot of cores on the side of the Russian talent, and if I've learned anything about these games is that they normally last pretty long, right? And generally, games that last long, team with the most cores wins. Trent.
What?
Simple.
Why are you hyping up them?
Yeah, you're
hype
hyping
up
up
the English.
No, I mean, I think we have a better shot if we go in as the underdogs.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
we're going for like this whole team spirit thing. Is that what we're
Yeah,
doing
it's
here?
been working for Team Spirit, and
Oh, there is a lot of camaraderie amongst all of the English talent, right? I feel like
Sure. Wouldn't there be camaraderie over Russian talent?
Again, we're trying.
Sorry.
Everyone's well aware they're going to crush us. We're working on something here.
Oh.
Get part of the team.
Camaraderie.
Right?
Do we have a coach for our team?
No. I mean, do we need one? Do you want to go over and be their coach?
It's way too far gone now.
I made a suggestion, but it wasn't taken up. I said that Dakota should be the coach, because then they could actually take their initials and they could have been team biased. It would have spelled out perfectly, and they didn't even take me up on it.
That's way too smart for pretty much everyone.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, I think most people can spell, so.
Okay, so what does the Russian talent word? What's the word?
Go on, work it out.
Wow, this is the point where problem is it can't be in English. That's the issue.
This is Drask.
Durasio, he's very good.
That's it.
Yeah, that's a good player.
Very good, very good. Yeah, I don't know if I should use the H for Havost or the X for Xbox.
Or just the 4.
Or just.
Do you think he'll play 4?
No.
That's quality memes right there.
Can you show me the players again for? I want to try and work out their lanes.
Only those two.
Oh yeah, of course. So we got our lanes.
Okay, we got mid Dendy. They're gonna put
mid
Dendy.
Dendy.
Mid Dendy. So who are we putting mid against Dendy? So we
well,
got
I know
and
that
Dendy.
last time when we had a talent matchup, it was Dendy versus Synderen. And it was Mars for Dendy with Necrophos and Synderen, and it did not go well for Syn.
Oh.
So maybe he'll want to rematch because he blames that on the hero matchup a little bit.
Okay.
Synderen once was a mid player, you know, you go way back. So.
Hey, and then AY also was a carry way back.
He does play a mean gyrocopter. So okay, but then we have Brian.
Geez.
But who's on? Like we really don't have a mid laner.
No.
I believe.
Oh,
Insania's gonna cover it.
I like that. You just put your most skilled player mid. Doesn't matter if they're a 5. He's the star.
Sure.
Put him mid.
It's a standard rule in Dota, right?
Yeah.
You just take the person who you think is the best on your team. You just throw them mid when you're in desperate situations, and so we're going with Insania for that.
I hope so. Obviously, we don't know exactly what's going to happen. We are just guessing and gambling on us, hopefully.
All we know is
doing
Effie's
well.
playing Earth Spirit. I figured that part out, right? We're good on that. Dendy's playing Pudge.
Well, we're going to have to find out.
Who's playing Marcy? No.
Who is playing Marcy?
Don't bait them. That's
I want to get it out. There's nobody that's going to play Marcy. But I am curious to find out who is playing what and who's playing which roles and who's going to come out victorious. And we're going to find out together with Slex and Sumi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International 10 All-Star Match! I am Sir Action Slex. Thank you so much. And I'm here with Sumi.
Hello.
Wonderful intro. Thank you, Sumi.
Wait, did you want me to intro myself?
Well, yes, please.
Yes, I am Sumi. Thank you very much. All right, back to Jake.
Fantastic. Today we have a match that you will remember for approximately the 30 minutes that it takes to complete it. It will be English talent versus the Russian talent, a.k.a. Team Thunderhide versus Team Dragon.
Yes. Jake, so what is this game match? Because at TI10 we have been witnessing some captain's mode, but it's a little bit different for this.
Absolutely correct, Sumi. We're about to drop into all random deathmatch. That is right. Only the biggest tryhards in this universe have the ability to play this game mode. Every single time that a person dies, their hero is thrown out of the game and they are replaced with a random hero.
But not only that,
they
have the same items that they had when they died.
Oh, that's right, Sumi. Aghanim Scepters, Shards, Blink Daggers, Dagons. If you're BSJ, probably literally nothing. That is right. Your carry skills, they go through. The items, they go through. The skill was never there to begin with.
Oh my goodness, Jake, you are brutal.
No, I just know the English talent very well. But at any rate, Sumi, it should be one hell of a match, and I believe the time has come for our first team.
Yes, let us bring Team Dragon to the stage. Team Dragon.
Woo! Yeah, how come? I mean, this is a good representation of what Team Dragon will play like. They made their logo in Microsoft Paint only 10 minutes ago. Absolutely unbelievable.
Team Dragon supports each other both on and off panel. And I mean this literally, because they are literally 4 support players and a carry, featuring Banana Slam Jamma, who beat EG in a qualifier once, Effie, who is incredibly talented at eating pizza while gaming, Synderen, who can emulate the sound of a helicopter with his mouth, AUI 2000, former TI champion who also says he cannot read, and last but not least, Insania, the highest earning player of all time, surpassing No-Tail in Heroes of New Earth. All right, so team captain Insania, captain of multiple teams apparently, tell me, what are your expectations for this match?
My expectations are very high. Before coming in here, we had a visualization practice upstairs. So everybody's been thinking about last hitting for the last minute. Thank you.
All right, he's saying thank you to the talent up there in the suite, cheering him on. They have been practicing last hitting in ARDM. All right, another question for you, sir. Are you able to do the helicopter sound with your mouth right now?
I don't think I can do that with a mask on, unfortunately.
The answer is no. Final question for you, BSJ. How do you keep it PMA, keep it BSJ?
We're going to be clearing comms a lot. We're going to make sure we're all on the same page. And when in doubt, we're just going to run down mid.
They are just going to run down mid, 4 support players and a carry running it down mid. Thank you very much, Team Dragon. Go ahead and step to the booth.
Ladies and gentlemen, their opponents. These guys are hard asses in more ways than one. Please welcome to the stage, Team Thunderheart! Here they come, Team Thunderhide, a team of literally all ex-players versus people that couldn't win a game, even if they were being paid to. We have Havos, Dundee, Resolution, Smile, and Solo. Give it up for you boys coming back. My goodness gracious.
Look at this confidence as they walk on down to the stage. Yes,
Good Lord.
claps for this team.
You could feel. Woo! You could feel the TI swagger coming off these boys. Sir, have you prepared in literally any way for this match?
We have pretty good motivation speech. You're gonna listen to it like a bit further. Yeah, but so we're highly prepared. It's our last chance to become famous, you know.
Woo!
Team Bosch!
All right, Dendy, it's your last chance to become famous. No one's ever heard of you before. How do you feel about this match?
We're gonna destroy!
Yes! Resolution, you are literally better than anyone on this stage right now.
I used to be, yeah, but now we're all washed, so we're here.
Very depressing. Thank you, Resolution. Hello. Please, only one word from both of you and say it at the same time.
Dota is life. Dota is borscht.
That is just not one word at all. All right, well, they might not be good at following instructions, but they will now enter the booth. Gentlemen, Team Thunderhide, to your stations. Go, go, go!
All right.
English has zero chance, but we'll see.
All right, Jake, you have to explain. So, Team Thunderhide,
Yes.
made up of Russian caster talent,
Yes.
they have 5 ex-pros. However, Team English,
Yes.
Team Dragon, they have 1 current player and 1 semi-current player that you just kicked from your team. So explain to me why you think that Team Thunderhide will win.
I think Team Thunderhide will win because they can actually play the game. There was a reason we kicked Dowie 2000. He's literally horrible. Literally abysmal as a Dota player. He's literally insane. So, yeah, that would be it. And then, you know, Insania's Insania.
Insania has proven that he is a multi-talented person, though. He can cast, he can panel, he can play the game. Not only that, but he's supported by some amazing players.
That is true.
You cannot look down on them, Jake. I think you owe them an apology.
I don't owe anyone an apology. The only person I should apologize to are my parents for the man I have become. It is truly a travesty to all that has happened in my life. Sumi, all random deathmatch, it is a mode that is extremely terrifying because you never know when your hero will be gone. Many will try to itemize according to their hero, hide out, and then never try to die. Do you think that this is a good strategy in the game mode?
I don't know. It really depends on their ability to farm, and Team Dragon did say that they were practicing their last hitting, so maybe they can get those items, hide, and not die, and hope that the other team dies before them. However, what happens if you were to get a hero that you don't want? Do you sacrifice that hero to try to get to a different one, or do you just try to play it through?
You know what? I think that if you get a hero you don't want, you might run down mid, but that is a very risky maneuver. The number one hero in this game mode is Techies. Now, I'm going to say this right now. It is Techies. You can hide out, plant bombs for literally an hour and a half without ever showing your face. However, if you do blast off, committing a deny, your hero is swapped. He is one of the only heroes that can do that, so that is not the play.
How does that work with the bombs, though? Do the bombs just disappear, or do they remain there?
That's right. The bombs can remain never activated. A true testament to your own hubris in that hero, and I do hope that we do see it here today.
Very interesting. Now, Jake, tell me, what is the best hero to get in this mode first?
Oh, now this is a very complicated question. It's a little bit about luck. If you get yourself a carry early in a random deathmatch, it is not good. The luckier teams will get supports early and then get carries later because your items and experience do follow over. The worst hero you can get early is something pathetic, like an anti-mage or a Drow Ranger. These are not, actually after last game, maybe Drow's pretty good, honestly, but what you want to do is pray to the Lord Gaben himself and Ice Frog to carry thou from the darkest pits of ARDM and deliver unto thee the Dota heroes.
So does that mean that the meta is completely different in this game? It has a completely different meta. We won't see a lot of Monkey King lovers, Tiny lovers. If they get those heroes in the beginning, they're just going to run it down mid?
That's right. Like every lover I've ever had, their hearts will be broken and they will be left wanting for more, my friends. It will be an absolute massacre of both emotions, gameplay, and overall opinion of the community. That is what we are about here today, Sumi. And I sure wish that we both could be in that panel, but luckily for us, we will not be humiliated here today.
Oh my gosh, Jake, you're so rough, man.
Take it easy, Sumi.
This poor team. You know, these teams are here to try to prove who the best in ARDM is, and this is our battle of the regions as well.
Yes.
So if you were to put it all on the line here, that means that you are losing for not only yourself and your pride. Technically, Insania is also playing for the pride of Team Liquid, but you're also playing for the pride of a bunch of different regions that speak English and the Russian region.
That's right, Sumi. I literally do not know where Russia is, so I'm sure that they are very competitive to wherever they are on the map in comparison to other places. But for now, the outside world of the normies must be left behind to only fight for the in-game honor between these two teams. You have Dendi on a team. Holy who can beat Dendi? What happens if he gets Chen?
Actually, a computer beat Dendi
or
once.
Pudge.
Oh,
or any other
that's scary.
hero, honestly. It's Dendi, so he should be fine.
But on the other hand, what kind of hero would you expect Banana Slam Jamma to really dominate
Nothing good, Sumi!
Oh my
goodness. Nothing good. I would expect Banana Slam Jamma to get a PL, rush the Ag Shard in an Octarine core, trying to tell Insania what to do until Insania rage quits. That is my prediction for the match.
Well, we hope that, based on the stats that Shiver and the gang told us over on the panel, that Effie gets Earth Spirit, because she did say that she actually played a bunch of Earth Spirit because everyone kept taking her heroes.
Do not let her gentle exterior and her voice fool you. Effie is a true degenerate. She is a Earth Spirit spammer. She picks the most broken heroes and runs at you with no mercy. If you see Effie in game, put your mouse down, your keyboard down, and begin to weep, for that is your fate.
Not only will you lose to her, but you will also get to hear the giggle.
The giggle. The most dangerous voice line ever created in the Dota2 client. Is there anything more powerful than having a lady laugh at you after missing a last hit? There is. Effie destroying you until you uninstall the game.
Now, as a reminder to all of you at home, all of these people playing in this match today are also talent that are casting at TI, and that also means that they all have autographs and they also have voice lines. So, I'm hoping that we're going to hear some cool voice lines during this match. Do you think we're going to hear them?
A moment here, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have a hug potentially trying to come. BSJ refusing to hug his team. A typical leader. They are dancing, they are singing, and BSJ, he shakes his head in disgust. I've never seen unsportsmanlike behavior.
Jake, can you please explain this to me?
I can't. He is a literal piece of garbage. That is the only explanation. They tried to have a group hug. I hope he loses, Effie, in the most unbiased position I've ever been in. I literally hate him now.
I really hope that those boots have the white noise turned on, because Jake is very, very brutal right now.
Not true.
Very true. Now let's talk about the Russian team. The Russian team has been very experienced in Dota, right? Tell me about this history.
Absolutely. We have TI winners. We have TI players. We have people that actually know what their heroes do and don't build dumb things. The CIS team is the strongest it's ever been, and these guys love winning show matches. So many times in Dota's history have show matches been won by the Russian talent team. They are serious. They have been playing all day. I heard 3 of them did not show up to their shifts to ensure that they won this very match.
All right, that doesn't sound like it's true, but it's okay, Jake. I appreciate it.
It's not true, but if it was, it would be cool as hell.
Now tell me about the itemization of this game. You mentioned it a little bit earlier, but what are the items, since they carry over from one hero to your next hero, what are the items that you would want to build and why?
This is the first international all-star match with the Shard. The Shard is high value. The Aghanim Scepter is high value. Also, Blink Dagger, never a bad thing. BKB, for once, the community's right, not that great here. But Dagon, now Dagon is the undiscovered power play of ARDM. It doesn't matter if your hero does not have any spells, as long as they zap away the enemy. Zap! 5 Dagon, Sumi, 5 boys going in there. Dagon's out. Zap, zap, zap!
Do you expect to see that on both teams, or is that a regional thing?
I expect literally no one to do that, Sumi. I am simply filling for time because BSJ does not know how to plug in a mouse. So we are here getting the teams ready. Now, Sumi, what hero would you be most afraid to play in ARDM? You have no control over your hero. What hero seems like the worst?
Definitely Invoker. On a panel earlier in the week during group stage, Insania tried to test me on what his skills are, and guess what? I said, I am not going to do that on this panel because that is kind of ridiculous. I actually printed out the little question mark panel that you click, and I taped it to my monitor so that I can make sure that I know the skills.
Sumi, I have literally no idea what anyone's talking about when they talk about Invoker. My colleagues say Quas, Wex, Quas, and I have legitimately no idea what they are speaking about. Smile and nod. Invoker is irrelevant, and it doesn't matter.
Invoker actually appeared many times in this tournament, though, Jake.
Irrelevant, Sumi. They all lost. Did you see Invoker last game? They lost, all right? Doesn't matter.
All right, so what hero would you most not like to play?
One of the most dangerous heroes in all random deathmatch is the coveted Meepo. If you are not able to micro, the Meepo will give away the gold. Broodmother as well, also terrifying. No one wants to suddenly have, babies, thousands of babies. It's a responsibility that neither one of these teams will be able to adequately handle.
Now tell me about the future of this match. Of course, there has to be a winner in this match. What happens to the winner? If Team Thunderhide were to win, what happens next?
Ladies and gentlemen, this event is literally Squid Game. Whoever loses will die. Valve will kill them. You need to run. Get out of the booths and run for your lives. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, also, they will also not die, definitely, so please do not listen to him. But what they will do is they will be eliminated from this little mini tournament. The team that wins, however, will move on to face Team Golem.
Team Golem.
Tomorrow.
Is Gods on the team? I sure hope so. Team Golem. We don't even know who's on that thing.
Whoever's on the team, it's a secret. You'll have to just watch tomorrow because the match will be between the lower bracket finals and grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a fantastic announcement. The time for the ARDM Deathmatch has begun. A show match that will go down in history. A show match you will never forget. Ladies and gentlemen, Sumi, are you ready?
I am ready.
Here we go. Let's get ready to Dota! Go, Sumi, keep it going, Dota!
No. I'm not doing it. Let's get to the match.
Okay. Go ahead. Dota! I'll keep doing it.
No, my mini-map's on the right.
Your mini-map's on the right.
How do I put it on the right? Left?
Are these computers ass? Why do people
Wait, guys, how do I put mini-map on the left?
It's options. Wait, options, and then in the middle, it's
All right, guys. I know
show
we probably
minimap on
lost
the
this
right.
game,
Oh my
but we
God.
can still do this.
Hey, make sure you have quick cast on key down. Yo, can we run mid and just murk someone? I have spin.
Okay. Oh my god, I'm on colorblind mode. GG.
Wait, we're missing a player?
Where's my team? Everybody fucking calm down.
What?
Listen to the sound of my voice.
Better vibes.
All right, guys. I know we probably lost this game.
All right,
but we
let's
can
roll
still
this
do
hill.
this.
I'm coming.
Move your fucking heroes.
We're here.
All right, Effie skill stun.
Okay.
I'll stun on Effie, and then Sin runs in.
Okay.
Are we just going?
Go.
You guys just
Effie,
running
run in. Do no fucking pussy. Just go.
Go.
Do not stop.
I'm running
Do not
this
stop.
way.
Go.
Yo,
go,
you guys
go,
better
go.
back me up.
Do not stop. Do not stop. Don't stop. Don't care.
I'm fixing hotkeys while we're doing
Alright,
this
go
game.
over here. Or
You're
what?
playing the mental game. Don't get affected by it.
Guys, don't fall into the trap. I'm
Walk
running
up
in.
diagonal.
You guys have to back me up, okay? Come back me up.
No. You need to have damage.
Watch me. Watch me.
Get them. Fuck them
I'm
up.
coming. I'm late.
Go, Effie, go.
Go, Huskar. Go, Huskar. Get his ass.
Just spin. I'm dead. I'm super dead.
We didn't want Juggernaut anyway.
Oh, bad hero.
Making.
Wait, how come I'm stunned?
Get Dark's here. Battle Hunger in 5.
Next.
Hit the Nyx.
Yes.
Huskar.
Battle Hunger.
Clear comms.
I'm going to lane.
DJ, clear the comms. Clear the comms.
Effie, get mana and we roll.
Wait, guys, I'm a fucking. I'm farming on Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
This hero's really good early.
I'm gonna buy Tranquils, Effie, okay?
I can't CS, guys.
Let's go kill bottom, I think.
Let's go. You got this?
I got it.
Okay.
Wait, no, let's go mid. It's actually good lane positioning. Cinder's fucking owning him.
Bro, I'm getting a target tip. Hang on.
Effie, don't play the mental game,
Yeah.
right?
Positive tips, FB. Counter tip. Counter tip.
Stop it.
Clear comms.
Go, Effie, go.
Clear comms.
Effie, stop hesitating.
Clear the comms.
I'm going.
Effie, I need you to clear the comms.
Owie, stop talking. I'll pick you for my TI5 roster again.
Oh my god.
Get his ass, dude.
Oh shit, there's
My
a guy.
Brian's
What the
AFK.
fuck?
Why is fucking not listening?
Sorry, what the hell?
Listen to the comms, Brian.
Guys,
More players, shut the fuck up. Go top. Effie top.
MOR is just a number. Yo, I don't have Maledict. I thought you guys were leaving me alone.
My career is here.
Are you skilled heal?
Yeah, dude, I 1v2.
Dude, Owie, what the fuck are you doing? I need you to focus on the
I need
game.
someone to kick me again.
Go. Effie, go this way.
Yo, I'll bait them, okay? I have heal. I'm a monster right now.
All right, guys. I know we probably lost this game, but we can still
Don't. Just hit him. We're gonna stack and pull here, okay? Just zone them, and I stack the pull.
My dead mid.
Zone them. Effie, zone them.
Okay. My career is
Dude, my settings are off. I keep auto attacking.
I know. My settings are off too.
Effie, zone them!
Yo, I'm gonna bait. Watch this.
Go.
They
You guys
think
are, okay, Effie, let's run it.
I'm baiting so.
Effie, get level 2, Effie.
I got an epic last hit.
Your vibes don't have good vibes right now.
I don't give a shit.
I don't
listen
like
to
the
me.
vibes right now either.
Everybody shut the fuck up and listen to me.
Captain! Captain!
Your vibes aren't good vibes right now?
Watch it, watch the CS check. Oh, oh, oh! Oh, no, I didn't get it.
I'm gonna get power kick back. Wait, he got
Nah.
Earth Spirit. That means I don't get Earth Spirit.
Okay. We run mid now, okay, ready?
Yeah.
Wait, is Shadow Demon?
Wait,
Maybe no.
my mouse hockeys don't work.
Dude, you guys actually played so much, I can't take it.
I'm
What's
sorry,
happening?
Captain. I'm sorry, Captain.
I understand theater now.
The calls will be clear now.
Are you ready?
We just zone Rezo. No. Just zone Rezo. Fuck Rezo, actually. He's so mad right now. Playing his favorite hero.
Okay. How do you get that first?
Just run in.
They have double iron.
No hesitation. Don't give a shit. Play like shark. Shark.
Good shit.
Oh, I can't. Oh, no.
Okay. Curtis. Do the wraparound. Oh,
What is he doing?
Any help?
Get him,
Get him. Just keep it.
I missed. Oh, nice job.
Okay.
Great work.
We took.
Whoa, toxic.
If he has stun.
No.
He doesn't die. Save your mana. Oh, wait, how's your farm?
It's great. Here, I'm
Okay,
gonna
get your
mangle.
dig
I
on.
mangled myself.
Oh, you fucking bitch.
Yeah, I have the strength is 2 smokes. What do
Oh
you
shit, it's a bat rider.
Captain?
I think we TP bottom. Let's go. You have mana for TP and stun?
Yeah, it's clarity. Ready?
Okay, let's go. Aoi, you're fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just a.
You guys are communicating really well right now. It's really good.
Mid laner, shut the fuck up. Go. Whenever you can catch. I'll stun. I stun.
Nice. No more Devour. My screen went black.
I'm sorry, Captain.
I can't see anything.
Oh,
My screen is out.
Okay, seriously, just play the game, man. Tech comms. Okay, I get to fix my.
I have chat messages ignored. I can't see messages.
I get to fix my courier hockey. That's good.
Я недорожденный, и я не проигрываю мид. Никогда.
Can't see.
Alright, guys, I know we probably lost this game, but we can still do this.
My screen also went black.
I missed like 4 Maledicts.
Getting
wait,
sabotaged?
I'm gonna be mad at Brian. Wait.
Getting sabotaged?
Get your head in the game.
Go at 90 days of 4 minutes. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Focus on it.
I'm sorry, coach. I'm sorry. Captain.
You're embarrassing us.
Captain.
Captain.
Forgive me, sir.
I died, Captain. I'm sorry.
I can probably still win the lane against Quals like this. It's fine.
Yo, something's wrong.
Dude, you're playing Morph? Alright, we won the game.
We won.
Captain, I've got clarity on the way. I have mana
What
for
is?
1 spell.
Yo, BSJ,
We're
what's quick attack? I had quick attack on.
Quick attack means that if you you don't have to click.
Oh, well, that's why I missed every CS.
I think you guys missed CS because you guys are bad.
That is true.
Toxic.
PMA, keep it PMA, keep BSJ.
Thank you.
I'll leave it that one.
Honestly, is Synderen gonna play better without the monitor on?
I don't know. It's 50-50, I think.
It really is.
Can I write this?
What are you writing? What are you writing?
Yeah.
Wait, do I have like mute chat on?
Yeah, you do.
Wait, how do you unmute chat?
It's settings, social, and then all players.
Honestly, I'm really impressed.
Thank you.
Honestly,
I appreciate
I'm really
that.
impressed.
How do I?
It's
just a number.
Wait, how do you mute all chat, guys, or unmute chat?
Settings, social.
Who's the Earth Spirit on their team, actually?
Ours, Art.
Oh.
We killed him.
That was the funniest moment ever in the top lane. He dropped like 8 rocks and then rolled on none of them.
You know what that means? I won't get an Earth Spirit this entire match.
Keep it PMA, keep
Oh, that's sad.
Voice
We have
chat
Cinder in level
online.
25
Alright, guys,
clockwork.
I'm going Vessel Arcane Boots.
Zinderman?
I'm going Boots of Travel.
At least it didn't happen during unofficial. Oh my god.
I'm playing for the stacks early because I'm max. This is really nice.
Oh, that's actually pretty good.
We should stack.
All right,
buy Dagon, BSJ.
You don't want me to
Who's
go
my
boot-
Dagon? I think
can I go Boots of Travel Dagon? Is that okay?
Yeah, Boots of Travel. Boots of
Nice,
Travel's fine.
nice.
I feel like we should keep these heroes. You have Morph?
Yeah, I'm not dying.
That's just not.
Or we could buy Blink on Axe, actually.
Alright, Captain?
Captain?
Captain, tell me what my next move is. I've got a clarity in the career. It's not there yet.
I mean, our fucking mid laner's from NA, so he's just gonna jungle. I don't know. We just kill bottom again? We should just bully the worst players on their team, right? That's how it works.
Yeah.
Who's their worst players?
I don't know. Who has the
Say
lowest
names, say
MMR?
names. It looks like they're going like five-man
there's one
Honestly,
player
I'm
without
really
a hero tag, team tag. I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm actually kind of down to get a meteor hammer.
Honestly,
Meteor hammer does not sound good.
I'm ready.
The ARDM has to build fights.
Okay,
We have to get more kills than they do as fast as we can, okay?
that's a really good strat.
Yep, yep.
Thank you. All right. How do I play Morphling? I'm stunned.
I brought you a creep back.
No, FA, you take the wave. I'm going back. Okay. What? I want a full refill.
You want to TP mid, Sint, and we try to kill?
Yeah, we could.
It's just hard to kill a Shadow Demon.
I guess treads are good, right?
The items sell for like 85% or something in this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
F, are you good at last hitting?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
What does that mean?
Yo, I'm
Oh,
good at top lane stuff. Yo, I
don't know how to last hit.
Last hitting is really hard.
Yeah.
Oh, they're on me mid. I might be in trouble.
Okay, I'm not gonna go FP.
TPing?
I'm dead. I can't really lane against Shadow Demon. I'm Razor. This stacks plan isn't really going to work very
probably
well.
lost this game, but we can still do this.
MMR is just a number.
I think I'm going to come bottom with Razor. This hero sounds kind of bad to me. What happened here?
Don't you own with Razor? You're over-leveled Razor.
Keep BSJ.
I'm definitely coming bottom on Razor.
It's over.
Go. I'm coming bottom, guys.
We lost it. We lost your cap. We lost your cap.
He ran up.
Alright.
Dude, Sind is actually popping off. How close are you to 6?
Quite far.
Alright, I'm powerful.
Sin's like higher level than I am.
You can have this one.
No, fine. You can get both.
I can only get one.
You can get both.
I'm coming bottom, guys.
I have a stage
I'm Razor here.
Okay.
There's a hoodwink in the trees. I'm not gonna go mid or some shit.
They're pulling my wave.
Okay, I guess I'm taking your
chilling.
wave.
Wait for me, Cap.
Okay, he's gonna disrupt himself and then I kill him on the drop.
He's level 6 now.
Yeah. They have stacks. I guess we can't clear them anymore.
I have one spell only.
This
Unless
is
you have a
never gonna
mango.
work. This does not work, but we can try.
No, he's level 6.
Go, if you go!
Get him!
They're on me bottom.
Oh,
we're on him.
TP to the tower.
Oh god, I've never played this hero.
Get him.
Don't beat him. We can't drop kills too.
I'm so fucking dead.
No one dies on this team.
Alright, I'm up back here.
There's a psycho here.
Do you have a bottle?
We can kill him if he goes.
Yep.
Do you have a stun? If he comes up?
Yep.
Check
Wait,
armor.
who?
Go
Go.
kill him on bounty.
Go.
I'm coming with Willow, guys. I'm not quite 6 yet, though. I'm coming.
But my space for Ali.
There's so much space.
I got arc for them.
He's a really good roamer.
Yeah, just kill the max tier fuck.
I almost have 6.
Dude, Synderen is actually owning.
He gets to pop and off. I'm on the way.
Coming.
That's DD.
You got him right.
Let's go! Guys, BHA, I need the comms cleared.
Clear comms.
Please clear the comms.
Clear comms.
Effie, you wanted to buy Urn, right?
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Okay.
Dude, I don't want to buy a Mask of Death because I feel like, you know.
You're grieving yourself, I think.
Yeah.
You want to kill top?
If talking that's good.
I think we want to enable our AoE.
Yep.
I'm keeping my TP ready in case we need.
Just try my mids and
Yeah, it's good.
I actually want to TP behind.
Yeah,
I have hook here.
Yeah, do it. You guys kill him without me?
I think so.
Go ahead.
I'm locking.
If you save hook first, or if you can't save hook, I don't even need it.
Oh, is Russian not dead yet?
We got him.
I have a small place. Yeah, if we just stay mid. We need one hero on every lane at all times.
3 bottom.
Here we go. Oh, no.
Oh, I got a nice hero.
That's one.
Nice. Good
Do you have
cycling on the hero.
here?
I
We
don't think he has.
I don't know. I'm gonna kill Inch if he walks in the river here.
You get the solo kill?
I think
They
so.
just placed a ward, actually.
Okay, guys, I'm Skywrath Mage. I'm coming to my stunners.
SD here.
Alright, I'm gonna play on lanes.
Ooh, Scarlet is a good hero for this.
I'm out of here.
Let me play on lanes though, if you guys want to roam all 3 of you.
I think maybe we put FB on the lane too. And we just have BSJ and Sin go ham.
I'm coming to you guys. I'm coming.
I need 3 seconds.
I'm being attacked.
We're coming, we're coming.
No!
They have Ravage though.
This ain't good.
I missed my ult, guys. Nobody saw it.
Dipping.
Oh, I got cuddle. I got cuddle.
Take the rune. Nice.
Guys,
let me farm it.
I'm really bored in the top lane. I might
Just keep farming.
No, Captain, please.
I'll wait.
I'm up.
Captain.
I'll kick you from our TI roster again.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Soon, team. I won't be there.
Oh shit, I fucked up.
Team, I'm on the way.
They're running at us, boys. And Mephi.
I think we can fight. We just need Sin
I have a
10
TP.
seconds, guys. Alright? Be patient. Don't feel the pressure of TI.
I want to kill this.
This is where everybody crumbles.
This is where everyone crumbles.
Crumbling? Crumbling?
No crumbling.
I have ulti at 25. Ulti
Not
at 25.
Communicating?
Communicating?
Alright.
I'm going I'm not going here.
We can fight them. We just need to kill the Tide. We need Sind and fucking Sky to kill the Tide.
I want to get my vessel. Let's fucking go.
You guys are all in my lane. You were gonna roam. What happened?
Bounty runes.
Take him.
Coming.
Sounds like going.
We can kill the Tide. We can kill the
I have
Tide.
ulti.
BSJ, come for mana. Go, BSJ.
I'm TP.
Sounds like Shadow Div.
You have a slow? Nice. STM back.
I got Void. Foggies, I think.
I'm basing. I have no mana. Oh.
Okay.
Let-
Good comms.
Let's
It's
do
hard to
Good
adjust to
comms.
heroes that are changing.
Good comms.
Wait, we lost our clock? That's so sad.
I'm buying a Veil. Is anybody else buying a
Are
Veil?
you farming tops?
You can farm top.
I'm buying a
Farm
Veil,
top.
guys.
I started.
Veil.
There's a puck bottom. Any stunners? Yeah,
We
Faces
should-
Void. Let's connect. Faces
No,
Void.
come top. Look.
Okay.
I TP'd base.
TP.
I want to kill Raven.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, Ravage is insane. Fuck, he didn't juke.
I'm not going here.
I'm alright. I'm gonna play to ward.
Yeah, we can kill him.
I need some lows.
Can we kill the top guys? There's 2 here. There's 2 here. It's free.
TPing.
Kill the side. Kill the side.
Well, I'm not sure I'm gonna reach. Ench, focus Ench, reset, go back.
I have TP in 20.
Any mana?
Sorry. Yeah, me please.
2 seconds. Go.
Farming?
I have no TP.
Oh, I got a nice
Communicating?
item. Communicating, good communication.
Do you have a slow Effie?
No, I'll get it next level.
Okay. I think we go mid here. Oh, actually, it's a puck.
Farming?
I wanna go bottom. Dude, Brian's just hitting creeps.
Well, yeah, I said I'm going bottom, and I don't have a TP.
Classic NA blame.
I literally
Yeah,
said that,
fucking
man. I'm
standard
communicating.
I don't have a TP.
Guys, I need the comms to be more clear.
I don't have a TP. I do not have a TP.
Thank you. Good job. They're TPing top on Lina.
I feel like I needed my Lesh to scout for me there. Okay, I'm Queen of Pain. Do I max Dagger or do I max Scream here?
I don't know.
We have an arcane ring in base.
I'm getting jump net.
We need to have 2 heroes
I'm
roaming
TPing.
and 3 heroes on lanes. And then we keep our TPs ready and we take all fights.
I have Quab. I'm Quab in 5 seconds. 5 seconds on Quab.
Nice heal. Holy shit.
I'm coming on Quab.
She's there.
They have Bounty Hunter. We definitely need to kill the Bounty.
No, I can't die. Cuddle's OP. No!
Nobody saw Brian, it's okay.
I wasted ult, guys.
Nobody saw, it's okay. We have our anti-mage and Timber, the heroes that are spawning. Is that how it works?
Watch out for Bounty Hunter. That's a really good hero for them.
Alright, let's play on lanes. And then we have 2 heroes roaming. Whatever our 2 strongest killers are, roam.
We have Anti-Mage. He's a really strong killer.
So I feel like we probably want, what, me and Queen roaming?
Guys, we lost the best here in Dota.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll walk to bottom.
Farming?
Coming towards you guys. I've got Veil now.
I like the item you have queued up, Sin.
Guys, I'm being targeted.
That's the only voice line I have.
I'm not toxic.
I have ulti again. We can fight if I get Lina. It's really easy. Or Taro.
Guys, not
I feel like you guys don't hear me talk, but I might be wrong.
Not hearing?
I hear you.
Alright, who are the
let's try to go.
roamers?
I really want to kill the SD at some point.
We ran out of
I mean, it's hard.
roamers.
We need new heroes, because we fed away our good ones.
Alright, we got vision here. What's it?
I'll connect to you guys. I'm coming mid. I'm coming from mid.
They taking the fight?
I'm
Take the fight.
coiled. Help me, team.
I can connect.
Okay, I got a
Mango's dead. I'm coming. Do we want to fight?
Get the puck behind you.
Help.
Maybe the puck.
I'm dying.
I didn't have mana to
My
scream.
bad, boys.
Okay.
Oh, I got Svenge. Svenge.
I feel like Quap's a good hero for this.
Yeah, we lost Coddle. It's bad. Bad hero to lose.
Can I just hit Ancients?
I'm just gonna farm too. Do we kill this guy?
I'm coming top.
Alright, we're all going top. We're all going top.
Ryan, you and I need to play together so we can kill something.
Are you your shaker?
Yeah.
So, how?
You have max dagger?
Captain, I need you.
I have 3-point stagger.
Okay.
I have ulti as well.
I'm coming.
Okay, I'll catch and then you just pop him. Ready?
Yeah.
I'm teaming him.
Nice.
Protect me. Hero's sick.
I'm watching.
Guys,
I have a D.
okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. We need one hero on every lane, and then we fight with 3 and TP when they fight us.
Okay, listening to it one more time.
Say it one more time.
Are you kidding me?
I'm back off, I'm farming.
Alright,
Oh,
I need...
Bristle! I got Bristle!
Okay.
Okay,
FV, play on the lane.
They miss coil.
Yeah, you... BSJ can play on the lane. Me and AUI can roam.
You want me to roll with you? Alright.
Yeah. Or you wanna farm? Did you still leave? Okay, go farm.
I have ulti, I can fight.
He has Dagon on puck, by the way.
This guy's a genius.
Slark TP top.
Slark's hard to kill, right?
Guys, they're catching up to us. They're catching up to us.
Oh my god, but Dagon bounty.
What hero did you
they have
get?
the strats.
Crystal Visage. I mean, we're all going Dagon, right?
Yeah, I'm getting a
You all
Dagon.
go. I mean, if they're going Dagon, we should go Dagon. Can we like? Do we have smokes? Can we smoke like this?
Why am I buying Midas?
Don't. Are you finishing your Midas? Don't buy your Midas.
I'm buying Armlet.
That's a good item.
That's gonna be hype.
Dude, we actually have good heroes now. We have good heroes now. We can actually fight them.
We just need to not die with these guys.
I'm coming to my Sven.
Just call for TPs.
Bounty TPing mid.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're gonna 5 minutes.
They have 2 Dagon.
Can we set up?
Okay, he's gonna Dagon you with bounty. Get out.
They have track hold, guys.
I'm being bullied.
I'm in position.
Okay, I got PA.
I'm using my ulti. Farm.
I need to be careful here. They have no. So remember Slark night vision, guys. Really important.
Can we defend the tower here?
We're pushing
I'm
bottom.
teaming mid.
Oh,
I mean, they're trying to kill me. Yeah, they're trying to kill me right now.
Okay, let's fight mid then. Let's fight
Yeah,
mid.
let's fight.
Fight mid.
I'm coming.
Kill puck. Gyro next.
Coming behind.
My first is died.
Ulti for 20.
I got him, boys.
I'm so fucked.
Gyro down, nice.
Guys, they're going 5 mid. We need a strategy.
Where's the boys? Where are the boys?
I mean, we don't have our items yet. We were bad at listening.
I don't have ulti for 5.
Alright.
Radiant's bottom tower
They smoked.
Close to Armlet.
There's a room bottom. They're gonna check it in like 5 seconds.
I almost have a Dagon.
Nice.
Radiant's bottom
And I got bot tower. That wasn't that bad, honestly.
They took the Arcane Rune. Bounty Hunter took it.
We need
Yeah,
to.
there's smoke at the bottom. Can we bait whoever's running bottom right now?
Careful back here.
I'm going.
We need
Wait,
detection.
hold up. We're no-
I need detection for the bounty. Okay, we have it on.
it,
Yeah,
I have it,
that's
I
good.
just
That's good.
That's really good.
Please communicate better.
I need a helper.
Wait, hold up.
Guys.
Just chill,
Watch.
just chill.
Here's a Midas on Viper. Like, we should go fight them.
Fighting them.
Helper.
Who's the OD?
Any helpers?
I am.
bottom.
I'm running bottom. I don't.
They're pinging at me with a Bounty Hunter right here. Or Bounty. I can't ping them in.
Yeah, we should kill this guy. Do you have detection?
Can we go bottom? Go bottom.
Here.
They're set up here. Let's go, Viper.
I'm TPing soon. 1 second. TPing.
Guys, help me. I'm dead again.
I'll stay
Kill the
down,
bounty.
maybe. Kill bounty if we can.
I have glimpse.
Oh, I got her.
Fuck, I don't see him.
I have ulti.
Dyer's top tower is under
Dagon.
I don't know shit.
I'm gonna walk in here. I have Ashen
Bounty's
too.
gonna sit here.
Slark TP.
Nice.
Nice. BSJ.
Slark TP.
Keep it PMA. I have a save here.
Oh, dude, Slark can carry items.
Armlet ready?
Can we? If you get the disrupt, I'll fucking static.
Okay.
I'm not working.
I'll static. Okay, be ready here. Kill the Slark. Burst him. Nice. I'll glimpse the OD.
Blinking?
Okay. Yeah, go. Nice.
I'm TPing home. I have no mana.
Nice.
Let's go!
I really want to ask for you.
Good job,
We've
team.
got an
Well
orb.
done. Beautiful.
Really good job, Captain. Good calls.
Really good
Guys,
team comp.
18 kills and we win the game, right? Just need to not
Okay.
feed and play together. We have
Not
really good
feeding.
heroes. 60 seconds, I have ulti and they
Can you
all
heal
die.
me again, Effie?
Guys,
Down
please
here.
play safe.
Careful a bit here. Careful a bit
I have
here.
Armlet. I'm
Wait
tanking.
for heroes. Wait for BSJ.
I need this
There are
and
no
I come.
tracks.
They have DK with Dagon. No blinks, alright? They have no way of catching. Just put sentries down and we bait them.
fight?
Yeah. Hold on, hold on. We're
I have
coming.
Veil Dagon.
Keep healing me if you can.
Do we have a drums?
No, we need drums.
I'll buy it.
Go, 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 go.
I feel like there's a BH on us. They're all here. They're on the left.
There's wolves scouting you guys. They see you with the wolves. Okay,
we dropped
I'm
the
coming,
sentry
I'm coming. Let's go, let's go. Any kill is good. Any kill is good. Doesn't matter who.
They're on vision, they're on vision.
They have haunt, be aware.
There are no carries in this
Can we get the
game.
glimpse?
Yeah, just go, go,
Yeah,
go,
we can go, we can go.
Hold on, hold on.
They're on me.
Lycan in the back, Lycan in the back.
Where are you, where are you?
Lycan, 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 Lycan.
I need a... Oh, shit.
Hey, ult yourself, ult yourself. I'll solve you.
Coming for Lycan?
You're gonna be fine, you're gonna be fine. We can fight them. Deal damage to them, deal damage to them.
Get him!
Nice.
Nice.
Stack, 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 stack.
Go, 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 go.
Very nice. No ulti.
DK?
Go, 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 go.
I have mana in a sec.
Snipers.
No, I'm losing Queen of Pain. No. Oh, I'm spent.
Disarm
Venge
TP.
is sick.
Nice, nice, nice. Well played, well played.
Sick plays, I think.
Oh, tip heavy, tip heavy, tip heavy.
Doggies.
Oh, they have a fucking Fury on.
Okay. Okay.
No, it's a positive.
It's a
tip. Oh,
positive.
that was good
TMA,
shit. It was
TMA.
all
Good shit. Good job,
Thank you,
Effie.
Captain. Thank you, Captain.
Captain.
Okay, I have stampede. This is a
My
free
tower's
kill.
down, Captain.
Tell me what's next, Captain.
Just keep Oracle. Oracle's fucking dope hero.
Yeah, Oracle is very good.
I got
Oh,
the-
you taking top?
I got the vessel.
Wait,
next
it's me.
item. Next
Okay,
item
guys,
team.
listen to me.
Next item team.
Listening.
All right, guys, you're all very good players, but listen to the sound of my voice. Let me do the talking, okay?
Okay.
Don't TP to lanes to farm. It's bad.
Shut up,
We just
Eli.
need to kill their heroes.
I'm TPing mid. I've swapped.
Stop!
Listen to Captain, guys.
Sorry.
Listen to Captain.
Play for kills.
Yo, we got some smokes or
Run
what?
at the dots on the map. We see dots top, we
Yo,
run
I
top.
got two smokes, two smokes.
Yo, they're gonna go on me in our jungle. We can take a fight.
Yeah,
here.
let's go, let's go.
I'm pretty tanky,
Yeah,
actually.
take the fight to them. No fucking waiting for them to come.
No, we're going
Alright,
in
it's
here.
fucking vengeance farming. Go fight. Go, 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 go.
I've got words.
I will stampede in. Just run at them, okay? You will catch. Don't hesitate.
Get
Go,
the
go,
haste,
go.
get the
I'll
haste.
try to start.
Getting
Okay.
it.
30 for my ult.
No, just smoke rock up here.
30
No,
for
he
my
wasn't smoked. Go, go,
Oh,
go.
you were
Chase
smoked.
them, chase them.
30 for
You
my
see
ult.
sniper? I'm gonna stampede
I'm
you.
running
Go,
for
go, go, go.
sniper.
You're gonna get stampeded. Just go, just go. Oh, fuck.
Guys, no ult, no ult, no ult, no ult, no ult.
Luna? A?
Oh shit, they have a Zeus. Oh my god, I'm techies.
Help. I have no ulti, I have no ulti.
Guys,
Oh my
I'm
god, my spells didn't
techies.
go off.
That's not good.
Sorry, we killed the 2 carries, guys.
It's 2 for 2.
Okay.
What, no,
You
no,
good,
no,
Sin?
no, 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 no.
They only have 14 lives left, right? That's how it works?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if we keep
How does
trading 2 for 2,
suicide
we
help me?
win. If you suicide, you lose your life.
Yeah, do not suicide.
Don't kill me to Zeus ult, yeah. Careful.
Okay, I think Zeus and AA actually
Okay,
need
guys,
to die.
we've got
These two
another
heroes
smoke.
pump.
We've got another smoke. Do you want to just try something out?
Okay.
I'm a
They're
techies,
still
guys.
dead,
You
they're
guys have
still dead.
Oracle ult.
They're-
You can
they're
burst.
like
I think Techies is pretty good, actually.
Listen, you have
I
Oracle.
can get us out.
We don't have vision here.
You have Oracle. Listen,
Okay.
just kill one and
Go
get
to
out.
high ground. Go to high ground first.
Kill one and get out. Kill one and get out.
I'm gonna push
gonna
a
lead
wave
with Pen.
bottom. I'm pushing one wave bottom, guys.
I have global, guys. Go, go, go. I have
Look at
global.
this,
I have
look at
global.
this.
I have global. Go, go, go. Fight them. Oh, shit. Kill Kieran.
I had to ult myself. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Kieran, and then... Get the A, get the A. You got him, Effie.
I'm coming,
W.
guys. I've got drums
I'm
and a
ulting
Dagon.
I'm ulting us out.
Never mind.
Effie, come. Oh,
Oh, no.
Psych.
Psych, psych, psych.
Sorry.
Oh god, I was zoned, I was zoned. I've got a Ricky, I've got a Ricky. The Ricky's
Oh,
not bad.
Ricky?
We got vision advantage.
Dagon?
I'm good.
We
How
have
many
Dagons.
Dagons do we have?
Just keep
Alright.
keep popping this shit.
Alright,
And we have Veil Dagon. Like, we can kill
Dagons
this
are-
stuff.
Dagons are the play.
I can give
right.
you ink, Effie. I have Grim. Very
Oh,
strong.
that's sick, actually. That's our initiation.
We need some neutral items, actually.
No, fuck that. Go fight.
You don't need it? Alright, go.
They're smoked bottom. They just warded on the lane.
Okay, okay, let's go fight them.
Do we have
Perfect.
smoke?
You have lines there, no?
Let's go, let's go. Getting
Oh,
words.
there's an arcane rune.
Guys, I'm buying words, buying words.
I'm just saying, this game's ending in 10 kills. So
It
whoever
is, it
thinks
is.
you're gonna get items, you're wrong. Come to
getting
me
this
and we go
arcane
fight.
Guys, it's so close.
They're on this hill. I can walk up,
It's
but I need
not
people
enough.
closer.
I'm here. I have vision.
Wait, your Dagon's too. Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
I'm walking up.
Yeah. We need Mira and Sind to be connected before we fight.
Pretty sure we just can't.
I think we need to kill A. If
Guys,
A
let's
dies,
smoke,
fight for you.
smoke here, camp forward. Wait.
Yeah,
Go. Run mid, run mid. Don't
We
fucking
have one
camp
word
here.
on Effie.
You guys are so passive. Go fight.
We're fighting. We're saying we're placing a word.
Camp
I think we should go deeper.
Just go. Don't stop.
Keep
Move
going
in.
up, keep going up.
going.
Follow
Don't
the
stop.
captain, follow the captain.
Go in. I don't want to run in front. I'm fucking sound.
I'm running in. They're
Just
sitting
go.
at the
Just
start.
go.
We
Yeah,
can-
dive
yeah,
in.
I'm
We don't
fine,
give a
I'm
shit.
fine.
Play like a shark.
Play like a shark.
Play like a shit.
Kill them
They're
in
rushing.
minutes.
Alright, go, go, go. Kill the Phoenix. I have no global actually.
Help, help, help.
Nice, we baited all their cooldowns.
Go, 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 go. I got Abaddon.
Oh no, we're running in.
Man, my hero's so useless. Oh, I'm Night Stalker. That's really good.
Uh-oh.
Guys, we got baited, we got baited.
I'm Night Stalker, guys.
Oh, nice.
Curtis on dive. The heroes.
Their heroes are so good.
A is actually broken.
Shoot, 20 seconds.
You're fine, you're fine.
Honestly, I'm really impressed.
I have a good pick here, actually.
What are we gonna do about these heroes? I have Night Stalker ulti when I'm up.
Help!
I have to save Curtis, Curtis.
Help!
5 seconds, Curtis.
Is it worth it to buy back?
No, no, no. Curtis,
I got one.
We
I
got
got
one.
one.
Oh, the SF's blocked. SF's blocked.
Nice, nice, nice.
I have Night Stalker ult, guys. I have Night Stalker ult.
Yeah, you can get him.
I'm chasing.
Alright, you with me? Get the A, get the fucking A.
I'm
dude.
Storm. I can catch if you.
Dude, if Zeus dies, their game is actually over. They can't fight.
Find the Phoenix here.
No, he's down here, down here, down here, down here.
Oh my god.
Okay, they're gonna move top now. Actually, never mind. It's not a
I'm
real
literally
game.
a creep.
There's a
guys.
region
I was
room.
joking.
I'm creep.
No, it's nighttime soon.
I'm literally a creep, boys.
Guys, their jungle's ours, their jungle's ours.
It's gonna be
There's a
normal
region
night
top
in a
zone.
minute. Normal night in a minute. I won't be completely useless.
Pretty good.
You want the region, Sin?
Yeah, I do. Where is it?
It's top.
Oh, top. Yeah, okay.
Shadowblade on Zeus. I'm buying dust.
I have 2 sentries. I think A is like the
I'll hold a
biggest
couple
kill.
dust. Yeah, I think so too.
I can maybe bait him actually. You
I
ready?
have
if I bait?
Wyvern.
Do you have mana?
I have a clarity, who needs it?
No.
Do we want to wait for my ulti or no? It's 90 seconds.
I mean, I think just
No,
nighttime's
can
good
we
enough.
kill them? What are they doing?
Yeah, we can take
How
a
are they
fight here.
dewarding us? Get him!
No, kill them. They're on a ward.
That guy's a warlock. That guy's terrifying.
You guys have shield to remove the thing.
I still have a region running. Can we go on Zeus?
I'm down. Kill Zeus and then we die for it.
I'm gonna curse Zeus here.
Yeah?
Don't die!
Oh shit, we dig off.
Nice.
We killed egg,
I can't fight. I'm killing
Zeus
Zeus,
is
though.
Zeus.
I'm killing Zeus though.
Nice.
Let's go.
Nice.
Get him! Fuck him up!
Nice. Warlock 2, Warlock 2, Warlock 2.
I got,
No mercy, no mercy,
I think
no
I got
mercy.
2. 1 second.
He's hustled.
This BKB, what a bitch.
Okay, guys, I'm Shadow Shaman. I feel like that's a pretty good hero.
I also have a Dag in 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna go base.
Guys, this hero's pretty good.
Yeah, we actually, they
Yeah,
actually
our
can't
heroes,
fight.
our heroes are good right now.
We have perfect, like, one of them is 5
guys,
heroes.
guys, do not feed on these heroes.
I mean, we can't feed in general. We have 4 lives left. It's 4 to
What?
4 actually. It's
Wait,
4
how
to
do you
4.
see that? It says 9-6.
It's at the
That's
top.
This is
It
9-6.
updates every time.
Oh, when you respawn.
Oh.
Wait, we only have 4 lives.
Yeah,
Yeah, you 4 to 4.
Okay, so we need to
Yo,
actually take it.
can we go take aggressive position? Because they're
Yeah.
gonna respawn. Just
Yeah, go,
they
go,
don't
go.
have this guy.
How about I finish Blink 100 gold?
Nah.
Who cares?
Give me
Let's
the
go.
base.
Not important. Let's
Sell
go.
the armlet.
Yeah, we're up 1 kill. It's
Yo,
4
look
to
at
3.
look at.
I'm running.
He's Ember.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, chill.
He
chill.
forgot
Are
his
we chill?
hotkeys?
Are we chill? Are we
Get
chill?
the tower, get the tower.
They're down 1 hero right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, chill,
I'm
chill,
really
chill,
strong.
chill.
I'm a Shadow Shaman.
Chill. Come here,
Carson too,
please,
Carson
please.
too.
They're gonna sit behind the tower, okay? I'm gonna run in. Listen to me.
Guys, if I leave, it's
Look,
obvious.
listen to Captain. Listen to Captain.
Come.
If I leave, it's obvious.
I'm ward trapping.
Go. Okay, whatever.
I have a sentry.
We're going. Yeah, go.
Oh, they have Omni Knight.
It's fine.
Okay. Stay on the sentry.
I need to wait for this a bit.
Okay, I don't have wards.
I do.
My dagger's coming on courier.
They have Omni Knight Marana.
Let's wait for the.
They use
dagger.
bottom out. It's not so bad. I have Curse here to reset.
Yeah, they're
We
gonna ward.
We
us
have
on us, I
RP.
think. Okay, I'll show bottom and then I'll run over. They might run at you guys when I show.
Guys, it's so close.
Just please listen to me. They're gonna run at you when I show. Just hold the ward.
Can we hold this with Abaddon?
I'm running now.
He's
You guys get a
fading,
good
he's got
fight.
Omni
You
behind.
guys get a good
Ward
fight.
it.
You get a good fight. You guys get a good fight.
Watch
We
out
have
for
the
arrow,
high ground.
arrow.
Oh, I got Abaddon shield.
Just hold high ground.
We're good.
We have no initiator.
Okay, listen. All we need to do is skewer anything that shows back.
We
Okay?
need-
I'll do the same
Cinder's
play
hitting
again.
creeps.
Hitting creeps.
Hitting creeps. just skewer into Dagon on someone.
Oh, ceremonial robe. That's really nice.
I gave it to you yesterday.
We're here.
We need to shove our lanes, I think. Like the mid lane in, at least. Watch me a bit here.
Guys, they respawn. Okay, guys, they're gonna go full try hard right now. So this final fight is a.
Okay.
Oh my God, they're on me.
I'm here. Shackle.
at Omni.
We're coming. Yeah, kill the Omni, kill the Omni.
Look at Omni.
We need to dig on him. Okay.
A good reset with first after.
They've used everything.
We need to kill the Omni.
Oh shit, I used all my shit when he was stunned.
Guys, I'm dead.
You have Abaddon?
No.
I'm really squished.
I'm escaping.
We don't have any more respawns. Oh wait, no, we have 2 more.
We still have more.
Brian's dead, right?
I think I'm okay.
Oh shit, Kim killed him. He's low. Covered all there.
Oh shit. I didn't get my ulti up.
Don't die.
Okay, I'm staying alive because we don't respawn from. I'm gonna sit in base.
Okay, this is our last set of lives, guys. Last set of lives.
Guys, do not fuck around.
Draft is OP.
I got Dawnbreaker. That's a pretty good hero.
Yo, we can song into Black Hole, dude.
Oh!
Well, we saw Black Hole?
Do we actually have Naga Black?
Yo, I
have Dagger. We just need to set it up.
They will go for me. I can bait this.
Okay.
100% they'll go for me. I'm sitting in Fountain, by the way, until you guys respawn.
Okay, I'm skilling fucking... I'm not skilling Eidolons.
You're not skilling Eidolons.
Dude, we're full damage.
That's a lot of damage.
I have Dawnbreaker ulti.
Okay, with Naga sleep.
Okay, just Aoi, don't curse. Do not curse.
I will not curse.
Guys, what is the
Would it be really fun if I cursed though?
What's our play?
It would be pretty funny.
It would be pretty funny if I cursed.
I'm done. But let me black hole first so you look like the idiot.
No.
What's Captain? Are we smoking?
Honestly, I'm really impressed.
I don't know. Their communication is broken down on this team.
Dude, I think they're roasting right now. They have troll.
Dude, their draft is legit TI winning draft.
They used troll ult though last fight. Guys.
Yes.
Captain, what do we do?
Captain?
I don't know. You guys don't listen. I can't tell you what to do. Bad vibes. Bad vibes. Bad vibes. Bad vibes.
All right, time for a huddle in the pause.
Okay.
Oh, huddle.
Okay, huddling.
All right, keep your headset on. Headset on.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
All right,
huddling.
guys. All right, come here.
Why is Brian
Okay.
Joe, sit down, Brian. Take your head.
Sit down. We don't want you.
All right, guys. I know we probably lost this game, but we can still do this. Brian, come over here. Not actually.
I didn't use the bathroom.
I got my hopes up so high.
I didn't use the bathroom.
All right, guys. I know we probably lost this game, but we can still do this. All right, guys. I know we probably lost this game.
So wait, we need to kill them after they all respawn? When they're out, haven't we lost now when it's a 0?
I think you lose when you run out of heroes, right?
Yeah, you lose when you run out of heroes.
We're out of heroes and they have 3 respawns.
Wait, what happened to... Okay.
So we're basically playing 8v5
Guys,
right now.
we fucked up that last fight.
We did.
Be ashamed of yourselves.
Good comms. Good comms.
Good comms.
Good comms.
Be ashamed of yourselves.
But we can
Don't
still
give
win.
up. Yes.
But we can still do this.
Guys, this is the comeback of the century. Liquid are doing it.
Omni Knight needs to die, guys. Omni Knight has a BKB.
Dude, what a sweat lord. Who's Omni Knight actually?
Guys, why did we leave why did we leave our vision, guys?
That's true.
Because we don't play to win. We're not at TI actually competing.
What?
We play for fun. And that's alright, Sin. You don't always have to play to win.
We're farming laughs.
We're farming laughs.
I'm out of tips. I'm out of tips.
Chill, baby. Keep it PMA, keep it DSJ.
Wait, what actually happened?
All right, guys. I know we probably lost this game, but we can still do this.
Okay, when you do the sleep, I'll drop Liquid is doing it. Mira, what voice lines do you have?
I don't have any.
Do you not?
We're dropping the Arkosh lines for sure.
Yes.
What's the Arkosh one?
The Omaewe Mosinduru.
Alright. So you and BSJ drop that one. Mira, do you have Lakat Natatag?
No.
Okay.
What do you have? Do you have your own one?
I don't have any.
Do you have your own line?
No.
Wait, isn't there like a really famous moment where like PGG stands up while he's black holing or something?
There's a famous moment where he was late for his match.
I don't think PGG hit any black holes, so that doesn't sound right.
Captain, we have a smoke. We've got a ward and a scent. Where are we going?
I think they're at Roche.
They're definitely at Roche. If you guys get a good black hole off, I will curse who's their cancels. Lich or Necro.
No, Lich doesn't work anymore.
The pole?
Oh right, they're not BKB, I'm high.
Team, this is it. This is
All
it,
right.
team.
Alright, watch, I'll scan them. Oh, they're not there.
Come here, bro. Go
No,
like
they're
this.
camping, Wait,
Go like this. They won't be on the top.
Okay, stay a bit behind with
we need to bait someone.
You guys should bait me. I don't do that much damage.
I think you send in Nagelus.
I have my ult.
Send in Nagelus for vision. And then we charge, and then when they go on the Spirit Breaker, we run in with the Naga Sleep.
He's got a dig on 5.
Hello? Did anybody hear what I said?
Yeah.
Alright, good.
We're running in. Naga illusions.
Guys,
Just go.
I'm running in.
you keep
They're
saying
over
just
here.
go, but we're just feeding.
Choke, it's
Does it
perfect
work?
place to fade. Can we charge? Hello?
Got it here?
Wait, I go. But you need to stun the other ones. Okay, take it off now. Take it off now. No.
I'm out seeing troll.
Dagon and troll.
I have 2 down.
Dino the chill. I'm out of heroes, guys.
Guys, I know we probably lost this game.
All right, Aoi, we can still do this.
We can
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Let's go, Brian.
Turn.
Let's go. Go.
Turn lich. If Lich helps him, turn lich. It's so slow. Yeah, go. Stun him. Yeah, stun.
Drums in 2.
Yeah. When you stun him, I'll slow.
I got Lich.
Oh my god, what a play.
It was on CD, man.
It's all good. Ciao,
It's all good. Wait. They're out of lives.
You're 3v4. I think.
Should I buy Blink?
I'm buying a shard.
Do you wanna just try to dig on them, or do I buy a shard? I mean,
It's
a
not
Blink.
supposed to be captains.
Dude, I just pressed buyback and it paid my gold and I don't respawn. I'm just sad.
Oh, I got global.
It's because you were the last one to die, I think.
I guess I lower our
Okay,
team net worth.
I think
Oh,
we
that's
have
really
to.
good.
I think we have to wait Black Hole, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
Guys, is it 2v3?
Yeah.
It's 3v4.
3v4.
Wait.
Guys,
Yeah,
wait for Black Hole. Play on Vision. You got
No, it's 3v3, right? They don't have any lives left.
I think the troll respawns.
The troll respawns?
I
Okay.
think
No,
so.
Troll's
His timer's
dead. Troll's
ticking.
dead. Troll's dead.
I think he's
No,
respawned.
Troll's dead.
Trust
So
me.
he respawned. He respawned.
They have Wisp. They have the worst heroes, actually. They have no damage.
They have Tinker.
We kill Tinker, the fight is over.
Guys, play on Vision.
I think they're gonna smoke, right? They have to. Looks
Yeah,
like they.
yeah.
Well, I don't have Black Hole.
I need
I
to
have
go back
ulti in
and
10.
heal.
I have ulti in 10.
What do we do?
We need to just split.
Can you guys give us some positive encouragement
Cheering?
right now?
Okay.
Cheering?
You
Yeah,
can
yeah.
do this.
Let's go.
Really good.
Call their movement,
Let's
guys. Call their
go.
movement.
It's really
Call their
good,
movement.
guys.
Just call their movement.
Yeah, mini-map scout for us.
Alright.
Wait, who are they missing?
Tethered?
Yo, Resolution's dead. Resolution's our best player.
That's really good for us.
This is really good calm, Steffi. I really enjoy
They
it.
have 2 Dagon 5s. That's it. That's all they're damage.
You guys should buy a cloak
Falcon
if you
Blade,
don't have.
Falcon Blade BKB on Omni Knight.
Wait, Omni's still alive, huh?
Yeah, Omni Knight's a problem.
Arcane.
Soul
He's
is a
not.
beast.
He's not. No. He's not. We deal pure damage. Like we don't give a shit, dude. We play like sharks.
We play like sharks.
Arcane on top.
What's the
Arcane
shark
on top.
sound like?
I don't know.
Make a shark sound, Effie, for morale.
If you don't make a shark sound, I won't bet.
Very good. My morale changed.
+5 morale.
That's not a shark, is it?
Oh shit! I'm fucking.
no.
done. We lost.
Can we TP and help him or no?
I'm TPing.
Oh, no.
Okay. Mid! Get mid! Mid's alone! Mid's alone! Okay,
We can't kill this guy. We cannot kill this
They're
guy.
back in 5. Get out! These strings.
He may bait for curse.
Yeah.
Oh, get that Tinker!
I'm very.
What the hell? Who's gonna kill him? Oh, there
AUI.
it is.
He has the dig on. Nice, boys.
Let's go.
They have
Time
no
me.
damage.
Any
They
help?
have
Get
no
him out of
damage.
there! Get him out of there!
Use your ult. Keep up. Nice
They
heal.
have no damage. Kill the Wisp. Or reset out.
Pour it out!
I don't have a TP.
Stun him, BSJ.
BJ 1v3.
You can do this, Brian.
Find all you.
Yo,
I know we
bought back.
probably lost this.
Oh!
I blame Aiden.
No winners. Guys, what's our score?
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the end of the All-Star match. All random deathmatch, Sumi.
Yes, unfortunately, Team Dragon could not pull it out, but Team Thunderhide, they made that 4v3 count, and they took the win. As you can see, Sir Action Slacks and I have traded sides because he wants to do the exit interview for Team Dragon. So I will be doing the interview for the winners, Team Thunderhide. Hello! Congratulations on your win. How do you feel?
Привет, everything is good, thank you. I feel amazing. I feel that we finally made it! Team Borscht! Team Borscht!
Now, that was a very, very close win. What was your team's strategy to win?
Oh, Dagon and love.
Dagon and love. That is a very inspiring strategy. Sir, how did you feel knowing that you have just destroyed the English talent who you are working together with here at TI?
That's our team spirit. Borscht! Team Borscht!
Team Borscht, let's go. All right, sir. So before the match, you were actually talking to Team Dragon member Effie about the match, and Effie said that you guys were probably going to win. Did you feel the same?
No, it was a very close game, and I really appreciate the effort they put to win this game, and it was like a really tough game. We tried our best to win this match, and I'm really proud of my team because like those guys are amazing. We've been in it through a lot of times, and
some emotion from Team Thunderhide. Oh my gosh, look at this camaraderie here. All right, final question, sir. What would you like to say now that you are on the stage again, here on the TI stage? What would you like to say to all of your fans?
I'm so excited, really. I haven't played for 7 years and a lot of tears. Thank you. Thank you.
A lot of tears for this team. Give it up for Team Thunderhide. And now, Jake with the interview with Team Dragon.
What up, everybody? Exit interview. Everybody loves these. Reddit, this one's for you. Let's make some emotionally stunted gamers extremely upset. Hello, Insania. What's it like to have your second most embarrassing loss on the main stage of TI? All right, I don't care anyway. Owie 2000.
I only get kicked after wins, so I'm okay with this.
Sounds good to me. Thank you, Owie. Effie, who do you think is most disappointed by your horrible performance here today?
My mom.
I
did what I could.
Brian.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a shit. Cinderin, team captain.
That was Insania.
No, it didn't look like it.
Yeah.
Cinderin, what did you think about the All-Star match? How can you improve for next year?
I think everyone else should have played better, and I did everything right. So I'll get better teammates next time.
Will we see Team Dragon again?
No.
All right, well, if I cared any less, I'd probably be dead. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in to a fantastic All-Star match.
Yes, but first, Jake, we have to say what happens to our winners, Team Thunderhide. What happens next for them?
My goodness. What does happen next? Are we supposed to know?
Well, Jake, let me answer that. On Sunday, they will play between the lower bracket finals and the grand finals of TI10. They will play against Team Golem. Now, final question for you. Do you have any comments for your next match?
I think our enemies should better prepare because we are ready.
You better be prepared, Team Golem, because they are ready for you. All right, thank you very much, everybody. And we are going to go ahead and toss it back to the studio. Jake, any last words?
Yeah, get the hell off the stage! You lost! Nobody cares about you anymore! Back to you!
I know that the English talent lost, but that was still one heck of a show, and I enjoyed every second of it. And I'm sure that you guys are on board with that.
I feel so bad for Insania, the poor guy. The entire time, like, listen to my voice. Let's stand at this ward. Be ready for them to come in. And then 3 seconds later, Brian's like, dead. It's like, oh, poor old Insania. Oh.
Don't you come from my NA boy like that.
Well,
I saw the game losing play. Insania alone. Let's hit some jungle creep. Let's hit some jungle creep.
He was following Brian's advice.
I loved, okay, my highlights. I'll tell you my highlights and you can go, do yours, Trent. Nice, we baited all their cooldowns. After Effie died under Ricky, and they were trying to smoke in, and they just died. I enjoyed BSJ announcing all his heroes one by one every time without fail. Oh no, I've never played this hero.
I'm being upset. Yeah, it was like, oh, God, yeah. That was by far the best part. It didn't matter what hero. And he's like, God, should I go dagger?
Yeah.
Like, he got queen. Like,
We got some real
insight
insight onto his hero puddle there. It's
What
a
do I
worry.
have? Dark Willow, what's that?
ARDM is not Brian's game mode, let me tell you.
No.
Or maybe he should play it more so that he gets a wider hero pool.
Can we maybe veto like the Dagons, you know? Or are we keeping them? What's your consensus on that, guys? Viewing?
Oh, we're going to have a patch before
Yeah,
the
I'm thinking for the patch for the finals.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, do you think,
Before tomorrow.
Are we saying Dagon should be patched out or
I would be in favor
incentivized?
of a Dagon.
Okay.
You're gonna get up with. I feel like if you know your opponent's getting these Dagons, you should like all buy hoods or something.
So
you
one
know?
casual hood into Dagon, one. Okay. So the meta does develop.
Every Dagon they build, you're all just getting hoods and pipes, and eventually
no one dies.
Yeah, the value's there. That would be a very exciting All-Star match.
You can literally hold TI hostage, right? The All-Star match lasts like 4 hours. What are you going to do?
Grand final. It's like, what's going on?
Well, that will
It's 10
not
p.m. and we
happen.
haven't started.
If that game was anything to go off of, we know that the in-game communication is something that you can't just show up and do it properly. That definitely wasn't the cleanest comms we've ever heard. They did see some Outworld Devourer main stage, by the way. You didn't get to see that yet, so.
And a Spirit Breaker.
And a Spirit Breaker. Okay, yes, sure.
And there was a Techies, I think. But I don't even remember seeing a mine get put
Brian
down,
did
to be
announce
honest.
it. Yeah, he didn't place any mine. Yeah.
No, I don't think he made one. Okay, let's move on because we have got 3 teams remaining on the main stage of the International 10. Earlier today, we saw Team Spirit winning against IG. They will be going up against Team Secret that we see cheering here. But earlier today, we did see them losing against PSG LGD, which means they will go into that lower bracket finals. And PSG LGD, your first grand finalist, they made it to those grand finals. They are waiting for their opponent's trends, and they look scary.
They really do. I mean, obviously you have this power up that's happening from Team Spirit, and it's so exciting, and you wonder how that matchup's going to be versus Team Secret. You know, they're coming off a loss and everything, but at the end of the day, LGD, they don't need some story about going to the lower bracket and some power. They're coming into this tournament as the favorites, and they still look like it.
Yeah, of course they're the team to beat, and I think no matter what, Secret or Spirit, whoever does win that lower bracket series, they're going to have to think of some like fresh ideas for PSG, because ever since they dropped that one game to T1 at the start of the upper bracket, they have looked like they cannot be beaten at all. It's like 2-0s all the way. So yeah, whoever does get to that grand finals is going to be so hard, so hard.
Any final words on the tomorrow upcoming day, Gods?
I can't believe we're already here.
Yeah.
Like, it just came so quickly. We waited 2 years, and it's crazy that this is the top 3, particularly with Team Spirit and their storyline. Tomorrow, I can't wait.
I can't wait as well. Tonight, there will not be a late game, but it will return tomorrow because that's when we get to celebrate our new world champions. And of course, our world champions, they are getting some rest because, well, they need to play some top-tier Dota tomorrow. We got 3 teams playing top-tier Dota tomorrow. You do not want to miss that, so you should also get some rest. But tomorrow, we will return with the International 10.
For the kill. They get one, no buyback on Ori, and the damage on the BG, he died. Wait a minute, what? They just evaporated. No buyback on any of them. Huge win.
How much gold has been earned at the International? 250 million. Kyle got it. It's a lot of gold.
All this damage being applied to Monkey, give him onto. If he gets taken out, that's a dieback from onto. Double kill from GQ. LGD are doing it, Cinderin. It's a 1 for 3.
JT and dieback on the die as Spirit will push on. The mid-tier 3 and Rex is going to be all there.